Welcome back to the Costa del Sol in Spain. It's week 3 time in the ECC. It's the Euros of cricket. We already have 3 qualifiers. Over the next 2 weeks, we'll get 2 more countries that will be added to the list, starting with Group C Action Day and a banger of a game. First up, I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to another big week in European cricket. We are into week 3 now. Group C action coming your way already. We have 3 of the 5 championship week teams. England 11, they automatically qualify for week 5 because they won last year. In the first week, we saw Spain winning. Last week, in a dramatic final, we saw the Netherlands 11 progress as well. So we have 5 teams here from Group C. Only one of them will join those teams in championship week 5, which starts in only 2 weeks' time. And we're starting with a really good game. First of 5 today, match 1 of Group C, and it's going to be Belgium versus France, 2 high-powered teams with a great kind of outlook on the game to play this format. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Stel, Vels is called. It is hits. We're bat first.
So it is Belgium skipper Ali Raza that wins the toss, and he's elected to bat first. Got to say, I like that approach. We know that the Belgians, we were there fairly recently in ECS cricket. They like to play hashtag Belgian ball, which is basically try and smash everything. Pack your team with a lot of hitters, and they do have a lot of them, including the captain himself, Ali Raza, who was one of the best performers at the ECC last year. And what Belgium, they were runners-up last year to the England 11, so they would love to go one better this year. But they will have to get out of this group first, and it's not going to be easy, especially with teams floating around like Scotland 11, for example, like France that they're playing here, who have a lot of good hitters as well, but they're a bit inexperienced in the format. Let's see how quickly they adjust, because I do think that if they can do it quickly, that they will be a force to be reckoned with in this group. Well, I can tell you it's been a big weekend as well. We've had cricket all through the weekend domestically, but now we are back to international action, and here is Corey Ruckers, who's in the dream box to get us started this morning. Corey, the news from the toss in match 1 is that it is Belgium that have won the toss. They're going to have a bat. Over to you. Let's get the day started.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu, and good morning everyone around the world, or good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Cartama Oval. It's Group C time, and always exciting to see 5 new teams and how they'll fight it out over the week here in sunny Cartama, a beautiful part of Spain. And there's the French side. Well, the very first time we'll see them on the network representing the nation. We've had the club side, Drew, come a couple of times, and there's Belgium. Well, they were fantastic last year, exciting to watch. And it'll be interesting to see how these 2 teams go. And there's some school kids that have come out, super excited to be here, which is great initiative to have all the different schools come during the weeks and support the cricket. And always a nice thing if you're a young man or woman watching the cricket. As we look at the 2 lineups, Belgium versus France, and well, there's a few names that we know from Belgium. Khalid Ahmadi's the one I like the most. We call him the smiling assassin. He bowls really quick sort of sling, has a good slow ball and can hit a big ball, and didn't get a quick chance to see that French lineup. But we look at the expected score. Well, Belgium 118, not surprised to see that with their high scores last year. And France, well, 98. I wonder how they come up with that, considering they've not played as a group. I think the supercomputer is maybe having a little bit of a guess. So great to be back, and good opportunity to say hello to everyone in India via fan code, and everyone on YouTube and all our network providers. Feel free to get in touch during the week. Myself, Vinny Sandhu and Rico Full will be bringing you all the live T10 action. And, well, France are going to go with an early surprise here. It looks like they're going to start with spin, and looks like leg spin, and only 3 on the leg side to a left-hander. So, yeah, different field setting here. 3 behind point and a deep cover. Here we go. Ball 1, Group C. That's a nice start as he slips it past the outside edge of Muneeb Mohammed. Muneeb, a good young player, and good keeping there from Hevet Eldon Jackson, the keeper for France. Oh, big appeal, big appeal. Oh, it's going to be given not out in the end. Well, France, Hamadzai, he's with the ball. He's super excited.
Line.
I tell you, it's close, but I'd say high. Might have just pitched in line, but yeah, that's high for me. And Bahama getting cramped for room. Oh, he misses out there, using his feet to get down the wicket. And that will be the first run for Belgium's week. So Bahama gets away, brings Ali Raza on strike. And Ali Raza, the new Belgian captain. So a few changes going on in Belgium, it seems. Not too sure what's been going on, but looks like he'll be taking the captaincy for this week, as it looks like there is a few players that aren't in that starting 11 that you might have thought you would see. So good luck to him. Yeah, interesting to see. They've got a leg spinner bowling. There's 3 backward points, a deep cover as well. Basically saying he has to keep it outside off. Can't get too straight here, you'd imagine. He does get too straight, and he gets hit down the ground for 4. So 4 runs. Easy shot, really. And that is the first boundary in this match. Not too much turn on offer just yet, obviously with that new ball. Yeah, just 2 straight. That's easy for Ali Raza. Just has to time it down the ground, and that's what he does. 4 runs. High in the air, and oh, he's not got there in the end. It goes for 4, and maybe this will be their field setting that they have to work out. Don't think they need so many people on the offside. It just clears mid-on, and it goes for 4. Definitely half a chance there. He didn't get it anywhere near the middle of the bat. And yeah, just couldn't get his paw on it in the end. So back-to-back boundaries. And that probably will be 4 again. Yeah, it will be. So I think France will learn throughout the week. They've definitely got to have a long on or a deep mid-wicket in place if you're going to open with spin. And I'm sure throughout the week they'll figure out the right angles, but that is 3 boundaries in a row, and it takes us to the end of the first over. The score is 13 for none. Getting a little bit too straight there. You don't see too many teams open up with the leg spinner. This is what everyone's playing for in Group C, the championship week. 3 teams have made it. England 11, Spain are now newly added to that list. Netherlands 11, they were super dominant. They'll go into finals week, I think, as close running favourites with England. They looked really good. So who will go through from Group C and join them? And then obviously Group D. And then we have our 5 teams for finals week. So super exciting times out here in Spain and in Cartama. As it looks like new bowler Rahmatullah Mangal. Nice head of hair on him. So back to the pace, maybe a little bit more traditional with the new ball. There's the kids in the background. They're getting themselves around the big screen. I'm sure they'll enjoy all the live action. It gives me a good opportunity to welcome back good friend, co-commentator and survivor of working all weekend, Vinny Sandu.
Good morning. Happy New Week, everyone. Here we go. With the second over, flying take down the leg side by Aladdin Jackson. As we see, this is Rahmatullah Mangal, who is bowling over number 2. The same. Starts a long way outside off stump, ends up a long way down leg. Gets a cheeky low 10 for his trouble. A bit like your catch, that one, which has got a bit of traction, I noticed, on social media this week. Corey? Miss. So trying out the short stuff to Muneeb Mohammed, who didn't really have a great series when we were there in Belgium. Just before we came to the ECC, we had a domestic series in Belgium, which included 10 clubs, and they are a strong. They've got a strong club scene there. I think what I like about Belgium is their talent is pretty well spread amongst a number of clubs, so they have a lot of competitive matches. And Muneeb had some issues, particularly with a bit of a hand injury. The Belgian camp looking on. gets him upstairs, I think. Like helmet, going to throw, and we know that in France they like to play their cricket in pretty attacking fashion as well. But buenos dias to all of our viewers. Buenos dias, todos. Bienvenidos a Costa del Sol, and to all of our international viewers as well, who will be tuning in.
Yep, sure. There's a lot of people around the world that have jumped onto this concept, and Group C time, Vinny. Always exciting to see some new teams, isn't it?
Been waiting for this group in particular, I think.
Yeah?
Because
hard to read.
got 3 newcomers to the competition.
Yeah, that's right. How does that work with the seeding? How do you get 3 new ones in one?
Yeah, it's just the way it rolled. The invitations are based on T20 international rankings, ultimately. So a bit too wide and called. So it's just the luck of the draw, really. So you've got Scotland 11, who we'll see in the 3rd match today, and also in the night match later on.
Yep.
We've got France, you're watching right here, and also Malta, who are making their T10 international debut against Luxembourg in Game 2.
Hearing some people thinking Malta might be a real good dark horse to get around this week, but I think France as well.
Yeah.
New team, haven't seen many of them before.
Malta's one of those ones that I think domestically got a lot of players that perform well, but can they match it with some of these slightly higher ranked teams? That's the question. Ali Raza's after him. He's going to get 4 here. It's 1 bounce. Cuatro carreras. You see, right now, Mangal's a little bit all over the place. He's offside, he's leg side, he's short. And Raza, who was one of the stars of the ECT last year, he's captaining Belgium this time around, has no problem putting that one away.
Yeah, it's a poor ball. He'll be disappointed. He gets it down the leg side. And looks like some new management there in the tent for Belgium as well. Pretty excited about that one. But yeah, France, you imagine that they would be a little bit nervous this morning, playing for the first time in front of the world, basically on the ECC level. So it's a big occasion for them. What are your thoughts on this little head cap there? Well, it reminds me of the school days when you have the extra flap out the back.
Legionnaire hat. Yeah, I don't mind it. So you can see all kinds of headwear around the world. Very diverse kind of cross-section of nationalities involved in European cricket as well. Something to remember. Wow, goes after it and gets it really high. Fielder goes back and he almost takes it. Well, that's the captain, Noman Amjad. He does pretty well in the end to stop the 4. He's always kind of stuck like a deer in the headlights under that one. Went back a long way. And in the end, it's a tough chance, but a chance put down.
Yeah, it is a tough chance. In the end, somehow it hits his hand or wrist area and comes back in play. You can just sort of see France with their fielding zones, not too much T10 experience here. Probably want to deep mid on to Ali Raza.
You think so. Ali Raza was listed on the Ghent list in the ECS recently, but you didn't see him. And this one is pounded by Munib Mohammed, this time into the jungle. Well, that one is a treetop and is still going. What a shot by Munib. Maximo, the first of the week.
Yeah, he absolutely laced that to Munib Mohammed. He's a really, really good player. And he's young and got plenty of talent in that body. That's a gorgeous shot.
Did you see how far up the trees that went?
Yeah,
that's a proper hit from Ali Raza. Belgium last year, they had a plan. It was to hit 26s in innings. Just tick them off. There's one of them. It's taken a little while.
That's a gorgeous shot. Really gorgeous shot.
See once again, Mangal just a bit too short, I think, on this pitch. Though he does have a bit of pace about him. So what does he do last ball? Does he surprise him with something fuller maybe? 3 on the leg side to Munib. Oh, he gives him another one upstairs with a bit more spice on it. So I like this contest early. Belgium haven't lost a wicket through the first 2 overs though. It's 27 without loss.
Yeah, 27 for out loss. A good start from Belgium here, picking up where they left off from last year. That one really taking off. Reared up at him, didn't it?
Good comeback. I like that he doubles down on the short stuff, saying, okay, I know we lost that ball, but here's a new one. And it was right at the kind of chest area, that kind of height. So, yeah, 2 overs down. Having a look at the Group C standings. Of course, nothing to talk about there except which teams we'll see. And a lot of people talk about Malta, like you said. Luxembourg, again, I think we'll have a slightly stronger Luxembourg side than we saw last year. They've just had a bit more time to prepare. Scotland 11, they're the real wild card, I think. Probably first time playing T10 for most, if not all of those players, but I'm sure they'll be very good cricketers.
Interesting to see they're going to go double down with the spinner at the top. Don't see that often, do you, Vinny, at this level? 2 overs a spin in the power play. Still no deep long on. That worries me.
Lures him into a drive. They hustle through. Well, Ali Raza had to go the long way around that time. Bowler kind of getting in his way and caused him to take an awkward route. Have a look at this. Just had to go to the right here. Instead he goes left. So's the bowler. It's a strange bit of cricket, to be honest.
It could have been a bit controversial if there was a direct hit here. So this is where they've got to get it right. They've got Muneeb Mohammed now facing the leg spin. He might fancy this and try and get down on a knee.
Yeah, they're not going to be mucking around, are they? It's a run rate at the moment. 129 pace. Nice to see France out there. Excited to have them involved. We are planning potentially to do an ECS in France down the track. Swept and sweeps around the fielder. This will take some chasing and it won't be chased down. Smart shot. That one was a bit more placement than power from Muneeb, but equally effective. Another boundary for Belgium takes him into the 30s.
Yeah, nice shot from him. Just as we mentioned, getting down on a knee, going with the spin. This is the gamble you take when you open with the spinner. There's a lot of holes if you break it through the infield. Not easy on these small boundaries.
So, turning into the left-hander, you mentioned that field. Now they've got 4 on the leg side, but even is that enough? Just moving the square leg around. There he goes, and he pierces the gap on the offside now. Well, Muneeb turning it on. Again, he was disappointing domestically just a few weeks ago, but right now he's timing the ball very sweetly, and that's a class cricket shot. That time was all about the placement.
Yeah, nice shot. When I met Muneeb a few years ago, the first thing I noticed was his timing of the ball, and he's just got this natural ability when he hits it, it stays hit. He crunches that. That's a gorgeous shot, and he looks like he's really ticking now.
He thrives on the bowling, going up a notch as well. He's one of those players. Anyway, this is out on this one. But that would Ahmedzai.
Shame we don't have any of the Drew players that we saw in the ECL, because
this
they were super exciting.
You mentioned also the criteria to play for France may be slightly more onerous than some of the other nations. Goes after this. Premeditated, I think, over mid-wicket there. So good comeback this one from Dawood Ahmedzai. I want to say hello to a few people as well. The comment section to Lincoln, who's watching from Australia. Tikianu as well. Avinash Pai is watching. Knows all about some of the Malta players.
Yeah, some big raps on Malta. A lot of people talking about Malta. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they go this week.
Goes over the offside. This will run away for 4 as well. So Muneeb, he's playing this ultra-aggressive strategy that we know that Belgium are going to bring to the table. That's the end of a power play. A pretty decent one. It's 40 without loss after 3.
Yeah, nice hitting from Muneeb. He gets a quicker ball outside off, and all he has to do is loft it over the offside. So the spin not working in the power play. I reckon they'll revisit that. And, yeah, look, you can see the Belgium camp pretty happy with that start.
I think so. Now let's see what the strategy is from France in the middle overs, because they'll have the ability to put 5 outfielders there. And you can see 13, 14, 13. Pretty consistent scoring. Belgium have a lot of T10 experience. That's something they do have, I think, over the French here.
Yeah, I think France are going to be that team that you sort of see will slowly, progressively get better, maybe day 3, day 4. I think day 1 and day 2 might be a small shock to the system, because even Malta's team has played a lot of T10. We know Luxembourg have a bit more experience as well. Scotland might be another team that could be a slow burner. It might take Scotland a day or 2 to get their rhythm going, so curious to see how they are a little bit later.
Yeah, I think it'll be very interesting to see Scotland. A lot of people in the chat talking about that already. Adrian Neal, the Scottish giant, will be a handful, says Pierce Fletcher. Hello, Pierce, and congratulations once again for qualifying with the Netherlands 11. Hello to Blaze Cook as well. Well, goes after this, doesn't quite get it. Hang in the air. Now, this is a catching opportunity, and it is caught at the second chance. And, well, that one went up a long way in the air. A slight misjudgment, but Ali Raza, the captain, has to go for 18. He's the first wicket of Group C, and Belgium now are 40 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket, really big wicket. Well done to the French side on their first wicket at the ECC. Ali Raza going for his favoured hoik over the leg side, just skies it this time. And just for a moment there, he didn't look too comfortable, but gets it on the second bite.
He does. And you can see.
It's one of those ones that pops up absolutely perfectly for you.
Yeah. So maybe it's a little bit lucky getting that second chance. And luck doesn't always give you second chances, but it does on that occasion for the captain, Noman Amjad, who's had the ball following him so far in this innings. So Belgium 40 for 1. Raza, 18 off 7, doesn't waste any time. That's the way they play. Just didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. Found it difficult. It was a big top edge. Just brings Sherry Butt to the crease at number 3.
Yeah, well, the French side going with left arm off spin straight away after the power play. So 3 overs of spin out of the first 4. So going to be interesting to see how many quicks they do have as they apply themselves for the very first time at the ECC.
So yeah, Sherry was a century maker in the previous series we had in Belgium, just in early September. Getting some left arm spin. This is Zone Ahmed.
Yeah,
Started with a wicket.
You had some big scores out there, didn't you, in Mechelen? Real small on one side.
Yeah, it was, there's one side there, which is probably 10% smaller over cover for the right-hander.
Yep.
Just because of the pre-existing structure in the way in that ground. Takes this off the stumps, and this is hanging. Well, I was a bit worried there. We're going to have a collision in the end. I think this has gone all the way. Maximal. That could have been disastrous. I didn't hear a lot of calling out there. And Sherry Butt gets his tournament off the mark with a 6.
Well, it was right in between the two, but I reckon this is half a chance. Just a little bit of communication.
I think that's more good luck than good management. There's not a collision there. Sherry's after him, goes straight, doesn't quite get it. Again, this is going to be exciting to watch because they've only lost 1 wicket. We're into the 4th over. Belgium will bat down to 8, 9. They'll all be able to hit 6s.
And a nice message in from the Dutch captain, Sebastian Brats, tuned in. So good morning and hope you enjoyed the spoils. And it's always the way, isn't it? After a team plays in the group, they always tune in the next week because they want to watch what they could be coming up against.
Yeah, big hello to you, Sebastian. Congratulations again. Left-hander now. He pumps this, it's into the gap, and it's going to be 4. So once again, his placement has been excellent so far. I think he's targeting this gap, and no matter where the ball was, I think he was going for it all the way along the carpet. 4 runs. That brings up the 50 as well for Belgium.
Yeah, once again, just crisp timing and just a bit of a learning curve for the French here. The young bowlers flighting it quite a lot, and they're adjusting well. Zayn Ahmed maybe has to tart one through a little bit more, or a little bit more pace on the ball, because these batsmen are too good, and they will adjust.
Takes the pace off this again. He's really not afraid to take all the air out of the ball, isn't he here, Ahmad? And in the end, he goes for 12. So not the worst over. Does pick up the first wicket for France in ECC cricket. It is 52 for 1 after 4.
So how's your weekend, Vinny? I haven't seen you for a little bit.
You had yesterday off, and congratulations. I heard that you had some excellent Chinese food. True?
True.
That's all right. Hey, here, I've got spies around. And I had a good weekend. I obviously was covering the fan code T10.
Yeah, Catalonia ended up being the
Catalonia
champions.
CC, very, very good. Muhammad Khan, 131 not out. Highest score we've seen so far on ECN in 2022, and highest team score we've seen this year, and the second highest ever, 219 by Catalonia CC. What a performance that was.
3 runs away from breaking the 2-2-2, which we do feel will stand for a long time. As looks like France will go back to some pace now. It looks like they've gone to Noman Amjad, the captain of France. So it will be interesting to see how he goes. Video question, I heard a small rumour, I don't know if it's 100% true, but all the French players have to have passports to play for France?
I wasn't aware of that, because normally the ICC criteria is you have to qualify either by citizenship, so holding a passport, or there's a residency requirement. And that's something that
most teams
I just heard this morning, but I wasn't aware of that.
It is true though. Did you double check?
I haven't double checked it.
Yeah, I believe that is the rule in France. You have to have a passport to play. You can't just reside there for 3 years, because a lot of teams have players that's just through residency.
Sure. That's very common. But this French team, they're going to be here. They're going to be giving a good fight. I don't doubt that at all.
I imagine they've got a lot of friends at home that are there. There's Stefan Gooch. Good to see him out of the middle.
Yes. Doing game 1 in Group C. Welcome to Stefan, the umpiring panel. Manib is going to just drive this down long off for 1. Manib was probably a little bit disappointing last year in the ECC. you know, he's still a young player, that's for sure. Did seem like he could mix it with the best, but probably didn't do it as consistently as he would have liked.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is Sherry Butt, so left-hand, right-hand combination I think is also pretty useful. This is the captain, Noman Amjad. Gets this through, and yeah, France, they had some off-pace bowlers. They've also had some pretty good pace bowlers that aren't afraid to bring the heat early on in this contest.
Yeah, some decent wheels about that. They're a little bit different. They've got mid-wicket in the ring and third man back, which not many teams opt for. So it looks like he's got some nice pace here, the captain. I'm sure he is absolutely ecstatic to be leading his country in the ECC for the very first time.
This is going to be thick edge down to third man. So a bit of spice here from the captain, Oman Amjad.
Yeah, well, they'll be thinking if they can get a couple of wickets. You never know what can happen. Looking at this Belgian side in front of me, the 11, they've got a little bit compared to last year, maybe not as much batting depth. Looks like a couple that are missing. I think if you were to get through Sherry, Subbers, Akilks next, from then on, you might fancy yourself a little bit more. Compared to last year, it felt like they batted to 10.
Yeah, I kind of saw that when I saw the lineup. That almost had tail, but certainly not quite as strong as usual. But this is pretty strong thinking from Muneeb Mohammed. Executes this one perfectly. He knows that Amjad's bringing the heat here, so he doesn't try to hit. He just tries to deflect, and he gets away with it. What a nice little shot for 4.
Yeah, good young player, clever batting, and fine leg was very, very square. It doesn't even matter if he was in a regular spot, I should say. That was 4 no matter what. So good batting from Muneeb. He's really ticking on 29 now.
Oh, he's lucky to survive this. And the keeper likes it, but I can't say I heard anything. What I thought I was going to hear was the off-stump cartwheeling out of the ground.
No, not far away. Jackson, the keeper, who looks pretty good. He was up straight away, but we didn't hear anything through our effects mics.
Seems like fresh air to me. But again, look at that carry to the keeper. This ball's flying through at the moment. Love some fast cricket. The block hole pretty well bowled. And this goes a fair way. Well, something's happened here. Well, this is close, you know, closer than you think.
I have a feeling he made it, Vinny. I think a better throw. It was a little bit high. We're going to go up and take a look, though.
I think this is close. I can't see what was dropped. It was actually the keeper, I think, that dropped his glove, planning this throw early, which just shows me he's thinking ahead. Right, here we go. Look at this. It is...
Oh, tell you
very
what.
close, just in, I think.
Good work from the keeper.
Yeah, that was very inventive stuff by Jackson. I told you it was close, but Muneeb, he gets there by a matter of inches. So will be 2 runs to finish the over. And Belgium, in their first match of their tournament, of course, runners up last year. They're 64 and up to 5. Very, very good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, joined here in the commentary box. First up by Corey Ruckers. Of course, Rico Full will be here a little bit later in the day, but welcome. Yeah, Group C. I think that C is going to be a group that we're going to love with 3 newcomers. Belgium, the runners up from last year, and the Scotland 11, which are a real wild card as well. Should be really exciting stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Scotland 11 will be the most exciting as Sherry Butt goes. Well, slow left arm off spin does the trick. And, well, we had to cut away quickly there, but, yeah, it was another slow delivery from the spinner, but it does the trick and a really nice catch, Vinny.
Yeah, very good catch. We're pausing because this is where we normally have a drinks break, but because temperature isn't quite high enough, we're just going to plough straight through. And Sherry Butt, yeah, I think, just doesn't really make a huge effort to keep this one down. And once again, this catch is taken in the circle. So it shows you that taking chances is going to be really important, I think. Even with Belgium having this kind of reputation of having a long batting lineup, you still got to take the chances and move the line. And it's never so easy for batters that are going out there for the first time. Sherry, unfortunately, can't get more than 8 in this first game. Did hit a 6 in there. Belgium lose their second wicket at 60 for 2.
Yeah, slow, loopy, but got a bit of extra bounce. We've seen a lot of extra bounce this year. It's been noted down by most people. And a nice catch in the end. So France, well, they're applying themselves well, but here comes a man, Sabah Zakil. We called him when I was coaching Belgium Insana, because he is crazy. He could hit this first ball 200 metres or he could run past it. You don't know.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Saber Zakil. He's got these kind of magical wrists that snap through the ball, and he was one of the batters of the tournament last year. No doubt about that.
Mike Buckland in the chat says he reckons France have the quickest fast bowlers so far.
Yeah.
There's a few other teams that might argue that.
It's pretty quick for a Monday morning, though. It's, I think they've bowled with good aggression. That's probably what I'd say. Anyway, here we go with Zakil for the first time.
Well, he just made me seem like a lie. Great fielding. Tell you what, really good. And yeah, Stefan Gooch will just go up for a cheeky little look because Muneeb Mohammed was a little bit slow getting out the blocks.
I have a feeling he's just home here again. Muneeb doesn't seem too bothered about this, but he had to stretch all the way. Let's have a look at it here. He plonks, but he plonks just in time, I think.
That's probably why they have a check, because he does plonk it down.
Yeah.
But besides France, maybe they've got their angles a little bit wrong this morning. Besides that, their intent in the field's very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
These are good players. I think they'll really enjoy this format of the game as well. They just have played so much so far. I know at this stage we have teams playing 8 matches and then potentially finals. I know that in the future, as we involve more countries, potentially they won't be able to play that many. It might be more like 4 matches and finals.
Yep.
So at least this format does give France and Malta and Scotland the chance to kind of settle into the tournament a little bit. He's on the charge and he pumps this one high and a long way over. Deep mid-wicket. That is Maximal. 6 runs to Muneeb Mohammed. Now he's standing up for Belgium.
Yeah, Muneeb Mohammed growing in stature here. That's a great shot. Again, slow from Ahmed, and he gets down the wicket to help him generate a bit more pace and absolutely laces that. Good to see our ball boy out there not go for the catch and just collect it.
So it might be Pete out there. Can't see, it's a long way from us. That ball went a long way, didn't it? Hello to Conrad Greenshields as well in the comments section. Nice to see you, Conrad.
What's Conrad doing? Does he ever do any work?
No, he's just doing a bit of study. I think we might see Conrad again in week 5, you know.
Well.
Uh-oh, he gets this wrong, but he gets lucky.
I'll tell you what, direct hit again. Oh, would have been close.
How many steps did he take before he threw that? But, yeah, you need to have a bit of luck in this form of the game. I don't care what you say. Yeah, sometimes a false shot will go straight to the fielder, sometimes it won't. Anyways, Zakil, let's see if he can get going. Again, he had a bit of an issue with his shoulder.
Yeah, well, there's the school kids that have come out this morning. Vinny, is that Rico doing some autographs?
Yeah. British International School of Marbella are here today. So, yeah, big hello to them. I'll be catching up with them, I'm sure, in a little bit as well. A bit short, Zakil pulls. And I think one of the things I noticed from him in the ECS recently, he's playing for Beverin, who we will see at the ECL next year, believe it or not. He just did seem to go a bit too far straight away. I think he is one guy that he can still be aggressive, but he's so good. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away, going for the wrong shot in the first couple of balls. See, he is happy to take one a couple of times. And then charges, but then Bowl, I think, makes the adjustment there. Didn't want to miss that, but he didn't. He'll retain the strike, moves to 39, 6 overs down. Belgium are 70 for 2.
Yeah, Belgium will be the happier of the two sides at the moment. They've got 24 balls and a massive platform to maybe get themselves around to that 120 mark.
I want to say hello to Liam Day, who's watching from New Zealand. And, of course, all of our viewers watching on our international broadcast partners as well. I know we're on Fan Code in India and the subcontinent. We're also on Fox Sports in Australia. We're on Free Sports in the UK. Star Times Network in Africa. ATN in Canada. Sportsmax in Jamaica and the Caribbean. La Liga TV right here in Spain. VG in Norway. Swiss Sport TV. 11 Sports Italy. TVR in Romania. Streamstar in Austria. And Sport Deutschland.tv in Germany. So wherever, however you're watching, it's great to have your company. Settle in, because there's still 3 more weeks of this European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket. There's nothing quite like it. One thing they have to watch here is the time. And I can see already it's ticking down. Inexperienced teams will often drag in their overs.
Yeah, it'll take them a little bit of time to get used to this format. It's so different from anything they would have done before.
Well, full toss, and he might have hit it straight to the fielder. And he will go. Some question of height here on this, but I think it's just below the waist.
I thought that was okay. Just with the bat swing and the angle that he hit it, for me, it looked okay. I don't think they're checking it, so Manib Mohammed will have to go. It's a wicket for Mangal off his very first ball. That'll make him feel good. Yeah, we'll have a look, Vinny. I thought it was okay.
Yeah, probably just okay. See when it reaches him. But, I think the issue here is as good as his placement was earlier. I think look at the trajectory of that ball. I think it's dipping, and as he hits it, it's probably at the waist, kind of slightly bent back leg as well. So I think that one will be fine, and it will be the wicket of Manib goes for 39. Well, the kids, they want some autographs. Probably not the best time, and they rush at Manib, but it was a good innings nonetheless, with 2 sixes and 5 fours in there as he leaves the field. His team is 70 for 3.
Yeah, so it looks like Khalid Ahmadi's coming out now, and Khalid Ahmadi's more a bowler, and surprising to see him up so high, which does tell me that the Belgian batting this year might not be as strong as last year. He does hit spinners very well, though.
He goes straight away. The smiling assassin might have found trouble here, and he has. And he's gone. Well, talk about staying the right side of the border. He had to trip the light fantastic as he takes a fantastic run in catch. Rahmatullah Mangal takes the catch. Rahula Mangal with a wicket. And can you believe it? It is Ahmadi, fresh out of luck. He's gone.
What a catch this is. They're going to check it. They're going to make sure it doesn't touch the rope. But this is a great catch on a Monday morning. Khalid Ahmadi goes for it very first ball. And have a look at this.
Sometimes you try and slow yourself up. He runs faster, just tries to change direction. Look, he just says, okay, I'm just going to double down on the speed, but I just have to take a little turn to the right. And so Ahmadi's going to have to go. And disappointment for him. But what about that? That is something else, isn't it? And how about this start for Rahula Mangal? He's got 2 for 0. He's on a hat-trick. He's got 2 wickets off his first 2 balls in T10 international cricket.
That has to be some sort of record, right? I don't know if anyone else has got 2 from 2 in your very first 2 balls.
Wow, that's a crazy catch as well. I've got to say, I mean, even to catch it in the first place, had to kind of contort his body goalkeeper style up and to the left. But
that's
again,
a proper catch, Vinny. That's
Khalid
a stunning
Ahmadi
catch.
just kind of exemplifying the approach, though.
Yeah, that's the way Belgium play. But for me, if you remember last year, Khalid Ahmadi, he didn't play, but he would usually come down in number 10 for a Belgian batting line. So surprised to see him up so early. It does tell me maybe their batting isn't as long as last year. But we'll see. It's a long week. Malikel coming in next, and he was listed to come out early. Well, here's the list, Vinny. These are the amount of hat-tricks we've had this year.
I know that Daniel Eckstein's watching. Big D. And he's on that list. We're looking for a new page, though. We'll have to start a new page for hat-trick number 31. I've got a feeling we'll see one this week. We only saw 1 hat-trick last week. We saw 4 hat-tricks in Group A. All right, here we go. Hat-trick ball. Hamid Malikel, the batter. It's a low full toss. Well, it won't be a hat-trick, but it might be a run-out. In fact, it will be a run-out. I'm sure he hasn't got back here. What a piece of fielding. He hits one stump. They're going to go upstairs. But this is a team hat-trick, I think, on the way. And Mangal, well, sending this innings into disarray. And you can just tell from the body language from Zakil, he knows he's in trouble.
Well, this is why they call him Insana, because he's not always there. There was never a run there, ever. He hit it straight to mid-wicket, called no. But Sabah Zakil was already running down the wicket. And they've gone up to the 3rd umpire, but I think Sabah's already slowly walking off. He knows.
He's gone here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be out once we slow it down a bit.
Yeah, there we go. He's nowhere near it.
Great fielding. Brilliant fielding. And he'll be devastated, but what a good comeback from the French side.
3 wickets in 3 balls. It is crazy stuff. This really is cricket on steroids. And Belgium off to a great start, but now they have lost those wickets. Look, if you told them there'll be 4 wickets down in the 7th over, they wouldn't be too bothered. Actually, just the fashion that they've lost wickets so quickly does throw them into disarray a little bit. And France, I think it's giving them a lot of confidence. What a piece of fielding, though. I've got to say that to grab that, to hit one stump, doesn't get any better than that. Unfortunately for Zakil, though, his start to the ECC is a bit of a sorry one. He's run out for just 2 off 2 balls, and it's 70 for 5.
Oh, good ball this time, beating the inside edge. Yeah, well, the big thing here is Belgium now have lost probably their renowned bigger hitters. Sabah Zakil, Ali Raza, Sherry Bart, Manib and Khalid Ahmadi. So it's going to be interesting to see how these 2 go about it, especially after 3 wickets in 3 balls.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's a great throw by Mengiswaran Kanasane for France. He certainly looked alive. I think they've been waiting for this opportunity. We haven't seen really enough of them on ECN over the last couple of years. Alec Kell goes for it, gets a bit lucky as it's around the infielder. It'll just be a single.
What did you say next year we might be doing an ECS in France? Where? Paris?
I know the ground's slightly outside of Paris, probably the one I'm thinking of, maybe 60 k's away.
I hope you've got me on that roster. That's the city of love, Vinny.
Well, I'm worried now. You probably were on it, actually. We'll have to find out. Anyway, here's Shagrai Safat, who's coming out at number 7. Yeah, it was nice to say bonjour. Haven't said that in a while this morning. Off cutter this time. Safat will get off the mark and end of a very memorable over for Rahula Mangal. He takes 3 for 2 in it, changes the game. Score is 72 for 5 after 7. But one thing I'm worried about, look at that timer. Our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant. You have 40 minutes to try and finish the first 9 overs, basically. Anyway, I want to say that we are doing the Crickathon once again this week. We have a new question of the week, which is pretty interesting. I'll come to that in a second, but the question of the day is how many wickets will fall today? You have to make a guess. You can go to crickathon.com. It's free to register. And yesterday's winner, it was actually Friday's winner, was Ian McDougall from Australia. So well done to you, Ian. And yeah, the question of the week, what are the ways in which AI and IoT could transform the experience of game viewing? So AI, artificial intelligence, IoT, the Internet of Things. Go to crickathon.com to register. It's free to do so. Well, this is pumped, and I think it's going to travel out of the ground. What a shot. Maximo. Safat coming in, and he's just trying to get a little bit of momentum back. This is Ramatullah Mangal coming back for his second over, and he disappears for 6 first ball.
Well, there's no worries about the striking level of Belgium. That's a gorgeous shot from Safat. It's every piece of that. Much needed 6 for the Belgians just to keep them a little bit calm.
See there, it's a kind of heavy length, isn't it? It's holding across the seam, it looks like here. So maybe hoping for a bit of variable bounce. Once again, this is that same kind of length. It's going to disappear the other way now. Little outside edge, evades the keeper and 4 runs.
Yeah, so this time he gets a little bit of luck. It's a small edge that flies past the keeper. Back-to-back boundaries after an over that had 3 wickets.
Well, we certainly know.
10 out of 10 for the effort.
The keeper, Hewitt Jackson, can fly. And almost so high, he needed an oxygen mask that time, but it wasn't high enough to pull it in. Safat off to the races. Maybe it's his little contribution that could help. Nothing little about this. Those miles in the air should be gone. Well, 2 fielders converge, and it's dropped, and it gets away from them as well. So it'll be 2 runs. That was actually the area that we saw the bowler Mangal taking a catch, albeit a slightly different one. But that time, it gets grassed.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity. Went miles in the air, had snow on it. But you got to take it. You just see he starts to move a little bit backwards at the point of contact to catch it. So it wasn't balanced and
just gets caught under it. It's very hard then to change direction and go back at the last minute. So Safat swinging away.
No hat, no sunnies as well. And there's a giant ball of hydrogen that he's looking into.
You're right. Well, goes for this as well, but hasn't got it. This is another catching opportunity. And this time his luck's run out. So Safat, high risk, high return. And, well, look at that. Well, Rico is obviously coaching their kids in Cricket Crowd 101, but it does the trick so far. Fresh out of luck there, and Belgium now 84 for 6.
Well, the difference with Zayn Hamid to his teammate a ball ago, look at this, big floppy hat, sunglasses, so when he points up to the sun in a moment, he knows. And the kids have come all the way from school, and they're giving the batsman his marching orders.
Yeah, so advanced send-offs from Rico Full and the British International School of Marbella. So this innings has really taken a turn, hasn't it? They were 60 for 1 at the halfway point. Since then, they've lost 5 wickets for 24 runs in the space of, what is that, just 2.4 overs. So,
yep, good comeback from the French side. They're showing that they definitely belong here. And well, Maridek Rami will come out now. He's a little left-hander, but he's more than handy with the bat. You might see him open the bowling later as well with his left arm off-spin / swing.
Gotta say, nice to see so many youngsters getting involved. It's part of our cricket school project here. Trying to get youngsters all across Europe to take up cricket. Of course, not an established sport in a lot of the countries that you'll see represented here at the ECC.
We've had plenty of schools, haven't we?
Yeah, well, every week it's a new school, and every week, every day, it's new kids. So it's different classes that come. I know all the kids really look forward to it. A big thank you to all the coaches involved and the teachers for their support. Anyway, here we go with Ekarami. It certainly gives it both barrels. That'll be a wide. So just a reminder, if you missed it the first time, our question today is how many wickets will there be? And I can give you an
I'll go
average.
70, 71.
71 today. So,
I'm going on average of 7 wickets per innings.
okay.
And there'll be an innings of 10 or something somewhere.
Big swing and miss. No contact from Ekarami.
Yeah, so what? Because if, like this one might be 7 or 8, and then there might be a 6. But if there's someone that chases well later, maybe it'll be less.
Yeah. I think it'll be slightly less. I'd go around something in the 50s maybe. But how many wickets will fall today? Go to crickathon.com. And, you know, don't forget, you could win an internship with HCL Software. That's for the question of the week question. How could artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things transform the experience of cricket game viewing? Strike 3 for Ekarami. And this will be the end of the over as well. So 85 for 6.
A lot of people mentioning the timer, but also with that timer there, Vinny, have we added the minute for after 5 minutes?
I'm pretty sure they have. Yeah,
oh, really?
I'm pretty sure they add in the allowances to that. So, again, this is maybe a little bit of inexperience from France.
I reckon they're going to be okay. 3 minutes. Do you give an extra 30 seconds leeway?
I think as long as they finish this over by the time it runs out, they'll be okay.
Okay.
But they're really...
We haven't had it this tournament, have we?
I think we might have had one.
Really?
So obviously they would add 1 minute to the timer because
here's that
6 wicket fell.
Here's the worm you love, Vinny. Obviously going northwards, of course.
I know you're not a huge fan of the worm.
Oh, get rid of it. It's such a...
Oh, that hurts.
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, you can't be
gotta
having
hurry
the old dead ball. Yeah, that does hurt. It's basically a 7-ball over now.
Yeah, so again, they don't realise maybe that they will lose 5 runs for this, or they'll give away 5 penalty runs.
I imagine they've watched a lot of cricket. I'm sure the umpires out there are filling them in. Got to get the ball back to the bowler here, and no wides.
So this is the thing, but sometimes they say that, but they don't really follow through. On ECN, they will follow through with time penalties, as we know. It's really critical we stay on time. Hello to Danush. Welcome to you, as well as Charlie. Hope you were good, Charlie. Nice to see you. Sundori in Johns. And Riasad saying, yeah, Portugal conceded the time penalty. That's the one. I did remember that.
Of course it was under Conrad's leadership.
Edged and gone. So there'll be a wicket here. I mean, Malik Kell's going to go. They will have another minute added to that timer for the wicket because the 6 wicket onwards, you get an extra minute.
Really? So is it every wicket you get after that, you get a minute?
And the first 5 wickets, you don't get an allowance, but from the 6th wicket onwards, you get an allowance. So you'll probably see that timer will jump by a minute in a second.
Well, that's a big wicket then. That could be a 5-run saving wicket.
But the thing is, it kind of counteracts by the fact it takes about a minute for the new batter to come in. So it doesn't actually move the needle that much.
Yeah, okay.
So
if you're a clever batsman here, are you getting to the crease at 88 seconds?
Absolutely.
Well, byplay.
Absolutely.
Tell you what, I've been mighty impressed with France here. They're going up against a team that last year surprised a few people to get to the final, and right now they've got them 85 for 7. Good comeback.
Yeah. This is Rehan Fires. He's no mug with a bat either. We saw him doing some very good things for Ghent in the previous ECS we had.
You know what I think it is a little bit? It's just that the French side, they're so new to this sort of representing the country at this level with a lot going on, and they might fall a little bit behind the time, but no one does it on purpose. I doubt you'll see them do it again.
Yeah, true. Mike Buglin's asking, is there a timer the fielding team can see? It's on a huge, giant screen at the ground. So there certainly is.
Oh, that hurts. That's a big wide.
We're going to see it. The timer back in a second, but that hurts as well. Any extra deliveries? We had a dead ball to start the over.
Yep. Little things go a long way in this format. But overall, a good comeback from France. I mean, the Belgium side came out, took them to the sword early as they do.
See, that's with the minute added.
I would be going off the old one-stepper here.
Driven.
So this is a good one. You've got it straight to go. The jog back, get that ball in hand.
This is the thing with it being on the big screen.
then
Well, I hope
the
what we're
players,
saying...
maybe they're just a bit oblivious to it, but...
I'll tell you who's not oblivious, the kids. They're loving it out
yeah,
there.
I have to go meet them in a second. And,
Oh, you and Rico, I'll stay up here and do all the work, eh?
actually, it's a break. Full toss, gets a bit lucky, but I think they want to here. Good throw will be gone. For some reason, he goes the other way. Almost knocks it on the top of the bails at the bowler's end, but it will be 2 to Akrami.
Yeah, well, I guess a little bit of luck there. That was a low full toss, and Akrami will be disappointed he didn't get it away. Amjad, he's been pretty good, the captain. Looks like a good, strong action. Bowling cross seam.
A few of the French bowlers doing that. It's going
Oh,
nowhere.
wow.
How did that go around the stumps?
Well, it sort of hit him. He's inside edged it onto his back leg, and it sort of spun around the stumps. I wish we had a giant horn for when the clock gets to 0.
Yeah.
Well, watch this here. What a bit of backspin, and you can see it fizzing right there.
Again, the final word goes to the tournament referee, but yeah, I think could be in trouble.
Yeah, lots of people in the chat saying that they're really happy and good to see France's bowling performance. They've been mighty impressed. Well bowled.
Swing and a miss, so just out. And the score at the end of 9, we think, is 89 for 7.
Well, while it's a topic and while we're talking about it right now, Vinny, so does it basically from the moment that ball's bowled, its time would stop, or is it when the umpires get there, or how's the
thing
logistics?
Is, it's meant, I think the letter of the law is you need to be ready to start the 10th over. I think the way it's being applied is as long as you finish your 9th over by the time. And,
I have a feeling they're being told now. I reckon it might be. I'm not sure. Just watch the umpires.
well, I don't see anything, so they must have just gotten away with it.
Well, it is Monday morning. Shot.
Yeah, that's a big one, because, I mean, well, the clock's constantly being adjusted for these things.
Let's talk
and I know it's only a ball or two, but still.
Okay, but let's talk about, there's been a few balls that have been lost. The umpires at one stage had a chat for a while about, I can't remember, drinks or something.
But time is getting added. There is added time. That clock moves with those things.
Interesting.
So yeah, I'm a little bit surprised.
Oh, it's a slower ball.
Because
one thing France have done the whole time, they've kept mid-wicket in the ring. It's actually worked quite nicely for him. He's had a good little fielding gay out there.
Yeah, he has. It's, right now.
It's a Monday morning, Vinny. Let it go. It's a Monday morning. Don't start my week this way. I got a lot of rest yesterday.
I know you did. I'm pleased for you. This is going nowhere. And now, I think he's home here.
Yeah, Akrami's very quick between the wickets. I used to call him Caspar because he moves so silently. But yeah, I think he's gotten home out.
All I can think is maybe on the 7th wicket, final thing on clock, is that they hadn't added that 1 minute on yet, because I didn't see it jump. I would have thought it would have jumped a little bit.
Yeah, as you can see, he's home. He's quick. One thing, is this a fair observation? When you look at the batting lineup that we saw from last year to this year, do you think they look just a tad not as fiery, the Belgians? That top order's dangerous.
Yeah, I kind of picked it when I saw the batting lineup. I said, okay, probably not batting all the way down as far as they did last year. So you're seeing at the moment that the kind of lower order aren't really providing too many fireworks here. Bowling though.
Helix is trying to tell me rules are rules. Oh, Helix. Rules are meant to be broken. That's the beauty of life. 3 balls remaining. Belgium, well, they'll probably want to try and get to 100 if they can. Psychological barrier.
Well, in the air. This one should be caught. Well, keeper is going to go for it in the end. Shoots a bit of a nasty look to the bowler, but then congratulates him. That is the protocol as a keeper. When someone gets in your grill, you catch it. And you shoot him a dirty look, but then you say, well done, because that will be Akrami. Couldn't really move the needle here. He goes for 3. The score is 92 for 8.
Oh, he's got fantastic figures as well at the moment. But no, I've really been impressed with Jackson, the keeper. He looks like a live wire, and he hasn't really missed much. Good keeping again from him. This one high up on the bat. Akrami not able to get it away, splices it. And I like it when a keeper takes initiative, he calls his name, and he gets it.
Yeah, well done. I've been impressed with his energy behind the stumps. Have it, Aladdin Jackson. And so it will be Their number 10 to come out
Did
now.
you see the controversy? People are saying rules are rules in the chat. You see the controversy with the man-cad the other day?
Yeah, that happened over the weekend.
That's out. No
Yeah.
question in my mind that's out.
I probably don't have that long to talk about it. I'll give you...
That's probably a good thing.
Yeah. All right, might as well have a go, but you got to get it first. Will they try? No, just a single. Here's the thing with it. People are saying, oh, but at the point of delivery, she was in. She wasn't. You know, she was almost in, but she definitely leaves early. And it's not really deception from the bowler because the bowler never swings their arm over. That's the thing. The rule is you can't go past the perpendicular. She didn't, not even close. So it's just poor non-striking.
Well, here we're going to get a run out right at the back end. Good match awareness from Jackson, the keeper. He rolls it to Mangal, who's got amazing figures on debut of 3 for 6.
Very good work,
Yep.
isn't it? And that bottom just fell out of that innings. 60 in the first half, 33 in the second half. They lose 7 wickets in the second half as well. So Belgium, certainly a lot less than they would have wanted on the board. I'm going to say France, I was impressed by their energy. I have to see how they stick them, but right now I think they're in control of this game.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be pretty happy, France, with their comeback in the last 5 overs. I think Belgium's bowling lineup will still be confident. They'll be able to rustle a few feathers of that French lineup. But overall, a good comeback on debut from the French side.
Yeah, so you can see that the Belgium team have it all to do. Let's roll the highlights. And it was a new week of action and a new team at the UCC. France were there and they are really enjoying the experience. I think great to see the kids from the Cricket School project involved in the teams coming onto the ground. Well, this one was an almost from Noman Amjad, the captain. The ball following him a little bit early, but early, I've got to say, Muneeb Mohammed, he was really impressive with his ball striking along with Ali Raza. They got Belgium off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, it was those two again, the familiar pair of last year that came out here and getting on with it from ball 1 this morning. We know how dangerous that top order is. And Muneeb Mohammed was pretty impressive with his timing. We've mentioned a few times he's a gorgeous player of the ball. Reminds me a little bit of Musa Ahmed of the Netherlands, the way he plays. Just a small left-hander that loves to get it away. But this was the big wicket. Ali Raza, the captain of Belgium, he had to go for one too many swipes across the line. Sherry Butt maybe got a bit of a life there off one of his very first balls as Muneeb Mohammed just kept going on his merry way. But credit to France, they stuck to it and they put up with this onslaught early because Belgium were probably looking at maybe 125 to 130. And the biggest thing for me, the French keeper and the French fielding overall was pretty good. Even though there was a few mistakes, they caught the ones that mattered. And this was one of them. Sherry Butt had to go. Really nice catch there. Muneeb Mohammed, he kept going on his merry way until this, a low full toss. It's amazing how many times a low full toss will get the dismissal. He'll be mighty disappointed not to get that one away and even get himself to a 50. It brought Khalid Amadi out up the order and he had to go to a sensational running catch by Mangal. One of the better ones we've seen on the network. And then some beautiful fielding in the inner ring by Kassani. He'll be really happy with that. Only 1 stump and a half to hit and he hit it and Sabah Zakil had to go. Sifat got one away out the middle and you can see Belgium trying to get themselves back into this game and motivated. A little bit of luck along the way. But overall, the last 5 overs, it was all France. They took their chances. They bowled good lengths. The kids gave it out. That's the most important thing. And they took quite a lot of wickets. Belgium just didn't have that firepower that we usually see. They have, especially from last year, that lower order basically hit everything for 6. Not today. Ikrami had to go high on the bat. Another dismissal for Jackson, the keeper, who was a live wire. He gets a run out at the back end and sensational bowling from Mangal, who finished with fantastic figures. So overall, it was one of those innings of 2 halves. It was all Belgium the first 5 and all France the second 5. As we take a quick look at the scorecards. And for me, it was that top order, Muneeb Mohammed and Ali Raza, but really Muneeb Mohammed, good innings, 39 off 22. But not much support from anyone else. Definitely some players missing for Belgium. And they'll be disappointed. Sabah Zakil, that run out was a really big moment because we know how dangerous he can be. Once he wasn't there, it made it a little bit tough for the Belgium side, and he ended up only on 93 for 9. As we take a quick look at the bowling figures as well, and for the French side, on debut in the ECC, I think they'll be pretty happy as a bowling collective, but really that man at the bottom, Mangal, 3 for 6 is phenomenal on your international T10 debut. Amjad 1 for 12 and Ahmed 2 for 22. The openers got a little bit of tap around, but that can happen, especially when you're bowling in the power play. So that does take us to the halfway stage in Group C, Game 1, I should say. France, they're going to need 94 to maybe cause a pretty big upset over Belgium. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to some T10 action. We're at the halfway stage between this game between Belgium and France. France making their ECC debut. First time we've seen the national team come and play T10 cricket live on the network. Super exciting for them. And, well, is there a little bit of an upset on the cards? They were able to restrict Belgium after a tough first 5 overs and peg them back pretty well. And I was impressed with their intent in the field and seeing how they went about it. A good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code. Hope you're doing well out there, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat and all our network providers around the world. Hope you're ready for the back half of this one. Great to see so many people logging in and watching. The Dutch national captain, Harrison Ward from England, Conrad Greenshields from Portugal. We truly are going global, as it looks like it's going to be deep cover and third man as the 2 boundary riders. And, well, the question is, what's France's batting going to be like? Not many of us know. There's 3 new teams in this group, so a little bit of a baptism of fire for them. Inside with the new ball. Here we go. Oh, low full toss, and he hits it straight to square leg, who has a little fumble through his legs and just the 1 run. So for France, they'll be hoping for a really good power play. A good power play could set them up on the course to potentially cause an upset win here this morning. I think Belgium went into this as hot favourites, but they look like they've gone through some personnel change as well. Definitely some players missing and some new faces that I've not seen before. So they'll be starting from fresh today, as we get to see Jabakel on strike. He's going to be with Jackson, who just got off the mark. Jackson was very good with the gloves. Nice to watch. Nice pace, bit of a way swing. Looked a little bit quick for Jabakel there. Couldn't jar his bat down on it. What they don't want to do here, France, is fall into their shells. They'll want to get a good power play. Wild play and miss this time by Jabakel. So nice start from Amadai, who's got decent pace about him, getting a little bit of way swing. Couple of loose strokes from the French batsman here. So he needs to keep calm, get his bat on ball for his nation. And more swing and another play and miss. So Jabakel looks a little bit behind the 8 ball here. It looks a little bit too quick for him. He needs to get his mind and eyes focused. That one just sneaking inside the tram line. And once again, another play and miss. So Jabakel really struggling here. And these are balls outside off stump, and any bit of bat on it might skew away for 4. Unfortunately, you can just see he's a bit stuck on the crease. Not too sure how to play it. Poor start for France here. They need to get going. They need a boundary just to calm the nerves. Well, there you go. A bit of bat on it, but oh, Adnan drops a sitter and it goes for 6. Well, that should have been caught. And unfortunately, it will go all the way. It's a big opportunity, and it goes for 6 in the end, so it ruins what would have been a phenomenal first over for Belgium. And you can see Adnan, who is not the fittest man on the field, and, well, fitness and health do go a long way with your fielding. He drops a sitter, and it goes for 6. And this is how many games we've had without a golden ball. 98 matches. We're almost getting back up to 3 figures, and every time I swear that I look at this, it just keeps climbing upwards. Been way too long. I'm sure we will get at least 1 in the ECC. So now it looks like Maridek Rami is going to come on to bowl. He opened the bowling for a lot of last year. A little left arm off spinner that has a good arm ball. He swings it in a long, long way. Besides getting hit in the final last year, besides the final, he bowled really, really well, I thought. Had some good figures and had a happy knack of picking up a wicket often. There's that arm ball back onto middle stump, and Jackson not able to get it away. There it is again as Jackson, a bit of a heave-ho into the leg side just for the single. So Maridek Rami starting with those, basically call him a left arm in-swing bowler, as I welcome back good friend, co-commentator Vinny Sandu. Vinny.
Yeah, nice to be back. France, not the hugest target, but it'll be a testing one, I think, on their ECC debut. Rami's normally pretty reliable for Belgium as well. Had a very good tournament last year in the ECC. We didn't see a lot of him in the ECS in Belgium recently, which is the domestic T10 that we covered earlier this month. But right now, looking right at home at the Cartama Oval once again. Tosses this one up. Hatter takes the bait, but he hasn't got any of this. And this time it will be caught. We saw one get spilled over the boundary. But this one really has to go, I think. Shagro Safat takes the catch out there on the deep mid-wicket fence. And so France lose their first wicket in ECC 22. It's 9 for 1.
Yeah, France not looking the most convincing with the bat so far. Maridek Rami does pick up that first wicket. And unfortunately for Jackson, he kept well but couldn't get enough runs today.
It's frustrating, isn't it? There's a little bit of the dismissal of Muneeb Mohammed in the first innings. The full toss. Just couldn't time it up. It seems like an easy ball to hit. I mean, the other thing is he could have hit that anywhere. He could hit that over cover. He could hit that straight. He chooses a slightly more difficult option, going for more power. But then you lose a little bit of, I suppose, safety in that shot. It was well held on the fence.
Yep, so Jackson, he'll have to go for 2. Let's give the number 3 for France an opportunity here. And we'll need to get going. They want to make big use of this power play. Only 90 odd on the board, but still, power play has such an influence on the way the game goes.
Just thinking about what the bat versus ball all said earlier. Belgium 118 is what they were predicting. Didn't get that many, but they looked like they would when they were 60 at the halfway point, but only 33 in the second half. What a comeback it was by France, but can they do it with the bat? That's the question. Akrami has his first wicket of the ECC this year. This one will hang in the air, and it will get over the line. Maximal. And he was hunting that, but he couldn't quite matrix himself over the fence. And so Belgium concede a 6 here. We've seen a 6 and out. This is an out and 6.
Well, Amjad, nice way to come to the crease. His very first ball, he absolutely laces it. Just beats Muneeb Mohammed at deep mid on.
Order hanging in the air. And then Razak just has to smother it in the end. So he will keep it to 1. It's the end of the second over. Game on here, Corey. It's 16 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, it is definitely game on. I know that Belgium still have the bowling of Khalid Ahmadi and Sifat, who are very good with the ball, and then Razak will bowl as well. So I think Belgium have their noses ahead. Someone for France is going to have to play a pretty good innings here.
Yeah, not wrong there. Could we have a golden start to our Group C here at the Cartama Oval?
Who's game 2 today, Vinny? Who are we going into
Malta
next?
versus Luxembourg. Early toss news. Malta winning the toss and batting on ECC debut. Like that.
Exciting to see how they go.
A little peek at the teams maybe during this innings as well. Luxembourg, I think they'll be better than last year as well. Went 0-7 with a washout in there. Here we go with the next over. And it's Sajjad Ahmadzai who's going to bowl.
And he's dropped an absolute sitter, Vinny.
Can you believe it? I mean, we've seen some easy catches go down. I don't know what you can blame on this one, Corey.
Well, Belgium going back to the old Belgian ways, and usually they're a better fielding team than this. That was hit straight to him at point. I'm not too sure what the issue was, but he should have held on to that.
welcome to a few new viewers, obviously, including the Gascon Musketeer. Let's know where they're watching from. So Hamadzai gets this one through. He's a guy that we did see a bit of during the ECS domestically.
So it's a decent start here from Belgium. Sort of feel France just easing their way into it.
He's going to miss, but called wide.
Jabakel's always either got a hit out or get out. He's on 7, but one was an edge over third man for 6. He doesn't really look like playing too much. He gets the wide this time. It goes his way. He's going to watch the ball closely here. Doesn't want to hold up an end too much. I do like Ahmadzai with the ball. He's got a nice, strong action. Little bit of a way swing.
Gets it through, doesn't he? Good shape. But too much shape. Loses the battle with the wide line again.
Just slipping it a little bit too wide. I think it's a Jabakel. He can actually maybe start on about 4th stump. Maybe that's to do with the field he's got. He's got deep cover and third man in place.
Hopefully the weather stays the way it has been so far in the ECC as well. Been really spoilt with the conditions. Currently it's 25 degrees, heading for a maximum temperature of 28. Plenty of sunshine forecast this week, which we're loving on the Costa del Sol. Swing and a miss right now. A few bat on ball issues for the French batters.
Yeah, Jabakel really struggling. A lot of people talking in the chat also about the selections for Belgium and a lot of good players missing that played in Mechelen, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, there's always some availability issues, I suppose. That's the nature of European cricket, various reasons. But I mean, I'm sure all the guys here are very capable at this level. There's no one I would say is out of their depth. But yeah, we do appreciate a few new viewers as well, as you'd expect in a new week. Maybe people turning on to ECN for the first time, so it's great to have your company. Again, we've done something like over 2,000 matches now of cricket on ECN. And it certainly is cricket a bit different than you might know. It is very, very watchable, and it's a great platform for these guys to show what they can do on the world stage. This is just bunted out to deep cover. So if you're going to defend something double digits, you've got to have a good start. I think it's really hard if you blow 40 in the power play, for example, then you're hoping on a Belgium-like collapse in the second half. Right now, I think they'd be pretty happy where they're at, Belgium, but they would like a couple more wickets, I think.
So that man on your screen, Khalid Amadi, I know him very well. He's a good bowler. I think he might be the barometer for the Belgian side out there today.
Hits him in the midsection. We'll call it that anyway. Just a dot, so clever change of pace, I think, that time from Ahmadzai.
He's just struggling to get it away. I reckon that's the off-cutter this time, Vinny. Doing like his intent so far,
yeah.
Captain Amjad. He came out, he bowled well, he captained well. He's now trying to get on with it with the bat. He's just struggling with his partner a little bit.
The thing is here, they're chasing 94, not something like 144. I mean, they can still work their way into the game. They just need a partnership, need someone to gain a bit of confidence with the bat against this Belgian side. Drives this to mid-off. Yeah, well, this would have been out. It was like he was running in quicksand there. No one Amjad really. There was a chance to run him out. Unfortunately, Sherry Butt couldn't hit the stumps. It'll be the end of the over and end of the power play as well. 21 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, well, Belgium have missed 3 big opportunities so far in this one. 2 drop catches and a missed run out. I mean, France could be in a lot of trouble here, but you're right. At the end of the power play, they're only on 21. Still in control for the Belgian side. I think this French team's going to take a bit of time. But why does it always take time for teams to figure out T10? Like, I think France and the new teams will take a day or two.
It's very hard to change your mindset immediately to be almost to be okay with getting out early, which is kind of what you have to do, I think, to be successful at this game. You have to realise that you are going to have to take risks that will result in rewards if you hit the ball well. If not, you may get caught. Looking at that. The side-by-side Manhattans there. Almost seemed a bit of chicken pox in the second half of the Belgian innings as they lost a bunch of wickets in the second half, 8 of them actually. This is going to be Shagarai Safat now who's going to bowl. Over number 4. Can they keep these French batters quiet? It's the middle overs now. This one gets in a similar place, to be honest. Scramble through for a leg bite.
They're just looking a little bit behind the 8-ball, aren't they, with their batting. Their bowling was very impressive, France, I have to admit. Just with the bat, lots of plays and misses, a couple of balls on the body. Seafat now, he's a right arm quick, hits the pitch pretty hard.
Yeah, some people asking about some names that aren't in there, like Paramjit Singh that we saw in Belgium.
Yeah, I heard he absolutely smoked them.
He batted very, very well. He scored 200 runs in the morning. Around the corner, a bit of work. Zakil, I think he's there hiding because of his shoulder injury.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'll see Zakil bowl this week.
No.
He's had bad shoulders for the last few years, so probably taking it easy this tournament with his bowling.
The thing is, what you have to understand, this is an ICC-sanctioned international tournament, which means that you must fulfil the International Cricket Council criteria to play for your country, and that is typically by citizenship or by residency. A residency qualification period of 3 years, including not too much time out of the country every year for those 3 years. So some of the players you might see domestically that we've shown on ECN, they may not qualify under that criteria. That's something that probably a lot of people might not understand, Corey.
Yeah, obviously it does take some time, and a lot of players playing club cricket unfortunately don't qualify for the national system. But yeah, definitely some different faces this week for Belgium, and well, it gives other people an opportunity to impress.
Well, this is going miles in the air. I think it's going to carry. It's going to carry a long way, all the way. Maximo. Well, luck's a fortune for Jabakel as he tries to hook. Gets a thick top edge, but it flies over everyone. And that just might be the little break that France need to get going.
Well,
Their first of the innings.
Jabakel's got 2 sixes, Vinny, and they were both behind him, so that's always a good sign. Well, if you get any wood on it, that's what can happen. He's just got to keep his eye on that ball a little bit harder. Much needed boundary for the French side.
Yeah, third of the innings, so I'll take it where he can get it. 15 off 11 now. I think you see that he scored 2 sixes in there. It shows he's probably had a lot of dot balls along the line there.
He's really struggling, Jabakel. I just think he's a little bit out of his depth here. I mean, that's a slow ball. He's missed it by a mile. Maybe he hasn't faced this type of pace before, but you'd imagine he would have faced his French teammates in the nets.
Yeah, for sure. They're pretty spicy. Yeah, so hello to Mirwais, Safi. Hope you're well. And yeah, really enjoyed our time in Belgium. Great to see you tuning in. Goes after this and gets it pretty good. Is it good enough? No, it is not. What a good catch that is by Manib Mohammed, who ran and plugged that gap so quickly. So Safat breaks through, and Jabakel, his innings is over for 15. France lose the second wicket. At the end of the 4th over, it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch from Manib Mohammed. He doesn't get it. He thought he did. Sounded okay off the bat, actually, but a nice, clean catch. And, well, maybe it's a blessing in disguise that it'll have to go. He chewed up a lot of dot balls. And you're right, Vinny, 30 for 2. He just throws the whole Malachi at it. A nice, clean catch. And, well, France, they're still in this game. They just need to take a breath. And here comes a man that was fielding brilliantly out there before, Vinny.
Yeah, well, he's a guy that I think will offer a lot to this side. But just looking at Jabakel, didn't really work for him at the top of the order. He did hit 2 sixes. There's a lot of swings and misses in there. 30 for 2 now as he departs. So, Ingiswaran Kanasane, what a good run out he pulled off in the first innings to run out Zakil. I mean, that's a big moment in the game. In Belgium, if Zakil gets going, make a lot more than 93, I'll tell you that much.
Yep, absolutely. And here it comes Khalid Amadi now with the ball. It'll be still pretty new, so you imagine that he will swing it quite a lot. He's a very, very talented bowler. I reckon he'll probably be one of the quickest in Group C. He's got a very deceptive slow ball.
Yeah, variations so important, aren't they? In this form of the game. It's Kanasane. Faces up for the first time. It won't be Kanasane because it's the change of over, as you mentioned. So yeah, Khalid Amadi is a guy that I always like to watch. The smiling assassin, as we call him. He's a lovely guy.
Yep.
But he can really deceive people with that slower ball. We saw it. Of course, he played in the Netherlands as well on ECN last year. We saw him most recently in Belgium for that domestic series. So see what he brings to the table here. Really slings it, getting it down, but just ill-directed. That one will be a wide.
Yeah, he's quick as well. Trust me, he's very quick, and he's got a good bouncer. I know he played this year in the Dutch domestic cricket for Sparta, and he was very good indeed. He's one of the leading wicket takers in the comp, so he was bowling to some pretty good pedigree in the Netherlands. But yeah, he's a lovely guy. Good slow ball, good mixed bag, and a very effective cricketer.
We got a real party in the comment section here at the moment. Everyone's tuning in. I'll mention a couple more in a second as we see Amadi in, and there's that slower ball. Big appeal. Don't think there's any bat in it according to the umpire.
Yeah, maybe height again, but yeah, there's that slow ball. He didn't pick that at all.
Yeah. The thing is, his arm action is the same speed. That's what makes it so effective. I think maybe just doing too much and going down leg. Hits him more or less on leg. Maybe height's a factor as well. I want to say hello to Luke Letitia. Nice to have you tuning in, and nice to see you in the comments section. I hope you're well. We've had a great tournament for Guernsey Champions Griffins earlier this year in the ECL.
Yeah, good bunch of boys, the Griffins.
Trouble if he hits, but first he has to pick it up.
Yep, has to pick it up, misses an opportunity. I think France just struggling with the extra speed of all the Belgian bowlers at the moment.
Yeah.
They look a little bit behind the 8 ball.
They do a little bit. Quick hello as well, Lily Panda from New Zealand. Keanu, got Maya watching from Germany. She'll be here next week for Group D. Looking forward to that, Maya.
Lovely.
Sam Williams as well. Big congrats to Sam, part of our blue crew here at the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, married.
Recent marriage. He said it went really well.
It was nice knowing you, Sam.
Wild down leg side. I'll have to re-bowl this one. And he wants to know if you played any chess over the weekend, Corey.
Yeah, I did actually.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, on my day off, I like.
Do you have a favourite colour, white or black?
Usually white.
Okay.
But sometimes I like to go for the light black as well.
Okay. Didn't know you were so multi-talented. Short, cut, stopped. So Keel's found his way around to point now. Like I say, that right shoulder, he injured it, or re-injured, I should say, during the ECS when he was actually wicket-keeping, going for a high catch. He's a guy, I think we won't see him bowling too much, so he is a decent bowler. We saw that last year where he also struggled with a couple of injuries. There's a slower ball again, this time it is picked. Now, it's a wild throw. Zakil gets it on a friendly bounce. Well, you need the stump to be about 6 metres high for that to be a direct hit chance. It will just be a single to France.
Yep, just a single. France just struggling to get it away. That was the slower ball again, but it was a low full toss. And unfortunately, not a boundary, which the French team desperately need here. They're starting to fall behind the 8 ball too much.
Last ball of the over. A good shot. Just clipped off the pads. Clean pick up and throw. Won't get a 2 off that. So it is the end of the 5 over mark. And it means the score is 37 for 2. And once again, I want to say, big warm welcome. I know that we are a community and we're constantly expanding our community here on the European Cricket Networks. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers with me.
Just adjusting my
and
headset,
it's okay. I mean, it's a fast-paced game. That's the thing that will roll away so quickly. We've got 5 matches every day. So pretty much 10 hours of cricket action, which you can watch from anywhere in the world on all these different platforms. And it's not just this week we're doing this. We're doing for 5 weeks here. Still 3 weeks to come from today. But also we do it all through the year on the European Cricket Network and our YouTube channel. So it's been a game changer really for cricket in Europe and the style of cricket that's been played.
Well, it's about 1,200 games a year, isn't it? And you're involved in about 1,000, so you need to actually take a little bit more of a break because that's a little bit too much.
No, it's never too much for me, though. I've got to say, this format, I think, captures the imagination of cricket viewers and non-cricketing viewers alike. And so, the over. And it will be a dot. So Belgium, despite only making 93, does seem like their bowling and fielding unit is up to it so far.
You can tell just France, a lot of playing and missing at the moment, which is really affecting this run chase.
This will be one. Amjad seems capable, but they're going to have to get a wriggle on here. The rate's not out of control just yet. It's probably creeping towards 2 a ball. I think with that, it becomes 2 a ball exactly. But, yeah, don't want to fall further behind.
I think the worry is, though, if this is the top order, you'd expect to see maybe a little bit more flamboyance and a bit more striking. They've really struggled here, only on 38, and 2 of those 6s were top edges.
Angled in. What's the run? No run there. And this is the thing. You got to realise, I suppose, this French team, they haven't played on this pitch before. I don't know how well they know this Belgian team either. But this guy, this is Adnan Razak bowling. He was excellent last year. He just was able to pump out Yorker after Yorker after Yorker and hit his spots. He's the kind of bowler I think will be effective in the second half of innings. Just like that. Just seems to be so good at hitting that length. That's good running. Really good running. If he missed it, it wouldn't have been 2 because it would have gone straight to long off. If he fielded it, it wouldn't have been 2 because he would have fielded it. But he actually knocked it into a space and then overran it. So that was good heads-up play for France to come back for a second.
Yeah, well, they need every run possible. So a good 2. You don't see too many 2s on this field with its dimensions. More importantly, they need some boundaries. They need to get a wiggle on. Can someone get going?
This is drilled down the field. Manib has a lot to do, but does it. And then he's going to throw from his knees. Because of that throw, it gets away from him a little bit. And just 2 more to the total. So really they need boundaries, but these little 2s are helping.
Yeah, good running. Really good running again. So back-to-back 2s.
Last ball of the over coming up from Razak. Yeah, it's good length. So swing and a miss. Really good over. Only 5 conceded from Adnan. 6 overs down. France up 42 for 2.
So what do you think they can do differently, Vinny, the French batting lineup here, to get themselves in this contest? Do you think they seem a little stuck to the crease? Not much.
There's not a lot of foot movement going on, is there? I think, look, as you say, it looks very good effort with every single bowler, single-digit economy, which tells you they are winning in this match at the moment. I suppose a lot of these guys, they're not really trying to hit through that offside arc. And I think at this level, they should probably have that in their kit bag. I think they're getting a bit too leg side conscious. So even just using the pace, punching it through point or even behind point, if you're not catching up with the ball, just concentrate on hitting it first. That's probably what my advice would be. Anyway, have a look at what's required now. 52 off 24, so 13 and over. You need a big over, really, to get back into this contest. And big over requires a big man. And I think we're going to see some spin brought in as Rehan fires. And he's a guy who's really effective in the Belgium series. I think he took 19 wickets in 10 matches, but he seemed to be able to bowl really well to new batters in particular. That's why he took big clumps, including a 5-foot during that tournament. Let's see how he goes on the big stage here at the home of European cricket. Well, this one is pumped out of the ground. It's a really, really good shot. Maximo Kanasane, is that about enough? And a couple more of these and France will be right back in the contest.
Yeah, nice shot. Finally gets one out the screws. That really helps the French cause. Fires just a little bit too over pitched and, well, not too much agriculture about that. Just swats it away for 6.
This is into the gap. More work for the fielder. Manib. Yeah, has to fight to get the ball back first. Loses that fight, but again, good running by France. They get 2 there and also brings up the 50 in the 7th over.
Well, I feel like they're just enjoying the spin and the pace off. Just gives someone that maybe wasn't handling the quicker balls well enough a chance to adjust. As you can see, Akrami helping Manib there, keeping it to 2. Yeah, I'm not too sure I would have gone to right arm off spin here. They were in complete control. It's a little bit of a gamble.
This is going to be down to deep square leg for 1.
Find a boundary for these last 2 balls, Vinny. Get themselves around that 60 mark. Game's back on. Can Amjad get going?
Goes for this, but hasn't got it. Should be gone and taken. So Fires gets the last laugh here. And he removes Amjad after 14 runs scored by the French captain. He got off to a good start with a bang, but he just lost his way a little bit in that innings. In the end, not quite run a ball pace. He's the 3rd wicket to fall, 52 for 3.
Yeah, unfortunately, 14 or 15. That's pretty disappointing innings in the end. It really choked it up. Just didn't get enough of it. Steady bowling at best. And yeah, cloths it straight to Sherry out there at deep mid-off. And France, well, it's going to be a bit of a baptism of fire at the start of this competition with how they figure out how they bat.
So Fires gets the key wicket. That does give somebody else an opportunity. Again, just takes one player to come out and change this game. The rate required, it's not out of control just yet. 13.3 and over required. France lose their captain, 52 for 3.
Yeah, maybe it's a blessing in disguise because it does bring out Ahmed, who is the left-handed batsman. Bowlers will have to change their angles. I'm sure the off spinner will enjoy this though.
You can see new batter coming in, left-hander, Zain Ahmad. There's a lot of people hoping that we can maybe add more teams to this ECC. That's some of the feedback. Of course, we're trying. I mean, gone from 15 to 21. That's a pretty good jump in 1 year. Really takes the bait first up, gets a little outside edge, which gets away from the keeper. Not surprisingly, but Ahmed is off the mark and 7 overs down. France are 53 for 3. They'll need 41 off the last 3 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up, and there's still 4 matches to go, so plenty of cricket ahead on your ECN Monday. And you can see that it will be Malta versus Luxembourg in match number 2. Malta winning the toss, electing to bat. Nicely Darshit Patanka, the tank, who is at the top of the order with Basil George. Samuel Stanislaus, also a very good striker of cricket ball. Just watch out for Bikram Arora and Prasath in the middle order there, both good hitters. Bilal Khan's a good left-arm seam bowler as well, so lots of talent there. But also, Luxembourg, they have a pretty experienced lineup as well. Tony Whiteman, he's always entertaining. I tell you what, Thomas Martin, he is a steal at 4.5 points in fantasy cricket. He can hit the ball very, very well. So that match is coming up. It's our 50th match of this ECC already, and it starts 11:30 AM GMT, which is 1:30 PM in India and 5 PM. Pardon me, 1:30 local and 5 PM in India.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go back to Sifat here in the middle. Big inside edge of the inner part of the bat, so they'll just get away for a single. Yeah, they've just struggled against the pace so far, France. Only on 54 off 7.1 now. I mean, they're still in this game, but they've got to get going now.
At least kind of 2 boundaries and over, you think, just to stay in this contest.
Definitely need something now. A little bit of bravery, a little bit of luck maybe going their way.
Safat, though, got to be able to bring back, isn't he? So he's striving for some extra pace here, but occasionally losing the direction.
It's been a funny old game, this one. Both batting groups not really clicking. So low scorer, but you feel like if France are going to stay in this contest, they've got to turn this into at least a 10 or 12 run over.
Yeah, not wrong there. Just one big over gets them back to probably level pegging, but where's it going to come from? That's the question. Gone, and he just completely loses his shape here. Kanasane, and he just fell off this shot. Little inside edge, crashes into the bottom of off stump, so Safat breaks through, and France moves their way a little bit further in this run chase, 55 for 4.
Yeah, underneath part of the bat, and it just trickles onto the off stump. So disappointing for France here. They're really struggling to get this ball away. Another wicket goes, and yeah, sort of toe ends it backwards. Pretty hard to do that.
Yeah, Safat, he'll be pretty happy with that. And, why wouldn't he be? So Belgium would be favourites for this game. Remember, Belgium came second in all of Europe last year. So they'd be disappointed to lose to the newcomers. At the moment, they're looking pretty good with the score 55 for 4.
Yeah, you can see he'll go for 15 off 10, and that's been the story of the tape for the French batsmen. They've been able to get the odd boundary away, but they've been choked up with an extreme amount of dots. And, well, they might look at their batting order a little bit later. It does give someone else an opportunity here to maybe be a hero for his country.
So, new batter comes out. And the old-fashioned double scoop. Haven't seen that one in a while. The old Dyna drive. New batter facing up. And it's going to be hit down the ground. Hit pretty well into the gap. At least. And they think if 2 it's not there, they would have had it because the throw was bad. There's Ramatul Mangal who gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, definitely 2 there if they wanted it, but they don't in the end. Mangal, who bowled so well before, he comes out with a lot of work to do.
So Fart holding his nerve here. 2 for 11 off 1.3. He's been very good. Bring Amadi over the other side now. No ball called. And it's caught, but everyone hears the call. And now they'll get 2. So, a bit loose there, Safat. Maybe changing the angle. just getting the foot wrong. Called for a front foot, no ball. Pretty sure that's what it was for. It's a free hit coming up. Not really something you'd want to give away for Belgium.
It's great fielding by Muneeb Mohammed. That's almost a 7. And if they had gone for a 7, it might have given them a slight chance in this game. That's a good call by the umpires.
Yeah, it's good. I don't think it's even landed there yet. There's one more frame. There you go.
There you go. Good umpiring. So free hit time. They get no ball and 2. Muneeb Mohammed saved a certain 7 there.
Yeah, great work. Now, can't get out to this ball. Also can't do too much with it, just a single. So slightly out of jail there, Shagarai Safar.
Yeah, France just feel like they're going to fall a little bit short here. They just haven't been able to find boundaries in clumps or get back-to-back boundaries at any stage. 34 or 14 now. It's getting a bit late.
No, this will be runs. It'll be 4 runs. Tries to go leg side, little leading edge. That's what you need to stay in the game. So handy runs to Mangal. And he takes them a little bit closer. 30 required now of 13 balls.
Yeah, well, that helps. That really does help. Doesn't matter how you get them. You just got to get them. There's nothing cultured about that shot. That is just a dirty slog, but he gets 4. France, well, they're sticking in as much as possible.
So big ball in this contest, isn't it? No signal from the umpire here. So it's a slower ball. Safar disguised as well. So we go down to the last 2 overs. 30 required off 12. It's 64 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, and you just see the Belgium sort of skill there from Safat coming through, and you just feel like France are going to fall maybe 10 to 15 short here unless there's a small miracle. You can see they've never really been in it this chase, and I guess the worrying sign is they're only chasing 94 to win. They started very sedately, and they've never really caught up on those worms. Khalid Amadi, he'll bowl the 9th.
Yeah, it all happens in the 9th. It's a bit of a saying that we have here on the European Cricket Network. Let's see if it all happens for France. They'll want it to. He's going to be big over, and Amadi starts with a wide. Almost gets away from Ali Raza, does well to block that.
Yeah, 5 ones there would have been super handy, but no, Khalid Amadi will start with the wide. That slingy sort of action doesn't always get it correct.
Right, smashes this, tries to. May think a 2 here, but it's very hard to get a 2 on a clean pick up and throw. That's what it was from the fielder down there. Sherry Bunnett long on.
Yeah, pretty easy cricket at the moment for Belgium. Just question, are they going to get tested at all in this run chase?
Wow, big swing and miss that time. Dot balls really hurt you this stage.
I have to admit, a little bit worried for France's batting here this week. I think their bowling looked really good. Their fielding wasn't bad, but the batting's looked well below par at the moment.
And the question is it that they don't have the technical capability, or is it they just are going a bit overboard with the mindset, which sometimes you see?
Combination, usually.
Yeah. Helicopter here, but it's just 1. So yeah, if you can get out with 3 decent balls here as Belgium, you're sitting quite pretty. You don't often see 20 plus off the last over to win a match, but I suppose if you are going to see it, you're in the right place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you never know what happens, but both these batsmen 6 off 5 and haven't looked very convincing just yet.
Smiling Assassin trying to hold his nerve in this crucial over. Puts pace on, it's banged, but it's high and it's catchable. Should be taken, and it is taken. Nicely done out there by Sajjad Ahmadzai on the deep cover point boundary. You see, the approach was right from the left-hander, Zain Ahmed, but Amadi just tested him out upstairs, and he couldn't quite deal with it, so France lose a 5th wicket now. And that one, you feel, pretty much puts the game to bed. The score 67 for 5.
Yeah, just a matter of time now, you imagine, before this one's all wrapped up for the Belgians. Gets a bit big on him. Khalid Amadi banging it in, and a nice safe catch out there. This time, Belgium not making a mistake. And, well, it's been a low-scoring game, but, yeah, you imagine that Belgium will run away with this one.
I think so. And, it's 5 wickets taken, so no allowances for wickets just yet in the time. Just keep an eye on the time. I know we had some controversy in the first innings, but I think that may have been to do with the fact there was a late 30-second addition that wasn't communicated in time. from the tournament referee. As it is now, we've got Santiago Kumaran coming out to bat. What an initiation for him. This game just slipping away from France. 8 balls remaining. They need 27. Straight away, he deflects this. Sakil goes down with his good shoulder and blocks it, so just a single.
Just a single, and yeah, it's good bowling from Khalid Ahmad. He's got really nice figures of 1 for 10 at the moment. It's a slippery customer, not easy to get away.
All right, let me just think. If this goes for 6,
No.
then 21 off the last.
Not a chance, Vinny.
20 off the last. Wouldn't say so, but stranger things have happened here on ECN. There's that slower ball. He thinks it's a beamer, but then it comes out of the sky. And they'll only get 1 there. Mangal's the man who'll be on strike with it all to do. 9 overs down. France are 69 for 5.
Yeah, 69 for 5, and well, France, you imagine if they don't pull off a miracle in this one, we'll have to go to the drawing board about how they bat this week. They'll be disappointed. They had an opportunity here to maybe steal a pretty famous victory. But you imagine they're going to fall a little bit short.
It would seem so. I suppose it's a learning curve. In Belgium, even so, we've seen them not 100% convincing, particularly with the bat. And we know that can happen to them. And when they're good, they're really good. But if it goes wrong, it can go really wrong. So, 10th overtime. It's a pretty good guy to bowl it as well. And on Razak, Yorker specialist. Just brings up Rayhan Fires into the circle. Starts with a wide delivery, but it's not wide enough to be called. Pretty much seals it for the most part, if it wasn't sealed already. You can see, have a look at the footwork there. Look at the left foot, much as the right of screen. It's just a premeditated movement outside leg. You probably just need a few more step towards the ball. Shots. Similar kind of thing again. It's a little bit about it this time, just a single.
Yeah, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, old France. They did really well with the ball and in the field, but the batting's been a bit lackluster, to say the least.
Here's the thing, France, not really the easiest day for them either. Tell you why in a second. Charges and swings wildly. No contact there. Yeah, so France, okay, they're playing the first match here against Belgium, last year's runners-up. They're also playing the Scotland 11 in match number 3. So not the next one, but the one after. And Scotland 11, again, we're expecting them to be strong in this competition. Too wide, will be called. So Belgium, they will play Luxembourg later in the day. That's game 4. So each team plays 2 matches a day, Monday to Thursday. So they play 8 matches total.
So after seeing this, Vinny, who's your smoky? Do you still think Malta's probably the big smoky in this group?
Scotland 11 are happy with what they're seeing so far. That's all I'll say. Because when when Belgium are looking, I won't say rusty. I mean, they've been pretty clinical with the ball, to be fair. Razak's hit his Yorkers. They've used a variety of bowlers. But France just not really getting on the pace with the stick. 2 to come then. And they glanced away, and this will be 4. So again, you don't always have to try and smash the ball if it's not there for it. And Santiago Kumaran has his first boundary in ECC cricket. Takes France up to 75.
Yeah, a little bit too late though. Nice looking shot, gets it on the hip and puts it away. That's what you can do at this stage. But yeah, this is a big opportunity missed for France. They'll be disappointed. Belgium, well, they'll be happy, but I'm sure they'll want to improve their standards overall as well.
No doubt about that. Here's the last ball of match number 1 of Group C. And it's in the air. I think it'll fall safely. Probably just a fairly tame ending with the single. So Belgium, it wasn't quite the Belgian ball that we're used to, but they are winners in this first one by 17 runs. The final score in the opening match of Group C, Belgium 93, France 76. Pretty bowler dominated in the end. That was after first 5 overs that went for 60. And ultimately, it will be 2 points to Belgium. But each team finding their way. They'll have 8 matches to make their mark on the group stage. And you can see there, the Belgians pretty happy with their performances. French back to the drawing board for them, as Corey Rutgers said quite correctly. We will see them a little bit later in the day take on Scotland. And you can see good relations between the teams. Always great. It's a gala of cricket. It's a festival of cricket. Teams trying to come together. As we have a look at the highlights, and early on there was this one spilt, and let's just say you don't have to be a lip reading expert to know the bowler wasn't happy. But apart from that, France just never really got going in this innings. You saw the power play, only 18 runs. In fact, they didn't score a double figure over until the 7th, where 11 came off it from Rayhan Fires. But actually 11s in the 7th and 8th, they were their highest scoring overs. Just tells you that they just couldn't quite get with the pace. And it's hard to say how much was the fact that France weren't up to the task in match 1, or the bowling and fielding, which I think for the most part was good. I think some deliveries got away from the Belgians, probably a few too many wides. But France, when they really tried to up the ante, they just couldn't do it for long enough. Ultimately, couldn't score quick enough.
Yeah, they just couldn't get going at all. And Belgium bowled pretty steadily. They were given a lot of help from some of this wild stroke play from the French. And, well, when you can only hit a 6 out of 1 out of 6 balls, you've got to be able to rotate the singles as well. And unfortunately, they didn't really do that, and the wickets just kept falling. That was a nice catch out there by the man Sajid Ahmedzai. But overall, I think France will go back to the drawing board and seeing how they can adapt to this T10 format and how they can make more runs.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. What I will say is that there were some positives for France in there. The batting wasn't one of them. Malta Luxembourg coming up next. And we've got the tank at the top of the order, Dasham Tanker, which I'm really excited to see him. American University of Malta player in the ECS. Basil George is up there as well. So a lot of big hitting. And the question will be, can they do it at this next level? Luxembourg, again, they'll be sniffing their first win in ECC cricket after they did go winless last year. Tony Whiteman, well, he is a real custodian of Luxembourg cricket. He's in there. Shiv Curran Gill also listed at 6. He's a pretty good player. But lots of cricket to look forward to. Like I said, that next match, match 2, is the 50th match of this ECC at the start of week 3. Let's have a look at the scorecards in this one. And France chasing 94, just not up to the task when it came down to it. A pair of 15s, the top score from Ibrahim Jabakel and also Kanasane Amjad. Well, he made a banging start, but he just kind of fell off the pace a bit, ended up being dismissed for 14. And they would end up falling 17 runs short of the Belgian total. So France, again, we'll see them later in the day. I'm sure that they will have a few things to work on. I think if they look at their batting, they'll probably see some of the shot selection probably left a bit to be desired. 2 for 19, Safat bowled a pretty good spell, but he wasn't the only one really. You see Fires went for 11, but did pick up a wicket anyway. No one really went the journey. A lot of good economy rates in there, including 6s for Ahmedzai and Razak, and Amadi was even better, conceding only 5.5 and over. Akrami chipped in with a wicket as well early in the innings. So we'll take a quick break. When we return, it will be match 2 time, and Rico Full will be back in the commentary box. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Corey Rutgers with me. Back in just a few minutes with match 2. This is ECN, and you are watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. Well, I'm here with the kids from the English International College of Marbella, and it's great to have them involved today. New week, new school involved in the Cricket School project. And now time for match 2. It's going to be Malta versus Luxembourg. Interesting one, I think. I know that some people are predicting a golden ball here, but let's see what happens at the coin toss because Rob Kemming is with 2 captains.
Yeah, your call. Dream11? Dream11 call. Good. What are you going to do? We're going to bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Malta, they've won the toss on their ECC debut and they have elected to bat first. It's a good confident move from them. Luxembourg searching for their first win after they went 0-7 with a no result last year. But I do think their team's looking a little bit stronger as well. Malta, we've seen them domestically. Can they perform on the international stage? Well, I know that we've had a great time here on a very beautiful Monday morning, the EIC kids. You know what? Let's get running. Let's go! Over to the commentary box. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu there and all the kids from the international school here in Marbella, and certainly loving seeing them around the ground and enjoying not only playing the cricket but watching the cricket as well. Very good morning to you, our global cricket family. Hope you've enjoyed the start of Group C and fairly easy win, I would say, there from Belgium. Didn't probably get as many runs that it would like on the board, but winning and beating France by 17 runs. This one, I think, is going to be a cracker. Malta making their debut in the European Cricket Championship, and they're up against Luxembourg, a team that we did see last time round, but they had a difficult start. Remember last time they were a team that, they were a late call-up to the event because of a dropout at the last moment, and they probably came into the championship in 2021 a little bit unprepared, but they're prepared this time. Just a quick look at that. Malta, well, making the debut. Well, the bat versus ball wall is saying 106 to 84 in favour of them, and that's probably because of what happened last time round, as I was talking about with the Luxembourg. They played 7 matches, lost all 7, and the only points that they got was because of one no result. So, but I can say this, and certainly speaking to Tony Whiteman, who is a manager stroke coach, he was saying that this time round that is a much stronger and better team. They've had time to prepare, and he's thinking and very confident that they're going to do well. But nice to see Vinny Sandhu there, still with the kids of the International College in Marbella, the British International College Marbella. And those kids have had a fantastic time being out there in the middle, and they've been there with Vinny, and I had some fun with them as well, as we had them signalling 4s and 6s. They were doing a little bit of ballet as well. And it's always great, isn't it? And that is the European Cricket Network Cricket's Cool Package. It's about introducing kids here in Spain, especially here on the Costa del Sol, to all of the main disciplines of cricket. But the main thing is making cricket fun. And they're certainly having a lot of fun. A shout out to Danny Dolcaye and Alistair, as well as Jay Wild and Kevin as well, who've been working very hard with the kids and putting them through their paces. You see there, they're just having a bit of time to take on some fluids before, I'm pretty sure, they'll be back in the action once more. But it was nice to see them hitting the balls around. As there's Ken Weston. It's Daniel Weston, the founder of European Cricket Network's father, and he's there with our groundsman, and David there as well. So it's great to see that they're having and enjoying a bit of time in the fan zone as we prepare and get ready for what promises to be an interesting match. I mean, it's been a fantastic start to this European Cricket Championship. I mean, just give you some stats. I mean, this is how amazing it has been. So in Group A, we saw 4,970 runs, and we know that that group was won by Spain. So Spain, we know, have booked their place in the Champions League, which starts on the 10th of October. Then what about Group B? Well, first of all, wickets, 272 in Group A. Group B, that got completed last week, and it was the Netherlands who went undefeated all the way through. They were in that group 5,347 runs, and number of wickets exactly the same as Group A. Quite amazing, 272. So total runs we've had is 10,317. And that's before the start of today. But what's amazing is, and this is something that is surprising everybody, is the amount of runs that have been scored in boundaries. In sixes alone, 49% of the runs scored in Group A and 50% of Group B were in sixes. That's quite extraordinary. Boundaries in total, 73% of all runs that have been scored have been in boundaries. That's been absolutely remarkable. Well, we see the groups there. So Group C, Scotland, Belgium. We just saw Belgium and France out there. And then also now we're seeing Malta and Luxembourg. So waiting to see Scotland as well. Scotland also making their debut. And I can tell you that they will be playing France in match number 3 in Group C. So that one's still to come. And after this group, now the final group, Group D next week, Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland. Well, those are 5 nations still to come. It's going to be absolutely extraordinary. It's another beautiful day. So you've been looking at the sights that we see. Myself, Rico Full, Corey Rutgers and Vinny Sandy, the good time crew here up in the Dream Box. The side of this magnificent Cartama Oval. It's nestled between the Sierra de Cartama. Well, there are umpires for this match number 2. Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel. And the men in black leading out the teams, leading out the fielding side first. And it will be Luxembourg, Malta, who's there from the coin toss, winning the toss and electing to have a bat first. Malta also making their debut here. I mentioned that Scotland making their debut, but so is Malta as well, and France as well. So in this group, 3 teams making their debut. It's going to be interesting to see how it go. You saw there that Belgium obviously using their previous experience in the championship last year, where they finished runners-up. So we just saw the runners-up last year, victorious against France. So France, look, they will no doubt be better for being out there in the middle and getting that one game out of the way. And youth on their side as well, a team with an average age of 20. Malta, well, we spent on the European Cricket Network has spent a fair bit of time going to Malta for the European Cricket Series that we've had there. And, well, they've got an array of talented players, and putting them all together for this national team, I think if they click, they are very capable of producing 1 or 2 surprises. They certainly are. And I think there's a positive mood in the camp. It's also a positive move there from Vikram Vijay, the captain, who is elected to have a bat first. So we're getting ready to start. Luxembourg, though, like I said, they are all about
maybe another 3.
All about showing us how much they can improve, and they're looking to make a good start here. Vikram Arora, captain of Malta, of course. They're hoping that his team can make a very good positive start. They've got some very good players as well. Looks like it's going to be a very powerful man on strike to start off with. The 2 openers out there at the moment. Bowler waits. We wait for the start of this. Match 2 in Group C. Just waiting for official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the go-ahead. See, Basil George is there at the non-striker's end. And it's a shit Patanka to face the first delivery. And Baja is the call straight away. Good throw, direct hit. Well, he had to be quick. Now they are going upstairs to just have a look here to see if Basil gets in safely. Let's have a look. It's going to be an interesting one. So I suspect he does get in, but it's always good, I think, while the technology's there. Yeah, gets the bat down. Always good just to double check. Stefan Gooch preferring to, I think, use the technology just to back up what he saw. So runs on the board straight away. Basil George wants to go big straight away, and he just gets it right. And the bowler, you can see there, thinking, oh, only nearly. And, well, Mohit Dixit thought for a moment he was eyeing up the first wicket, but Basil George, well, we've seen him at, well, the Marsa International Cricket Ground many a time play these sort of shots. A powerful player, a good hitter. Once he gets in the groove, well, he can hurt you pretty well. That's a nice shot. First boundary, 6 runs to start for him. And he's looking to go for another, but this time, well, the fielder comes in and then goes out, and then, well, I think he cooks this. The umpire's just checking. I think this may have gone all the way for 6. He seems to have lost this. He comes in a long way from the outfield, and then it's almost like the ball continues on going. It surprises him. Let's have a look where this lands. Just bounces. Look, it leaves a divot. So well, he's going to be pretty disappointed, the fielder there. That's got to go down as an opportunity. Well, if Dixit was disappointed before, he's going to be even more disappointed there. George could have gone for 6 of his second delivery. Instead, he's got 2 sixes to his name, and now he's taking on the fielder. In comes the throw. This one would have been pretty close. Well, I think this is close, you know. I think if this hits, he could have been in trouble. Looks like that was Thomas Martin doing the fielding. Dunker. On strike, and he's gone. Well, he plays all round this. I think he may have got a little bit of an inside edge on this as well. But wasn't a good looking shot from Darshit Patanka, and he goes. So the tank has been removed, and Dixit probably feels that he should have had the wicket off for Basil George, a fielder, just misjudging the ball that went out to him in the long off position, but he does get the wicket off Patank. Yeah, there is an inside edge. He's looking to play this on the leg side rather than hit straight through the ball, and as a result of that, he ends up chopping it back onto his stumps. So disappointment for Patanka. Got a tank, and he goes for just 1-off-1 delivery. And, well, he's getting plenty of support there from his teammates, and you know, I think that's important for Malta here. You know, they are making their international debut in this format of the game, so they're going to have to encourage each other. There's going to be a bit of a learning process here as well. And the thing is, as we always say, it doesn't use up too many balls. Now Samuel Stanislaus is coming in now. He's a batter that has scored a mountain of runs in Malta.
Great finish, Mo. Great
a very good player on the international scene as well.
Really nice, Mo hit.
Stanislaus gets off the mark straight away. He's a correct player, but has got the aggression that's required in this format as well. So first over comes to an end. We'll just have a quick look at the profile of this group. Those rankings are based on ICC T20. Scotland, yet to see them. Everybody wants to know what they're going to be all about. But Belgium there, they're second in the rankings there. But then you can see, look, just 8 points separating France, Malta and Luxembourg. This is why I think this group is going to be, I think it's going to be very similar to what we saw in Group B. 2 teams may be dominating, and the other 3 are going to be very close to each other. Going to be very difficult to call. France have been out there. I think they will be better for that experience with Belgium, and they'll be pretty positive, restricting a very strong, powerful Belgium team to a score under 100. But obviously they know that need to work on the batting just a little bit, need to be just a little bit more aggressive. And this is nicely played. There's a chase on here for the fielder. He should get there, it does. And they're taking on the 2. He's going to saw, well, a better throw, maybe. Would have been in a little bother here with Stanislaus, but he does get there. Thomas Martin, the bowler. It's a good delivery. Nice, strong, tall man. Comes in and hits the deck hard, doesn't he? Gets that one to come through. Good delivery. Good areas to Stanislaus. Extra cover back on the boundary. And also long on, it's the field, the 2 men back. This one, he gives him a little bit of width, but too much. Stanislaus opts to play for it, plays and misses, but he does get the wide. Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal, and eyeball one to everybody watching on the sub-Indian continent, and a happy Navratri, I will say, to all of our Hindu viewers. Hope you have a wonderful Navratri celebration.
Easy no.
Take a single. Yeah, Navratri here today. Also, International Day of European Languages. So observing this day is to inform people about the benefits of learning new languages and diversifying the languages learned to increase intellectual understanding. So yeah, a couple of important days here today. And he goes for the Yorker, but just gets it wrong to the left-hander. A wide ball. Thomas going to get it wide to the left-hander. Comes in once more. And a bit of an edgy shot. Goes to the man behind square who does well. Gets down, doesn't let this get past him, but the batters do take a single, trying to be aggressive, but not quite getting it right. So Stanislaus now gets on strike. George moves to 12 of just 4 deliveries. Goes for the pitch duck delivery as well. Maybe this one just slightly slower to Stanislaus, who punches this out to long on. Picks up the single. Got a nice action, does Martin. Come on to some of the viewers that can communicate with us. Who does he look like? He reminds me of a bowler, this action. Just look at the way that, yeah, see the head just tilted to one side. Definitely somebody. Well, this one is gone big. Balle. Nice hit from Basil George. That's what he does best, and he blasts this over that man at long on. What a big clean hit. Bang. Boom blastic. 6 runs. And a good finish to the over. And that takes the score on to 26. Basil George. Well, we've seen him do it in Malta, and now he's trying to do it here in the middle. Here in this splendid ground in Malaga, the Cartama Oval. The sun is shining and it looks beautiful. Well, it's looking pretty good for Belgium as well. The team that were runners-up last year, winning their first match against France. France making their debut, so they're the first team to have the points in the group. Top of the standings at the moment. We go full here, the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream11 Championships here. It's the Euros of cricket, and alongside me is the one, the only, the legendary Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice to be back, Rico. Looking forward to seeing these two teams both without a win in ECC cricket. That's until this match.
Stanislaus hasn't quite got his mojo yet, but
I'm sure you've mentioned already, Rico, you spent a lot of time in Malta.
Yeah.
You know these players really well. You must be really excited to see them on the international stage in T10 cricket.
yeah, absolutely, I am, you know, and I think also excited to see them playing this format at international level. I know they've played T20 and done pretty well. They've had some good results in the past 18 months. I mean, the amount of cricket that Malta have been playing internationally has been huge. But seeing them play this level, because we know a lot of their players, and I think this suits some of their players, you know.
Easy Marcus, easy Marcus.
Basil going for another big hit, but he doesn't quite get the timing right here. So it's Dingra who is bowling.
It's been exciting watching Malta's progress.
Goodness, Amit.
And I know all these players have had some success in ECS cricket, which is the domestic T10 that we cover on the European Cricket Network. But it's a bit different, I suppose. Next level up.
A bit of appeal here. I think it's the wicketkeeper goes up first, and Mifibaka, which then sort of starts a reply or a response from the bowler. But it's a good delivery. But I don't think this catches anything on the way through. No, it doesn't. But just playing down the wrong line here. Stanislaus. Samuel just struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, love that.
Well bowled and good areas from Amit Dingra here.
Yeah, pretty well bowled, wasn't it? Just finding that sweet spot just inside the tram line.
Is this out again? Not quite clean out in the middle of the bat. Comes down as low, so he picks up another single and a good over from Dingra, just conceding the 3 runs. So that's exactly what you need. Not what Malta needed in the power play. That means that they're going to finish 29 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, so probably a few less than Malta would have wanted, but one thing I noticed is that there's a fearless approach to this game from players that have played it before. So Malta won't take a backward step. They're going to go for their shots. They know that's the only way to victory. Can't be too conservative. A pretty good third over there, just getting things back under control. And I'm going to say Dingra provided a bit of relief for Luxembourg. Only 3 runs coming off the third.
Yeah, he certainly did. Just what he did. New bowler getting ready to come on now. Of course, the power play completed, so he just he's got the freedom now to have 5 men outside the 30-yard circle. And hey, look, why don't we take the opportunity to give our congratulations to Catalonia CC, who were winners of the EC10. And well, they weren't just winners. I mean, they were just blazing every way, and they were record breakers.
They were. Well, the highest score of the year so far in ECN cricket, 219 off the 10 overs. Very, very close to that 223, which would have been a record. 222 is the existing record, set by VSC Rotterdam.
And we saw a century. And we saw a century.
131.
Yep.
Not out.
100
Huge.
127 balls, and that's the fastest.
Fastest we ever had in ECN, 27 balls. I'm going Khan, Big Mac. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. It's Vikram Vij.
Edge. And let's get the single.
Good start there.
You can see that the fielder, Tony Whiteman, is in exactly the right place there. So a bit of luck. You can't say this is a chance really for the keeper. I think it's one of those, Vinny, that you often say it either hits you and you catch it, or it gets past you.
Didn't even hit Barker, missed him. And so I think you can't do much about that. I do like the kind of up to the stumps tactics here. We don't see a lot of batters ramping a lot, which is why you don't see it as much at the top level now.
Captain on to bowl here. So Vikram, EG. And this one has been launched into, this goes all the way. Ginna Sona, Ginna Badda, Shaka time again from Basil George. Well, he seems to be keeping this innings on the move. It's another 6 from him. This is just in the slot where he likes it. Good hit from him over mid-wicket, over the cow corner part of the ground. 6 more to George.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. Just came into his powerhouse there, didn't it? Comeback ball from Vikram.
Hit hard down the ground, and this is going to be 6 more. This one's clatters into the boundary markers there. What a hit this is. Straight. This is a bit of a rocket shot. And Basil George, well, we know about Basil's. Basil's goes boom, boom, and that's exactly what Basil George is doing. Boom, boom. Yeah. 2 out of 2.
We've seen this in Malta, haven't we? At the Master Cricket Ground. That's their MCG. Right now, they're at the home of European cricket, and Basil's looking powerful.
Slower delivery, but it makes no difference because this one goes all the way as well. Bolle. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más.
Now, boom, boom, Basil is in business right now. And he does go boom, boom, boom. And this is getting out of hand now after a quiet third over from Dingra. Only went for 3. We've seen 3 sixes in 3 balls now. Malta climbing towards 50.
And this could be another. Yes, it is. And well, watch out up in the tower. Well, I don't know who's up there from Spring Productions. Well, this is coming your way. And Basil George has, he's lit up the Cartama Oval here. A bit of Cartamania going on here in the middle.
Wow, that is absolutely slammed. I think that's the best of the lot. It was the straightest. It was the longest. And the camera operator didn't have to worry too much about that because it was well over them. George climbing into the what is that now? 37, pardon me. 37 off just 9 balls.
Captain Vijay has gone magical already.
It's the length though, slot length. Got to pitch it up.
And, George just looking to paddle this one away and maybe take the single. So easy gets a dot there, but not before the captain Vikram. His over goes magical. The 50 also came up in that over. And they needed a bit of acceleration, didn't they? Especially after that really good over from Dingra. And that was the acceleration. And it came, unfortunately, off the bowling of the captain. 54 for 1 after 4 overs.
Yeah, so got to say, I like the comeback, I suppose, at the end of the over. It was a bit too little too late for Vikramvich, wasn't it? Because he tries the slower ball. Basil, I think just looking for a single there to keep the strike because he's on a heater right now. Samuel Stanislaus not hitting him as cleanly so far, but 54 for 1 after 4. Malta looking the goods now.
Certainly are. I liking the kids. The kids are getting involved now. I was working on them a little bit, Vinny. I know.
I was going to ask you about this.
They've got the old
You
going
have
in and,
done a great job with the kids from the English College, International College of Marbella this morning.
They're loving it. They're in the action here now. You can hear them. I hope you can pick them up and be okay here. Here we go. And well, now it's Samuel Stanislaus' turn to go. He's been a little bit slow, hasn't he? And before that shot, he was 8 of 11. This is more like it. We know Stanislaus is a little bit more correct, but he does have the power. And this is a lovely shot. It looks effortless, doesn't it? Just a lovely pickup and goes over the leg side boundary. 6 more from him. Malta starting to look dangerous here.
Yeah, it was just with the spin, wasn't it? It's Marcus Cope coming on and do like the kind of tactics to go to a slow bowler now, but you've got to get it right. And especially that fan zone boundary under attack. You don't want to get too straight to Samuel Stanislaus.
So this time he just guides it down. Clever batting from Stanislaus. I mean, just hit his first 6. Good shot it was as well, but he knows that Basil is hot. Basil is on fire. So he just guides this one down into that third man territory, takes a single and says, here you go, Basil, go do your business. 43 of just 11 deliveries so far, Basil George. And the younger Marcus Cope to bowl to him now.
Yeah, left hand up. Let's see if Cope likes this or not. Thing is, Basil's in a mood.
Just elects to bat onto ball, takes a single. So it's nice from both his batters. I mean, they're both capable of playing big shots, but they're also respecting the good ball as well. And this partnership, it's flourishing, isn't it? 50 runs now between these two.
I think they've been really selective about what they've gone after. I think that's smart. And it's backing their eye, backing their instincts, their attacking instincts now.
Well, this is not the best of deliveries, but I think this catches the pad, but really it's a missed opportunity from Stanislaus. I mean, it's a Gundy full toss on the leg side. Should have been whacked away.
Goes the round arm here, I think, Cope. Tries to get wide of the crease and get even wider with his arm angle, but yeah, was asking for it. I think Stanislaus is upset he hasn't put that away.
George goes for it. Doesn't get enough of it. I don't think so. Fielder comes in and should have taken the catch. So Basil George, he gets lucky again. You know, there was an opportunity to get him out when he was on 6, and the fielder just doesn't get there. And this is another one that really should be taken. I think there's Anoop Ulsru who gets it all wrong there.
It is. It was right in the bread basket there. Huge moment as George gets a life. Back to Samuel.
Tries to catch it, and is the fielder going to get there? No, he doesn't. It's got to be said, it's going to be a difficult one, but it's half a chance, and you've got to take them. So both batters within balls of each other have given a chance to both get put down. George was the first, offering a chance on 44. So now that one there from Stanislaus. So both getting a bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte por los dos batedores, but they're going nicely. The score moves to 65 for 1 at the halfway point.
Yeah, it is the halfway point. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full in the commentary box for the first time today. Rico, well, obviously you saw match 1. It was the opener for Group C between Belgium and France. Give us your thoughts about that. Belgium running out narrow victors.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. I mean, Belgium, remember, runners-up last year. You'd expect them to know this format and play well, and obviously they won the match. But I was encouraged with France's performance. I think they bowled really well at Belgium. And being it's there making the debut as well, I think they didn't win the match, but it was for them, I think, it was a good positive start. And talking about a positive start, this is a good positive start also from Malta as they just find and keep those boundaries coming. It's a little bit too short and gets whipped away. So another nice shot. And Stanislaus, he took a while to get going, didn't he? But now he's finding his range and he's finding the boundary.
Really key partnership after the early loss of Dasha Patanka, who is known as the Tank.
The Tank, yeah.
We had a Tank from the Czech Republic as well.
In the air, chance, and this time it is taken. And this one's a lot easier for Dixit. He had a chance to remove Stanislaus earlier. Well, Stanislaus, he doesn't punish them too much. He was dropped on, well, I think he was on 11 at the time, and he goes on to go for 16 of that. His 15th delivery. So well done to Shiv Karan Gill, who takes the wicket.
Yeah, and he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. I don't know if it was a catch, the last one that went in that direction, but he couldn't quite get there. But this time, Mohit Dixit does the rest. End of a good partnership. And it is Stanislaus who has to go for 20 with a 4 and a 6 in there as well. And Malta lose a second wicket. It's 69 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, well done. The catches get taken. That will give them a bit of confidence. They needed to break that partnership. It was a good partnership. 50-plus runs. And Samuel Stanislaus, well, he gets a warm round of applause as he gets himself in. And, well, he's going to be replaced by the tall figure of another left-hander. This looks like it's Varun Prasad who's coming out. Varun also playing the role as the, I think he's part of the coaching staff, so player manager.
Right.
Prasad.
Okay, Varun is a guy that can smack it a long way, but Willie, Shiv Karan Gill comes in and gets smacked a long way into the jungle. Maximo right on cue. Prasad off to the races. His first ball in ECC cricket is a 6.
Yeah, well, you can tell that myself and Vinny have spent a fair bit of time in Malta together. We know some of these players really well. And Varun Prasad, well, I tell you what, if you put it there to him, he will smash it. Now, be interesting to see how he's developed, because one of his flaws sometimes is a ball coming into his pads. That's where he sometimes has got it wrong. Well, this time he goes straight, and this is big. He's 6 more. Well, Varun Prasad, he comes out and he wants to say, well, Basil, whatever you can do, I can do. 2 left-handers out there, 2 big hitters. Boom, boom. And that's another 6, a 2 in 2. So, well, Karan Gill starts well, and now finds that Varun comes out and he's liking his bowling.
Yeah, sure is. Will he keep going with it? Back to live action.
So nicely played. Better length this time. It's quite not in the slot. And Prasad there, just good footwork. Gets into position early and gives George back his side. George, one big hit away himself from what would be a fantastic half-century for him.
Prasad interests me, though. I think he's better when he goes straighter, or at least looks to go straighter. He can take the bait a bit sometimes and try and go too square and look a bit ugly as a ball comes in from the jungle. This is one of the things about how many balls are going in there. I'll stick with the ball we're using right now. George on 45.
Ooh, wow. Not far from getting a little tickle on this. A good finish, better delivery. Just showing that Gill does have those variations, but he saves that one for the last, but gets a dot in the end. 82 on the board, and that's the end of the 6 over. So that acceleration is continuing pretty nicely at the moment for Malta.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. And you can see that Dhingra bowled a really good over. They didn't bring him back straight away, as he kind of tied up Stanislaus in that over in particular. Apart from that, it's double figures or magical figures in the wrong way for Vikram Vij. He went for 25 off his over. But still, I think Prasad is a key for the rest of this innings. If he can get going with George, then it could be a huge score. We could be talking 140, 150 plus for Malta on ECC debut. These teams are only separated by 1 point in international T20 rankings, by the way.
Good start with the dot ball there. The young man coming back into the attack. Marcus Cope. And, well, back-to-back dots. Well, he came out and hit 2 sixes the first 2 balls, and now he's played a miss at 2. Marcus Cope getting the ball just in the right areas at the moment.
It's a good ball. I think Prasad is trying to drag that leg side, isn't he? Almost at all costs.
Well, this time it's shorter, and it's where he liked it. It's in his hitting zone, and this gets whipped away. It's 6 more. And going for the quicker ball, but just getting the length wrong, and as a result of that, you can see that Varun Prasad is onto it quickly, and he hits his 3rd 6 here. Boom. Shakalagya.
Yeah, so tries the variation, and basically just gets too close to Varun. Sends that one into the jungle. Might need some extra ball boys out there.
And this is a cracking hit. Oh, he's given this some welly. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande es ese golpe. Eso es una Ariana.
And this shows me that he's thinking today, because if he gets this shot going, then he will have success. I think he also knows that Marcus Cope isn't going to get too close to him. So he's ready for a ball outside the off stump, and he plays the correct shot. And you can see, when you're that powerful, you can hit sixes all around this ground.
Yeah, big hit that was. Now it's down the leg side, and he misses out on this one. I think this is just another one where sometimes the bounce just gets the batters. Probably not expecting this to bounce so high, Prasad. So not the best of deliveries from Cope, but gets away with it.
So Cope had a bit of everything in this spell. He's gone for 22. Last ball from him.
And goes down the leg side again, and Varun Prasad maybe not quite the connection he was after, but he gets it in the gap, and this one will be 4 runs. So not the finish that Marcus Cope wanted to his spell. Goes for 4. He'll go for 26. And that ends up being a very, very good over for Malta again. And Varun Prasad is just in the mood of hitting boundaries.
Yeah, I've got to say that could have been a big 5 wides risk if he hadn't hit that, because it was a long way down the leg side. Prasad catches up with it, gets the 4, finishes the over well. So the score at the end of 7 overs, 98 for 2. Just a reminder, if you're new to the ECN, we have cricket all year round, more or less 45 weeks of the year. And we still have 8 weeks to go after we're finished here in Cartama. We'll have a 1-week series in Croatia before 2 weeks in Malta, and then 5 weeks back in Spain, in Barcelona. The ECN season runs all the way to Sunday, the 11th of December. It started all the way back on the 30th of January, and I was there just down the road from here. So it's nice to come back and be back in Spain for more cricket from November onwards. But you can follow us, of course. Just look up the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I love that.
New over now. And it's called wide. I think probably catches a bit of the line. This is William Cope now. The bowl more seam up stuff. I think that is a wide. It's a good call.
Yeah, the umpire's been very consistent with that. Anything that is catching that line, they're going to call the consistency as being good. William Cope once more. This time he over pitches it and up in the air. Well, wow, what happens here? And they're not going to take 2.
Well,
surely.
they can join the club, because I had no idea where that had gone. It went up somewhere and everybody lost it. And the closest fielder was Amit Zingra. He just never sees it.
No, he doesn't see it. I mean, he must have dipped viciously.
I just think they didn't track it off the bat. It was a big swing. It went nowhere near where he was intending it to go. 100's up now for Malta in the 8th over.
This one gets dragged towards the man at long on.
No,
Make the stop.
a few people asking about the Scottish squad. Well, 2 players I'm looking forward to seeing. Callum Garden and Jack Hogarth, good young cricketers for the Forfarshire club, because I know that Forfarshire will be in the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, early next year. And Scotland will be up next.
George goes big, and this one is out of the middle. This is sweet. This is sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. And what a way to bring up your 50. Well, that's the first international T10 50 scored by a Maltese batter, and it comes from the bat of Basil George. And look at the way he uses his feet. He smashes it down the ground. As the kids around the ground put their hands up in the air and say, "Balle, balle, balle."
That was about as well as you can hit a cricket ball from George. So 52 off 16. What an inning. 7 big maximos and a 4. I like the way he kept his balance even though he charged at that ball.
Full toss, and this is gone big. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. Esa pelota se va por la playa. That is going a long way. Well, we know the school that's here is from Marbella. That cricket ball has gone to Marbella. They don't even bother looking for it. That is huge.
That was over the trees, and you don't often see that. It was a gift, really, from William Cope, who overcorrects full this time. Malta looking very at home so far in this international T10 format. I've got to say, I'm not surprised.
Better delivery, better length. And but it's been, I mean, you said it, that the batters seem to be batting sensibly. They seem to be batting smart. They seem to be very selective with the shots they're playing. That one's a better ball, was pitched up. He's not interested in throwing his bat at it and losing his wicket. Just gets the single, gets the run, and hands the strike back now to Varun Prasad, who himself is going at 3 a ball. He's on 30 of 10. Hits this cleanly and make that 36 off 11. This one goes all the way as well. Put him up in the air like you just don't care, Albitro, porque eso es 6 carreras más. And, well, the projected score is around about 150 here, the computer says. When they keep hitting the ball like that, they're going to get there.
Yeah, we said we might see that if their big players fire, and that's exactly what we're seeing in their ECC debut. End of the 8th over, 120 for 2. So that is 150 pace, Rico. And all I'll say is that when the big players fire for Malta, they are a real handful. And the thing is, I think they're really focused at the moment. That's what it seems like to me. And I'm seeing it from George. He doesn't throw it away after hitting his 50. If he sees a ball that he doesn't think he can get after without too much risk, he'll just knock it for one. He'll stay there. He knows he's going to get 2, 3, even 4 balls and over that he can really get after. I've got to say, there's been a real clinic so far from these two. I mean, just like that, have a look at the runs they've contributed. That's 95 runs to this total, just off those 2 bats out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's amazing strike rate, isn't it? And this one's hit out onto the offside, and Basil George, well, he's just shown just what a star player he is in Malta. I mean, he's played a multitude of shots. We've seen he's hit straight down the ground and over the mid-wicket area. How about this? This time he goes over covers, and this goes for 6 runs as well. Well, what a knock this is turning out to be from Basil George.
I love this because, like I say, not too one-dimensional with this stroke play. He's still playing the ball more or less on its merits. Right now, they are absolutely flying. It's the Maltese Express here.
Short, up in the air. There should be a chance that it can get there, but no, it dropped short. And think about 2. Slight hesitation from both the batters, but that one would have been very, very risky indeed.
Yeah, so you need a bit of luck as well. I mean, he probably doesn't need luck the way he's going. As we see, the Scottish team who are arriving for their first game. There's some big boys in there as well, I'll tell you that much.
Well, there's some big shots out here as well, and they don't come any bigger than that. That is clean out of the middle this time of Varun Prasad. But what a big shot that is. He's eyeing up a half century himself. Clean out of the middle. Boom. Shakalagia.
Well, forget 150. I think we're looking more if these 2 get going. These are big, big 6s. And sometimes people say, okay, the boundaries in ECN cricket, they're not the biggest, but the thing is, and why wouldn't they be bigger? I'll tell you why in a second. First, let's just watch another potential Maximo.
Well, he slices this up in the air. Is it going to carry to the fielder? Yes, a catch taken. Does he go over the rope? I think he, well, I don't know here.
I'd be getting back in my crease,
he's
number
saying,
1.
I don't know. I reckon he may have just taken a step over the rope here, Vinny.
Well, it's not convincing body language, is it? And we'll have to look at the feet of the fielder.
I think he just touches it.
Does he?
And
again,
it
has to be concluded.
Oh, yeah.
He's definitely over the rope. Well, there we go. We'll put that with the rest. Maximo 6 more. What I was going to say is, by having the boundaries as they are, it encourages the batters to go for these shots. If you had the boundaries back 70, 80 metres, they wouldn't be going for as many shots. It sure is exciting to watch. Unlucky there for Shivkaran Gill.
Yeah, it's just boundary awareness. I think we've seen already a few times. I mean, Netherlands were very good at this boundary awareness. I mean, they were very good at keeping those balls inside the field of play. So up in the air, not touching the other side of the boundary, and just stopping the 6. Gets a couple of dot balls here, so good finish on the over from Amit Dhingra. He's probably been one of the pick of the bowlers. He goes for 22. But when you have a look at the bowling figures, you'll probably find that he's probably one of the better off the bowlers. So 139. And that was the end of the 9th over. So the 150 here still on.
So Basil George, just looking up his highest score in ECN cricket in 22 matches. He has a high score of 73 not out versus Marsa back in late 2020. I know you were there for that, Rico, but right now it looks like he may even better that. And what a time to do it in Malta's first ever T10 international.
Yeah, what a time indeed.
Here we go with the 10th over, and they're back to Dixit.
Up in the air, fielder coming in, but once again, I mean, you mentioned this, sometimes you just need a bit of luck as well, and Basil George, he has a bit. Remember, he could have gone on the score of 6 when the fielder just totally misreads the ball that was out on the boundary, and then, well, Anup Osru put him down on 44, and since then, well, he hasn't looked back as he's hit the ball clean as a whistle. So is this man, and played out to the man in the cover, the only one in the 30-yard circle. Gets down, keeps it to 1. So trying to stop the Maltese batters getting to this 150, and it certainly has been a dominant display from them. Dixit once more. Oh, he's unlucky. This is pretty close to crashing into the stumps there of George.
Rare miss, really, from Boom Boom Basil. destructive these guys been so far.
It's a good delivery, so just joining the dots up here. Much better length here from Dixit. Started well, didn't he? 13 came with the first over, but that was down to the last ball. He wasn't able to finish it well, but this is good. Good length, good lines.
Couple to come. Well, they hit that 150.
Well, this time again is right on the money, and it's the middle stump that gets knocked back. So that is the end of Basil George. And it's looking like it's going to be a very good final over here from Dixit. He's hit right on the money. You see that George is trying to get funky to this ball pitch up. And just, Vinny, it just goes to on the line once more, doesn't it? No matter how in the batter is. If you bowl a good ball, then they've got to become creative to try and get something from it. Yeah. And that's exactly what George is trying to do here.
Exactly. And so many times we see bowlers trying to follow the batter. I think there's a better tactic. Bowl a Yorker on middle stump. Yeah. Say, hit that. You see, he couldn't catch up with it, but what a good performance. He won't quite get his highest ECN score, and it certainly is a very valuable contribution as he set this innings alight with 67 off 24. Former hit Dixit tilted back his middle stump. So 2 wickets for Dixit, but also a half century for Basil George. 9 Maximos in there as well. It's 141 for 3 after 9.5. Just the 1 ball remaining. What a good knock that was from Boom Boom Basil.
Good knock. Varun Prasad, it looks like he's going to get stranded on 49 at the other end. And hits this out and going to finish with a bang. Yes, they are. There's a new batter, Bilal Khan. We know all about the Bilal Khan, don't we? He's an exciting young player. Well, watch him with the ball. If he gets it right, it can be pretty spectacular. But with the bat, he gives the ball a good crack. And that's why he's sent out there. Sent out to say, you got 1 ball, give me a boundary. And that's exactly what he does. So they're going to finish on 147. That's a magical number in some sports.
It's a perfect break in snooker, isn't it? And a pretty perfect start, got to say, for this Malta team on their debut in ECC cricket. A proud moment for both these teams representing their country. The kids are in the background, gave them a good ovation as well, but it was Malta swinging away. They did lose the tank early, and apart from that, we saw a lot of boom, boom from Basil, and you saw that was the only early wicket. It was a rare highlight for Luxembourg, but they were pummeled through the middle part of this innings.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the fireworks, they started early today, haven't they? Here at the start of Group C, as the ball was smashed to all parts of the ground. And nice to see that, well, a man that we know very well, a really nice guy as well, Basil George. He's out there, and, well, Basil brought the boom boom to this game, and when he was joined out there by Varun Prasad as well, he certainly enjoyed himself. But that was after Samuel Stanislaus put a good partnership on together as well. Both the batters put a 50 partnership together. That was a chance that went down, but Stanislaus, he started to get going, started to get into the groove, but before he was then caught by Dixit off the bowling off field. But that, like I say, brought Varun Prasad out in the middle, and he started with 2 huge sixes. And, well, you can see he's a big, tall lad, and when he swings and he connects in the middle of his bat, that ball stays hit. And there was a lot of that, wasn't there? A lot of clapping and cheering from the Maltese bench. This time they're on their feet, because that was a half century from Basil George. Boy, can he hit the ball well. And, it was Varun Prasad who unfortunately will end up stranded on 49 at the other end. I say unfortunately, he won't find too much, but again, it was a scintillating partnership that he put together with Basil George. And well, this was from the fielder thought he'd taken the wicket. He hadn't. He'd stepped over the line, and Basil George said, well, trying to get funky in that last over, which was a good over actually, I have to say. From Dixit, got the ball in the right areas. He finishes with 2 for 21 as he got the middle stump of Basil George, but not before Bilal Khan then came out and he smashes the big 6 of the final delivery. And Malta, I have to say, an impressive debut with the bat from them, but we've only seen halfway point of this match. Let's see if they can also be good with the ball. That scorecard dominated by Basil George, 67 of 24. Stanislaus, he played his part as well, didn't he, with that 20 of 13 deliveries, but it was a good then partnership between George and Varun Prasad. They got them to this good high score. Looking at the bowlers, several bowlers used. They used 6 bowlers in the first 6. So everybody bowled an over before the captain decided who he wanted to bring back. But 1 or 2 of those were, well, 1 or 3 of those went for plenty, didn't they? I think there are a couple of magical overs in there as well. And the captain himself, Vikram Vijay, he was the first to go magical. And then, well, William Cope also went for 22 of his over as well. So Malta certainly putting on some pressure on the Luxembourg side here. Luxembourg, remember, they have got T10 experience, and they've come out here with, they would believe, a stronger, better side. So I'm expecting to see something special from them with the bat as well. But it's going to have to be something special if they're going to get to 148 for victory. Well, that's have a look at the wagon wheel there of Basil George. You can see that he hit the ball to most parts of the ground in front of the bat, didn't he? Only the one run towards square leg, but all the other, look, you have a look, I mean, they would call that the V, wouldn't they? He's hitting the ball in the V. You can see through the covers, through long on and long off, as well as mid-wicket. That is a pretty good innings from Basil George, the powerful hitter. And Varun Prasad also did very well. There you go, just falling short of his 50. But once again, very similar to George. You can see where he hit a lot of his runs. So 1 or 2 square leg because of those short deliveries that he was able to put away. So Rico Hall here of the European Cricket Network, of course, with Mr. Maximo. We're going to take about a 10-minute break before we come back to the conclusion of this match. It's the second one of the start of Group C. Malta making their debut. They've been impressive with the bat. They put 147 on the board. Luxembourg, they need 148 for victory. Which way will it go? There's only one way to find out. Come back and join us in 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. 21 European cricket nations converging here in Spain for the Euros of cricket. It's fast-paced, it's action-packed, it's one of a kind, and you're watching it right here on the European Cricket Network, on fan code in the Indian subcontinent, and all of our international broadcast partners. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN today with you, as we are watching two teams without a win in ECC cricket. Malta, this is their very first game. They've gone out and cracked 147 off their 10 overs. Luxembourg, well, they were here last year, but slightly under strength. They only took a single point away from their 8 matches. That was the result of a washout. So right now, see William Cope opening the batting. He won't be facing. It'll be Tim Barker, the keeper, who will be on strike for the first ball. Bilal Khan, very lively left armour to get us going. So sit back, relax, and let's try and keep you cool. And cricket will run into the night here at Cartama as well. Let's get rolling. 148, an epic chase it would be if Luxembourg can pull it off. But first, here's Bilal. This is in the air and could be caught on a couple of accounts, really. That was the hero from the first innings, Basil George, who got 2 hands to it. And he almost pushes this to the fielder next door, Aldous Matthew. Wow, what an action-packed start. You can see he gets two hands to it, and it loops just past his neighbour. That was single to start us off. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, in the box. Joining me once again, Rico Full. Rico, what a start that could have been for the Maltese.
Yeah, what a start it could have been indeed. Bilal Khan could have got his first T10 international wicket off his very first delivery. We know he's a very exciting young man, great bowler. And he's one man that can really get those Yorkers going. I mean, it's the way he bowls sometimes, you know, he reminds me, especially the line he bowls and the way he gets the ball to move, reminds me a lot of Mohammed Cameron. And there you go, that's what I'm talking about. You see that line, I mean, we know Hitman Cameron, he played, of course, for Spain in Group A. Probably doesn't have, well, he's not as young as Bilal, so he hasn't got the run-up that Bilal has, but he gets the ball to shape in just like that, the left armour. He's
a little bit, I don't know what the word is. He's quite unpredictable with what he's going to do with the ball as well, Bilal. I mean, stock delivery does straighten down the line, but occasionally he'll do something a little bit different, a little bit special. Here's ball to Cope, yet to score.
That one just ends up being a little bit too quick, I think, for Cope. Gets pad onto it. Very big hello to men that are watching from Malta. Our good friends, Indica Pereira, who's the chairman of Maltese cricket. And also Johnny G, our good friend, Johnny G. Hello, Johnny. Nice to see that you're tuning in, and thank you both for your lovely wishes. And 2 very key men in Maltese cricket, Indica and Johnny G.
Big hello to you guys. We're missing you. Looking forward to seeing you, actually, before too long on your home turf. But right now, eyes fixed in the middle of the Cartama Oval. And this one really does bend from Bilal. Just have a look at the swing on this.
Great bowling. I mean, just look at the rhythm, Vinny. You know, he excited me the first time I saw him in Malta coming up to, about 3 years ago. But just got a lovely delivery stride. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Look at the movement on that beautiful ball.
So you're going to get 2 overs from Bilal. That's not going to be easy.
No, just have a look at his run-up, folks. I mean, it doesn't get any better. It's almost like poetry in motion, isn't it? Watch him come in. And, yeah, he's going to enjoy bowling on this, I think. Here he comes, and he's getting the swing as well. So can he get this ball? You want to try and start it outside the off. Well, this time just a little bit leg-side-ish. And that's why it's been whipped away to the backward square boundary. Square leg in the right place. Does the job. No boundary, just the run.
Yeah, I'll take it. Right now, Bilal Khan is trying to go for, I think, because he's searching for that swing. But yeah, one of the things about a bowler like Bilal is even more effective because not everyone will swing. It's not a predictable trajectory out of the hand. Last ball of his over.
So a slightly shorter one here. And batter's taking on the fielder. It's leg bias it will be to end the over, and it's a pretty tidy one, isn't it? And when you're needing sort of almost 15 and over right from the go, when you get a tidy over like this in, which just goes for, well, it's going to go for 4 runs, including that leg bye. It's going to be hard work.
Well, guess what? Next match
And actually, at the end of this match, if there's no golden ball, we will hit 100 matches without a golden ball. So it's ticking over. The last one was the 2nd of September. That was in Belgium.
Yep.
It was Mechelen Eagles versus Ostend CC. But, yeah, we're yet to have an international golden ball. That is the tiebreaker. If there is a match tied, the batting team gets one more delivery. They need to score 2 or more to win the match. Otherwise, they don't win. So it's basically sudden death cricket at that stage. So, time for the second over.
Uppish, but over the 30-yard circle. Good shot, just over pitching here. And this one's been whipped away quite nicely. So we get another very good opening to come in the bowl. Wasim Abbas, he's played a lot of cricket for the national team as well, but just goes a little bit too forward. I think not just does he go a bit forward, I think it's good batting as well there from Barker. He makes a good few steps down the ground. He turns that Yorker into a full toss. Tries to go down the ground.
Just smart fielding there. I think you're always going to concede the one. Just make sure you save the boundary. Yeah, seems a definite attempt from Barker to bat out of his crease and try and get something on the drive. And Abbas as well, he'll move the ball around a little bit. He'll probably try and get full. Hope he'll get the opportunity now to face up. You see Luxembourg, if they don't chase this down, which I'd say is more likely than not, they need to start thinking long ball and not let their net run rate take too much of a hit. That would be the issue for them.
That's the line that you want to be bowling. It's right on the money, good length, Yorker length. It ends up being dug out by Cope.
A few shout outs. I know that Adrian Pickles is watching with Pat Silcox, I think, from Australia. I know a lot of people enjoying the action on Fox Sports Australia. And I must say, I spent a lot of time growing up watching the 500 channels.
Keep up!
Just a one here dug out. I like the length here from Abbas. He's full, but he's in the block hole. That's where he's trying to go. I think sometimes the batter's so keen to get forward, they're kind of yorking themselves a little bit, that they're so far on the move. Maybe they need to change the tactics slightly, maybe get back in the crease and then try and drive something on the up, because it does seem that Abbas is consistently hitting that popping crease.
Yeah, they're trying to come out to him and try and prevent the Yorker. But look, that's this time he's gone back, and that's the danger one. You go back, you get it wrong, you'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, actually like this batting, because when they've been going forward, they've been yorking themselves. So I actually think he definitely goes back in his crease here, Cope, to try and pick something up and go over the top. But yeah, he's just not able to do it. Last ball of the over coming up.
And well, this is good. And well, for a moment, I thought this is coming right our way. I was getting ready for the catch there, but doesn't quite come. What a nice shot that is. Well, it's a bit of showtime here now. In the middle there in the Cartama Oval, trying to get funky. Well, this is Sun Seasan and Sexy Cricket. He takes that right off the top of middle stump. And that almost comes our way.
It's 2 full. I mean, it's borderline for height, probably thigh height. Not quite above the waist or at the waist, according to the umpire, but it will be Maximo time. Luxembourg 19 for no loss after 2 overs. Now, you can see the state of play. Early days, of course. Belgium getting a 17-run win in match 1 over France. These two teams will get the opportunity to score points in this game. Looks like Malta at the moment in the box seat, but it can change very quickly. In Scotland 11, we'll see them in match 3, which isn't too far away either. Really looking forward to seeing how they go on ECC debut.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are. I think there's this sort of buzz of anticipation. As there was, I think, before we saw Ireland, nobody really knows what to expect. Nobody knows how they're gonna play and adapt to this format. But I've got a feeling that they'll do pretty well.
I've got a feeling you might be right. Anyway, let's go into over number 3. Let's over the power play. They don't bring back Bilal. They go to Justin Shaju. He gets hit down the ground, and he takes the wicket very first ball. So the pull was on, wasn't it? And Cope tried to get it, but he gets it straight. Doesn't get the elevation that he needed. And so Shaju breaks through with a wicket in his very first T10 international delivery, and Luxembourg lose their first. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, nicely done. Justin Shaju just keeping this one a little bit wide. out of the off. Have a look here. So the batter has to get a fair bit of power on this because he's a little bit away from his body, but no mistake. A nice catch taken there by Bikram Aurora. Aurora, I mean, we know, don't we? He's a classy player. We didn't see him with the bat. He wasn't required, but he's a good batter. He's a good leader as well as a captain. But in the field, I mean, when he's catching, safe as houses.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Even more power to this Maltese batting lineup. We didn't see, but Cope, disappointment for him. Can't really get them off to the start that he would have wanted. He goes for 3. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, a good moment there for Sharju, though, isn't it? I mean, he's picking up the first wicket for Malta. And the first time they're playing this T10 international format. So congratulations to him. And, well, he's saying, hey, finish yet, Rico? We'd like a few more.
Bilal Khan with a catch down there.
It was Khan, was it?
Yeah, Bilal Khan.
Beg your
It's a
pardon.
long way from us, I can see. Can't always pick it out. But, yeah, Bilal, I would have thought maybe they'd go for him in this third over just while the ball's kind of new. Only conceded 5 of his first over. 2 of them were leg byes. Anyway, Justin Sharju does the trick first up.
Plays it through the gap, which has been swept though by a man that's on the boundary there. So nicely done. Good field this. I'm liking his field. They've got a couple of players inside the 30-yard circle. They're attacking quite well, but they've got the lines right. And this is sometimes what we talk about with the bowler, the captain, and also the wicket keeper has to make sure that those guys that are on the boundary are in the right places.
This is Shiv Karan Gill, who is out now, number 3. Gets a single first up. Back to Barker. Shiv Karan Gill always looked good last year. Didn't really make the amount of runs he probably wanted to.
Well, this is a very wide delivery. Very good take there by Darshit Patanka. The tank. It's a big man, but he moves.
He's a big man.
Moves pretty well, doesn't he, for a big man?
Nice to see him getting an opportunity as well. Plays his club cricket for the American University of Malta. I haven't got it confirmed yet, but I think they're in pretty good position actually maybe to qualify for ECL, AUM. Some good players.
It's a catch it, but I think this is just going to drop short of Varun. Varun Prasad there.
How good did Varun Prasad hit the ball? And Basil George, take nothing away from him.
Yeah.
Those guys, those 2 left-handers, they were just hitting balls miles out of the park. That kind of ability is going to be so valuable in this form of the game. I wonder if they can do it maybe against some of the other attacks.
And this one's well hit, and nobody's going to stop this. This, in fact, will go all the way. So Manos Arriba from the Albitro. A nice shot, safe shot as well. He knows there's no fielder out there, and though he doesn't really absolutely muller it, he gets enough on it, doesn't he? Look, good footwork, gets to the pitch of it, nice hit, and it goes all the way for 6 runs. And Shiv Karan Gill is off and running. Maximo.
Yeah, they'll take it. Like I say, Luxembourg, even if they don't chase this target down, they'll want to at least make as many as they can. Well, they'll still believe they can do it. 16.4 required and over here.
Up and over again. This is a lovely shot, and this is good cricket. I'm liking this, and it's all awareness of where the fielders are. It's a safe shot to play. You know that man and is in the mid-off position, so he's not on the boundary. Hits it cleanly. It's a lovely shot. Goes all the way.
Well, batting like this, who's to say they can't chase this down? Might be a case of whatever you can do, I can do better. That was a really good shot and good shot selection from Shiv Karan Gill. He's gone 166 in his innings so far.
Yeah, so they've got the man patrolling the offside boundary. That's why you haven't got long off on it. I reckon he's gonna eye up the same shot again if he gets the length. He doesn't. It goes wide. He's trying to prevent the batter. Gill playing that shot, but goes too wide, and wide is called, so he'll have to bowl it again. So struggling to finish the over well here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. The breeze is a little bit right to left on your screen as well. It's kind of coming across the ground at the moment. It tells me that shot over cover. You've got a little bit of leeway. Will be wind assisted. Last ball, the power play. Pretty good one.
Yeah, finishes well, but does go for 16, but at least he's able to finish well. The coaches will be happy about that. Talking about the coaches, I mean, Malta, the playing manager, Varun Prasad, we know he's on the field of play, and the coach is Darshit Patanka, wicketkeeper. He's also on the field of play. So, well, they're doing it by, being on the field of play.
Yeah, well, that's where you get the best look, I suppose. Have a look at the first innings from Malta. You can see had a slightly down third over, but then it was big trouble ahead, wasn't it?
as big bad boom boom Basil went bang, 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 bang in the fourth, 4 consecutive sixes, and they never really looked back. So if you look at this, Luxembourg actually win the power play 35-29 in the first 3 overs. But they'll do very well to keep up with the pace that Malta set in these middle overs. Middle overs went 25, 11, 17, 16, 22, 19 even. So that's overs 4 to 9.
Yeah, I mean, they hit the ball so well. And you said it, boom, boom, Basil. This one, oh, well, I think he should have at least got something on this. I think he'll be disappointed with that effort. I think that Shurid Roy, and he's going to be disappointed. And that, again, we said that maybe it could have been a wicket of the very first ball. Well, it should have been a wicket here, the first ball of this one. It just goes up the air, hangs out there. Got to take these catches. Shots to catch it, but it drops well short of Varun. It's Sharma coming on the bowl now. Seen Sharma pick up plenty of wickets in Malta as well.
Yeah.
Sharma.
Plays Malta Super Kings, Sharma. Yeah, nice to see variety of bowlers used so far by Malta. I'm going to say they haven't really put a foot wrong so far, have they?
Short. But not quite getting the timing right, so fielders have to come across. Stop it, looking to get that pull shot in the gap between the man behind square and the mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, Boom Boom Basil, that's a name that we've used before. And Charlie Hunt, of course, he was in Malta. And he soon found out what Boom Boom Basil was all about. That seems to be his name at the moment. Well, talking about Boom Boom, well, this is a nice one straight down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Barker. I like the way that he uses his feet, and that, for me, is the key to his batting, Timothy Barker. He's very quick to get to the pitch. Look, here he goes. And once he's there, he gets there early, and then he executes it well, hitting straight through the ball. He's not slogging. He's not trying to eye up mid-wicket or cow corner, just hitting the ball clean, straight.
Excellent hitting. Really good technique as well to that. Follows through with the shot and gets it in the middle of the bat. Good batting by Barker. They need more.
This is a short delivery. But Barker was disappointed that he's not being able to find the gap here. Just needed to get perhaps a little bit more of a swivel on this as he plays the shot. And I think that would have been enough to get it wide enough from that fielder. So Sharma maybe gets a lucky break there.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of ball. If you hit that for 6, you're still on strike. You feel like you're on a roll. Okay, the one's all right, but you just got to try and stay up with this rate. It's not easy.
And once again, looking to pierce that gap, but not going to, and that's good work there this time from Stanislaus. That will be the end of the over. It's a 48 for 1 at the end of 4.
So it's not a bad rate at all, really, is it? From Luxembourg, we're seeing a bit of fight from their top order. But just have a look at that rate, just creeping up little by little. Now we're up to pretty much 16.7. That's 167 pace for the rest of this innings. But I will say, I've liked the batting of these two. And you've got someone like Thomas Martin to come in as well next. And he is certainly a guy that can hit the ball pretty cleanly as well. So let's go to the next over. And Malta will just hope that they can basically win the game in the next 3 overs, put it out of reach. So that's an important few overs coming up. It's going to be Eldos Matthew to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, using a different bowler each over at the moment. And I think it can, because of the rate the way it is, they can afford to do that. But I think as soon as they feel that they're under attack or under pressure, they probably will go to Bilal straight away. Firmly hit, fielder's got work to do, and he can't get there, gets fingertips to it. This is so well hit again from Barker. Loving the way he's striking the ball. Nice, good, clean contact. And 4 more runs. Doesn't have a long way to go, does he, Bilal, who's out there? But all he's able to do, you see there, just get fingertips to it. So Bilal Khan not sharp enough to cut that off. He's just been moved a little bit wider here now. Barker leading the reply, the fight back from Luxembourg. So now he tries to go a little bit straighter, but a better delivery, better length this time from Matthews.
I say, pretty good comeback from the bowler though. Just gets it full straight. It's always a good get out of jail, I think, if you can get it right. Problem is you don't really have a lot of leeway at this level. But yeah, you can see he's actually probably a metre out of his crease. He's on the walk a little bit. Barker thought he kept pretty well in the first innings for Luxembourg. Over to Shiv Curran-Gill, see if he can keep moving the game forward.
Well, he's got enough of it. Well, everybody's shouting catch it, but this is a good shot. It's a powerful shot. It has to get the power in it. I think you'll see he probably finds his places with both feet up in the air, you know, so it's a really good hit because it's short. Yeah, not quite, but you can still see it's a fair hit. He's hitting it on the up, and it's all about getting into position. The weight going into the shot gets the 6. Now, I'm trying to get it past the infield there and the offside. Gets a single, but I don't mind this. This is about what Malta did really well when they put those partnerships together. The batters between themselves were hitting boundaries, taking singles, rotating, and that's what Luxembourg are doing here at the moment.
It's a remarkable shot, really. That 6 of the back foot over, long off essentially. So yeah, they'd want to be around about 75 at the halfway point. A couple of 6 will make things interesting here.
Drags this out. Another work to be done for the man who comes across from mid-wicket and fires the throw in back to the bowler. So when you're going to fire a ball in like that, so I think the bowler's probably thinking, hey, I don't mind it, but throw it to the keeper. He's the one who's got the gloves. I think Elders Matthews certainly felt that on his fingers. Once again, batters, there's no dot balls. That's a good thing here. They're managing to keep that scoreboard ticking. Keeping it around about 16 and over here. And, well, it's a miscue, but he'll get it past the infielder, but not past the man, Stanislaus, who's doing the sweeping on the boundary. So even though Matthews here goes for 14, it's still below what they require. So that rate will just keep creeping up all the time. It is 62 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this form of the game, isn't it? That you can see if 1 5-over period and then another 5-over period, it can change like that. It can change really, really quickly. Anyway, I want to welcome you into the commentary box here. There's our dream box here on the Costello Solvini Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Corey Ruckus, of course, he's around the grounds as well. And yeah, looking forward to what's coming up as well with Scotland 11, the 5th team in this group. Well, I'll be really excited to see them and how quickly they pick up this format of the game. I think what we're seeing right now is that all the teams, they are playing well in patches. Let's see who can do it kind of over the course of the week and go all the way.
Yeah, what did you think of France's debut? Against Belgium, a team we know are very strong.
I think the ball, yes. With the bat, no. I think with the bat, my question is it a technical thing or is it a mindset thing? Because I think they might have gone over the top aggressive and kind of lost a lot of their technique in there. And I think Scotland will be a good test to see where France are at with their batting. Their bowling and fielding doesn't concern me. I think their bowling and fielding, I think was up to the mark. But Belgium, they bowled pretty well, but not probably to their absolute potential. There's a lot of wild swing and missing from France. Let's see how that turns around.
And looking forward to them coming back and seeing how they do. But like you say, they're up against a team a lot of people are fancying, the Scotland side. This is a nice shot, and yeah, it's hit beautifully straight. And this time it's Gill who plays a nice shot. So, beg your pardon, it's Barker again. The left-hander. It's really, I mean, he's hit these so well. His footwork is immaculate, isn't it?
Yes, very good cricket shot. Big gap straight down the ground.
Well, this is tossed right up, and it will go the distance. It will go the journey. Balle, kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, I'll tell you what, man, Timothy Barker, while he's out there, this game is in the balance because he's finding a way to hit those boundaries. And at the moment, Malta haven't been able to find a way to stop him coming down. What I haven't seen here is the bowlers try to outfox him, maybe spray one a little bit wide or down the leg side and get the wicket-keeper in play to get the stumping. This will be 6 more. Shaba, shaba. Balle, balle, balle. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras.
I'm loving this from Barker. He is just taking the game on. He knows he can't afford to let this game drift any further. And he has scored 35 out of 11. 35 off 11 in this partnership. Incredible hitting so far. Luxembourg right back in this contest now. Round the wicket.
Well, it's not a good delivery.
They might want to see if this is off the pitch or not. Bowler was blocking the umpire, so look for some clarification here. Because if it's off the pitch completely, it'll be a no ball, and that is off the pitch.
Does it pass that line though?
But it's the stumps is the line it has to pass in
Yeah,
the full.
yeah.
So that. Well, I think this is wrong because that's bounced before the stumps. So anyway, that's a mistake. We won't want to get out this ball. And he will get out this ball. Oh, will he? No, I don't think Bikram Aurora was ready. He was still setting the field. And, well, a bit of craziness, but I can tell you that's been an excellent innings from Tim Barker. He gets his half century off 19 balls, and he's given his team a chance with a very, very good 50 to start his tournament.
Yeah, Timothy Barker take about 53. He moves on of 19 deliveries. Ball, but they Timothy Barker no the half century, Puri Cully, and well, he hasn't given this up yet, and this is being thumped. Oh, what a big hit. Well, that is a Bizaway supersonic 6. He's given that some welly. It goes all the way. Shaba Kidda Jaswala Gekani. But Jabardasti batting here from Timothy Barker. And he ain't finished yet. And this is turning out to be a very, very good over. And that one, it does go magical. 28 off that one. Should we draw it? Well, he gets taken apart.
Wow. That is potentially a match-defining over. Suridroy goes all the way to the cleaners, and he's taken there via the Luxembourg batters there. Barker, 59 off 20 now. What a chase this would be if Luxembourg could pull it off. In fact, after that over, they're pretty much on the pace. Just 14 and a half required. So they're going at 15 and over right now, and that's what they'll need.
Is
and
this
105 after 7, 120 after 8. Little
is
targets.
this panic time? Is this where Moncton go back to Bilal Khan? I think you probably have to. I think they are. It does look like they're going back to Bilal. I mean, this is a lot earlier than they would have liked it. They would have liked Bilal to bowl the ninth, I'm sure. But I think they're just sensing that they need to get a wicket here, and particularly the wicket of Timothy Barker. 59 of 20 deliveries.
All right. I've thrown the trump card in. Bilal to bowl over number 7.
And goes for the big shot, and that is an outstanding catch. That is a little bit of jalebi catching going out there. It is Aldo's Matthew that holds on to it. That is super. That is super duper. How about that? What a catch. It's an absolute ripper. And they go back to Bilal Khan, and Bilal Khan delivers for his captain. But it takes an outstanding bit of work there in the field. Elders Matthews take a bow.
What a catch that is. At a big moment in the game as well. It's not Barker, but it is Shiv Curran Gill, who looked pretty good himself with 3 sixes in his 10 balls before that. But it is one of those, it's almost like a slips catch kind of dive, and he gives the ball a little kiss and throws it away. And he says, oh, that is a highlight for me and my country. So Shiv Curran Gill goes for 23. And Bilal comes back, gets the wicket immediately. It's 90 for 3 now in the 7th.
Yeah, I mean, it's an outstanding bit of cricket. And we have seen some catches, some humdingers here at the Cartama Oval. And that is just another piece of outstanding fielding that we've seen here. What a great catch.
Yeah, we'll talk about taking chances, presenting chances, creating chances. These are the important things, especially in this form of the game, where it's all heightened, it's all magnified. So Newt Batter comes out. It's Vikram Vij, the captain. Not too much luck with the ball. Let's see if he can keep things rolling with the bat.
That's well, just gets inside the line, tucks his away, and that's a clever thing to do at the moment. And Timothy Barker, he is hot and spicy, really, the way he's hitting the ball. So I think of the captain just saying, hey, while you're going good, here you go. Have the strike back, see what you can do with Bilal.
That's smart. I mean, this is the contest I want to see, though, is Bilal Khan versus Tim Barker. In the first over, they weren't able to do too much with Bilal Khan. Only 5 came off it, 2 of them were leg byes.
York length delivery. It's been attacked by the fielder, but it's bouncing awkwardly. But Matthew has already shown us what a classy fielder he is after taking a great catch, just a single.
So Vikram Vij, he can't afford to sit on his hands here. He also needs to contribute. It's a lot of runs to get. You can't rely just on one batter to do it. So here's the number 4. He is the captain. He also has to look to try and score boundaries, I think.
Down the leg side and will be called wide, just losing his shape a little bit here.
So I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't bring Bilal back in the third over. They went to Justin Sharju, who did start with a wicket caught by Bilal actually, but did go for 2 sixes and 16 came off that over. I would have thought with the ball moving around, he's a little bit more dangerous. That one, you see no swing for him, went all the way down the leg side.
Once again, it's down the leg, so just straying in his line a little bit to the left-hander, to Vikram Vij. So just struggling perhaps, but I mean it could be worse. If he's touching any of these, they're going to race away to the boundary.
Yeah, you have to reach them first. I want to say hello to Sean Byrne in the chat from Overseas Cricket Club in Malta. He's no stranger to a catch celebration.
This is up in the air. Has he got the legs on it? I believe it has. I mean, just have a look at that wind. I mean, when you see this caption of the ball going over the boundary, keep an eye on the wind on those flags. It tells you which way the wind is blowing. So anything that goes up in that zone, the wind's going to catch it and is going to assist the batter. So this is a good sign for the captain. You see those flags there? Well, that's the story. Anything in that zone. So the left-hander is going to fancy these shots here, Vinny.
Yeah, if that was the Olympic 100-metre final, the world record wouldn't stand because that was wind assisted. But that's smart batting from the left-hander. Knowing the way the wind's going is so important in cricket when you're fielding, when you're batting, even when you're bowling.
This one is not out the middle, but it goes the distance again. You can see how the wind is playing a part here because the fielder comes in, he's believing that he's going to be in with the catch, and next thing you know, that wind has caught that ball, it goes clear over his head. Back-to-back sixes, boom, boom, shukka time from the captain.
Gets none of that. Oh, gotta say, that is Mother Nature influencing this cricket match because, once again, with the wind, carries the fielder. And well done to Vij. He's picked up the pace real quick. And he's got one more ball to deal with from Bilal Khan.
Got to go fuller. And he strays down the leg side once more. And 3 wides in the over. And that's the disappointment because, look, I was saying that the wides, you know, if he gets a bat on them, it could be 4, it could be worse. But that 6, if that 6 would not have happened if he didn't bowl those wides.
Yeah, that's a good point you make. He's had to bowl long over here, Bilal. This has not gone to plan. They brought him in to stop the rot. Started fine, but 17 off this over now with the ball to spend.
This one will just be probably a single. But yeah, very important point. That's the reason why coaches, they try and get you and they want you to finish your over as well. I mean, there was 3 wides in that over. And just think about it. The last 3 deliveries went 6, 6 and single. So if he didn't bowl the extras, it wouldn't have been those 6s.
Yeah,
and
3 individual wides, leg side wides in that over. So we are at the end of the 708 for 2. This game is right in the balance, 41 or 40 now, pardon me, off 18 balls. France, they'll be here again. They went down to Belgium by 17 runs in the first match of the day. Scott and Levin, though, looking forward to seeing them. And Angus Guy, I think he'll be a really key player for them, batting 3. Also likely to see him with the gloves. But I know that they're a team that have a lot of, obviously, cricket experience. I think high-level cricket experience. It's just a matter, for me, how quickly they pick up this format. Really looking forward to that. Starts in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. And here's Eldos Matthew, who's fresh off his outstanding classic catch on the boundary. He's got the ball now in the 8th, and a huge over, really, in the context of this match.
Massive over. That rate is now on the way down. And well, this will help. Lovely shot. It's over pitched, but it still needs to be put away. And nicely played shot. And the 2 left-handers now out there are causing a few problems. Vikram Vij, the captain.
Good hitting.
Yeah, that's a really good shot, isn't it? I mean, I know it was over pitch, but still, he plays the correct shot all along the ground. 4 runs.
Just hits it hard and hits it correctly. Just have a look at this field. What I'll be doing, I'd probably be trying to protect that deep mid wicket with 1 extra there. They've gone fairly straight, long off. There's long on and a deep mid wicket. There's a big gap between the long on and deep mid wicket. Here's Matthew.
This could be a chance just to, oh dear, oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, you see for me here, you got to commit. And I think here, you've got to go for this. I think go for it, take the gamble because it's a big wicket. And he doesn't, he's in 2 minds, he doesn't know what to do. And as a result of that, he finds himself, this is an awkward one, and
Yeah.
he doesn't get to stop.
Well, deer in the headlight stuff really from Bilal down there.
Yeah.
He needed to come and try and make it into a catch. Even doesn't catch it, he pushes it forward. Instead he backs off and it blasts through him.
And well, at the moment, you have to say these two are making it look easy. And the captain, Vikram Vij, comes in, and that's another boundary for him. He moves to 26 of just 7 deliveries. And Luxembourg here are on course for pulling off what will be a remarkable run chase, Vinny.
Yeah, well, there could be a twist yet, but what I will say, Luxembourg, a team that went winless throughout last year's tournament in 8 matches, they are on the brink of something really special, but there's still very, very high potential that this one could take a turn. But I've got to say, Vich, I'm really impressed with the captain here. He was intelligent. First ball he came out, he pushed a single and he gave Barker the strike. Then he got on a bit of a heater against Bilal. I think his left-handedness is a real benefit as well with this wind at the moment. So you've got 2 left-handers there. It's smart captaincy for him to come out at number 4. And now it's up to Malta, really, to try and work their way back into this contest. 27 off 14 now.
Yeah, well, remember, Bilal Khan has bowled his 2 now. So somebody else has got to stand up and get a couple of good overs in. And, in the air, and it's taken. And that's the one that they needed. And he didn't need to do this, did he, Timothy Barker? I'm surprised at this shot selection. He's batted well all the way. I mean, Barker, remember, he was dropped off his first ball by, well, it was Basil George that dropped him. And then here, doesn't need to do this. He just needs to play, I mean, the way he's batted all the way, play simple, correct cricket, orthodox shots. He goes to get funky, and all he succeeds in doing is giving his wicket away. It's Wasim Abbas that takes the catch. He's going to be really disappointed to be out in that way. Yeah,
he will. After he batted so well, takes a risk that, I suppose hindsight's 20/20. He'll feel it wasn't worth it, but he did have the potential payoff of a boundary, and the ball was there for it as well. It didn't execute it, but I've got to say, really well batted by Timothy Barker. 5 Maximos, 5 fours in his 60 off just 22 rocks, and he departs at 121 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's take nothing away from the innings. You know, he's kept his team in this, and they're still in it. They've still got batting, we know. He's given himself a great opportunity to pull off what will be an amazing run chase, but he's going to be very disappointed to give his wicket away like that.
Thomas Martin, the new batter. This guy can hit it as well. Right-hand player at the crease. First time in a while. Completely misses the first one into the over. Notice Matthew. A bit of everything in his spell. He finishes 1 for 27. And the score after 8 is 121 for 3. 27 required off these last 2 overs. The other thing is the time. 4 minutes to bowl this last over. You'd imagine that would be okay, but certainly something for Malta to keep an eye on.
Yeah, it's going to be, well, what a conclusion this is going to be in this one. And are you tingling? Are you tingling?
I am actually tingling pretty hard.
Tingling? Because what are we on here? 99, right?
Yeah,
99.
So actually, we are 99 matches without a golden ball. If this isn't a golden ball, it'll be 100. But remember, the only other golden ball we've had in a marquee tournament here at Cartama was the Luxembourg team. Star CC versus Helsinki Titans back in the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League of European club cricket. Anyway, Wasim Abbas gets the 9th. Good luck.
Good start from him. That's what they'll be wanting from him, Malta, is 6 deliveries like that in the block hole.
Well, here's the thing. If you have a really good 9th here, let's say you keep it to 7 or less, then you're looking 20s last over. You just don't see that very often. So despite the heroics of the Luxembourg batters so far, still a lot to do. Here's Abbas.
Once again, he goes for the pitched up delivery. Maybe a little bit over pitched it, but you see, this is the other difference, Vinny. I mean, I'm not going to take anything away from Thomas Martin, but when a new batter comes in, you know, it's not easy to get going straight away, and that's why that wicket of the opener, Timothy Barker, and the way that he went was so crucial, because a new batter now has to come out and start a hit straight away. Vikram Vij, what an important delivery this is. Got to get a boundary. Goes for it, and he's going to get one. Just gets it wide of that fielder. And it's Samir Stanislaus who gets the dive in, but he's not able to stop it. And gets 4 runs, so just keeps them in it, doesn't he? Keeps them in it, because now, well, it's 21 of 9 deliveries.
Yeah, Vikram Vij is captain courageous stuff here. Again, this was all about the placement. Probably not the hardest ball he's ever hit. I think if you Wasim Abbas here, you've got to get away from Vikram. He's got a deep cover in place.
Don't get too straight.
And this is hit pretty straight, and it's going to be 4 more. What a cracking shot from the captain. Well, the captain is standing firm here and standing tall and delivering for his side. This is a cracking shot straight down the ground. 2 boundaries. So we're going into the last, and we're going to have a cracking finish to this match.
Wow, we sure are.
And that's clever cricket, because it's a good delivery. But rather than swing aimlessly and miss, he takes the single, which means, well, he's basically saying here, I think, to Thomas Martin, this is your ball to go big, hit a boundary for me, because I really want to be on strike for the last over.
Yeah, that's true. So pretty much free swing the bat for Martin, but he didn't catch up with the first one that he faced. Now, what's his area here? They'll be trying to go straight over cover's head. I think that's probably his plan A with the wind.
I don't think you want this. I don't think you want this single, Vinny. I don't know what
Yeah,
your score on this is.
I would agree with you. I think it's not worth the extra run, because now Martin will be facing. He's very capable. I suppose he gets a good ball there as well, doesn't he? 133 for 3 after 9 overs. We got a game and a half on here. And I've got to tell you that I know that Dave's watching Mandrake. He was watching across the weekend, and he said, and it's a bit hard for him to get involved in the comment section because of where he's watching from. He predicted a golden ball in this game. So, Dave, I did remember. And, well, right now we're going right down to the wire.
Looking forward to this over here. Now, first question, a little bit of debate. Who are they going to go for? You can see some of the key Maltese players coming together, having a chat about it.
I think we're on here, potentially. If we have a tie, it will be a golden ball. The batting team will get 2. We'll need 2 to win, otherwise fielding team wins. Bowlers have had the better of the golden balls, believe it or not, this year. 8-3 to the ball. All time now 22-13. But remember, it was tied 10-10 after 20 of them. So here we go. Rico, seatbelts on, everybody. 15 for a memorable chase. It'll be a memorable game, no matter who wins it. Let's go.
And this is hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Bolle. Thomas Martin smashes the first one out of the ground. Big 6, 9 needed of 5 deliveries.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's also why you take the single, because it's not like Thomas Martin's a bunny. Far from it. And he just hasn't had too much time at the crease yet. It was just too short, wasn't it?
Yeah, far too short.
Sharju, who started with the wicket last time. Right now, he knows he's in a contest. 9 required off 5.
Better delivery, but still, fielders got to get down. They look to go 2, do they? No, they decide against it.
Definitely not. Definitely not with Vish able to face now. 8 off 4. You just feel if there's a 6 here, that'll be enough for them to win. If there's a 4, you're close. If they don't hit any boundaries off these balls, I don't think they can do it. So we are right down to the wire. Nail-biting stuff from the Costa del Sol.
Sharju, though, under pressure now. He's got to get it right to the left-hander. And, well, the captain, Vikram Vij, what an innings been from him.
Think about what this means for these teams this week as well, to get a win in their first game.
Hits it well. This is going to go all the way. Que grande que guay. El capitán. Es un golpe genial. Es una 6. Incredible. That means 2 required of 3 balls to go. What a hit this is. And the captain, Vikram Vij, is probably playing here one of the innings of his life.
Misses his spot, though, doesn't he? Misses his spot, Justin Sharju. Needed to get up in the block hole. And that's the margin of error that you don't have. But what does that make it now? Just 2 required of 3 balls. They'd have to fall over to lose now. They need a dot ball, Malta. Where's it going to come from?
Well, not from here. That is going to seal it. What a victory this is. Absolutely grande. Que guay, que genial. Manos arriba it is from the umpire, because it goes for 6. He finishes on 49 or 14 deliveries. That's the captain, Vikram Vij. Well, it's manos arriba from the umpire, but it's also hands up in the air from the team. Luxembourg and their bench, because they're applauding, they're jumping up and down. What a run chase we've seen here today. What a victory this is. Oh, Vinny, what a match.
What an incredible chase. I've got to say, Luxembourg, that is a real coming of age for them at the T10 format of the game. I mean, these two teams, they're only separated by 1 place. They're right next to each other in the T20 international rankings, and you see there's not too much between them at this format of the game as well. But yeah, Vij, that was an innings of a lifetime, really. The way that he held his cool in the end, they do it, I won't say easily, but relatively easily off the third last ball. It's pumped for 6, brought up the 150 as well, and that is one of the all-time great chases we've ever seen here at the Cartama Oval.
Sensational, absolutely sensational. Well, we keep saying it, the European Cricket Network, a frenzy of action-packed entertainment that's serving the world with the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see.
How about this, though? I mean, the first over only went for 5. 2 of them were leg byes. Looks like they needed wider bats, but then this game took a real turn, didn't it? And they got a couple of boundaries off Wazir Marbus as over. And then you see Sharju gets a wicket first ball. And that just brought Shiv Curran Gill. He started in a flurry. It was Barker, really, that made most of the running in this chase and just kept his team in the game for a while there.
Yeah, we keep saying it's a game of partnerships. First of all, there's that partnership between Timothy Barker and Shiv Curran Gill. I mean, Timothy Barker, the shots that he played, his footwork was absolutely immaculate. And it was well matched by Shiv Curran Gill. But when he was to go, caught by Matthews, off the bowling of Khan, well, that brought the captain in, and well, wasn't he sensational? He ends up being the master blaster and the match winner for Luxembourg. And Luxembourg, congratulations to them, they've won their first ever match in a European Cricket Championship.
They have at their 9th attempt, so they didn't make the finals last year because they were winless, just the 1 point due to a washout. What a catch that was, though, by Eldos Matthew, and you felt that that might just turn things a little bit back to Malta. And you see a lot of good relations between these two teams, as you'd imagine, but still on the field, very close contest. But, well, the left-handedness of Vikram Vish coming in really handy a couple of these times when they weren't quite off the middle. But I also got to say, he wasn't a one-trick pony. He also went offside. He went through the line of the ball when it was required. So that Bilal just mistimed one on the boundary. This one was mistimed by Barker at the end of him. So you thought, well, it's a lot to do, isn't it, for the captain? Could Vish get them across the line? Well, the short answer was yes, he could.
Yeah, I mean, it's games like this, you look back at certain points. I mean, obviously, when Barker is dropped early on by Basil George for 0, that certainly could have been the turning point. But we just don't know, and this is the thing with Malta and certainly with Luxembourg. We just don't know what else they got in the tank. But certainly from what we've seen already, there's plenty there. And we saw some outstanding hitting here. How about that? It's not often that you see almost 300 runs scored in one of these matches. That's what we saw here. That was what was so spectacular about this match, and this is why this European Cricket Network and the Dream11 European Cricket Championship is taking the world by storm.
Yeah, crazy stuff. It is cricket on steroids as we see match 3 just around the corner. Scotland 11, first chance to see them at this ECC. And they will be chasing in this one. France winning the toss, elected to bat first. I don't mind that. Their batting didn't really click, but they were chasing. This time they don't have that kind of scoreboard pressure. I think the captain, Noman Amjad, very important for them. Kanastani pulled off a really good run out this morning as well. And watch out for the Mangals, Ramatullah and Rohullah Mangal. But for Scotland 11, Alex Tinkley and Muya Majid, this is up the top of the order. And now I guess we'll have to see what Scotland bring. I think we'll see a bit of tall timber from the Scots as well when we return in around about 10 minutes to take you into the middle match today, match number 3. Well, what a chase from Luxembourg, and what a way to bring up your first ever victory in ECC cricket. I've got to say, the top 4 batted very, very well. I know they lost Cope early, but it probably was a good wicket to lose because he never really got going. He scored 3 off 6. But Barker, 60 off 22. 5 4s, 5 6s in there. Shiv Curran Gill, 3 Maximos in his 23. And then Vikram Vij, well, it'll be the best 49 he's ever scored, I think. He falls just short of the half century, but it didn't matter, did it? Because he got his team across the line, and that was the main thing. And a bit of an interesting set of bowling figures. Bilal Khan was very tight in the first over. He went for plenty in his second. He took a wicket though, so did Sharjah with his first ball, but didn't have a lot to write home about after that. And then Elders Matthew chipped in with 1 as well. We never saw Sharma again. The combined spin of Sharma and Roy going for 41 off 2 overs. So, well, Luxembourg, they're the story so far of the day, but we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Corey Ruckers will be back to replace me in the box for match 3, but Rico Full will be staying right here. We'll leave you for just a few minutes. When we return, it will be match 3, and it will be France batting first against the Scotland 11, and Scotland 11 are on debut. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly, just the other side of this break on ECN for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. It is the home of European cricket, and here we are on the opening day of Group C. And now we'll get to see the fifth team in this group. It's Scotland 11. They are here. So it's France versus Scotland 11 in match 3. Let's get ready for the coin toss. I know that Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, is with the two captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is tails. That one.
So it is the French captain, Noman, that wins the toss, and he's elected to bat first. They did have to chase, and they couldn't quite chase down a target in the 90s earlier in the day against Belgium. I think it's a steep learning curve for France, but I do think they do have a lot of talent, particularly the ball, with the ball and in the field. I think we saw them hold their own to keep a dangerous Belgian batting lineup under wraps, but they did struggle with the bat in hand. I think that will be the question for me. So I do like they're leading with it. They're saying, okay, guys, go out there. There's no pressure. Just go and get as many runs as you can. But Scotland 11, I think, a bit like the Irish 11 a couple of weeks ago, they would have watched a fair bit of this cricket now, and they will know, in theory, what to do. Whether they can put it into practice, that's another thing. So really looking forward to that. It's a beautiful sunny afternoon. Great time for me to take a break, maybe have a little bit of a late lunch. I'm going to leave you with Corey Ruckers and Rico Full in the commentary box. The news from the toss, the French, they won the toss. They're going to have the bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for the start of match number 3.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, giving an insight to this match. And, well, it's welcome to Scotland as they make their debut in a European Cricket Championship, the Euros of cricket. And, well, France, they made their debut earlier today, didn't they, with a loss to Belgium, 93-76, falling 17 runs short. Well, have you got your breath back after seeing, well, one of the run chases of this European Cricket Championship? I mean, what a chase that was. Malta 147 on the board. Luxembourg getting there with 2 balls to go, winning by 7 wickets. What a game that was. And this one, well, promises to be a good one as well, doesn't it? France, I'm liking the positive move from them, winning the toss. And their captain, Numan Amjad, deciding that they will have a bat first. So we're going to see Scotland making their debut out in the field first. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see some good things from Angus Guy, their captain, and some of their players. I'm expecting their standards in the field to be very high. So it'll be an interesting match indeed. Welcome to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. I suppose to say good afternoon, good evening, or maybe even good morning. Lovely to have you with us. And, well, a massive shout out to everybody being on the viewers chat as well. And lots of Maya's been there. Wazza, hello to you, Wazza. Lily Panda as well. All enjoying the cricket so far, and what a match. I think of that last one. Just had you all exploding into action. Certainly had me and Vinny. But, what a great match, and some great scores there as well. Basil George for Malta, 67. Varun Prasad, 49. He was not out. But then Luxembourg, Timothy Barker, what a knock from him, 60 of 22. He was the player of the match in that one, but he was the captain. Vikram Vij, 49, not out of just 14 deliveries, which gets his team home. It's quite exceptional, and that is the sort of standards that we're used to seeing out here. So, Scotland, and a chance to see them for the very first time. They're looking to make a good impression, no doubt. It will be the captain. He's getting his field sorted, but look at the height of this man. I mean, I get the feeling he's got to be around about 7 foot, isn't he? He's a giant. Well, here we go. Wow, he's just absolutely huge. And with this one, come look at that. Well, I've never seen. Well, I tell you what, I don't think that Hewitt Aludin Jackson is. He's a very tall man, but he may be. But compared to the bowler here, he looks really little. And this is Adrian Nil. Wow, I mean, look at the difference in size. I mean, you all see it when the two meet in the middle. He's a giant. I mean, he's got to be the tallest man I've seen playing cricket. Edge, and it goes pretty quickly to the boundary. Well, it doesn't matter how you get it, but if you swing hard, maybe you get some luck going your way. And Ibrahim Jebrakil swings hard at this, gets the edge, ball races away to the boundary. And I think that's what France need to do here. You heard when I asked Vinny the question, he said he was pretty impressed with them in the field, but batting, think they just needed to be a little bit more aggressive and selective. And well, that's the bounce that the tall man Neil is going to get. And I think one man who's still excited about this one and having a look at some of these giants out there is my good friend and comedy partner, Corey Ruckers. Corey, it's a very good afternoon to you.
Oh, the old skyscraper coming into bowl. What a tall man.
He is a tall man. And this is the wicket. And the tall man gets the edge of Jabrakel. Jabrakel got lucky with one of them as it raced to the boundary, but not this one. And that's nicely done by Adrian Neal. He gets the wicket. And it is Ibrahim Jabrakel that has to depart. Just, well, there you go. I mean, there's a few tall ones in there, but nobody quite as tall as that man. Corey, he's got to be the tallest bowler I've ever seen.
Yeah, so a little bit about Adrian Neal. I actually got to watch him bowl against the Netherlands about a year and a half ago, and yeah, he is a tall man. The extra bounce there, getting the edge through. He's 6'9", Rico, and that's 2.06 centimetres. Oh, 2.06 metres, 206 centimetres tall. And I think if I stood on your shoulders, we'd still be shorter. So he comes from a good cricket pedigree, 8 international ODI games, 5 international T20 irons, and now playing live on the European Cricket Network in, I dare say, his first T10 international.
Yeah, and well, what a highlight this is for his career as well.
Is the sight screen big enough? We're gonna have to get another layer of scaffolding.
New batter comes out to face Nell. And he plays a nice shot, handsome. And effort from the fielder, diving down to try and stop this. And not able to do so. That's nicely played, good shot. And that's Alex Hinkley trying to get a touch on this, but it gets past him pretty quickly. 4 runs, 4 carreras. A positive start from the new batter.
Yeah, nice shot from Amjad. He was the one shining light in the batting group for France earlier this morning.
Doesn't know too much about this one.
That extra bounce once again proving effective. It does take us to the end of the first over, 9 for 1.
Yeah, 9 for 1. But, Nell, nice, tidy, getting the ball more or less where he wants most of the time. As we have a look at Group C action here, and Scotland, they are here. We've seen them making their debut now in this one. And Belgium, we saw them get off to a winning start. France, well, they were the team that Belgium overcame, but France, can they bounce back in this one? And then Malta and Luxembourg, what a feast that was. Did you enjoy that match?
Yeah, I was out on the side having some lunch. Did not expect Luxembourg to chase that down, so credit to them. But yeah, interesting group this week. Scotland, well, they'll go in as probably narrow favourites, but Belgium, we know, made the final last year, so they'll be confident.
Oh, goes for the big hit down the ground, but he doesn't get this right, and that's going to be a very good catch taken by who? Now, well, it goes up in the air a long way, but he's got to go some to get it past that man, and he makes no mistake at all. So making a name for himself very early on, and there's the catch taken. All smiles on the face of the Scottish here at the moment. So, well, that's a good start from O'Donnell. Lewis O'Donnell gets a wicket off his very first delivery.
Yeah, well, Lewis O'Donnell will be pretty happy with that one. That's his first delivery in international T10, and nice, safe catch out there by Adrian Neal. And we're just speaking about the big man. If there's ever one man you want to take a catch from the clouds, he's probably it. Yeah, Lewis O'Donnell, nice way to start his career out here on the ECN network, and another wicket goes, and we have to admit we were a bit worried about this French batting lineup this morning, and now they're 2 for not many, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, I think like we said, they've got to be a little bit more assertive and positive, but selective, and maybe that wasn't the best shot to play to that delivery. So that is the end of Jackson. He has to give way. I suppose, the good thing, if there is a good thing, is these batters that have gone so far, they haven't wasted too many deliveries. Numan Amjad is now joined out there by the new batter. Let's see how he can get on here. And chase is on from the fielders, and they're not going to get there. 4 runs.
Well, it might be one of the greatest blocks of all time. I thought he chipped it straight to cover when it hit his bat, but he pierced the gap, and he's actually timed it beautifully. That's one of the more beautiful blocks I've ever seen. Like
in this one. Let's have a look at this again. See here, just yeah, I mean,
it flew away, didn't it?
That's a nice bat, that one. It's got a nice little middle on it. Well, if a defensive shot goes like that, what if he actually hits it? O'Donnell cares for the Yorker length delivery and does the fielding himself. No run there.
Yeah, so I guess the big thing for this Scottish 11 this week for Eco is how quickly they can adapt. They would have watched Group A and Group B. And how quickly they can adapt to this T10 format. Will they hit the ground running, or what sort of questions they'll answer throughout the week? I mean, a lot's expected of them. Obviously, Scotland doing so good with their international program these days in the men's and women's.
Creeps out on him pretty quickly. It was the right shot to play, and I think just beaten for a bit of pace there. The batter does get man onto it, does get a single. Yep. Gets the non-strikers, and he's practicing that pull shot again.
Yeah, beat him for pace a little bit. Like, he's got a nice strong action as O'Donnell. That wicket would have given him no end of confidence as well.
This one has been timed, but it goes up in the air. It's going to be 2 catches out of 2 from now, and he takes it. No mistakes from him. So, well, he's certainly getting his name in the scorebook, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting him named in the scorebook. That's absolutely correct. He's got 2 wickets in his very first over. And France, well, we had a bit of a worry about their batting this morning. It's happening again. They're now 14 for 3. And just not committing to the shot there was the captain of the French side, Amjad. Be super disappointed with that. Getting under it. Too much elevation. Once again, if there's anyone you want to catch it out of the clouds, it's Adrian Neil.
Yeah, no problems at all from him. More spars from Adrian Neil, and also the Scottish as they pick up another wicket. And, well, Neil will be happy because he was the bowler that got the first. He got Ibrahim Jibakil for 4, just 3 deliveries, and then he's been doing the catching and doing that pretty well as well. And, there's not too many that are going to go over his head, are there?
No, absolutely not. So 3 early wickets in this one. New man coming out to the crease. Well, Rico, I'll give you a stab at this last name because I know if I try it, I'll make a bit of a gaff.
Sanithara Kumaran.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah, Sanithara Kumaran.
Yep, I'll just segue that to you every time.
Nicely played. Gets himself to the non-strikers, then it will take a single. But, it's a good over though from Lewis O'Donnell. Just 6 runs conceded, but picks up those 2 wickets as well. And the score at the end of 2 is 15 for 3.
Yeah, I guess the big question this week with this Scottish lineup is a bit similar to the Irish lineup. How quickly they adapt, and when they get put under real T10 pressure, maybe if Belgium get a hold of them or Malta's batsmen get a hold of them, how will they respond? So looking forward to seeing how the week progresses. So we have a look here early in the group, and Belgium and Luxembourg with that unlikely win getting up, and Malta and France both 0-1.
Big man comes back into the action. The skyscraper, as you called him, Corey, and just gets this first one just outside. I mean, look at that. I mean, without even trying too hard, the bounce that he's getting. Well, the ball's coming from a long way up, isn't it?
Well, I hope they gave that one for the over. I didn't see the signal, but you sure hope so.
Oh, straight for him again.
Yeah, so that's the one there. That's a better length, and that just takes off. So making it very, very difficult for the French batsman to get in behind it. But I can imagine all the players out there are pretty excited, playing live on the network for the first time. I think more than 40 million people have been watching all our coverage.
Yeah.
So there'll be a lot of Scottish families out there supporting the boys.
It's a nice looking shot, nicely played. This time, well, he's seen 2 that have gone sort of whizzing past his sort of earlobe. This time he gets himself in a good position, plays a nice shot, confident looking shot as well, gets 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot, splits the gap. It was aerial, but hey, if you get the gap, it doesn't matter. An important 4 runs for France. I mean, France's fielding and bowling this morning was quite good. If they can somehow get themselves to 90, you never know.
Edge swings hard at it. The third man has gone back here now after the early edge in the first over from Neil went to the boundary. This time, got a man back there. It's easily dealt with by Sajid.
Yeah, definitely a change in intent from France here. In the earlier game this morning, they sort of played within their shells a little bit. At least they're trying to take it on.
Doesn't get as much as he said he would like, but still, it's a nice looking shot. Plays the right shot, the correct shot. Get a single.
So easy start in this one. 3 early wickets always makes it a little bit more difficult. Two teams that haven't played in the competition before squaring up here.
Oh, well, this one will be wide and well over the head. And the other thing here is, and you made a good point, that first delivery, that was, I think you're right, it was over shoulder. I mean, that one now for me, that should be a no ball.
Well, that should be a no ball. I didn't think they called the very first ball. I don't think two batsmen would have hit that, but yeah, I think that's a miss by the umpires.
Well, they're taking him on. If he hits, he's in trouble, and he's in trouble. I hear. Think they're going upstairs, but I think this is going to be adios. That's a great bit of fielding.
Well, this is what we expect from teams that come from maybe countries that are pretty high cricket pedigrees in the European Cricket Network. Really, really good fielding. They had a stump and a half to aim at, and he hit him. I think that's Liam Naylor out there. Let's have a look. I'm pretty sure this is going to be out, Rico.
Yeah, I think so. Let's have a look. Yeah, he's gone. I mean, Sanitha Kumaran will have to go. And there's the decision. But that's standards, and that's one thing I was Corey expecting. I mean, it's one thing I said for sure will be that the bowling and the fielding will be top-notch, top draw. And from what we've seen so far is exactly that. There's a great pick-up and throw. And you see there the umpire just confirming the decision. As we suspected, it's another wicket that goes. And now, just like that, it is going to be 22 for 4.
Yep, 22 for 4. He'll have to go. Great fielding by Liam Naylor. Only a stump to him. I said a stump and a half, but it was only a stump. And unfortunately, France are in a spot of bother. The question is, will this French team be able to find their batting boots as the week progresses? Found out earlier, Rico, I don't know if you know this, but all the French players, that they all have to have a French passport to play. So most other countries have players that are residencia players.
Yeah.
But they are all French passport holders, so they're one country that do it a little bit differently.
Right, okay.
That's probably the reason why we don't see some of the batsmen that played for Drew and some of those countries in the club teams in the ECL.
This one just goes a little bit too wide from Lewis O'Donnell. That comes back into the attack. The end of 3, 22 the score, but 4 wickets down.
Yeah, they're in big trouble here at the French side. Maybe a little bit overwhelmed by how clean the Scottish team's been so far.
The fielder, just the ball just diverting a little bit.
I reckon there's trouble here. Oh, it's a wild throw. So they went for a 2 that I don't think was on. And in the end, he pings it in, but they'll get 2.
Yeah, it was there sharp. Has difficulty first picking this up. And then, yeah, as the batters are taking the 2, it's not the best of throws. Watch the throw here, coming here. And you can see where Lewis O'Donnell wants it.
Oh, better throw, and
that's
that's
go a long way. Yeah, you're right. Chance. Oh, this one just escapes the keeper. Angus Guy diving to his left. I mean, this would have been a sensational take. He does the hard work. I think he gets it in his gloves, but when he hits the ground, I think gets those elbows, hit the ground, the ball comes out.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at this. This is a chance here. Does all the hard work, but just not able to keep the ball in his hands.
Well, 2 errors in a row. Should have had a run out, and that should be caught by Angus Guy. Looks like a good keeper. He'll be disappointed with that one.
And it's another edge, and this is well fielded on the boundary. Nicely done. And that is Majid. No mistakes from him. Well, I say no mistakes from him. Once again, it's a little bit of an erratic throw. So it allows the batters to get a cheeky second.
Well, just a few errors creeping into the Scottish game the last couple of moments, and Angus Guy is the captain. He'll be disappointed with that. He'll be wanting the Scottish boys to set a good standard for their week. Angus Guy played a couple of youth ODIs last year versus Zimbabwe and Sri Lanka.
Dot ball in there.
And these are opportunities for France. I mean, you're coming up against the Academy of Scotland, basically. Some good, highly rated youngsters and maybe a few senior heads. What a great opportunity for French cricket. I mean, they'll have so many people back home who will be watching, and it's a big moment for them.
Certainly is. You're absolutely right. And they're going to find it. I mean, of course, they're going to find it. I think you're probably right when you said maybe going to be a little bit overwhelmed. This one's up in the air as well. And, yeah, nicely taken. So we saw a few errors creep in. in well, just a matter of a few balls from the Scottish side. But well, this one you expect it to be taken, and it is taken, and no luck for the batter, Matir. He did get that break, didn't he, when Guy put him down. But the second chance, he puts the ball in the air, and it's a clean catch taken there in the field. And looks like that's Alex Hinkley that takes the catch with a smile on his face. And another wicket. The 5th falls in this, the 4th over.
Yeah, big troubles for France here. It's a little bit of a David versus Goliath game. If you ask me, from everything I've seen today, I think France are probably more than likely to be in trouble if it comes to Finals Friday. They might be one of the more, how do I say, they're not the lowest ranked team, but I think they might struggle to get to Finals Friday, just looking at their batting shapes. But for them, what they need to take out of this tournament is that they're playing some big boys. They're playing Belgium, who made the final last year. They're playing Scotland, and we know how good Scotland are as a cricket nation these days. So you got to take the little moments and enjoy them as much as you can.
Yeah. Saravana, their coach, when I was talking to him yesterday, I know he was telling me about this is a young team, played a lot of cricket together, and they've got some good victories under their belt as well. But yeah, I think maybe you're right, maybe just a little bit overwhelmed. I think we certainly haven't seen the best of them, but they don't want to leave it too late, do they? They need to start to spark sooner or later. And in this one, they're in all sorts of bother. 27 for 5 now. The ball to go in this, the 4th. Trying to work this away on the leg sides. Straps him on the pads. Good pace there from Lewis Donald. So end of the over, and it stays 27. But it's the worry is those 5 wickets that have gone down. They need a partnership. Need something to happen here. Otherwise, I think they could be in danger. Maybe not even completing the 10 overs.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a look at the scorecard. It's not pretty reading if you're a French supporter. So maybe someone down that lower order can play a little bit of a cameo, make something happen. O'Donnell finished with fantastic figures. He gets a cheeky little 3 for on debut, 3 for 11. So I'll be happy with his work there. And looks like that the Scottish are going to stick with pace. No spin just yet. Looks like Jack Jarvis is going to come on into the attack, bowling the 5th.
Jarvis starts with one that is short and wide, outside the off.
Yeah, so Jack Jarvis, another one of the players that's played under 19s cricket for Scotland national team, and came up against Zimbabwe, Australia, Windies, Sri Lanka and Uganda. And that would have been the World Cup, under 19 World Cup, I imagine.
An aggressive looking shot. Unfortunately for him, once again, straight at the fielder. And then, well, the fielder clonks him on the back. And here comes the throw. Well, the fielder thinks if he hits the stumps, he would have had him. It would have been close.
Go on, Javo.
Well, here comes the throw. Let's have a look. He's ball watching. I think he makes it home, and bang, he gets clonked on the back. When he takes his eye off the ball, it's when he gets into trouble. Wild swing here. And, looking to find the boundary here. Abdullah Malik, but misses out on it.
Yeah, just losing a little bit of their shape when they go for the power hitting to France. Just got to keep that head still. Maybe better bit of a steadier base would be handy as well.
Again, just playing down the wrong line. See, it's a good adjustment from Jarvis. Gets the ball a bit fuller. Gets it outside the off, but to the batter, he's playing just completely down the wrong line, giving himself a bit of room to work on the ball down the leg side. But really, that one, I think, is the case of just stand firm in your crease and play it straight.
Yeah, they just find themselves walking around just a little bit too much.
Again, Jarvis attacking the stumps, but this time Jabako is able to drop the bat on it, takes the single.
And obviously, it being such a step up for these French batsmen, it's not easy to practice against that back home. I mean, when they're back home in France, you're not going to come up against someone that's 7 foot bowling good length, or these young kids that are skidding it through at decent pace. So it obviously is a step up, but I hope to see them improve as the week goes on.
Jarvis short, but this time has found the middle, and it does go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, that's a nice shot.
That's a bit more like he absolutely laced that deep in the crease, keeps his head still, and absolutely crunches it. That might lift the spirits in the French camp just a little bit. Much needed.
Yeah, nice shot there. So Canisane gets this one right. And that's what they need here now. I said they need a partnership. They need things to happen. And, well, that ball.
Finally got it back. I think it got lost in the bushes somewhere, but she's back. Last ball of the fifth. I mean, if they can somehow get to 90, you never know.
This one will have to be bowled again. Starting with the wide and tries to get this one just inside that line, that guideline there for the umpires, but you can see there, it's a good call. So this is all about trying to finish with the dot. Gets it wrong. I wonder if he'll go for the same again and if he executes it better. The batter here, Ken Sane, will be looking for this one. And hits it sort of like a straight pull, trying to dissect the two fielders out there. Not able to, but does get a single. And just like that, the end of 5 overs. It is 38 for 5. So welcome to you all, our global family, wherever you're tuning in from. Rico Full here alongside Corey. Corey, welcome. First time we're doing this match together. But, I mean, you were watching that last match. It's not often that you see one of these matches and almost 300 runs scored. And what a chase that was from Luxembourg. Luxembourg, when I was talking to Tony Whiteman yesterday, one thing he was saying to me, he said, Rico, he said, we're a better team this time. Look out for us. And when Malta put that high score on the board, I thought, okay, let's see. I was not expecting that.
No, congratulations to Malta,
Malta.
to Luxembourg, sorry,
and
Malta for a good game of cricket.
Great game of cricket.
But no, Luxembourg getting their first win after a pretty tough year last year, and that's what it's all about. It's good to see these European countries progress, and even for France here today, it looks like it's going to be a very difficult first day, but as long as you see the country develop and the cricket progress, that is the most important thing overall.
The action once again, you can see the bowlers attacking the batters outside that offside, off stump corridor, as I like to call it. So a new man that comes in the bowl here now is Jasper Davidson.
Yeah, no spin just yet, so all pace on for the Scottish side.
And this is being picked up pretty well, and it will go all the way. Bolle, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. It's shaka time. More like it. Well, Kennison is starting to find his rhythm, and that's a lovely shot.
Well, it's about time. The French batsman just starting to see the ball a little bit better now.
This one's not been well directed, but needed to do better here. It's a full toss. Maybe it's slightly slower delivery, but it's still a full toss on the pads. And doesn't get any bat onto it. Bit of pad, gets a leg bite.
It'd be disappointing to miss out on a low full toss there. Any bit of bat on it would have gone away for 4, you'd imagine. I'll tell you what, France though, even though they lost 5 wickets, the rate slowly getting there, 8.18.
Firmly struck. It will be fielded by one or two fielders out there on the leg side boundary as they converge together. Once again, throwing being a little bit erratic. That one's been overdone by some as well.
So Jasper Davidson with the ball in hand. Also another Scotland under-19s playing youth ODI cricket. So it seems like definitely they've blooded some young players here to see how they go on maybe a little bit of a bigger stage when you come to global audience-wise.
Yeah. This one in short. Kind of saying who's looked to be attacking. He's not doesn't shy away from it. Plays a nice hook shot. Gets him a single though. There are 2 men back there waiting.
So with this young bowling lineup, what the real question is when they come into maybe a red-hot Belgium or a red-hot Malta's batting lineup, that'll be the big question, how these young bowlers sort of adjust to players that we know can get nearly every ball away.
Yes, boy. Okay, well, now works this one out to that long on. Gets a single. Liking the buzz about the Scottish side though. You see the way how quickly they move in between the overs at the end of the over, get to their positions quickly, and that's important, isn't it? Because they're, like you said, no spin used at the moment. They're going with all pace, but time-wise they're spot on. 6 overs gone now, so 48 on the board. 5 wickets down.
Looks like it's going to be more pace as well, so maybe it's just a tactic for the Scottish. I don't know if they've got too many spinners in that lineup, but Kes Sajjad, he's going to come in now and bowl in the 7th over. Be wanting to follow up the good work that the first few bowlers have done.
Sajjad starts with the ball right up to the stumps. Once again, the batters looking to play in that that mid-wicket leg side corridor.
Yep, another one. Kes Sajjad, also under 19s for Scotland. Youth ODIs. So obviously these players have played a lot together as well, and I think that will help you in a tournament like this.
Slower delivery, but just gets the line wrong. Cleverly disguised, though. You can see his batters play this well early, but just goes a little bit too wide here. Just have a look. So, yeah, not by a long way. Sajjad. Hitting the right lines, aren't they? I think because of the extra pace that they are bowling, I mean, that line, which I think if you're not bowling at this pace, you probably would be critical, saying, "Oh, they're bowling too short. The batters are getting underneath it, and they're sending the balls to the boundary." But the French batters just having difficulty with the extra pace. There's that slow ball again, and this time he gets it right, and it's the wicketkeeper, Angus Guy, that almost gets out foxed by it.
Yeah, so a good little comeback from France. Well, five for in the 20s, and a little partnership building here. So good work from the keeper there, just on the half volley. Can they get a couple more boundaries away and get up to something somewhat competitive?
Goes for the big shot, but it's going to be, this time it does go all the way south. But a skyscraper does get beaten this time. Have a look at this again. I don't know how far he was from it, but I mean, he's as we said, he's a giant of a man. And this one does get over. It reminds me of, remember the old Jolly Green Giant?
Oh, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. That would have been the most unlucky dismissal if you're a batsman ever. Another good slow ball into the wicket for a single. Imagine being caught by on the rope like that. Someone drumming up one hand that's 2.2 metres tall. You'd be so upset.
You think that life would be cruel, wouldn't you, if you were out to that?
Yeah, so France, good on them. They're up to 58 now. I mean, still 19 balls left in this innings.
Quicker one. Sort of seems to be the quick ball, slow ball was what that over from Sajjad was about. It goes for 10 of the over. And at the end of the 7th, 58 for 5. So, I mean, where can they get to here? I mean, 10s takes them to what? Takes them to a respectable score, but I think I'm with you. Looking for the 90s. Now, remember, you can get involved with sending us some messages as well on the old social media. So you've got myself there, Rico Full, and also Corey. Well, Corey, you got some good stuff going on.
Well, where's our new photos? I thought we went and did a photo shoot the other day.
I don't know where those photos have ended up, but they probably ended up on a calendar somewhere as opposed to on the social media site.
I'll be sending an email to Vinny Sandu, who's meant to be uploading those. But no, if you do have any questions, do jump in on the viewer chat, or you can slip into our DMs. It's the only time you're allowed to slip into our DMs.
He's too busy playing cricket. You know, we played cricket yesterday, Vinny, while
was he?
I was in the box. Yeah, he had a game. I don't think he's talking about it too much. He wasn't too happy with his performance, but we'll drill him on it. Why not? When he's back in the box, again, short stuff, and this time more hooking and pulling from the batters. You think that's a deliberate plan? This line?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're trying to dig it in, probably knowing that the French batsmen haven't faced too many short deliveries in their time at decent pace. So testing out the back of length and also using a lot of variety as well.
Davidson. And you see this time it's even shorter, and he looks like he's going to get a wicket. Well, there you go. Here's a deliberate plan. This was short and spicy. And, well, Jabrahil, one thing you'd have to say about him, he's probably a man that you wouldn't take to the discotheque with you, because he's going to get into trouble with the bouncer, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, and it does get big on him. And, well, we just mentioned that they're enjoying this back of a length, and it's working for them. And unfortunately, after a good partnership, he has to go and charging a bowler that's bowling so many balls back of length probably isn't advised, to be ill-advised if I was to say so. Disappointing way to get out. But that's cricket, And Scotland, well, they're mighty impressive at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they've looks like. I mean, I think you nailed it on the head there from what you were saying there about them all playing. It looks like they've played together for a while. They look like a team, don't they? And seem to know where they need to be at the end of the over. They seem to be a little energetic as well. And well, the bowlers are being backed up by the fielders so far. You see Majid taking the catch of Davison there to remove Jabberkill.
Yeah, absolutely gives Ahmed a chance now to come out and, well, with 15 balls left in the innings, basically throw the willow at it. I mean, can they make 25 off 50? That would 15. That would get them to 85.
Zain Ahmed, new batter. He's got 3 deliveries to come from Davidson. I think he's probably thinking it's going to be short. Let's see. It's a left-hander though. And the way this wind is blowing today, Corey, I think being a left-hander is probably a good bet. Well, this is quite, I think it was probably meant to be the slower delivery to get over-pitched, gets a single. The fielder thinks about having a shy, but realises that the bowler's not backing up and just holds on to it.
Yeah, probably a good option. Every run is vital. Yeah, lots of variety in this Scottish bowling lineup with the changes of pace so far. It's been good to watch. No spin, so mostly medium fast for all of them.
And he's hit the ball pretty well. He's been off strike for a fair bit. And well, right on cue with the short ball, which he seems to be playing pretty well. It's almost like he's ready for it before he comes. He's not the tallest of men, but he's getting back onto it. Have a look at this. It's sort of climbing on him. Once again, I mean, what's that for me? That's one for the over, right?
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it was signalled, but you would hope that was given one for the over. It's very high indeed.
This one will be a wide, so he goes for the. Once again, we've seen this a number of times, haven't we, from the Scottish bowlers. They're looking to finish the over, the 5th ball, just trying to sneak a full ball in, just inside that guideline for a wide. And on occasions they've got it wrong, but you can see they're being well drilled into executing these plans. Davison, and this time he gets the slower delivery, and he does get that dot ball to finish. 8 overs down, 12 balls to go in the innings. It's 63 for 6.
Yeah, Davidson ends with pretty good figures of 1 for 13 off 2, so he'll be happy with his first day's work so far. And France, well, they're trying. They're swinging hard enough, Rico, just not connecting enough.
Yeah, not connecting enough, but also I think you got to say that from what we've seen with the bowling so far, it's just been, like you were saying, probably it's been maybe at a level that a lot of these players, these French players, haven't really faced too often. And sometimes you may get a bowler that bowls really well, but when they're lining up like this, it certainly does make it difficult for you. As we see Manu Sajad coming back in, and he's certainly been mixing it around, hasn't he? It's the quicker one, the slower one. Keeping the batters guessing what's coming. As I like to say, it's like a packet of Bombay mix. You don't know what's coming out next. As he comes back again, Sajad. Quicker one, and it will be fielded by the man in the third man position inside the circle.
Left hand.
Nicely done by Jack Jarvis.
So with 10 balls remaining in this innings, you'd think maybe best case scenario they get to around that 82, 83 mark. It's been a good recovery after the 5 for not many. They just need someone to give them a little bit of a cameo here, the French side.
Disappointed, and he hasn't made better contact here. You can hear the groan from Zain Ahmed. Single. This is a man who's been able to hit the ball pretty well. Can I say? Let's see if he can here. He needs a bit of a flurry here now. Maybe try. I'd like to see him trying to use his feet and hit straight rather than go to the leg side again. Well, he says, well, no, I'm going to go to the leg side, and he's going to get this absolutely right. Well, Diana Ores is down there. I think she's got a big shot of this. And Mr. Maximo there as well. Well, Maximo, unlike you, Corey, doesn't fancy taking the cat. He just likes throwing them. Look, here we go. He's going to show off his arm.
Here we go.
He's just like, oh, look, he nearly loses his glasses in the process. That would have been a good sign.
Oh, I've never seen someone get around himself for throwing a ball before, doing what every other human in the world can do is throw a ball. And he thinks he's a big shot, but he's not.
Well, full toss, and this one will be called no ball. Yeah, he's because of the height. And so this is a license to go to full Monty here. So maybe they can a bit of a flurry here towards the end. Yeah, that's definitely got to be called. He's going to be disappointed that he's not at the striker's end to face it. But what an opportunity this is for Zain Ahmed to send one out of the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little flurry at the back end. Free hit time. Can he get this away?
And he gets a fair chunk of this. Well, he can get it away. He had the license to go the full Monty, and he does. Boom! Blastic out of the middle of the bat. Good hit.
I'll tell you what, if anyone was having a nap, you've just woken them all up, Rico. Good energy from you and good energy from France at the back end. So the last 2 balls have actually gone for 14. Tell you what, with 7 balls to go, you get to 90.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with France. They look like a bowling and fielding unit, not so much a batting unit. So you get to 90, you never know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, until, let's face it, we haven't seen, we don't know what to expect with Scotland with the bat. So 90 could be a good score. Projected is 92. Let's see if they can get there. And, hits this pretty well. When they run hard, they take 1 and they think about it, but well, they decide against it. So it gets a single. The over finishes well. They finish on the 80 at the end of the 9th. So it sort of all happens in the 9th. They'll be happy with that. 17 runs coming off that over from Sajjad. So we go into the last over now. I think they'll be looking to get 10 here. I think they've really got to back themselves, run hard. I mean, still got wickets in hand. So I think it's about sometimes making these little sacrifices to try and get yourself to a good score.
Yeah, absolutely. 6 balls to go in this first innings. And even though it hasn't been the most fluent innings, they have got them well. They got their way or skived their way to 80. You definitely take a 12 or 13 run over here.
Looks like Jarvis is going to finish things off. He puts his marker down.
Surprised to see 10 overs of right arm seam.
Yeah,
well. I don't often see that. Usually there's a bit of variation.
Firmly struck, put straight to the fielder, and a nice catch taken. So anything that's gone in the air has been snapped up, and that's a Liam Naylor who takes the catch. And, that is the end of a good sort of little cameo knock there from Zain Ahmed. He's played and missed at a few, but he does get some out of the middle of the bat as well. But he'll go for 9 of 6 deliveries. But unfortunately, it means that the man who's batted pretty well there, kind of saying, has to stay at the non-strikers end. He's stranded on 32 of 19. He wants to get back on strike.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So he'll have to go. Unfortunate for him because he actually timed that quite well, but just picked out the man standing at cover. So 5 balls remaining now. A bit of party time for the French batsman. It's been a good recovery overall, though. It could have easily been bowled out for 50 here. So Zain Ahmed will go for 9 off 6. 1 lusty blow.
Yeah, and new batter comes in. I mean, this is what I suppose the batters coming in at this order would, one of the things that they'd be practicing, sort of range hitting. Mangal comes out, and he'll be looking to hit this pretty well, or at least, oh wow,
Oh.
It's going to be another no ball. Well, that's a result and a half, isn't it? Well, it's a Gundy ball from Jarvis. It's a no ball. It gets punished, goes to the boundary for 4. No ball called as well, so that's 5, and a free hit. So just like that, they're almost into the 90s.
Unbelievable this, because they're coming back all right here, friends. That is one of the worst full tosses you'll ever see. He gets a bit of wood in it. That's all you have to do is try catch up with it. He does that. Free hit time.
Oh, and this one goes straight through. Bit more spice in this one.
How hard did he swing at that? He swung hard. I tell you, Rico, you get to, well, look, 4 balls at 93. Let's say hypothetical 93. With the way they bowled this morning against Belgium, and they kept Belgium in the 90s, and we know how dangerous they are.
Yeah.
Never say never.
Yeah, kept Belgium, you're absolutely right. Restricted them to 96, which was a good performance. So, can they get bat and ball a few more times? Maybe another sneaky boundary. And this is good areas, and he's gone. And that's nicely done. As cool as you can get from Angus Guy. He knows what the situation is. And you can see here, you see a lot of wicket keepers would have tried to have whipped the glove off and all of that malarkey. But not Angus Guy. He just stays nice and cool, keeps his shape good, keeps his balance, and he just has all the time in the world, doesn't he? And gets it right. And you can see, I don't blame Kanasan to try and get to the striker's end. I mean, he's the man who's been hitting the ball pretty well. 32 of 19 he was before he departs. Played a good innings, and he's kept things together for his side. But, well, trying to get to the striker's end, but that means that the new batter will have to go that end.
Yep, nice round of applause for him. He makes 32 off 19, 3 sixes in that as well. And good work there from the keeper. Yes, Guy, a couple of balls remaining in this innings. A few people in the chat saying, yeah, but Corey, this isn't Belgium, this is Scotland. But let's not forget, Belgium last year were shocking everyone, hitting 104. He's one of probably the most dangerous top 5 you can imagine, so don't write off France just yet.
Good hit. Is he going to get this in the gap? And, well, he's going to get lucky. I'm not sure what's happened here with the fielders. He looks like he's totally got this wrong, and that's Uzair Shah. Let's have a look at this again. I'm not sure if this takes a nasty bounce or doesn't bounce. Well, Jarvis, he sees the funny side of it. But just like that, they're almost there. I mean, let's have a look at this.
He overruns it, and the ball plugs a little bit in the grass. And, yeah, just a complete blank.
89. Just that's unfortunate. It just needs to get bat onto ball there to get another single. Doesn't. So a couple to come in the over. Really want to push hard at this to get into the 90s. I mean, but just to remind people, we haven't seen. I mean, we're expecting Scotland to bat well. Of course we are, but we haven't seen anything off them as yet. And firmly struck, so that will take him to the 90. Fielder comes in, attacks this well. Good fielding. He knows that the batters will try and push to take the 2. That was actually the last ball of the over, so that's where they will finish. They will finish on 90. So it's as we would have expected Scotland to be pretty hot out there in the middle, won't we, Corey? And I think they were everything that we expected them to be. They were sharp, they attacked the ball, I think the bowlers all bowl well. One thing that surprises me, you touched on it, no spin.
No spin and no left armers, but hey, they'll do the job and they'll be pretty happy with that as we'll take a look at the highlights. And well, France, they won the toss, they elected to bat, and they needed a good start in this one, but they didn't really get it because this Scottish side took some early wickets, and it was the big man, Adrian Neil, with the first one.
Yeah, I mean, didn't he look well? I mean, it must be quite intimidating if you're one of the French batters and you see him coming at you. You know where it's going to be. And he bowled pretty well, and he caught pretty well as well. Took 2 catches. It was one that just went over. Well, that was quite a delightful shot. It was just a gentle push. He went all the way to the boundary. But there he is again now. Takes another one. And it was very much the pattern you can see there from Scotland of just keeping that ball a little bit short of length. Well, that was outstanding work from the fielder. Gets the direct run out, and Liam Naylor, wasn't he good? He took a good catch there towards the end of the door. That one would have been spectacular if it had stayed in the hands of Angus Guy, but he also has a say later on in the innings as well when he gets a good run out. But smiles on the face of Scotland, and you'd expect like they would be able to knock these runs off. 91 will be required from them for victory, but anything can happen. Like we say, I mean, it's their time to go out there on the big stage. They will feel, no matter who you are, you'll feel a little bit of pressure early on. The world is watching, and a lot of expectations as well for this young Scottish side to do well. Well, we did see 1 or 2 blasts, but this one hits the steps and went up the stairs. Well, there he is, Mr. Maximo, nearly losing his shades. That would not have been a good look, Maximo. He always tries to get in the action, doesn't he, Maxi? Few applause there for the batters when they were getting runs going, but there was that catch again. Nicely done from Liam Naylor. It was hit pretty well, but unfortunately straight at him. And this, well, that was a Gundy ball, and that was a bonus. There's no ball and 4 runs, 5 runs just like that, but unfortunately weren't able to make too much happen off the free hit.
No, they weren't able to make it happen off the free hit, but overall I think their finish was really, really good. They got a little bit of luck from some of the no balls and getting some extra boundaries away, and credit to France because they could have easily rolled over and been bowled out for 50 or 60, but in the end they get themselves up to 90 for 8, so Let's take a quick look at the scorecard, and yeah, it was that man in the middle, 32 off 19. He was the glue. Everyone else basically getting in and getting out, and 10 extras. Let's not forget that. That really helped boost their score. And 90, well, 90's probably under par. Usually pars go around about that 110 to 115 mark, but they did pretty well for their country to recover. Looking at the bowling, Lewis O'Donnell, he was exceptional, 3 for 11, 1 for 13 for Davison, 1 for 16 for Neil, and every bowler doing a pretty good job. Sajjad getting a little bit of tap right at the end.
Yeah, look, I think you're absolutely right. France will be pretty happy with what they've achieved there. Remember, at one point at the 4 over mark, they were 22 for 4. Then that went at 4 overs, 27 for 5. The splits were 38 in the first 5 and 52 in the second. So they'll be happy with where they've got to here, but they do know that with the ball, they're going to have to be good. But more importantly, I think in the field, I think if they get a sniff of taking a wicket, they've got to take it. They've got to hold all the catches. If they do that, it could be an interesting game. Look, who would have thought that Malta, after scoring 147, that Luxembourg was going to go and get them? Well, not too many people, and a lot of people are not expecting France to defend this. So anything can happen. We've seen that already. But join me, Rico Full and Corey Ruckers, as we come back in about 10 minutes' time for the conclusion of this match. And just to remind you, Scotland making their debut. They need 91 for victory in their first match. Match 3 of Group C. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to the European Cricket Championship happening here at the Euros of Cricket. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championships, and I hope you're enjoying what we've seen so far. What a day that we've had. It's been full of action and drama. We saw Belgium victorious over France. We saw Luxembourg chase 148 for victory against Malta. And now France, well, they put 90 on the board against Scotland. Scotland looks strong and sharp in the field. And how will they be with the bat? How will they adapt to this quick-fire pace match where they've got to score these runs in the 60 balls that will be made available to them? France will try and make it as difficult for them as they can, and it is going to be Michael English and Jack Jarvis are the openers, and Dawood Ahmadzai going to be bowling the first. And the game for something that we didn't see at all from the Scottish spin. And just been worked away. Rico Full here, and alongside me is Corey Rucker's chorus spin to start.
Yeah, they did this earlier this morning. Ahmadzai bowled 2 overs in the power play, which is pretty brave as a leg spinner. I don't know. I've got a funny feeling about this game, Rico. I'll tell you, if they can get a couple of early wickets, because Scotland haven't played too much T10, you never know.
You never know indeed. I'm sort of, I know where you're coming from here. And this is up in the air, and I think he's going to get this to go all the way he does. And this is, oh well, what's happened here? Oh, well, I hope he's okay. Well, yeah, he is. He's good. Well, what about this? This is sensation. Uman Amjad, he's chasing this. He's looking up in the air, and the next thing he looks in front of him, and there are those, there's the boundary fence. And he has to go over this pretty sharply. First of all, there's the chop. I think that's the shot. I think that's been a little bit wind assisted. Well, this was not wind assisted. This is all about showing you how to do the hurdles.
Pretty
and
impressive.
handling them pretty well. He did well there, didn't he?
Yeah, well, the Olympics are coming up, I believe.
Nice ball this time. He follows the batter after Jarvis hits the big 6.
Yeah, well, nice way for Jarvis to start, wasn't it? 6 off his first ball, as I mentioned, that I think Scotland might play a little bit within themselves, but it'll be interesting to see how it pans out. Ahmadzai, brave to be bowling some spin in this power play.
Fires this one in, gets a little bit, I think, of glove on this. See what the umpire thinks. Yeah, there you go. There's that little signal from the Italian stallion out there, Sullivan Saeed. And he's joined out there by Nilkesh Patel, the 2 umpires, our men in black. Shout out also to Rob Kemin, the tournament referee. Ahmadzai, better areas. And there's the throw, and good backing up, good running. And Jarvis pretty quick to get back to the striker's end.
So good running in the end. Yeah, I think he should have thrown that to the bowlers. And if anything, yeah, really curious to see how Scotland go about this. Are they the type of team that are going to nurdle it around or whatnot? Is Jarvis an absolute dasher from ball 1, which we saw that? Is English just going to just steady himself? Really curious. A lot of questions will be answered in this innings. I know a lot of people in the viewer chat curious to see how Scotland bat.
Well, asking the question, the umpire gives the on-field decision. It's not out. I think you see the batter is actually going backwards here, not forwards. So I'm suspecting that his foot is always staying in. Yeah, he keeps the foot planted all the time, but still a good take from the keeper there. Have it Aludin Jackson. End of the first over, and we have got to the 100. We got close to that golden ball. It would have been an absolute classic, wouldn't it, if it would have happened in that last match between Malta and Luxembourg. But Luxembourg managed to finish the job pretty well. What a match it was. So 100 comes up. So the century of matches without the golden ball. But I'm pretty sure, Corey, it is going to happen in a European Cricket Championship match.
Yep, I completely agree. Could even happen now. You never know when a golden ball's going to sneak up on you. Let's have a look. This man bowled really well this morning. Mangal, he took 3 for. He has got a nice strong run up. Kisses the deck and was one of the quicker bowlers we've seen in the ECC so far. So good luck to him again.
Just worked away. Little clip of the legs. Well, this has gone through una, dos, but not tres, fortunately. 2, 3 backing up, but it took 3 as well.
So it's only a small thing, but you already noticed maybe a different type of batting compared to maybe some other teams. Like English has just played a couple of clips off his legs for one, where if that is a Spanish side or maybe a Netherlands or a Belgium, they're probably trying to hit that for 6. So they are chasing. So maybe they don't feel like they need to do anything too crazy too early.
It's a good delivery, and he's gone. And Ramatullah Mangal gets a breakthrough. Well, remember, he picked up a 3-for in the first match, and he's picked up another here. Really well bowled. That's a superb bit of bowling. Yeah, 3 for 6. And against Belgium, and here he is again in the action. I'm liking this guy's pace, liking his accuracy as well. This is a good delivery. It's a good seed, right where you want to be, and he takes a good wicket there, and that is the end of Jack Jarvis.
Yeah, and he gets it to rise on him. I just mentioned he's one of the quicker bowlers we've seen. Good bowling, the man with the blue headband. And I'm going to claim this early. Rico, I said to you off air, just before they started this chase, I'm feeling something in this game. I'm feeling like France are right in this. And it would be a miraculous win if they were to, considering they'll 5 for 20. But I've just got this feeling that they are in it, especially if they get a couple ones early.
Well, Mangal gets the breakthrough. No mistakes from Jackson behind the stumps. So new batter has to come in. Now it's going to be nerves, you know.
Well,
it's going to be nerves with all of these batters coming in. Look, I know that they probably played a fair bit of high-level cricket, but still there's nerves. You're out there. This is being broadcasted all around the world. Several networks showing it. Always going to be nerves. Just straying on the legs a little bit there, Mangal once more.
Yeah, so it's only like a small thing. Like even that shot there is something that you would have seen in Group A and Group B. That's probably clipped for 4 or 6.
Yeah.
So these are the small margins. I mean, if France happen to take wickets at the right time, and they just keep that pressure building, don't ride them off, because their bowling this morning was pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I was very impressed with the bowling. I mean, to restrict Belgium to 96, that takes some doing. This is a false shot. It could be another one. It should be another one. It is another one. And just like that, Ramatullah Mangal, he gets another wicket, and this time he gets English out, and they are in a spot of bother. So, well,
I'm telling you,
3 or 4 balls.
I've watched too much T10 cricket, and I know when there's new teams that come into it and runs on the board, it's a funny, funny game. And France this morning, people were saying, oh yeah, it was only against Belgium. Well, Belgium were the best batting team last year, and they kept them to 90. So don't ride this game off. They are right in this. And, well, who would have thought this about 45 minutes ago? That's 2 wickets. He's having a great day with the ball. Here's Mangal. He took 3 for 5 this morning, I believe. So he's having a day out. And English, Michael English that is, he'll go for 3 or 4. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah, good catch there from Sanit Kumran. Makes no mistakes. Gives Mangal his 2nd wicket. So, well, you've now, just like that, well, got Liam Naylor, who will be joined by a new batter. And he's only just faced the one delivery himself. So France have made the perfect start. Mangal charges in once more. And oh, wow. This is like a bomb going off, because the ball goes up in the air and everybody falls to the ground as the ball only just gets over the outstretched hand of the fielder. And, well, he's lost his headband. I don't know where the headband's gone. Well, everything's gone astray there. This, well, it's a matter of millimetres. Look at this.
Oh, I thought when it came off the bat, it was straight down his throat, and the French side would have gone bananas. He's got some genuine pace, and he was so good this morning, and he's good right now. You can see that's hurrying the batsman up. Oh, game on here in Cartama.
Angus Guy gets 4 of his first, and now he's played this. Oh, no! He puts it down. And then the throw comes in, which really, if it went to the, well, I'll say the bowler's end, even though there's nobody at home at the bowler's end, what an opportunity. And Sanithra Kumran, who took the catch first time round, well, if he takes this, then really it's game on. Guy, he gets very lucky. This you've got to take. And this is what I was, Corey, this is what I was saying. You've got to take everything that comes your way to give you a chance. Well, they may look back at that, and that could be the turning point in this match. 16 for 2.
Well, there's the table, but right now we're focused on a bit of a humdinger. You can just feel it. That could have been 15 for 3. Wow, what a great over. Quick and fast. We're going to go back to the leg spin here in the power play. Brave captaincy.
Ahmadzai.
They're on. They are absolutely on, are the French. Well, 45 minutes ago, if I told you this was the scoreline, you would have thought I'd had a couple too many last night. Facts are I didn't. And this is game on, Rico.
You didn't? You didn't?
Maybe a couple.
Just a couple. But yeah. One. Just a little bit fuller, so allows the batter just to play that shot. Sort of goes down almost on one knee to play it. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, you're mentioning like some of these shots. I mean, like the balls on the leg side, which the Scottish players are just clipping. So if you were out there, is that the red marker because of the lack of intent?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. Just the ones on the hip, you've got to try and whack them for 4. It's a nice looking shot.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Please don't shoot it again. Well, this is where your standards have to be up. And this is little moments like this can really change the context of a game. I mean, this is a straightforward stop for Ibrahim Jabakel, and he gets it totally wrong. That will hurt. That will sting.
Yeah, dropped catch and 4 runs, which should have been 1. So little margins, they do go a long way. And if France are going to play a bit of a Houdini act on this game, on this fixture, they need to be clean in the field. Looks like just a slight delay. But yeah, what an impressive start in the power play for France.
Yeah, impressive start. Remember, I mean, look, that boundary there, then we saw the catch going down. Just before the catch that was put down by Satano Kumaran, we then also saw one which only just went over the fielder.
I think that there's going to be a no ball given here for 3 outside the ring as well. Yeah, it is.
Oh.
Well, what a let off.
No, oh dear. But that's obviously been picked up by the third umpire.
Yep.
So free hit coming up.
Oh boy.
And this is hit beautifully. What an immaculate shot this is. Straight down the ground. They don't come any better than that. That's a lovely hit. And what a beautiful shot this one is from Naylor. And that's how you put away a free hit. Look at that. That's absolute class.
Yeah, that shot of the day for me from Naylor. What a gorgeous strike. That just releases all the tension that was building.
Gets that extra bounce.
Yeah, that's something that we've noticed all year. I don't remember this last year, but the spinners didn't get this much bounce last year, did they? It seems this year there's extreme amounts of bounce for the spinners.
I mean, I was saying this to Vinny. I reckon there's more bounce from the lake end than there was from the hill end, especially for the spinners. Well, this is hit pretty well, and once again, looks like a different fielder out this time. Zain Ahmed replaces the guilty man, who was allowed the ball to go to the boundary last time around. Doesn't take it cleanly, but at least he keeps the one. Yeah, I reckon the spinners particularly are getting good bounce on this.
Yeah, I mean, last week we saw the Dutch bowlers, the leg spinners, Saqib Zulfikar, Philip Bosvane and the off-spinner Glenn Floyd. They got extreme amounts of bounce, and that's what won them the group.
Bit fuller chance. Oh, just out of reach. And then the chance of the run out. Well, it's all happening here. And good effort, you have to say, this from Jackson, but just not able to reach, not able to extend his arm to get his glove underneath this. Well, it's still anyone's game this still. I mean, look at this. It's just, once again, just a matter of millimetres. You see, if he was one of the Fantastic Four, maybe not to be.
Yeah, almost got there. He's been really impressive today, the keeper Jackson, as we look at the 2 power plays in France. Well, they had a shocking first few overs. They'd lost 5 wickets, but hey, you've seen there a couple of red dots against the Scottish team as well. More importantly, the power play's done here. So it looks like they're going to go to spin, and this is what France did in the game earlier. Zain Ahmed, left arm off spin. The one thing with his left arm off spin, it was actually very slow through the air, and he actually forced a few errors from the Belgian batsmen. So it would be interesting to see how Scotland play him.
Yeah, it will be. That rate required is under 9, so they don't have to be too aggressive, they would feel. But, yeah, I mean, that's nicely played. He's quite happy to use his feet and just stroke the ball along the ground and wait for the bad ball to punish and put to the boundary. Zain Ahmed wants to get a breakthrough for his side there. And he's got the breakthrough. Well, what a clever bit of bowling this is. And he totally outfoxes Angus Guy, who comes, commits, misses. Well bowled indeed. Zain Ahmed, take a bow.
Yep, this is what he did earlier today. It is so slow, but if you get it on the right length, it doesn't matter what speed you're bowling. It can bamboozle the batsman, and Well, Scotland, many people thought they were going to run home easily against France in this fixture. But I tell you what, right now, they're in a pressure cooker. 30 for 3. Not many people would have seen this coming.
Such a clever delivery, isn't it? I think you could see he commits, comes down, and I was just saying at the other end that they didn't really have to do anything crazy. Well, Liam Naylor knows that, but maybe that message didn't go across to Angus Guy. He wants to get to the pitch of this and hit it big, so he's disappointed. He gets stumped. Good work there from Jackson. He's in the action once more, but it's a spin. Zayn Ahmed, we didn't see any spin from Scotland, yet it's a spin here from the French team that seems to be working pretty effectively.
Yeah, well, France, who were beaten pretty comfortably by Belgium earlier, and in this game were miles behind, are right in it. And at the halfway stage, I said to Rico, I have a hunch that they might get up in this. And right now, they're looking pretty good.
Just floats this up here, gives it good flight, and you know, I just get the feeling, I mean, we saw this, I think, last week as well. There was a number of bowlers, as a Dizerman, who got a hat-trick, remember. This is the sort of bowling he was doing, just flying the ball up there and creating problems. This is firmly struck. The fielder should deal with it.
Oh, no.
This is not good. This is where you can lose the match. And Rohula Mangal, again, you need to stop that. So we know, I mean, already we've seen 6 runs given away, half a catch that's been dropped, which could be vital as well. And of course, the man who was dropped was Guy, though he's gone, but he does go on and double the score he put on the board. And in a low-scoring one, it could all make a difference. This one is running away from the fielder. He gets it over the man in the 30-yard circle and wide off the sweeper out there. So I suppose you say good placement from the batter. It goes the aerial route, and though he doesn't go all the way, it gets 4 runs. So Naylor looking like the danger man at the moment. He's the one they need to try and remove.
Yeah, Naylor looks like the one that wants to get on with it. If they don't get him soon, well, could be curtains.
Hit firmly, gets through one, and well, you can add 3 more to those runs that just gain up and up. So that's almost double figures on the board now, including the drop catch. That is going to make a huge difference to this match. That's the end of the over, and that's disappointment, really. And, just like that, we'll see that score go past the 40 mark. 43 it is now, 3 wickets down at the end of 4.
Yeah, so unfortunately that last ball as well went through his hand. So that's 3 boundaries. We think that should have been stopped, and not even should have, definitely 100% should have been stopped. So that's 9 runs. And when you take that off that total, if you put them on 34 right now, you're feeling good as a team. But 43, that over, yeah, it doesn't help.
No, it's what we were saying, really. If you're gonna defend this, you have to be absolutely perfect in the field. Take everything that comes your way, and stop everything. They haven't been. They let themselves down slightly. Nice start there from the new bowler. Good pace, good accuracy, right on the money. Numan Amjad.
Yeah, the captain bringing himself on. He needs to get a wicket here. Probably need to remove the dangerous Naylor, who's raced to 25 of 9. Yes, he's had some help from the fielding unit, but still, he's played some glorious shots in between.
Nicely bowled, and well, just in 2 minds here at the field. I think I'd like to see him just pick this up and throw it in, have a go. Plenty of bodies you can see backing up. They're all waiting for it, and I think you just got to let it go. And it just means that you keep the batters alert as well, knowing that the fielders are going to have a shot at the stumps.
Here's probably the game on the line right now. If Amjad, their best bowler, one of their best bowlers, can get Naylor, they're backing it. But if Naylor bats anymore, could be curtains.
Looking to be attacking, isn't he, Naylor? I think that's his response there. Amjad is getting this ball to nip back a little bit as well, so he's going to cause problems. Hinkley gets back on strike.
Yeah, Naylor does probably need a little bit of support from the opposite end as well, just to get him going. Get the team going if everyone's striking well.
Good shot, and this will be 4 runs. This is a lovely shot, and just using the pace of the ball. So not trying to hit it too hard, but it's all about timing. Hits this dead straight, and nothing's going to stop that. So Hinkley now, that will make him feel better. He hits his first boundary, moves on to 6 off the 5 balls that he's faced, or 4 balls that is. Lovely shot.
Yeah, one thing the Scottish batsmen have done well is they've hit it extremely straight. They're hitting the sight screen. That's what they get trained to do.
And this time, well, that's don't get any straighter than that. Well, you said they get trained to hit it straight, hit the side screen. Well, this one smacked into the stumps, and if it didn't, it would have been 4 more.
Well, if it had touched Umjed's foot as well, I reckon this could have been a cheeky run out. He absolutely crushed it. Yeah, if he had got any bit of foot on that, I think that would have been a big wicket at the non-strikers end. But in the end, the stump saved 3.
Yeah, that's 1-3 that they've got back, I suppose, out of the many that they've given away. 50 on the board here now. Ball to go in this.
Shot.
Good shot, powerful, and look at that. That's timing and execution for you. That is top draw. Naylor is looking good. He moves to 30 of just 11, 54 for 3, and 5 overs gone. And we're at the halfway point here. And just after being under a bit of pressure, Scotland, courtesy of some misfields and some errors in the field from France, they're now looking in a much better place. And look, it's an opportunity for us to say welcome to everybody, and also to say, look, if you want to know where all of this action is coming from, we can tell you it's on the road between Cartama and Coyne. So if you're in the area, if you're anywhere near Malaga, why don't you come on down the A7059 between Coyne and Cartama. Get on that road. It's a road that goes all the way to Marbella. Come on down, come watch some of the cricket. Remember, it's well, day and night cricket, so pretty soon, as the sun starts to go down, the floodlights will be on, and we'll be playing under the beautiful night sky here in the Costa del Sol as well. So come on down and enjoy the fun. Come and join the people in the fan zone. Speaking of fan zone, hello to everybody out there. Give us a wave. Nice to see you all in there and enjoying yourselves. Maybe having a few Victoria cervezas as well.
Oh, yeah.
Floated up there. And there's that bounce again, Corey, that we're talking about.
Yeah, well, that extra bounce once again, it makes it very difficult to sweep spinners. That's what the Dutch did well last week. They didn't have a 45 basically the whole time, trying to entice a sweep, but it's not easy to do it on these wickets. As he sweeps it. But he finally gets a bit of wood, and it'll just be the single. Look, this game for me, Rico, Naylor's been the difference, hasn't he? 30 off 11.
Without doubt.
They have to get him now. If they can get him now, they've got to believe. But if he bats another 5-6 balls, this one will be over.
Zain Ahmed. Now to Naylor. Hit hard, and it's going to be 4 more. Oh, that's a cracking shot. I mean, the power that he's getting here of this back foot, it's all about placement. I mean, if you're looking at this field, what do you change here, Corey?
Well, he looks like he's extremely strong through cover. Maybe you could bring your cover point up and have him back. But yeah, he's hit a lot of boundaries there at the moment. Nice timing again.
Yeah, you've got sort of backward point and
yeah,
point. They're very close to each other. I mean,
they're doing it now. So cover point's moving around to cover, and the man that was in the circle is moving to an extra cover point. Okay. That makes sense.
Let's see how Naylor deals with this. Slower delivery. That keeps the pace right off this, and he's quite happy just to stroke this down the ground to Long Off, who does the fielding, gets the single.
Well, he looks a proper player, doesn't he, Naylor? He's hit it really well.
A lot of time to play the shot, and nice to see plenty of energy in the field there. Kind of saying who batted really well, diving at this, gets a hand to it, but always going to be a single there. That's the end of the over. So one good, clean, crisp hit for a boundary from Naylor. Once again, he moves to 35 of 13 deliveries, and the score 61 on the board. And they, like you said, they need to get the wicket, but mainly they need to get Naylor out pretty quickly. Otherwise, like you said, if he bats maybe another 10 deliveries or so with this partnership together, this match is done.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like they're going to go back to the spearhead as well, Mangal, which I think is the right decision. You don't want to lose this game. He's got 6 balls in the locker, so he'll come back now. He could have had a couple extra wickets if it wasn't for a dropped catch.
Yeah. Mangal, he's been so good, hasn't he? He's already picked up 5 wickets in the day. A 3 for in the first match, 3 for 6. You see there, 2 for 7 so far, but he's been unlucky. He could have had a few more. Short, and he's kept a bit of the glove of the batter. So once again, you're seeing he's demonstrating that pace. This is the sort of lines that the Scottish bowlers were sort of bowling on a regular basis to the French batters, just slightly shorter at the bodies, and they weren't able to get it away. Mangal now repeating the same medicine to the Scottish.
Well, this would be a good matchup. Mangal versus Naylor. Naylor's been creaming everything out the middle of the bat.
Up in the air and just gets it wide of that fielder. So bit of luck this time. But as we quite often say, maybe fortune does favour the brave. A poquito de suerte y 4 carreras más. And so far there's no stopping him.
He gets a little bit of luck this time. Skews away. Cheeky smile on his face, he knows. But you make your own luck. This game just getting away from France now. They need a wicket. They need to go bang, bang.
Smashed. And well, the sound of that bat hitting the kookaburra, well, it sounds like a rifle that's going off, doesn't it? It's such a crisp, lovely sound of Willow.
Extremely strong in that sort of extra cover region. He's absolutely laced it there. Hinkley, he's 10 off 10, playing second fiddle. Hasn't really got going himself just yet, but doing a job.
Mangal, can he get the breakthrough? Just doesn't feel right about this, so stops himself in his stride. Will have to make his way back to his mark. Smiles on the faces of both the batters here at the moment, Naylor and Hinkley, so they seem to be enjoying their time out there in the middle. If there were any nerves out there, they certainly have gone now. But Naylor, look, 40 or 15, batted so well, but at the moment he's the difference between the two teams. Goes for the big shot, it's up in the air, this is an opportunity. Will they take this one? Yes they do, no mistake. So Hinkley, he had a smile on his face earlier before that delivery, but he won't be smiling now. He goes for the big shot, gets it wrong, and just like that, well, Ramatullah Mangal picks up his 3rd wicket, so that's 6 wickets in the day for him. 3 for 13 so far, and they do break this partnership, but it's not the wicket that they're after.
No, it's not the wicket that they're after, but it is a wicket. And Mangal, credit to him, back-to-back 3-fers. You don't see that all the time in T10 cricket. 6-wicket day. And besides the one man who's been absolutely smoking them for the Scottish, everyone else has struggled a little bit as Hinkley goes for 10 off 11. Yeah, Liam Naylor, he's playing a one-handed show at the moment. Just needs a little bit of support. Just needs a partner to hit the odd 4 and take a bit more pressure off.
New man comes in is Majid. Muhammad Majid, left-hander, taking guard. Interesting to see a number of batters, especially those that are maybe not used to playing on the artificial wickets. They still try and mark the crease with the foot, don't they? Going for big shot. Gets it over the infield. A couple of bounces before it goes to the man out there on the boundary, on the offside to the left-hander. So
big last ball of Mangal's spell here. Bowling it to Naylor, who's coasting along at 40 off 15. The required rate's not too many, but another wicket here would just bridge that gap a little bit more.
Big shout of no from Naylor. Doesn't want to risk it, and why should he? He knows that maybe that he could be the difference here between this match being a comfortable victory for the Scots, or it can be a nail-biting one. France, though, they're still in this. They're not out of it, but they will believe and they'll feel that Naylor's the man that they've got to get. There's 23 required in 18 deliveries.
Yeah, and this is what's coming next. Belgium versus Luxembourg. Belgium won the toss and elected to bat, so I know a lot of people will sit back and enjoy watching that, because Belgium, that top 5 especially, very, very dangerous. A bit more bowling heavy this year, Belgium, but for Luxembourg, well, they'll be on a high, Rico. What a win before.
They will be on a high, flying high as well. What a win it was. Both teams won the first matches. Belgium, of course, were victorious against France, but Luxembourg chasing 148 for victory, doing it with a couple of balls to go. It was an outstanding run chase. Timothy Barker and their captain, Vikram Vij, were the key contributors in that. Edge flies over the wicketkeeper, and once again, perhaps a little bit of that luck that makes the difference between the two teams. And it, well, once again, Havid Aludin Jackson flying up in the air, but goes over his glove quite easily. But at least they've got a man back there that's doing the boundary patrol behind the wicketkeeper. Very fine third man. Firmly hit again, and gonna have to watch this one. Awkward bounce, but that's really well fielded. That's what I like, and a good throw there as well. I think that's Mangal again, so he's got the headband on when he's doing the fielding.
Yeah, it's a good effort from him because it actually took a pretty steep bounce just before it got to him, about there, and goes up. But body on the line, they do get back for 2 because of that, what you could call fumble, but good bravery from him.
Yeah, I think he does well. I think that's one that he wears for his team. It was an awkward bounce, but gets his body behind it, doesn't shy away. Uppish, but safe.
Huge credit to France here. I mean, they were 5 for 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to take Scotland deep in this game. I mean, there's so many teams that would have folded under that pressure. To still be in this game with 15 balls remaining, huge credit to them no matter what happens. Scotland still finding their feet in this T10 format.
Once again, a bit of a miscue. I'm not sure that's where this one was really meant to go from Majid, but he's just keeping the scoreboard ticking. The other thing here is, Corey, wouldn't they love to have those 10 runs back?
Oh, yeah. The fielding's probably going to come back and haunt them a little bit, but still, you never know. If they get another wicket here, if you got Naylor this ball and it's 18 off 13 with 2 genuine new batsmen, game's back on. Naylor's the difference.
Firmly struck, and it's going to be 4 runs. It's just the power of this man. And what I like about him, every time he hits it, even though he's getting a 4, he still runs to the other end like he's running a single. I think this is obviously something about his style. It's something what he does. And we've seen him do it a number of times. Look, just watch this. He hits it. As soon as it's hit, it's 4. But look, he'll still run. Look, we don't quite see him there, but he still runs to the other end like he's taking a single, then goes back to his mark. And this would be a sort of half stop, and can he stop it? I think he somehow manages to do so. I don't know how. They'll probably look at this again, but I don't think he's at any point touching the rope. At the same time, the ball's in contact with him. I think the umps would like to have a look at this.
Yeah, I actually thought it might be 4. Oh, he's okay. I can't tell if he touches it there. That's the issue. It's sort of under him. Tough one. You might get benefit of the doubt here. It's a real little one because he's
better here.
He sort of sits on it. The question is, was his hand on the rope at that point of contact there?
I think he's okay.
I
mean, there's nothing conclusive there to say that it should be called a boundary. From what I saw here, I thought it was okay, I have to admit. But the third umpire will have a look at that again under the supervision of the tournament referee, Rob Kemin. And I think they just go with what we see. And from what you see there, I think there's nothing conclusive to say that that should be a boundary.
Yeah, I think that he might get away with this, but it is one of those marginal ones. It's sort of caught between frames whether he was touching it or not. We'll have another look from this angle. He does a good job here, gets it down. Backspin, touches it there, that's okay. And then this is where it gets a bit confusing. We can't really tell. He sort of sits on it like an egg. But I reckon you might get away with that.
Yeah,
this one's a bit more...
Yeah, if you look here, I mean...
See, if he sits on it there, I think his hand is touching the rope.
Yeah, very, very tough one. There you go. Well, he's doing a little bit of a jig there. Good work there again from our partners from Spring Productions. Doing a great job with all the replays there. Back to the action. Nicely played. Good dive from the fielder. Liking the energy levels here from France as well. Even though not everything's gone their way in the field, there's been a few errors, drop catches and misfields, but they haven't let that affect their performance. They're still trying everything. They're still trying to bat the bowlers here, keeping their heads up, which is good to see. Call of no.
So with that 4 that was given in the end, Naylor did get himself to 50. sort of skimmed over that when we were waiting for the third umpire's decision. So what an innings it's been. He's made a lot of the runs, Rico, and he's been the difference of the two sides.
Yeah, quite easily at the moment. But what a big over this is. I mean, look, this is the 9th. We say it all happens in the 9th. Amjad is doing the bowling. And Amjad gets this one through. And Naylor hasn't missed too many. And this one gets through him. And you can see he just takes a little walk just to, once again, probably compose himself. He's probably saying to himself here, what am I doing here? If I get myself out here, it opens the door again for France. Just 9 required. So it's not a time to get out. This is where your team is looking for you to finish the job. This is where the coaches are probably saying, right, okay, you know, go out there, finish it off. Daniel Sutton and Kyle Coates, the coaches. And,
looks like a bit of a slight delay. I'm not too sure what for.
yeah, there's something, not sure what's going on here. The umpires have taken the ball and a discussion is happening. Maybe there's an issue with some of the technical details. But well, look, while we have this slight delay, we can go back to, maybe we have a look at the teams that we're seeing, not just in this group, but the teams still to come. We can have an early look maybe at Group D of this. There we go, right on cue. So Group D, I mean,
Interesting one.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is, because I think Italy and Germany will go into that as favourites, but Romania, Norway and Switzerland, well, they'll feel pretty good. And in that group, you don't have to go against sort of like a better known team. So in Group A, you had Ireland, Group B, Netherlands, Group C, Scotland, the bigger known teams. This group, they'll all sort of feel that they have a shot if they play well.
I think you're absolutely right. There's no, I mean, it's, yeah, I see what you're saying was there's no Ireland, Netherlands or Scotland. They're there. All of those teams are quite within their right to be, and also capable of producing the shot. I mean, Norway, I've seen Norway play. I've seen them play in the ICC T20 matches, and they've been pretty good. They've got some really good players. They can certainly shine in this series. But Italy as well, we spent a fair bit of time in Italy, and we've watched, we watched all this series there, including the Super Series, leading up to the team that's going to come and represent them in the European Cricket League. And that was, of course, Roma CC, and good, exciting players there as well. And, this group, though, I mean, we've got a chance to see all the teams now. We've seen Scotland for the first time here, looking to register a win on debut. Belgium have got a win under their belts over Luxembourg. France playing their second game. They just haven't been able to perform with the bat, really, you've got to say. Malta, they're going to be pretty disappointed that they weren't able to pick up a win. But at the same time, though disappointed, also on debut, to go out there and put 147 on the board in the first match, they'll also be pretty upbeat about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Malta, they'll come back stronger from that. They batted so well before, but I'm sure we'll see more of them. I still think they're a bit of a dark horse in this group. And well, Belgium and Scotland, I think just from early signs, they will be the two favourites, obviously, and fair enough when you look at the rankings. But it'll be interesting to see how Scotland sort of try and handle that dangerous Belgian batting lineup.
Yeah, very much so. What are your thoughts? I mean, are Luxembourg going to do what Finland did last week?
Potentially. I mean, teams can start hot in these comps and then go off the boil. We did it ourselves a little bit with Spain. So, yeah, it's still early doors in this group. I mean, the other thing as well is how teams play under lights. Some teams embrace it. Some teams struggle. Some teams complain too much.
Yeah.
And I think when you play under lights, you just get on with it and just enjoy it. As it looks like the delay might be over. We get back to the conclusion of this game.
Come on, Nomi.
Yeah, it was nice to see that the French and their captain used that opportunity to quickly gather everybody round, and he probably just gave them a quick sort of motivational spiel to say, hey guys, come on, we know what we've got to do here. We need to get one wicket. We get this one wicket. We get Liam Naylor here, who has got to his 50, and didn't he bat well as well? Got to 51 or 22 deliveries, so congrats to Naylor. But that's the wicket that they need, and well, it looks like hopefully we're ready to resume again. The players have taken their positions. They're still waiting on something. Not 100% sure what it is that we're waiting for, but we will resume straight away. And if there is any any changes to the times for the next match, we shall notify you as well, because we're pretty close to that.
Well, it looks like it's almost sorted out, even though we don't know what it is. We'll just assume that we're getting closer.
Yeah, still a fair bit of discussion here. Now, what about, I mean, let's reflect a little bit on Group B. I mean, the way that it finished. I mean, the Netherlands outstanding all the way through, but we had a sensational final, didn't we?
Yeah.
And I mean, my highlight certainly was Kirstensen's knock. I mean, what a knock that was, and what an outstanding player he is.
Yeah, you don't usually get the man on the losing team was the highlight, but it really was a special innings. I think even the Dutch players can reflect on that and say it was so impressive to watch. But good news, Rico. It looks like we are back 9 off 9 required. I wonder if this little delay will affect Naylor at all.
Well, let's wait and see. Here comes the captain from France, Amjad. It's a good delivery. Naylor is up to it as well. Bat on ball, takes a single, and gives a strike back to Majid, who's got a couple of deliveries to face here. Yeah. And I think the thing here is eliminate any dot ball. No dot balls, and we win the match.
Yep, Amjad's doing a good job at taking this deep. If you get it to the last over, there's an old adage, anything can happen in the last.
Well struck. No mistakes though in the field. Once again, it's another single. So you just get the feeling though, if this just loses his line slightly here, Amjad, that Naylor is going to look for the big shot, and that would more or less seal this match.
Yeah, France need a wicket. This ball, get a new batsman out there and get it to the last. You never know.
And he goes up. This could be the moment, and it is the moment. They get the wicket of Naylor, so
game on.
It is very much game on. You're absolutely right. It's going to be 7 required of the last 6 balls. That is the wicket they needed, and it is the captain, Numan Amjad, that takes it. It's his first wicket, and you can see what that means to them. A good catch by Ramatullah Mangal. What a key player he turns out to be. I mean, he goes for the shot, he backs it. He wants to try and give his team the victory more or less, but not able to execute the shot. So really, he goes, and this now is wide open. The door opens for France here.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got it all the way to the last over. Congratulations to them for such a good comeback, but well done to this man, Liam Naylor. He was the difference of the two sides. 52 of 24, 9 fours. So quite a lot of boundaries, 1-6 in that innings, but a new man comes to the crease. He won't be on strike just yet, but if you can get him on strike and get a dot ball or two, you never ever know now. That new man coming out to the crease is Zahar Shah.
Look, you say you never know. Well, Corey, what about the old golden ball here? Do you think that's a possibility? I mean, look, normally you'd still have to say, with the amount of wicket still in hand, that Scotland should be favourites. Well, this will certainly help, and that will go all the way. Well, just like that, Majid says, well, don't worry about nothing. I'll just basically put this one in the bag for us. Yeah, and that just scores are now tied, so the golden ball we were talking about, forget about that.
Yeah, well, we said anything can happen, but he just bombs that for 6. Nice, easy shot. Just timed it gorgeously. And, well, that does take out that last little bit of pressure, if there was some.
Yeah, I mean, credit to France. They do take it into the last.
Yeah.
But one thing that I said, and I think we agreed on, if you're going to do this, it's got to be a perfect display in the field. And it was far from perfect. All those runs that they gave away, they come back to haunt them now as well. That'll be it. That's going to be the victory. And it comes with 4 balls to go. So Scotland, they start their European Cricket Championship with a victory on debut. They had to work for it. It wasn't all plain sailing, but it has to be said it was mainly thanks to one man, a half century from Naylor. Didn't he bat well? And he was the man who made a difference between the two sides. And maybe it also has to be said, the fielding. Scotland were pretty sharp out there, weren't they? Whereas France, just those handful of errors where their ground fielding, especially on the boundary, let them down. Probably leaked around 10 runs. There was that one drop catch as well. That made a difference for me in this match. But they've got to have their heads up here, France. I'm liking what they're doing in the field. I'm liking the way that the bowlers are bowling. They're certainly creating a few issues from teams like Belgium and here against Scotland. And one thing they need to, a couple of areas need to up the game. One, trying to get another 20, 30 runs on the board, and then be just a little bit more tidy, a bit sharper in the field.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was all France at the start of this run chase. They bowled really, really well, and well, everyone started to believe, is there going to be a pretty big boil over on the cards? A couple of early wickets. This was a big chance just after this delivery. This one goes for 4, and then the very next ball, same sort of shot, dropped, and that was a big moment. Unfortunately, that should have been held. After that, it was a one-man show. Liam Naylor, he looked really, really good. He timed the ball to all parts, and he was the big difference in the run chase.
Yeah, he was. You got to say. I mean, this was another one just agonisingly out of reach from the wicket-keeper. But look, it was spin that came into the play once more. That was a great bit of bowling, wasn't it? And good work there from the wicket-keeper as well, Hewitt, Aludin Jackson. But the shots, they were good ones. That's another one you see. I mean, okay, don't want to get overcritical, but you need to try and stop those, get something on it, stop the boundary. It wasn't to happen, but some of the shots, I mean, that were played here, Beneda, were absolutely crisp. He certainly was timing the ball beautifully, and he hit some through the covers and through extra cover. That was just a remarkable shot. And it was all smiles, but then, well, there was a wicket, and Hinkley going there, just left the door open, but Majid came in, and he played, once again, these little partnerships make all the difference. This is the one that, in the end, worst given 4 runs. So that, again, is probably another one that we could, a little bit unfortunate, we can add to those runs that, again, if France had opportunity to get those back, could have made all the difference. Well, that could have made all the difference as well. Mangal it was that took the catch from the captain's bowling, Numan Amjad, which meant we thought we were going to go into quite a tense last over, but it wasn't to be. The first ball, Majid smashed down the ground for 6, and with that, tying the scores, it was always going to be one team that was going to win that, and the very next ball, single played out, and Scotland victorious of the first time of asking in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. So a perfect start on debut for them, but it's France also making their debut that are finding it a little bit hard to go by. That's 2 defeats from 2 for them.
Yeah, it is, and unfortunately, they will have to go back to the drawing board. But for this one, Belgium and Luxembourg, there's no defeats for these two teams just yet. The neighbours in the continent, they'll be excited to test each other's skills out. You'd think Belgium would have too much, but Luxembourg, they'll be riding high after that previous win.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting for me, because I think a lot of these players will know each other, and we do know that, you know, a lot of players from Luxembourg and likewise from Belgium do travel to each other's countries to play their cricket. So it's going to be interesting, man. It's also going to be one that will show us whether that win for Luxembourg against Malta, that high chasing, fantastic match number 2, was, well, was that a one-off, or are Luxembourg really that much more improved from what we saw them last year? Let's have a look at the scorecard. But like we said, it was dominated by one player, Liam Naylor. 52 of 24 deliveries from him. I think he batted beautifully. But then Majid there coming in towards the end, just when the pressure, or just when it was getting hot in the kitchen, if you want, he played a nice little roll, 12 not out of the 7 deliveries, and hitting that 6 of the first ball of the 10th over certainly did take a lot of pressure off. All the bowlers looked, and nobody really got taken apart there. I think all bowled pretty well. I mean, they went for the spin first up, nearly worked for them, so nobody really too expensive. Once again, France, it has to be said, it just didn't get enough runs on the board, and that's one thing, that's one area where they need to practice. And also, just had a little bit of an off day in the field as well, where they probably gave around about 10 runs in the field. That well, if they had those back in the bag, it could have made this a very exciting finish to the match. So it is Scotland that are victorious. Congratulations to them. Well, we can tell you that the next match, well, no news on any delays there. I think this one should still be starting on the half hour, so you've got yourself about 15 minutes or so to maybe get yourself a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, or whatever your poison is, and get ready for the start of the match. Well, there you go, the official timekeeper for Cricket Constant right on cue, saying, well, look, Rico, give them time to make a sandwich as well, because you got around 17 minutes for what is going to be, I think it's going to be a really good match. Belgium, everybody knows about the Belgium and their firepower. They didn't quite click with the bat, I think, as they would have liked in the first game, so they're out to come out here and show us what they can do. Luxembourg, though, well, they did surprise everybody. Belgium, though, winning the toss, I'm going to have a bat first. That's going to be an exciting game, and, well, certainly looking forward to it. I think, Corey, you're going to have a bit of a rest now. We're going to have a Maximo back into the Dream Box, and yeah, we'll be quizzing Maximo about how his weekend went playing cricket, and also where's those pictures of where those new pictures that we've had taken. So we'll be back in, well, you can see around about 15 minutes, I suppose, before the start of the match. Rika Full and Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, will be here with me for the start of match 4, at the start of day 1 of Group C. So we'll see you in around about 15 minutes time. Volvemos en 15 minutos. Hasta pronto.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval, and I am here in the fans. I tell you what, behind me it really is filling up, but I've got to say it looks fantastic thanks to a lot of people that make this happen. So it is the Euros of cricket and it is Group C, and we are now rolling into match 4, and this is a very interesting clash between two teams that have already registered wins today. It's Belgium versus Luxembourg in match number 4. Let's go out to the middle where Rob Kemming is with the two captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
HCL.
HCL, it's called Dream.
We will bat first.
Good.
So it is Ali Raza of Belgium who's won the toss, and he has elected to bat first. So that's twice today he's won the toss and elected to bat. I think they want to put a few more on the board than they managed in game 1 when they took on France. They ended up with 93, but that was after being 60 at the halfway point. So I think that, you know, the Belgian ball kind of backfiring a little bit. To me, they don't look like they've got quite as long of a batting order that we saw last year, but still there's some really dangerous hitters up there. We know all about them. I think Mahib Mohammed batted really well early this morning for Belgium, who will be putting the runs on the board. But Luxembourg, I think they probably did want to bat first, but they won't be too bothered chasing, will they? Because they pulled off a monumental chase earlier today, 148 to knock off Malta. And I've got to say that their top order really clicked as well. And how about the way that Vikramvij came home, the captain with 49 not out after the table was set earlier in the innings. But, well, I think it'll be a very interesting game here. Two teams that want to go 2 for 2. Only one of them will be able to. Let's go up to the commentary box. Rico Full is waiting for me. And I can tell you, the Belgium, once again, they're going to bat first after winning the toss here in match 4.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu. Well, he's looking hot and sticky out there, isn't it? It is warm, I tell you that. I mean, it's a nice breeze out there, but when you're in the middle, you really feel the heat. There's the ground, and you can see that we are coming from the lake end. There's the lake there at the top right of your screen. That's where all the action is coming from this week, as opposed to the hill end, where we were last week. The umpires make their way out there. And it is Stefan Gooch and Suleiman Saeed, the men in black, being supported by Rob Kemming, as always, as we see a quick look at the two teams here. Really looking forward to this match. Belgium, as you heard Vinny Sandhu say, probably not as strong with the bat as we expected to be. Well, certainly from what we saw in the first match. I mean, that's only the one match we got to base on. Whereas Luxembourg, they certainly were strong, weren't they? I mean, both teams had victories. More on that in a moment. Belgium 126 to 98. Favourites to win this one, according to the bat versus ball wall. Well, let's wait and see. It'll be a good score, a big score. Against France, they were able to post just 93, and, losing 9 wickets, but they were able to restrict France to 76 for 5, so winning by 17 runs. That was the first match of Group C on this day 1 of Group C action. Then it was Luxembourg's turn, and though Malta piled on the runs, 147 for 3, Luxembourg, they got him. They got him with 2 balls to go, 152 for 3. We saw outstanding performances there from Timothy Barker and Captain Vikramvij, as you saw Vinny make reference to. So both these teams have won matches. Belgium, probably not as convincingly as Luxembourg. So this is going to be interesting. And Belgium looking to show us some of the firepower that we've seen from them before. Munib Mohammed, you know, he's a big hitter of the ball, as well as Ali Raza, who is their captain. He's at the non-strikers end. Mohit Dixit is going to open up, and he was probably the pick of the bowlers for Luxembourg in that match against Malta. But remember, Malta did cause a lot of problems to the bowlers, scoring 147. So here we go. Rika Constant says we may play. So here's the first ball. Dixit short, and it's going to be 4 runs. And a desperate effort there from the fielder, and a little bit of a risky shot. Does go right in front of his stumps, but backs himself to play it. And this races to the boundary, and it is Timothy Barker, who's not behind the stumps this time around. They make a slight change. It's Anup Ursu. Barker sees this one go past him. 4 runs of the very first ball. This time it's up in the air and catch taken, and it's 4 and out. And Munib Mohammed has to go. And disappointment for him. He was the player of the match against France with his 39 of 22, but he's not gonna put that sort of performance in here. Get 4 of his first, and then no mistake from the fielder. who takes the catch, so they get one of the dangerous batters out pretty early. So here we go, nicely done, good catch taken low down and no mistakes from the young man, and isn't he happy about it? Marcus Cope takes the catch, giving Dixit an early wicket. So Belgium, we know the way they're playing. I mean, they're not going to be worried about these wickets falling. I mean, what they'll be worried about is the batters coming in and not spending too much time in the middle and not striking boundaries. That's the way they play, aggressive. Munib Muhammad, player of the match in the first match of the group against France, but after 39-22, he can only manage 4 out of his second delivery. Marcus Cope takes a good catch. Up in the air, and this one will probably be just one bounce, 4 runs. So this is what I'm talking about with Belgium. Sherry Butt comes out, and his first delivery is also hit away to the boundary. Not trying to hit this one too hard is Butt. Relies on his timing. Good shot playing the power play. Goes for the cut shot, straight to the fielder. Gets the throw in straight away. This is a time of day now in this match when we start to see those shadows. You can see them on the ground. The sun is starting to come down on the left of your screen, so long shadows out there in the sort of point, backward point areas for the fielders, especially if you're fielding out on the offside to the right-hander or to the leg side to the lefty. You're going to have a few issues with that sun starting to come down. Dixit once more. Gets the swing, but is there an edge on this? The batter is not moving, the umpiring is not moving. Luxembourg are all over the place. They think they've got the wicket. The bowler, Dixit, can't believe it. I've got to say, I don't hear anything. It'll be interesting to see this again. Well, look at that. That look says it all, doesn't it? And mouth wide open from the keeper. And, well, Unup Osru is sure there was something there. We have a look at where we are, what's happening at Championship Week. So England, the reigning champions, will be there. Spain, winners of Group A, and Netherlands, well, they were the winners of Group B, unbeaten all the way through their campaign so far, Netherlands. And who will join them? Now, this is the replay here. Well, it's very, very difficult to tell. As we go back to the live action. That's the first ball. And just a dot. That's the new batter. That's Thomas Martin, I should say, the new bowler. Comes in. He's got a really nice action as Thomas Martin. I was saying earlier when I saw him bowl that he certainly does remind me of a bowler. I couldn't think who it was. I don't know if any of our viewers on the chat are able to shed some light on it. This is up in the air. It should be another wicket. And it will be. So delight, as it is the dangerous Ali Raza that will go without troubling the scorer. So Ali Raza, he's going to go for a duck. So that is, well, up and flying high. Luxembourg here. 2 dangerous batters have been sent back. Both the openers. Raza, no, he doesn't get going at all. And he goes for a second ball duck. And it is a wicket straight away for Thomas Martin. Raza, disappointment from him. And well, these are guys that were in sensational form last time round. And Ali Raza scored 443 runs in the 2021 European Cricket Championships. And that included 44 sixes. So you know what a dangerous player he is. So he has to depart. And that's a big wicket to get. Luxembourg right now have Belgium 8 for 2. The catch there taken by the captain Vikram. Made no mistakes. Good day the captain Vikram Vijay has had. Thomas Martin, good start from him. No run so far. A wicket to his name. Oh, this is full wide down the leg side. I'd like to see the hard on it. I think it may have just been dipping. Certainly nothing from the square leg umpire. Let's keep an eye on this. Yeah, it does dip, so it's not quite no ball territory because of the height, but it's still a Gundy ball. I mean, he's just trying to guide this one. I'm surprised he's not trying to give it a full-blooded swing. Here's the new batter. And hesitation in the running. It was more the striker that hesitated as opposed to the non-striker. But Butt does get to the safe end. Omid Malik Curl is the new batter that gets himself off the mark. Nice start from Luxembourg, and particularly from the two openers. Dixit. Martin. Another false shot. Should be another. Oh no, it goes down. Big moment in the match, and that's Amit Dhingra that puts it down. And to the disbelief of Thomas Martin, look, that face says it all. He's trying not to show the disappointment, but this has to be taken. And what a big let off that is. That is Butt that gets dropped on 4. Slower delivery. Easy. Butt just trying to work that into the gap there. Oh, what a difference that could have made if Dhingra had taken that. Martin looking to finish the second over well. He knows he should have had another, but he still could. And he will. It's another one. It's a very, very soft dismissal. So Sherry Butt goes as well. He goes for 5. Well, if he did sneak the one before that they all went up for, well, he hasn't hurt them too much, has he? Because he goes for 5 of the 6 balls that he's faced, and it's Thomas Martin that gets the wicket again. It's 3 wickets down here, 12 for 3, end of 2. Rico full here of the European Cricket Network. Joining me back in the Dream Box is Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Wow, look at this. Belgium ball backfiring at the moment, really. And Luxembourg, what an opening day they've had. They have been bringing it. We saw them really come back from the dead, I think, in that previous game. They pulled off a 148 chase. Right now, they're letting the ball do the talking. Sherry Butt, unfortunately for him, it's not his game. He goes for just 5. Nice catch there by Mohit Dixit after we saw one spilled not too long before that. It's 12 for 3 now after 2 overs.
Yeah, massive moment. And well, at least that one from Dhingra won't cost them too much. As we have a look at the standings of Group C, Belgium and Luxembourg and Scotland now. 3 teams that have registered victories.
Yeah, I'll get your thoughts in a second about our first look at the Scotland 11 team, of course. Right now, let's go to over number 3.
Played out into the off. That's good attacking fielding. I like that from Luxembourg. They're just basically sending a message to the batters to say, hey, if you're going to drift out of your crease, I'm having a go.
Yeah, I like this attacking cricket. I'll say Dhingra is on now. He's the one that really could hold his head high. With 3rd over that he delivered earlier against Malta.
Well bowled. Targeting I think it's clever bowling from Luxembourg. They're targeting the off stump, just getting that ball outside the off. They know that these batters will want to go over cow. They know that, but they're giving very little in that area.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Ahmed Malik Kel is facing up. He's a guy that had pretty good time of it for Ghent recently in the ECS. Of course, we did have our last ECS in Belgium before we came to this European Cricket Championship, the Euros of Cricket. Here's Dhingra.
Good delivery. Nice areas again from Dhingra. I mean, look, this man who's out batting here now, Sabir Zahakel, 340 runs he scored last year in this very competition. 46 is he hit. So, you know, these guys are powerful. They're big hitters. But at the moment, well, they're just not getting a look in thanks to some tidy bowling from Luxembourg. Dhingra once more. This is a nice shot, but again, straight to the fielder.
here's the thing, is that Zakil's at the other end. He ran himself out for 2 earlier today. He is one guy that can change a match and change it very quickly. We've seen him do it before. He's international level. Just having a bit of a chat here. Wonder what he's saying to Ahmed Malik Kel. I mean, that's a good shot. It's a really good shot just to happen to find the fielder. Dingra, he's gone 4 dots in a row. This is a guy that only went for 3 earlier in the face of an all-out assault from the Maltese batters. Can't catch up with this one either. So here's Dingra on a maiden. And Belgium, they've just ground to a complete stop here.
Dingra, fantastic bowling. It's bowling in the right areas. What can you say? Nothing more than that. Right area, short of a length, batters. But he's not fancying cutting the ball. And you've also got the field set for it as well. This is really good. This is bowling to a plan. And so far, Luxembourg, well, they're executing it beautifully.
Wow. Maiden alert. And we get a maiden. So Dingra, wow, what an over that is. That's as good as a wicket or two, really, because that's 10% of the innings that's just evaporated in Belgium now. 12 for 3. Really, lights are on, but no one's home in the power play for the Belgians.
Yeah, sensational stuff, isn't it? Absolutely sensational. Keeping the pressure on, that's what it's all about. And look, to get a maiden in against top batters here in Belgium is something sensational. And Dingra, well, he more than makes up for that the drop catch, doesn't he? I think if you make an error like that and the captain, well, you know what? I'm going to take 6 balls away and then I'm going to get no runs off it. You'll say, all right, then show me. And he does. And he does it well. Marcus Cope now coming on to bowl. And I think this is a good time to have Marcus on here because Belgium would definitely be going after this now, whatever happens. They've only got 12 on the board. This is probably the lowest power play I think Belgium have probably ever had, from the top of my memory. I mean, they're hard hitters. They go big from the word go. Only got 12 here. So they're going to go after Marcus Cope. And I think if the field is set right, then there's going to be opportunities here for sure. Zahil is facing his first delivery.
Here we go. Let's see if Sabre's on today. Nice. Drills this one for another dot ball. Although we'll give that one to Zakil. It is the first one he's faced. Luxembourg certainly shot the lights out with the bats, didn't they, in match 2? But can they do it again against this Belgian team? Whatever they make, they'll be defending it vociferously. It just knocks a 1 here. This is probably one of my criticisms of him in the ECS. He did play the big shots a bit too early. Probably squandered some opportunities to bat for longer periods. He's one guy that I feel like when he gets out, it affects the team a lot. Some of the other guys, I feel like they're a bit interchangeable. They'll all hit. They'll all be able to knock a quick 15 to 20 up. But Zakil is class. Ahmed Malik Kel gets out of his little mini slump with a single here.
Yeah, important for him to get batting the ball there straight away after playing out that maiden. So it's tiki-taka though, isn't it? It's not what we expect from Belgium. And they can probably hear the voices of their coaches saying, hit it big, we want 6s. And
there you go. That'll do. Or does it? Wow, he almost gets there. And that, to me, I know that gate. That's Oscar Whiteman who's out there now for Luxembourg getting his first run. And he was the Whiteman that might have reached that. Of course, his dad, Tony, was in the 11 earlier, but he can't get there. Maximo, 6 runs, badly needed runs for Belgium.
Yeah, I mean, this was very close. And you can see there he just gets a bit of the thumb part of the hand onto that. And, I don't think that's catchable, but he's trying to stop the ball from going over for 6. So Cope almost getting another wicket.
Wow, there's a nick on this, and it's on the end of the fingers, so you can't really call that a chance. Takes it away from the middle of the gloves. And you'll see that is given a run. So I wouldn't even really call it a chance, but I will call it a bit of luck for Zakil, who survives.
Yeah, I mean, it's the keeper, Anoop Orsu. Not able to take the catch. But, yeah, I mean, this has come really quick. You'd be very critical to say that's a drop chance.
This one's straighter down the leg side. I mean, Malik Kel can't get away into the over. I think that Zakil wasn't particularly interested. I think he feels that he's the man to take the game forward. 4 overs down. Belgium are 21 for 3. Yeah, you mentioned these two countries are neighbours. In fact, they have an interesting relationship with each other.
They do, don't they?
We'll have Luxembourg team playing in the Belgian League. I know we had Sri Collar from Luxembourg, who was umpiring actually in the ECS. Probably about 200 kilometres or so from where we were playing in Mechelen, which was halfway between Brussels and Antwerp. I loved my time in Belgium as well. Beautiful country. The weather was fantastic, probably until the finals day where it was a little bit problematic, let's put it that way. But Yeah, some wonderful history, wonderful cities. I went to Brussels, I went to Antwerp. I tried both types of Belgian waffles. There's the Brussels type and the Liège type. And, well, I ate both just to be sure. But certainly was a great experience. Well, here's a full toss that should disappear, and it does to the boundary. Not really smashed by Zakil, but he cashes in the gift from Jabakel first up. 4 runs to Belgium.
Yeah, this is disappointing, really. And, let's just hope it's the only blip. It's the first time, really, that loose ball's been bowled. It's too full, it's down the leg side, and it does get put away. So the first loose ball gets punished and get a boundary. So this is an important little partnership if Belgium can get it going.
Well bowled, just searching. Sees Zakil wants to run. It's Malik Kell's turn to turn him down. Like body language showing that the batters weren't on the same page there. You know what, Rico? I think Luxembourg are reveling in the fact that not much has been talked about them in this group after last year, but I know that last year they're probably missing a few players that would be in their first 11.
Yeah.
I think they're just enjoying turning a few heads today. That's the feeling I'm getting from the Luxembourgers. Now this one's not a good ball though, and that's going to disappear. Abracadabra into the HCL software dome. That will do the fielding. Maximal 6 runs to Belgium. Again, Jabakel's just been a little bit loose a couple of times here, Rico.
Yeah, it's not good bowling. It's not good areas. Straight down the leg side, and a player of the ability of that man out there, Zakil, is going to put that away. He's going to punish you. So not good areas, not good lines. And you can see there that the bowler is just getting a friendly talking to Elias Jabakel. He's got to get this ball outside the off.
Yeah.
He's bowling at the strengths of the Belgian batters.
They had no fine leg at all. They got a deep backward square, not even in the circle, not out of the circle. It's just a big open space in that quarter of the field. Cannot afford to get 2 straight. Definitely not outside the leg stump. This is flat batted, but it won't quite carry it long off. And now, I don't think Zakil runs here. I think he hits it so hard, he just didn't feel confident.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, we saw earlier he doesn't want to run either. But this is quite crazy.
Well, he's came with an injury, but it's a shoulder injury.
How do you not run here?
Yeah, see? Malik Kell's saying, well, what do you mean it's not a run? I said, technically, it's Zakil's call if you want to get down to that. But Saber, I think he wants to strike. He wants another crack at Jabakel. And he doesn't quite get it, but it's probably enough. It is Maximal. Well, that's why he turns down the 1. He sees Malik Kell struggling at the other end and says, well, I don't want to give the 1. I want to have the strike back. I want another go. He does. He cashes in a 6.
Yeah, it's risky. I mean, if he's out here, I tell you what, the coaching staff would have been all over him. So not only you turn down and run, it's not good cricket, and then you get yourself out. So he gets a bit lucky, gets away with it.
Probably senses Jabakel struggling a bit with his location. Here's the last ball of the over. On the charge, and now he's going to be gone, so it's not a good shot, you have to say. He did go walkabout. He was looking for something that wasn't there. Didn't really try the 1 either to keep the strike. Instead, it's a big wicket. Saber Zakil, he goes for 24 off 10. And Belgium lose a key performer, 37 for 4 now at the halfway point.
Yeah, that for me is not smart cricket at all. I mean, first of all, turning down the run so early on, you just don't do it. That's just showing, for me, it's showing real disrespect to your partner. All right, he does hit the next ball for 6, and then that shot. Well, talk to me about that. I mean, he's dancing down the track. I mean, he's swinging blind, gets the edge, and, well, that's not good cricket. So 37 for 4. They're in a spot of bother here.
They sure are, and this is Belgian ball backfiring. That's what we're seeing so far today. Yeah. It's very hard to know where the line is drawn between aggressive and crazy. And I think that Belgium probably have crossed it a little bit. I think Zakil crosses it there. But I think that sometimes you don't know where that line is until you do cross it. I think this has been a bit of a wake-up call for them today. No doubt about that. We know a lot of talk about the selection and availabilities and these things. But all these guys are very capable that we're seeing here.
Yeah, look, they are. I mean, you were talking about Luxembourg. And I must admit, and when the team arrived yesterday, I was having a chat with Tony Whiteman. He's now a lovely guy. He was here last year. And Tony did say to me, he said, you know what, we're a much better team this time. Look out for us. And he was absolutely right. And Tony, you're the man. You did say look out for you guys and that you're going to turn some heads today. You certainly did that with that run chase.
Well, it just shows how your day can turn around pretty quickly. They were chasing 148. They were 5 after 1 over. And I thought, well, here we go. Good luck, Luxembourg. Well, they didn't need luck. They battered the absolute house down in match 2 to pull off that chase with a couple of balls to spare. Now we go back to some spin. Marcus Cope. And they're going to time this up and get it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, let's see if they can lift themselves out of this. And I've got to say that Ahmed Malik Kel, he's getting something that's a bit of a different look now with the off spin. So he backs himself. And he is a good striker with the ball. Just got kind of caught out by Dingra. I mean, 6 dots off him. Apart from that, I mean, there's no reason to say he can't get after this attack.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a bit more in the slot. I think Marcus Cope just would be better off just giving this ball a little bit more width, getting out outside the off rather than attacking the stumps.
Got to say, though, come back to this point in a minute. First, let's have a look at the next ball from Cope. Well, this is going to be a chance, or is it? Bermuda Triangle situation. 3 fielders come in, and it lands right in the middle. Eventually, it's Barker with the ball. That is very lucky for Ahmed Malik Kel.
Yeah, good. Well, you could say, well, he'll say he timed and placed this perfectly. Right in the middle of the 3 fielders.
Well,
He couldn't have placed it any
I
better.
agree with the second part of that. Anyway, here's Cope. Again, the wind is kind of going to long off the bat. And this is going to go a long way off the bat. And that is about as straight as it gets. Well, I don't know who that is up there, but he's almost been taken out. That one's almost knocked the lights out, almost knocked the camera out. It was almost the end of the broadcast. Maximo, and that brings up the 50 for Belgium.
What a powerful hit this is. Well, yeah, watch out, watch out. There is a kookaburra about. Well, who's in the firing line there? Well, have a look at this. Well, we get a thumbs up. He's okay. Well, and the equipment looks okay. But what a hit.
That's a how do you do from Khalid Amadi, the smiling assassin. He would be smiling after that. Wants to go again. Goes with the turn. It's just the single. I've got to say, though, I was a little bit surprised. So Dingra bowled and made it in the 3rd. They didn't bring him back straight away. They went to Jabakel, Elias Jabakel in the 5th, and now Cope back in the 6th. I would have thought a guy's bowled and made it to a guy that's still there. You keep him on. Because earlier, Dingra bowled a really good first over, only went for 3. And his second one was a lot more expensive. It went for 19 when they brought him back at the end. Well, now, does this have enough? It does not. The fielder will take the catch. It's William Cope that takes the catch off Marcus. And so it's unfortunately going to go just as he was getting going. Ahmed Malik Kel. He'll end up scoring 10 of 14 deliveries, and Belgium lose their opener at 51 for 5.
Yeah, it's once again, you're going to go for these shots, but no pace on it. You think he's hit it pretty well, but doesn't get the height on it. A nicely judged catch there from William Cope. So the 2 Copes combining beautifully. Another wicket goes down.
Oh, wow. So bit of each way from Ahmed Malik Kel that over. First, he almost knocks the camera out of the tower. Then he doesn't quite have enough to get this one over William Cope. Marcus Cope gets the last laugh. And Belgium 6 overs into this innings at 51 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, this is not where they want to be, are they?
I will say this, though. Belgium can make 93. They were able to keep France below it. And Luxembourg, yep, they certainly, like I said, batted very, very well in that last game. But Belgium will back themselves to defend that kind of a score. They're on 85 pace at the moment.
Yeah, William Cope coming on to bowl here now. Remember, he's one and only over was a very expensive one against Malta. So he's coming into bowling this after taking a bit of a hiding. It was an over that went magical, so he's going to try and put that behind him here.
He holds onto the ball, and he's going to get a wicket. And this ball never touches the ground. It's a full toss, and the smiling assassin, and that frown, I mean, the smile's turned upside down into a frown, I was going to say, as that is just kind of placed straight at the fielder. It took the catch, and so Belgium have 2 batters at the crease yet to face. They're in a lot of trouble now, 51 for 6.
Well, that's how things can change. William Cope, I said his last over went magical. For the wrong reasons, he was smashed all over the place. But this one, well, he just starts with a sort of full delivery outside the off. He's trying to get that Yorker length in. And you can see that it's the batter, Khalid Amadi, just trying to guide this away, but guides it straight into the hands of Jabakel, who was waiting, takes a catch. And that's another batter that departs without really making too much an impact. Well, the only thing Khalid Amadi did was he almost knocks the cameraman out of the tower. But other than that, he's not helped his side at all. They are in all sorts here. 51 now for 6.
Elias Jabakel took a very good catch considering the sun is pretty much straight in his eyes there, but it was low down. He stayed low. One thing I will say about Belgium, it's one of those situations. Yeah, if you're going to love them at their best, you also got to kind of love them at their worst. They're going to be a high variance team, and their batting hasn't clicked today at all. But they could turn around tomorrow and just smack 170. That is the kind of team they are. So I'm not going to jump off them too quick, even in this game, because we know typically they've got guys that can still come out of this situation and move the score forward. But yeah, one of the issues was I just don't think their batting lineup is as long as last year, in all reality. Wow, could have another one here. It's crazy cricket. Bowler coming around, and he has taken the catch. William Cope, second good catch from him in a matter of minutes, this time off his own bowling. And so Muridik Rami comes out, doesn't want to hang around, and he gets his wish because he goes very first ball. Cope's on a hat-trick. He's got 2 wickets from 2 balls. What is going on here? He's on a hat-trick now. It's 51 for 7.
How many times do we say this, Maxie? How many times do we say it doesn't matter what has happened in the match before? It doesn't matter what's happened in the over before. Well, how about that? That is a bit of an ice cream cone. What a good catch that is. He's got a long, long way to go. He knows that he's the only one that's in the picture to do this. Is such a good catch called and bowled. And just like that, like you said, the man who was hit all over the place in his one and only over against Malta has now just bowled 2 deliveries, taken 2 wickets. He's on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
And, well, the way that this Dream11 European Cricket Championship is going and the way that fortune changed from one match to another, I wouldn't put it against him.
Yeah, you're not wrong there. I mean, look at this. It's basically a team hat-trick already because Cope caught the last ball the last over. Then he got a wicket first ball of this over. And then, yeah, now we're on a hat-trick. New batter out there is Rehan Faiz. Well, he can whack it around as well, but how aggressive can you be when you're 7 down, facing a hat-trick ball in the 7th? Here's William Cope. He goes for it, and that is Belgium ball 101. He cracks it over cover for 4. So, well, if you want to know how Faiz is going to approach it, there's your answer. This is 4, I think. I think you'll find they're just having a look at it. It's a bit far away from the umpires. But yep, 1 bounce 4. So Belgium, they're going to fight on. They just need one of these partnerships to click. Don't forget, in Belgium, we saw the fastest, or the biggest score by number 11 ever. It was Zahid Hussain, 49 off 19 balls, run out going back for the 50th, trying to hog the strike when they were 9 down.
They just have a different style, a different brand of playing, don't they, Belgium? And even like you say, from this situation, they can really turn things around. And Luxembourg will know that. They've just got to stick to what they're doing here. Well, at the moment, they're on the high, they're on the up.
It's a really good shot from Faiz first up as well. And now he's a little bottom edge, well blocked. I think of a single, but a bit more careful, probably sensible. I still think from here they're thinking 2 a ball. Let me calculate that. So you've got 20 balls to go. And then you got 2 a ball, that's 95. I think Belgium backed themselves to chase that, to defend that, I was going to say.
It, yeah. Well, look, like you said, I mean, they did restrict France getting to that score of 94.
Definitely off the pad, but it's a good appeal to just remind the umpire that it's not going to be called a wide. Faiz is a guy who definitely bats in the top 3 in ECS cricket, so he's no mug with the bat at all. So, last ball, the 7th. Reaches. Won't be the last ball because that's a wide. Belgium will take it.
Wide ball. So William Cope started with 2 wickets in the first 2 deliveries. He wants to finish here well.
We're seeing the beauty of the Euros, though, aren't we? We're seeing the beauty of it. I mean, last year, Luxembourg, they've had to think about it. They've obviously got a few different selections this time around. They've got the approach. Another wide. So, yeah, Belgium also, I think, it's natural for them because a lot of hype about them. All this Belgian ball talk. And in fact, they went all the way to second last year. They beat England as well along the way. And again, it's never easy. You're starting at 0. You're starting equal with all other teams now. That means nothing now.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Well,
this is a gundy one.
Yeah, this is about as bad as it gets. It's going to be a bonus 5 and a free hit. Just cannot get out of this over, Cope. Can he? And this one was about chest high. The batter does well to get some bat on this. That was accidental, but it's costly. As Cope is going to have to serve up a free hit next.
Yeah, I mean, this we've seen this a couple of times, haven't we, today? It's a gundy ball, full toss, batter gets bats onto it. So the no ball +4, free hit. And just like that, you see this over. It's gone for 11 with the ball still to go. And remember the first 2 deliveries, there was two wickets, no runs.
Fires wants to go over cover here. That's what he does. He'll be caught, but it won't matter. So he will retain the strike. Just a single. Well, Fires has made a good start to his innings. He's out there with Shagrai Safat, who hasn't had a face just yet. The score, 63 for 7 after 7 overs. And if you want to know exactly what's going on here on the European Cricket Network, we are into week 3 of this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. You can see Group A, Spain were the winners. Group B, Netherlands 11, the winners. And they are through to the championship week, along with the England 11. This is Group C action. And then Group D, that's going to be great as well, because there's very even teams there. I think Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania, and Switzerland. Join us. We still have pretty much 3 weeks of action, including today, from the Cartama Cricket Oval here on the Costa del Sol in Spain. And if it's rainy in your part of the world today, never mind. Just turn on the TV and you can see a lot of sunshine here. We're bathing in it. All right, here we go with over number 8. It's a pretty good ball first up. This is Dixit, who I think bowled pretty well last game. I think keeps it pretty simple. Tries to hit the Yorkers. Sometimes a straight Yorker. That one was a bit wider. Fires couldn't get under that one.
Yeah, they go for Dixit here. I thought maybe they may have held him back for just one more, but see the captain decided, no, let's get Dixit in, see if we can get another wicket here.
Yeah, I don't mind that. Because one of the things you're thinking here is if you can take a wicket here, or 2, then suddenly you've changed the face of the game. Belgium will, you'd think they'd have to be careful. And if they're not, you might bowl them out. So why keep a guy for the 10th over when you think you might be able to finish it right here and now?
Yeah, good point, actually. Very good point. So it's a case of Dixit can come in here, take a couple of wickets. They may even stop Belgium batting the full quota.
Oh, that clock as well. 7 minutes, bowled 10 balls. Should be okay. Pretty smart stuff by Shagrai Safat, taking guard and no real rush to do so. Shagrai Safat, known for his bowling more than his batting, but still a very capable batter. Give it a crunch. He's off the mark now.
Gets off the mark, and I think it's all about maybe trying to give Fires as much strike as possible, which looks a big hitting machine, doesn't it? Fires, let's see if he can send a few out of here.
This is going to be straight through the hands of the fielder, or one of them anyway. Well, guess what? As he's explaining why he didn't catch it, the ball came back to him. That was an excellent boundary stop. I mean, firstly, it was Elias Jarakel that was that point. I don't think he sees much of it, straight into the sun, but what a boundary stop this is.
Yeah, great stop there for Marcus Gutt. This is just fantastic. You know, this is how you work well as a team, backing each other up. He knows. I mean, I think the sun is the issue here, first of all, for the original for Elias. He doesn't see it, but Marcus Cope, that was fantastic from him. What a stop.
He threw himself around that boundary line, didn't he? Belgium still on this kind of mid-80s pace that they've been holding for a while, despite losing some wickets. And yeah, Dixit, I think he's bowled very well in this game. He's got 1 for 12 with a ball to spend. And he's a player we saw last year. Nice to see Luxembourg back, and they're blue strips this time. This one's asking for it, but there's a fielder down there. Didn't quite hit the Yorker that time. He gets away with it. So end of the 8th over. The score is 68 for 7.
If he has, I've seen him hit. I mean, he's hit a few balls out, hasn't he, on the offside there? But he doesn't. He sort of uses the forearms bit of his arm, but he doesn't get a full good swing into the ball, which means that instead of trying to hit the ball over the top, he's hitting it pretty flat. Just like to see him completely swing, hit the ball and completely swing and really get that ball to go aerial and to try and clear some of these fielders. Hitting it well, timing it well, but for me, he's not getting the full force of the full benefit of the shot, because he seems to be stopping it. He seems to stop it in the arc rather than get that back going right over his shoulder.
So 9th over, it all happens in the 9th, as we like to say. So now we are going to have Thomas Martin bowling in this over. Obviously, they get a 1 minute allowance for the 6th and the 7th wickets. I'm not sure if that's been added on the clock just yet, but I'm sure it will be. This team okay with time. Here's Martin. This is driven. I think his deep cover's been pretty useful. I think Belgium do like to hit in that region. They've really tried to block these straight boundaries. It's like a 4-man wall. Deep mid-wicket, fairly straight, long on, long off, and that deep extra cover.
But there's that shot I'm talking about again. See what I mean? He's not getting underneath it. So he's not getting the power and the lift into the shot. So he's going flat, he's going to a fielder. I think if he's able to elevate, he's going to clear the fielders. Hits it well enough.
Now this is going to go straight down the throat of one of those men, and it is dropped. Well, can't blame the sun for that one, really. Had a good look at that, didn't he? That's Marcus Cope out there. So pulled off a remarkable bit of acrobatic fielding. This time he just had to stand still and let his hands do the work. Unfortunately, he puts it down.
Yeah, it's a bit of an opportunity. It's come off the fact who hasn't hurt them too much as yet. So it may not be too much an expensive one, but yeah, Cope would have expected to take that.
Oh, this is going to be away from the field, and it's going to be 4. So you see there, Luxembourg almost had a chance taking 8th, and they could have just changed the feel of this last couple of overs. But this next one, just sliced away from the fielder, who's always chasing his tail. 4 more runs to Belgium.
Yeah, nice shots, and they haven't got the sweeper in between the two fielders. Man, that's at point and in that the cover area. He's sort of extra cover. So now straight away that you see that Vikram is making the change. So third man, a man who was at third in between the two close fielders, goes all the way wide. And then the ball, it's not a good delivery, this one from Thomas Martin, strays it down the leg side. I mean, it doesn't get any bat onto it. If it did, it would have been, well, the captain wouldn't have been very happy with that after setting the perfect field on the offside.
I can see that the time has now caught up with the fact that there's 7 wickets down, so it's given them a little bit more breathing space. I think they will be okay for time here, Belgium. This is just flat kind of pull for 1. 90's looking a fair way off at this stage, but nothing's for sure. It's going to be a slightly below par total for Belgium, but they did defend 93 this morning against France. Now we'll be feeling they can do something similar again, whatever this total ends up to be.
Yeah, Savat was given that chance, wasn't he, when Marcus Cope dropped him. So I think he now realises he's got to really go for this no matter what.
And he gets another ball that's right up in the block hole. They want 2 here. Just don't think it's on with the clean pickup. And so just a single takes him to walking sticks. It's a slot machine, in fact. 77 for 7 at the moment.
Looking to finish the over well here. Thomas Martin's bowled really well. Been impressed with this spell.
Yeah.
2 for 13. Both those wickets coming, of course, in that very good first over from him.
Well, this is going nowhere. In fact, it's missed it well enough, I think, to be safe. So Fart's thinking of 2, but they'll have to put it away. It'll be the end of the over. Fires retains the strike, and after 9 overs, Belgium are 78 for 7.
Yeah, so Martin keeps it tidy. He does go for 10 in the over in the end because of that one boundary. So Luxembourg, I mean, they'll be very, very happy with it. Look, even if they get 10 off this one, it's still under 90. So looking for a really big finish here are Belgium. But, full credit to Luxembourg in the way, especially the way that Vikram has deployed his bowlers has been fantastic. I like the way that he set the field. Look, even now, he's making sure that field is right for this sort of, got the backward point in the right areas. Extra cover is the man back. The bowler's not helping his cause here though, but bowling is wide.
This is Dingra that comes back for the 10th. I got to say, I know it still worked out pretty well for them. I feel like it's a bit of a tactical misstep to not bowl him out. I know they probably think, okay, they want him to bowl at the death, and I get that.
Yeah.
I just feel like you could have strangled him a bit longer, especially when the same batter was there that had missed 6 in a row. Yeah. That's the last thing that
I
batter
think when
needs.
you're on fire, you gotta go with the bowler. If somebody's on fire, he's only going to get 12 deliveries. This one's a chance and should be taken, and it has been taken. So Dingra, well, he's happy about that. He fires the first one down the leg side, but he does come back with a wicket. So Faiz does go. He goes for 19, and that acceleration that Belgium are looking for just isn't coming. So Rehan Fayaz, he has to go for 19 off his 14th delivery, and it is Dingra. Gets another wicket.
Nice catch by Oscar Whiteman as well. He just skated to his left slightly. What do I know? Bring him back in the 10th. I was just kind of going off earlier where he bowled an over of 3 and he was benched for a little bit and then came back and went for, I think it was, I'll tell you exactly.
19, 18,
19,
19,
right?
Yeah, 19, yeah. I think I would agree with you, because sometimes I think in this format, I mean, particularly when you look and you've got a multitude of bowlers that are bowling around, if somebody just bowled a really good over for you, bowled you a maiden, get him back on straight away, because you know that he's got his line, he's got his rhythm. If you save him for later, well, in the time between bowling, when he bowled like that 3rd over to now this 10th, well, a lot's happened. He could have been running around in the field, he could have been diving around, he could have picked up a bit of a niggle. So use him while he's fresh and use him while that radar is switched on.
Well, new batter comes out. Sajid Ahmedzai survives the tight one. Wicket 2, it's not there. I think Safar is a bit frustrated. He hasn't had more of the strike so far since he's been there. I mean, to be honest, this current run rate has been pretty consistent through this whole innings at about 85, 86 pace, and it's still there. So if you had to tell me what they're going to get right now, I'd say 85 or 86. It's never accelerated, but also importantly, it hasn't decelerated either. It's going to be something to bowl at. Dhingra. Big swing and miss from Shagarai Safar.
Dhingra certainly is a man who's in form at the moment, isn't it? Amit Dhingra's bowled so well. But, keeping it tidy, just not giving. And that's been the secret for me here from Luxembourg. They haven't given Belgium what they want. They haven't given them anything in that slot, in this what we call the swing zone. They've targeted the off stump, and they've done well. And here you go. You see, that means that batters are trying to create things, and they're not able to do so. Another good catch. Never easy these, and you can see that's exactly what Vikram Vij, the captain, is saying. Because when you're taking anything up there now, just have a look at those shadows on the ground. You can see that sun is right in your eyes. So as easy as this looked, I can tell you it wasn't. And well done to Amit Dhingra. He's been sensational. Picks up another wicket here. And, well, he bowled a fantastic first over, and this one, the 10th, has been just as good.
It's been brilliant. Well, they say don't look directly at an eclipse. That's pretty much what the captain was forced to do there. That ball went straight up into the sun. That is 9th wicket now. Belgium with a couple to spend. This looks like Adnan Razak coming in to bat last. Shagarai Safar can't really move the game forward the way he wanted to. He's the 9th wicket to fall, 80 for 9. I still think this is game on though. I just think you get a few wickets early if you're Belgium. They've got some good pace options. Rami as well, probably bowl early. I think middle order haven't batted much yet.
What you're trying to say here, I know exactly what you're trying to say. After this delivery. This is nicely worked away. It's going to be chased on, but there's going to be 4 runs. Iba from the fielder Marcus Cope, but he's not going to get there. Feeling काफी कोशिश की थी, चौका लग गया. Nobody in that area at all, so not a good delivery that from England. But I know what you're saying. Yeah. This has got ECN written all over it, because we're talking about a team that just chased 148 to win. 152 Luxembourg got for 3 wickets down with 2 balls to go. Now what you're saying is they're going to struggle to get to 80.
I just think that, probably with a couple of exceptions, on the balance, I think that Belgium's bowling and fielding is better than Malta's. Anyway, last ball. Is it 85 or 86 that we called? Well, probably won't be now unless he misses. He does miss. And, well, it's pretty close, at the bowler's end.
What do you reckon? I reckon he may not have made it.
I'm going to go with out.
Yeah,
it's a long way away from us. But yeah, almost has to play his shot running. I suppose he didn't know he was going to miss it. Let's have a look. Maybe he's going to surprise us. He will. I think it's just out.
I don't know if the bat. You can't see the bat is being slid here. It's difficult to see. Is that bat on the ground or not? You can't see from this angle. But I think that's on the line there. I think.
Does the ball hit the stumps here? Because
or is it a hand?
Let's have a look. I think he's out. As long as the ball hits the stumps, does make a judgment call. Yeah, he flicks into the stumps. So I think this will be out to finish. Just wait for the confirmation of that. But I think it will be 84 all out. That's what I've got now. So confirmation, it is run out. I think it's a good decision. I think we were looking at the end of the bat there, just short of the line. So, well, we're right. So that's always a good way to end the innings. But Belgium, they lose all 10 wickets in their 10 overs. They end up making 84 all out. But Luxembourg got a tricky little chase ahead of them. Luxembourg, if they can chase this down, though, as they'd expect to, they've had a dream start to their day, beating the grand finalists from last year, and they'll go to the top of the table if they can do this, but that is a long way away at the moment. 85 runs away here in match 4, Group C, ECC action.
Yeah, and it all started well, didn't it? Luxembourg, they just found a way to pick up the wicket. What a great over that was from Thomas Martin. And, well, we saw that 3 wickets to fall in the power play. It was 12 for 3, and I'm sure from my memory that's probably the lowest power play that we've ever seen Belgium have. Their strong hitting batters, and you can see how pumped Luxembourg were. Yeah, it means a lot to them. They want to go 2-2. They had a crazy victory over Malta earlier today, and now they're trying to really put themselves on top of the pack here to win this. And you know, the other thing here is really that we haven't focused on, win this well. The net run rate. Net run rate could make a massive difference indeed. But there were a couple that were blasted out of the park, but this one, well, that was a bit of a shocking shot for me, really. I just think, first of all, don't forget there was a run that wasn't taken in that over. He did hit the next ball for 6, but then he plays that shot and gets himself out. I just don't think they were quite switched on, Belgium here. Well, thankfully, our cameraman was okay, as one did get blasted in his direction. But the catching, I mean, there was 1 or 2 blips, weren't they? But again, in this innings, they didn't really hurt them. It was a nice one taken by William Cope there as well. But most of the time, I mean, this was sensational. What a good catch that was. And sometimes moments like that make a big difference. There were still shots were coming. We knew that Belgium, whatever happened, the shot was going to come. That certainly was a bonus. The high no ball and the ball going to the boundary. But again, you see the standards were pretty good in the field catches. That one's one that got away, and that was a surprise really. Marcus Cope did pretty good out there. He was the man that earlier made that fantastic diving stop on the boundary. But again, like I say, never really any batter that was given a chance didn't go on to score too many runs. But he was dropped on 4. We saw that the bat was dropped on 2. But both of those batters, we never went on to punish and hurt Luxembourg. And this one was out right at the end. Oh, well done once again to Dingra. Didn't he have a good day? I mean, Dingra, 2 for 6. I mean, outstanding. Bowls a maiden first up as well, and that was his 3rd over. Sensational. And then comes back and bowls a very, very tidy over right at the end, only giving 6 runs away, picking up 2 wickets and getting that run out as well. This is that scorecard, and you can see that there was 24 from Seba Zakil, but again, you know, he's going to have to look back at the way he gave his wicket away. And then a feisty 19 there from Rahan Fiaz there towards the end. Bowling wise, I think a lot of credit to the way the bowlers have bowled. They Dixit bowled really well, very economical. 2 wickets. Thomas Martin, I think he was outstanding. Amit Dhingra, though, he got to take the 5 stars for the bowling performance really of the match. But wickets, every bowler picking up wickets. That was a good thing there. So it was nicely done. As we have a look at the wicket summary. Also give a shout out to William Cope. William Cope didn't have the best first over that he bowled against Malta, the early over he bowled up until now, and then he came back again and took wickets off his very first 2 deliveries when he would have been under pressure, but he would have been disappointed the way he finished that over. Just lost his line a little bit, and also was the bowler responsible for bowling that beamer that was smashed away to the boundary as well. But all in all, even though there were a few errors there from Luxembourg, things that they can sharpen up on, it was still a very, very good performance on them, restricting a very powerful Belgium side to just 84 runs. And with on the wides front, only 5 wides, 1 no ball, and those are your 6 extras, so they were pretty tidy in that front as well, Luxembourg. So they can be very proud of their performance in the field, but can they back it up with the batting? They know that everybody will probably expect them to get these runs, but Belgium, as you heard Vinny saying, are not going to make it easy for them. They're going to come out firing, and they'll be looking to pick up 4 wickets themselves inside the power play. If they can do that, then they'll feel that they probably have got Luxembourg on the rack. But Luxembourg, they will be relying a lot on Timothy Baker and also their captain Vikram Vij in this one. So that reply is coming up in around about 10 minutes time to join me back, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo, as we come back to the conclusion of match number 4 in around about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven, conmigo ven. Ven, conmigo, conmigo ven conmigo. Ven conmigo a hablar con la gente, conocer sus calles, disfrutar su ambiente, amigos.
Hello and welcome back to the lovely sunshine, the late afternoon sunshine of the Costa del Sol here at the Cartama Oval, where you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. It's the Euros of cricket, and we got an interesting match in prospect here for you. We're halfway through it in Belgium, a team that are renowned for their hard hitting and big scores. They've struggled with the bat once more. We saw them struggle to 93 earlier today against France, but they were able to defend that, restricting France to 76 and winning by 17 runs. Well, now they're going to have to try and do the same again against Luxembourg, because 84 was a low pass score. They were all out at the very last ball. And it is the man who batted so well for Luxembourg earlier, the Timothy Baker and William Cope, the non-striker that are starting. So they know that if they can get their team off to a good start, a good power play, not lose any wickets, maybe have 35-40 on the board, that pretty soon maybe Belgium's heads will start to fall and they could register another famous victory for themselves. They were already victorious against Malta, chasing 148 for victory. Can they do it again? And the bowler was going to try and stop them. It's Sajjad Ahmadzai. And this certainly would be a massive turn up for the books if Luxembourg can make it 2 from 2. A team that before the start of this one, 2021, they lost the 7 matches that they played. The only points, in fact, they got on the board was because of a no result. So they've won their very first match in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship earlier today against Malta, and what a win it was, chasing 148. And now they're poised to maybe cause an even bigger upset against Belgium. Quick delivery, sharp, into the body of Baker. And he gets tucked up, but he's able to take the run. So first runs on the board, courtesy of a leg by William Cope. Taking guard, using the chalk to mark where his guard is. Normally batters would like to mark the leg stump and the middle, gives them an idea where they are. Belgium, they need wickets, they need them quickly. Sun starting to come down here now slowly, makes it quite difficult fielding out on the offside to the right-hander. Quick delivery and taking him on. Good throw, could be in trouble, but very, very good backing up here from Timothy Barker. Gets there quickly. Good understanding between the two batters. That's important. Reacting to the call. They know they don't have to go big. The rate isn't too high. It's under 9 at the moment. They can maybe afford to be a little bit cautious to see out perhaps some of the dangerous opening bowlers. Aggressive shot, but not able to get it past the infielder. Good work there for the man in mid-off. Getting down, getting dirty. Sherry Butt. No, they have to be at their utmost best, Belgium, if they're to defend this score. Not a talk on Belgium, the keeper and the fielders, making sure the field is right, trying to put the squeeze on Luxembourg. Ahmadzai once more, and beats the bat of Cope outside the off. Doesn't come up as much as Cope was hoping. William Cope it is. We have 2 Copes in the team, William and Marcus. Sajjad Ahmadzai gets back to his mark. Wants a breakthrough. Can he get one early here for his team? That will certainly spark them into action. Well, this is Gundy. This is a Gundy delivery. And, well, the wicketkeeper somehow, I think this clonks him on his foot. Maybe have a look at this again. Otherwise, it would have been, well, definitely would have been a no ball and 4 byes. He gets lucky. We might see it here. I mean, this is just, yeah, ouch, right on his instep. But he does save 4, so they'll take the no ball. 1 bye, free hit now coming up. That was a Gundy ball from Ahmadzai. This one gets away with it, bangs it in short. He's going to be disappointed. It's Timothy Barker that he wasn't able to put that one away. So he gets away with the free hit. Just, I think, a little bit late on this. The quicker delivery, bangs it in as well. And a good short ball, really. It was straight at the batter. This doesn't give Barker any room. Nicely played, good contact. Once again, not able to get it past the fielders. We'll take the single, and that's the end of the first over. So 6 on the board. And, apart from that, well, terrible no ball, it's not too bad. Be careful here, and it's a great pleasure to be joined by the man in green today. I'm liking the green suit and the yellow shoes, I have to say, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, I'm green. I'm here to be seen, and so are these players. Hey,
yep.
Broke the ton today, didn't we?
No,
with
we
the
did.
matches without a golden ball. I thought we've had a couple of little sniffs at it today.
The Malta game was almost.
Yeah, and even the Scotland game, I mean, if they could have tied it that last over, we did go to the last over. Our last golden ball was in Belgium. If you're wondering what a golden ball is, well, it's simple. It's our tiebreaker here in European cricket. If the scores are tied after the 10 overs aside, it will go to a golden ball. The batting team requires 2 or more to win off that delivery, and if they don't do it, the bowling team wins. We've had 35 of them over the past couple of years. Golden ball 36. Surely it will be an international golden ball.
And listen, I said I would ask when
Go on.
Corey was in. So I know you played a bit of cricket this weekend.
I
How'd you
did.
get on?
Yeah, I mean, we had a nice win against guys from
So who's we
Clondarcy.
this week? Tell the folks.
Costa del Sol. I
Costa
played
del
as a
Sol,
guest
yeah,
of
home
the
side.
Costa del Sol Club. And had a little cheeky little 30-over game on Sunday morning. Zakarami first. He gets pounded, and this has gone a long way. Long way. Maximo. Well, Barker, number 13's working for him here. And he goes with the spin of Ekrami, and he pounds that fairly flat all the way for 6.
Yeah, well, this is going into, we don't call this the area where the snakes are. This is the killer python area now.
Yeah.
And, well, there's a few killer pythons there. And once again, thank you very much to Ken Weston, who bought a packet of those killer pythons.
Did you
from
like
Australia.
them?
I loved them. Now, why don't you, a lot of people probably don't know what we're talking about here. Killer pythons, tell everybody.
It's a confectionery. Just can't get hold of this one. Back to Ekrami. Okay, we're jumping around here. Firstly, I'll tell you about my cricket match yesterday.
Yeah.
To give you an idea of the diversity of the Costa del Sol club here, the opening bowlers I kept 2. One of them was 15 and one of them was 76, and they both took wickets. And so, anyway, it was a great day out. The guys from Clondarcy were great. One of them made 100, actually. The final score, I think, was something like 279 to 200, something like that. Oh, this could be gone, you know. It's going to be a wide, but it's a great bit of work from Ali Raza. And I wonder how deliberate this is, because it was a long way down the leg side. And I've got to say, my instinct is that Barker doesn't get back.
I think so, the same. I don't think he gets there. I think he tries to spin around. He's a little bit slow. Look, he's a long way gone, and that's out.
Well, is it?
I think
Is it? That's the frame.
there's daylight there, isn't it? I think there's daylight under that bat. Let's see the next shot from forward. Let's see if that, yeah, you see, he's gone.
Yeah, I think that shows that there is daylight. Because I thought, well, is that on the ground already? But you can see it still has a place to go. That's out by less than I thought, actually, live for Ali Raza. What a fantastic bit of wicket keeping. He makes early position behind the body, and that's what makes that. And so you see, Barker, I think he knew he was in a bit of trouble, but top-class wicket keeping from Ali Raza. That's what I've come to expect from him as well. It'll be a wide and a wicket, and that makes the score, according to me, I've got that as 13 for 1.
Hey, listen, this is really clever cricket from Belgium. This is planned. This isn't just a bad ball that the wicketkeeper said, okay, I'm going to take. This was all part of the plan. And, as we see, Timothy Barker goes, well, he's not going to be able to reproduce some of the heroics that he did against Malta. Somebody else is going to have to do it. I just want to have a look at this stumping one more time. And look at the work on this. This is absolutely deliberate. It's a plan. And this is when a plan comes together perfectly. Really good work. They needed to get him out somehow, and they do.
You say it's a plan. I think it's a plan that's conjured at short notice. I think as he sees Barker advancing a little bit, he tries it out. And Ali Raza, probably more importantly, he anticipates it. And I suppose the one thing there as well, because he was out by so far when the ball went past him, as a keeper you get a bit more of a look at it.
Yeah.
I think the one's a bit more difficult when the batter's only just kind of stepped out of the crease half a step or maybe raised their foot, because then the body does obscure the ball a fair bit.
Now the leg touch. So come on. So finish it. What about you in the back? Come on, because you did pretty well the weekend before. You hit the ball pretty well. You made
Well, let's just say
Yeah.
I hit 100% of my runs in sixes.
You're going to say
Let's
you're
also say-
going to say you just hit 1-6 and you were out, aren't you?
I'll leave that to the viewers to decide.
Did you get that elusive one stumping that you're after to
No,
take to 100?
well, again, I think we need third umpire in these games. I reckon I had 3 that were out, but I didn't get one given, and I respect the umpire's decision.
I bet you did.
It's a really great thing, though, to have all levels of cricket here, really. It's a pretty good shot. Doesn't quite pick the gaps. Akil underarmed it in, protecting that shoulder. End of the second over. It's 16 for 1 off 2 overs. Yeah, so here on the Costa del Sol, they'll have league cricket. They also have touring teams coming. We had actually 2 touring teams this weekend, and they were from Martley Cricket Club, we're in the Midlands in England, and also Llandarcy, who are from Wales. And they had a really interesting kind of backstory as well to how they became a cricket club or cricket team. It had a BP refinery there, and it was all the staff that would get into that. Even though the refinery's now gone, it's all closed down, the cricket team still lives on.
Oh, that's a wonderful story.
And that was really nice. And a lot of friendships are made. And actually, some of the guys from Llandarcy are here today. And there they are. They're waving at us right now. And they were asking, well, when's this on again? Because we want to come back. And I think it looks like a pretty nice day to spend over there in the fan zone.
Bad
With
day,
just the
is
right amount of Victoria Cervezas. Enjoy
Yeah.
responsibly. Let's hope you guys are having a great time. Anyway, here we go with Sajjad Ahmadzai. I think this is going to be called a wide. It's a real teaser, this one. But you got to remember, if the whole ball isn't inside the wide line, it's a wide. And I think it's probably a good call.
It is a good call. So come on now, tell us about these killer pythons, which incidentally, I mean, Ken,
They're basically snakes.
brings for me. You never bring me anything. How come you never bought me any killer pythons?
If
from
I would
Australia?
bring you something, I'll probably eat it on the way here.
Ugh.
Anyway, this one, good bounce. Another dot. So trying to put the pressure on Shiv Karan Gill here. Had a good start last time. 22, 23 he scored actually, I think 3 maximos in his innings. Yeah, killer pythons. I mean, you have like kind of confectionery snakes all around the world, right? You must have those in the UK where you grew up.
Never snakes. I mean, you have something.
I thought this was global.
No, this is
but
first
these
time
are like huge, thick snakes.
Yeah, they
Come on,
are.
Australian viewers, help me out here.
And they're juicy as well. I like them.
You-
And you said
I
you got to
feel
eat
like-
them in one go. You just like got to, scoff them up.
Yeah, this is
I
the
mean,
thing.
I was trying to bite the head off and chew it like,
This is why
You just
I
gotta be
won't bring you
brutal.
things, because I think that you're a risk to get hooked on this stuff.
I'm hooked on him.
I
He's
don't
got
think you
another
need
packet.
more sugar.
He does have another packet for me, and I said, well, okay, wait till midway through the week, because if I had to have them early, I'll be wanting more before the end of the week. Tiki-taka here at the moment. It's this one is so evenly poised, this match. You just feel that it can go either way. Well, this one has been clocked.
Wow, I hope
on the
Zakil's all
ankle.
right.
The fielder backing up. He's taking this one. Well, that's going to hurt, isn't it? I
Well-
think that's Zakil that wears this one.
Zakil, for a young man, he's about as fragile as a paper vase. I tell you that much. He gets injured so much, and this has been thrown. It's probably the fastest thrown ball all day, and he's copped it in the boot. Let's see if we got this, but I think he might have to come off. Well, here's the magic spray. Where's Mary today? Magic spray, Mary.
Mary,
Having a day
don't
off?
forget, Mary also works full-time at the local hospital as well. So she's only here on her days off. Bless her. It's Magic Spray Mary. So somebody else is going to have to get the spray on here.
I might as well get him off here. Let's have a look. We've got Omid Rahimi to come on as 12th man if required. Yeah, I'm so quick. I don't think we actually caught it, but I can tell you, he was backing up and he backed it up with his foot. Not on purpose. He was just trying to get his whole body behind it, but it just crashed into his foot. Yeah, I think the 12th man there for a reason. Get him off. I don't think they even really want to kill fielding, to be honest, because he's got a dodgy shoulder anyway.
His foot is swollen up so much, he can't get his foot back on now. Look, he can't get his foot in the chute. When he comes back on, he's still hobbling. But look, you've got a 12th man. Just take a bit of time off.
I tell you what, he's just climbed 200 rankings in the Belgian hopscotch rankings with some form like that.
Wow.
Anyway, get back to the action here. This is the start I think that Belgium wanted.
Now this is the full toss. Now they go on the hit. If he hits, it would have been close.
Guess who's
Guess who's
backing
backing up again, yeah.
Well, this time, make sure he's keeping his feet well out of the way.
I wonder if the magic spray kind of still works as a preventative thing. So if this, that would have been out, by the way. If it hits him on the same foot, does it hurt less? Or does it mean you need twice as much magic spray? I don't know. I know there's a keel. If I was him, I'd be chilling in the tent right now. He's got a good excuse to get off. Pitched up. They won't go this time. Good stuff by Belgium, this. Keeping it tight. Hey, I also want to say a big hello. I know they've got a new family that just moved into the area, and they are here in the fan zone. So to Claude, Tiffany, Ryder, and Rocco, I want to say a big hello to you guys. You can hear me over there. I met Claude and his wonderful family earlier, and their kids are cricket crazy, Ryder and Rocco. I think they're 14 and 10, and so they're looking how they can get involved in the local club, and I was just giving a bit of information about that. Next side.
A few more juniors for Costa del Sol. And, Costa del Sol here, I mean, the cricket scene here is well, from the local club. Is absolutely brilliant. I mean, you're playing for them now, so they pick you up. I don't know whether that's good or bad.
Not making the top team, though.
It's good for the bar cells, anyway. And now the juniors, junior cricket, and even Magic Spray Mary is playing for the women's
Magic
side.
Spray Mary does play.
Fantastic stuff.
20 for 1 after 3 overs. Yeah, it's a community atmosphere. Like I said, the diversity of the club is what I really like. They've got women, they've got juniors. They're always trying to get cricket into more youngsters. You see there's a different school group here every day. And it's one thing, I know probably the majority of players in European cricket continentally have come from cricket playing countries rather than being homegrown. But I mean, that's where you start, isn't it? It might take 10, 15, 20 years for it to become more regular, to be thought of as a sport by people that have grown up in this country. But I think that's all part of it. It's a long-term vision. Anyway, it made me think you should be playing, though. What are you? Early 50s? 76-year-old taking a wicket.
I should be playing. You're absolutely right. But you don't give me any time off. I'm coming
here. You start as well. The new Corey Rucker's here.
When you were playing cricket, what was I doing?
You were here.
Yeah, there you go.
And then when I came here, what did you do?
I can't play cricket at that time of night, can I?
What did you do last night?
I nicked the car and I went home. I got myself some grub and I watched the final.
Life in the fast lane. This will be 4. And now Cope is going to get a boundary. It's a bit late on this, really, because Fart's got some wheels. No third man's a bit of a risk, and Belgium pay the penalty. 4 runs to Luxembourg.
Oh boy, did they need this boundary. I mean, up until now, it's just been ticky-taka, ticky-taka. Haven't been able to find a boundary. Well, when was the last boundary? I think it was the 6th in that second over, first ball. So you can see how long it's been. And they needed it, and they get one. So even poised this. I mean, you just got the feeling that it's just something magical could change this. Whether it's a magical over with a lot of runs being scored, or whether it's one where somebody like a hat trick is taken. But it's that sort of game at the moment.
Pitches up, and this has gone a long, long way. Flying into the jungle, Maximo. Well, one might have been edgy. This one is more towards the middle of the bat, and 6 runs to Luxembourg, who are fighting back in this chase.
Yeah, well, this is exactly what I'm talking about. So we see the boundary. That was a poquito de suerte. With nothing suerte about this. This is just a lovely shot. Boom, straight out of the middle. And you see Tony Whiteman. He's liking that as well. Tony Whiteman, player manager, not in the squad for this one. But yeah, he's happy about that. And D'Souza, the coach, as well, on their feet. And wow, it's a mix-up here. If he hits, he's gone. And,
good throw.
Yeah, it's a good throw. He knows he doesn't have a lot of time here. That's the fact he does really well. Maybe, I mean, it's just reactions, and this does not miss by much.
I think he knows he's out of time here, so he has to improvise a kind of sidearm, bottom arm throw. But I think if he took a step to throw, I think he would have been home. I think it's good decision making by the bowler there.
Yeah, and
just didn't hit the target.
There's been a few of those that have been close. So they've got away with some lucky ones. Direct hits would have had both batters in trouble. Oh, and this one is a no ball. That's a slower ball gone wrong. Fielder's got to get a slide in here. Can they stop it? Well, they nearly knock each other out. And this one on a football pitch would have been a red card. It's a double foot challenge. But this is a Gundy ball. No ball. It goes for 4.
Yeah.
So 1 for the no ball. 4 runs, 5 in that one. And it will also be a free hit. Oh, this could have been nasty.
21 jump chops. I mean, that's one that I thought, oh, he should have tried to smack that. But the thing is, he was cleverer than me. He probably realised there's a gap there. And whether by good luck or good management, it went into it. So no ball, +4, +3 hit. And this is going to fly in the air. Ali Raza will take the catch, but it won't matter.
Did you run
Just
two
be a
here?
single.
I mean, it's just casually rolls it back to gives it back to the RB saying, right, let's take 2. Okay, so ball to go. This one could be the over they're waiting for. This is the one. I'm saying one magical over could change it. Well, can this one go magical? 17 off it so far. It's what they needed, Luxembourg.
Yeah, he puts the pace on this one. Turn around the corner, Zakil on one good foot. We'll field that. So end of 4 overs. Luxembourg 39 for 1. I just feel like they've edged away in this game after they were held pretty quiet through the first bit of this chase. Their power play over 6, 10 and 4. But then that one was worth 19 and it kind of went off the rails. You can't really have too many of those overs, or really any, if you're going to defend this score.
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that just gives Luxembourg a little bit of a boost, if you like, because I think if that was another tied over, I think both these batters would have been thinking, right, okay, we've got to take some risk. Right now, though, with that one, it just takes that rate to, I mean, you have a look, it's under 8 here at the moment, so that's what a good over, that's what a magical over can do for you. Belgium, they need to hit back with a good one straight away. Who do they go for?
They are going for the smiling assassin, Khalid Amadi. Oh, he surprises him for pace here. Ali Raza comes round. Hurls it at the stumps, but they will get a single here. Didn't quite pop up close enough to him for him to catch it. This is going to be a fight all the way here. I think obviously you need wickets. I think one thing is that you probably got Vikram Vij coming in next. He was brilliant earlier. It's probably not even descriptive enough to say how well he batted against Malta in that chase.
He was sensational, wasn't he? He really was. Short, goes for the cut shot, and he gets this beautifully. And it was a quick delivery, but he just gives him that little bit of width, doesn't he? And he's onto it so quickly. Look at them, they're absolutely pumped. They know what this means, because all of a sudden, he got both the batters starting to play some nice shots. That was a nice one from Karan Gill. 4 runs to him.
That will do. I like the way he gets kind of on top of this ball, so
Yeah.
he actually hits down, and you can still get boundaries in that area because it'll run away pretty quick. Amadi, I reckon this is a slower ball now. He's got a really good slower ball. There it is.
There you go. You've been watching them.
Wish it was this easy when I was out there. Wish it was easy when I was out there. It's always probably easier when you're outside the contest because you're thinking rationally.
That's right. Yeah.
But that was well picked actually by Shiv Karan Gill. But Amadi's had a lot of success with that slow ball. I've seen him get really good batters out. I've seen him get first-class batters out with that slower ball. Really dips and dimes at the last minute. That's the quicker one. It's too quick, isn't it? And it's going to be a French cut for 4. Well, the French are watching. They'd appreciate this one. And so Shiv Karan Gill, he couldn't quite deal with the heat, but it doesn't matter. And Lux the fortune for Luxembourg. A boundary from nothing. And I think even Shiv Karan Gill would admit he was very, very late on that one.
Sí, hay suerte porque esa pelota lanza muy rápido, pero la suerte es por el batador porque es 4 carreras más.
So Amadi, where does he go to now? Keeps the pace on. He does have some wheels about him, so what makes that slow ball even more effective. You can see the variation of pace we've seen in this over so far.
Yeah, this is good delivery, isn't it? I mean, look at this. Just spot on, getting it through. And once again, that quite easily could have taken an edge on the way through or cannon back onto his own stumps. So riding their luck slightly here, Luxembourg. It's quick again, banks it in, and that's a good short ball because it's right at the batter. This time, he doesn't give him the width to put the ball away. So end of the over, 49 it will be. They're right where they want to be here, Luxembourg.
Yeah, so welcome back to the Dream Box here. It is, it's opening day, drawing to a close. I suppose opening night coming up with Group C because it will be under lights, don't forget, in the last match of the day. And the days are slowly getting shorter, so a bit more of that match will be in pitch darkness. But yeah, I'm sure that right now, these players out there, they're very focused on what's going on. Now, either of them could finish the day with 2 wins. One of them
will be 1-1, which isn't the worst, but I think Luxembourg is a real opportunity for them to get more wins this year. They already have more wins than they got last year, but to get 2 out of 2 would be a dream start for the Luxembourg.
Absolutely, what a boost this will be. And you know, if all of a sudden you won your first game, you won 2 out of 2. But it's the way that you won those matches. You've just done a sensational run chase. Well, this is a soft dismissal. Oh, this is going to be very disappointing. And that's not the way that Karen Gill would have liked to be out. He literally just paddles this, and he knows it. He's disgusted with himself. He paddles this right into the hands of the fielder. So they have the advantage, and they've thrown it away. You see, he's still punching his bat. Don't hit it too hard. We don't want to see another unnecessary injury. But yeah, look, it's just a soft dismissal. He's just he doesn't even try and hit it. I think if he tries to hit it, he knows he probably have got enough on this to get it past that fielder. A disappointment there. But yeah, going back to that, Luxembourg, they get a fantastic win in an amazing run chase. You don't see too many run chases like that. And then, of course, if they can win this one, they beat the very strong Belgium side.
It would be huge, so maybe that's just changing things. Chipkar and Gill gone for 18, 49 for 2. This was the team of Group B, the All-Star team from last week. Now, we discussed this on Saturday, and this is what we came up with. Probably a couple unlucky to miss out, including Umjad Sher from Finland. But I think we just felt that come the end of the week, he didn't quite perform as well as he might have liked. Say Magnus Christensen in there, batting 4. He played so well. Obviously, pretty good Dutch representation in there with Sakib Zulfikar, as well as Clayton Floyd and Philip Boissevin. The first name on it was Shangiv T.
Yeah.
Tani Keitsen. He was brilliant, wasn't he, for Denmark? So, yeah, it's an interesting little fun thing we're doing at the moment. You can agree or disagree with that. It's all good debate. Here's Fires. He gets a wicket first ball. And one thing about Fires I learnt in the Belgian series is he's very good at bowling to new batters before they're set. He would often kind of force them into playing strokes they wouldn't want to, or risky strokes, and then take a bag of wickets. He wasn't so effective to set batters, but now he does have the captain out there, but he batted very well early. Vikram Vij just burns the ball here, cuts it away for no run.
Yeah, Vikram Vij, as we mentioned already, he was outstanding in that one chase. 49 he finished with it. It's quite amazing, not 49 of just 14 deliveries, not out. So now, well, he knows another innings like that will mean they get a victory here against Belgium.
Goes after this, leg side. This is where he was so good earlier. And that one is into the cube. 4 runs. And Vij off the mark.
Well, that's not an ambulance. Maybe we need an ambulance. I don't know what the fielder's done to himself. That goes into the ice cube. And that, of course, means where the sirens go off. That means there's an ice cream for that batter. So the captain, Vikram Vij, gets an ice cream after the match. Well, that's what happens there.
That's a fart. I saw him going to the edge of that fence. Anyway, hopefully it's nothing too serious. He's walking it off as we speak. But I've got to say, if you saw Vij bat earlier, I think you've got to plug that gap there. I'd probably bring everyone around a bit straighter. They've got a square leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on on the boundary. But I think mid-wicket to mid-on is an area you need to protect. And he's exploited that wind, which is in that direction really well today so far. This will be a wide.
Yeah, sensible batting. He's quite happy to let this go by. He's not tempted to play at it. He doesn't want to get a little snick on it and put it in the hands of the keeper, Ali Raza, who's so far had a sensational day and a great match here.
It's played away, and this is going to be another boundary. Well, I really like this from Vij. One thing I liked about his innings earlier, he wasn't a one-trick pony going to the cow corner either. He showed that he's willing to play the ball on his merits. He's got all on its merits. He plays all the strokes. He just waits on this one. That's just a proper cricket shot away from the fielder for 4.
Yeah, that's just beautifully timed. But it's all about getting himself in the right position first. Look at the way he just makes that little shuffle across, gives himself a little bit of room, and then, well, he executes it beautifully. 4 runs.
Belgium would hate to lose to Luxembourg, just for geographical reasons. I'm telling you that much. Right now, they're in a bit of trouble because it's more or less run a ball pace now. 6 overs down, Luxembourg. What an opening day for them. It's 58 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, I mean, you just said where they are now. I mean, it's just over at run a ball. But I think you can see, and from that shot that demonstrated that last ball, that Vikram Vij, the captain, is just quite happy just to drop the bat on it. He knows with those 2 boundaries that he just got the runs they need in the over, they've got them. And I think unless it's a filthy ball, unless it's one that's right at the slot, he's not going to give his wicket away. He wants to make sure that they get this victory. And that's probably exactly what he's saying to William Cope, who's established and settled himself down as the established batter out there, 16 of 10. So these 2 really are looking to bring what would be a sensational victory home for Luxembourg here right now.
Still, all you need here is a really tight over. Now here's a guy, which I think is the guy that I'd be bowling. It's Adnan Razak. He is just a block hole specialist. He goes to sleep dreaming of Yorkers every night. He dreams about them for 8 hours, wakes up, and he delivers them. And can he do it here? I'd even consider bringing the infielders a bit tighter on the one here. Just try and create some dot balls on Cope. Just misses by a little bit. First up, but not far away. It'll just be a single.
Back up.
Yeah. I think dot balls are the way you get back into this game. Obviously wickets, but dot balls create wickets and wickets create dot balls.
Yeah.
So they've got kind of mid wicket on the circle. They've got cover on the circle. Cover's a bit tighter now. I like this. I think you're hoping to deliver a Yorker that the batter's forced to jam down on, but you don't want to necessarily give them a single off that delivery.
Razak starting well, doesn't he? You said it. He's the man who gets those Yorkers in. Make a change here now to the left-hander. To Vikram Vij. See another man coming across.
Rami jumping across. Let's see if Razak can make the adjustment to the lefty. Not quite. This is hit pretty well. Well fielded. Thinking it two. Cope gets a veto from his captain, who said, well, you might make it, but I don't think I'm going to. So just a single.
Yeah, that's a good shout there from the captain. I think even Cope may have struggled. The throw came in pretty quickly, but once again, very good ground fielding there. There at the man on long off. Did well.
Good to see the diversity of the chat in the comment section at the moment. People watching from all around Europe and also all around the world. Adnan, can he break through here? He misses his Yorker. It's going to be into a pocket of space. That's frustrating. It will only be a single. I mean, that's the thing. Cope's not really hurting them at the moment. But I suppose you'd imagine they're going to have to go through him if they're going to win this game. I'd be a bit more worried about Vij at the moment, but still, Belgium just hanging in there at the moment. 1 or 2 boundaries, you feel. It'll be very hard for Luxembourg to lose this. Low full toss. This will just be a single.
Yeah, at the moment this is just game more or less to plan for Luxembourg. Okay, they haven't managed to get a boundary. That will certainly help to release a bit of the pressure. But as long as they keep taking these singles, they won't mind. They know that there'll be 1 or 2 loose balls. They're hoping that they'll be able to capitalise on, maybe a few extras as well. And this one is going to drop just short again of that fielder. That's very well. Once again, not going to be easy picking a lot of these shots out there at that side. And this is where I think Vikram Vij could also have the advantage. If he plays some shots in that aerial, it's going to, first of all, it's going to be pretty difficult to see. And the fielder, if it's catchable, it's going to have to be at the top of the game to take the catch. The sun is really low here now.
He's held it together so far, Razak. And he still will just get one here. So Razak goes for the parochial, or proverbial I should say, picket fence. 6 singles off that over. And so after 7 overs, Luxembourg 64 for 2, an important over. Don't forget, he's still got 1 to bowl. Probably will bowl that one in the night.
Yeah, I mean, when you think the rate is only just over on a ball, I mean, again, Luxembourg, they won't mind that too much because they know they get 1 over where they hit a boundary and all of a sudden they're back in front. And when it's a bowler like that who's bowled 6 good pitched up deliveries, they're not going to take a risk. And they know that their time for taking a risk can come later. They've still got wickets in hand. And if they keep going like this and they need to get that acceleration in towards the last 8 balls or so, they can afford to do it with those wickets in hand.
Yeah, let's have a look at what's coming up. And it is match 5, the match that will be under lights eventually. Starts in about half an hour from now. Scotland 11 winning the toss, electing to bowl against Malta. I've got to say, Liam Naylor, he was really impressive, wasn't he, in Scotland's first game. Anyway, Vij, not too much pace to work with from Ekrami. This will be a single. The longer this continues with just singles, and slowly, I think we'll see a little bit more pressure build on Luxembourg to hit a boundary.
Field now has to be readjusted to the right-hander, William Cope. He's been there all the way from the beginning. Just ticking along nicely.
Got a message from Shaukat in the comment section. We'll come back to that in a second. First is Cope facing Ekrami. On the march, doesn't quite get it, should be gone, and caught.
So William Cope just struggled for long periods in that innings to find his timing. And he walks at Ekrami, doesn't get too much on it. Manib Mohammed takes the catch. And so Luxembourg lose their opener. We'll see if that helps them or hurts them or makes no difference. We'll have to see. But the score here is 65 for 3.
Yeah, that's I think this is just what you were saying. It's like the pressure that creates this one maybe. He's probably thinking here, I'm wondering whether the two batters have decided between themselves that one of them has to take the odd risk here. One is, they're both pretty well established. And William Coate was the batter who was out there the longest. So maybe the captain might have said to him, right, okay, you go for it. Let's see if you can attack the spin here, get a couple of boundaries in, then we're well on top. If you're out, you're out. Well, we've got more batters to come. So let's see how it goes here now, because we're getting to a point. Remember, they only lost 3 wickets in that run chase against Malta. So we're going to start to see batters that we haven't really seen.
Yeah, but I know this man is very, very capable. He's coming to the crease right now. In fact, yeah, Sharkat was saying it was Thomas Martin who had that kind of head tilt in his run up when he's bowling.
That's right.
He thinks that he looks a bit like Scott Kugelheim of New Zealand.
Okay.
I think that's probably. Let's see. To be honest, without seeing the head tilt, he looks like a long lost Curran brother to me. Do you know what I mean? just going off the hair, I think.
Yeah.
Let me know what you think about that. Anyway, here's Thomas Martin with the bat. Tries to go after one straight away, and we'll just get one down along on.
Yeah, take the single, so he'll give the strike back to his captain. And this will be interesting now. What does Vikram Ridge do here? Does he try and go after one of these deliveries?
I think that if my tactics as a batter here, especially in this situation, is just try and score off every ball. If you score off every ball, it's pretty hard to lose. The boundary ball will come.
Yeah, that, I mean, in fairness, apart from that wicket, which would have been, which is of course the dot ball, that's what they've done.
Yeah.
You know, before the wicket went down there, William Cope.
But there's still not. You still feel it's hard to imagine no boundaries from this point. You'll get a bad ball, you'll get a couple of wides, you'll get something. It's not that you just. I suppose those ones in the middle, where you could either really go after it or just take the one. I think you'd be fairly happy just to take the one at the moment. Counterpoint. I mean, you've got 7 wickets in hand, so maybe just go for it.
Hit nice and straight, powerfully, and it's going to go through for 4 runs. But that's the boundary they're looking for. So remember the last over where they just got the 6, so they were just maybe a run behind where they wanted to be. This one, that wicket goes down to the dot ball. Well, that's the one that makes up for it.
This is where sometimes we see some teams putting fielders now. It's dead straight. You see it long on, long off. Just looked at each other. We saw some teams kind of pinching the long on and long off straighter to try and say, okay, you're not going to get through us, go around us or go over us. Martin, good shot.
Oh, this is a lovely shot. This is clean as a whistle. Sweet out of the middle of the bat like a bowl of glab jumbo. 6 runs. Well, the captain likes it. He's got a big smile on his face. And, well, Thomas Martin comes out there as cool as a cucumber as he laces this for a big 6.
Proper cricket shot, and the captain enjoyed that at the other end, Vikram. But you can see that Martin, he can hold it. That's why I wasn't too worried, actually, about William Cope getting out. I mean, Cope's very capable, but it wasn't really happening for him. I think it's an ideal time to kind of unleash Thomas Martin, who goes 4 and 6, pick up sticks, and just like that, he's 77 for 3 after 8 overs. Only 8 runs required off the last 2 overs now. So now you're hoping for just a dream over, really. And I would assume they'd go for Razak, but I'm not so sure they're doing that here. I would have thought you'd definitely bring back the guy that couldn't get hit to the boundary last time, because there might not be a 10th over. Instead, they've gone for Khalid Ahmadi. Well, he's also a very good bowler. But you need to have a dream couple of overs now. You just need this to go for, I suppose, 4 or less to stay alive in the game. Too quick for him here, really. He's through the shot, wasn't he?
Yeah, it's got to be too high, so I'm suspecting the LBW appeal. I mean, he's banged in short. We know that's a fair bit of bounce this end. Just wondering how straight it was. Let's have a look.
Pitches outside.
Yeah,
probably going over.
Yeah, far too high.
But let's see if he goes slower ball first up. That's the thing. A lot of these guys will be facing each other. Sometimes for the first time, well, they wouldn't face each other too much. Ahmadi's one guy, it'd be tough to get used to because you're never quite sure if you can trust your perception when that ball comes out of their hand, because he does have these clever variations. A smiling assassin. All business at the moment, 7 off 11. Good shot, crunched out. Now you really can just take singles from here to get yourself home with a minimum of risk.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. And Khalid I mean, still in it though, aren't they? I mean, you just think, get a wicket. You know, one wicket can bring another. Something magical. We've seen the magical, almost that magical over that we needed.
I think I'd be gambling now, bringing more fielders up. They've already got 5 in the circle instead of 4, so they've done that a little bit. And I think that these are the ones, we almost treat it like, if you're going to go all in, you treat it like, okay, it's almost like the score's tied and you don't even want 1 run. Okay, maybe you keep 3 outfielders back. But I think that you want to make them earn every single run from here. Don't leave it too late because by then the game's gone.
Yeah. Bit of a conversation there from the captain, Vikramovich. Not sure what he's having a discussion with Stefan Gooch about.
Martin's looked good though, hasn't he? Since he's come, he's looked organised. Got a big gap at cover and mid-off. They've got mid-off and mid-on in the circle. I think he's thinking he wants to elevate. He can almost put this game to bed.
He's got quite an open stance, isn't he? If you have a look at him when he takes his guard, his stance is open. So he gets that little shuffle across. So you can see he starts outside leg. Then he brings himself back into sort of in front of the stumps, looking to hit over the top. That's well bowled.
In between length there. Martin tried to pull it, but it was too full for that. It was probably too short to drive comfortably. So effective length. There's a Marty gamble on the slower ball here too to come. I feel like he might. No, he goes the other way, and this one is not coming back. And guess what? It's game over. Game, set, match. Luxembourg, a perfect opening day for them. They go 2 for 2, and Belgium, well, they do take some points after beating France earlier, but they'll be disappointed. They fall to their first loss, and it is Luxembourg with a bang from Martin that go to the top of the table in Group C of this ECC. They win this one. 86 of 8.5. Belgium 84, Luxembourg winning with 7 balls to spare.
Yeah, well, what a 18 runs coming off, just 6 deliveries there from Martin. He takes over on leapfrog his captain, Vikramovich, who played his part, 14 of 12 when he just had to steady it. Sensible batting from him when he was out there with William Cope, just taking the singles, not doing anything silly. They knew the runs would come, they knew the opportunity would come, and in the end it was maybe the dismissal of William Cope, Akrami, who got him after a good catch from Munib. That saw Martin come in and smash the ball over the place. But that early on was good work from the wicketkeeper, Ali Raza, taking it very sharp, stumping down the leg side. And but this is sometimes when things don't go your way in a close game, when little things like that, a few edges go flying to the boundary, and maybe you think it's going to be your day. Well, this was another one. It was
some of these were costly, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. A few no balls, and all of those no balls. I think we saw a couple in the innings, and all of them going to the boundary for 4 runs. So 5 it would have been. That would have been 10 runs with just 2 balls. So yeah, they were expensive. But credit to Belgium. I mean, they didn't have their best match here. We know that with the bat, but with the ball, they certainly did try. They tried hard. Almost took it into the last, but they end up for losing with still 7 balls to go. So credit to Luxembourg. I think if you're going to win matches, you try to do it with 6 balls to go. That's how you time it. So you've got to say they do time it to perfection. But some of these shots were great, but that was one that William Cope, well, he was disappointed, but that meant this man came out, and didn't he play some lovely shots? I mentioned already, he scored a very quick fire 18, just of 6 deliveries, and well, there were some superb shots. That certainly had them up about. It had their captain have a big smile on his face, because he already sensed then, but this is the match, and that was the big hit. And look at them, they're jumping with joy. A team that could not win a match last year here. 7 times they tried, 7 times they failed, but here they played 2, won 2. What a start for Luxembourg.
This is what we love about ECN cricket. You actually never know what's going to happen. If you told me at the start of the day that Luxembourg would be giving Belgium a hiding, I don't know if you want to call that a hiding or not, but it was pretty comprehensive in the end. And I would have said, yeah, I'm probably thinking you haven't read the history books, but we're making new history here, and it will continue tonight. Scotland 11 versus Malta in the first night game of Group C. News from the toss, Scotland 11 winning the toss. They're bowling first, so Malta will get the chance to bat, and Scotland will be chasing. They had a few little wobbles in that chase earlier on against France, but Malta, they certainly batted well. They'll be disappointed at how they bowled. They'll be wanting to improve that. That match is coming your way in about 15 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Let's go to the scorecard. Luxembourg, it's always going to be a tricky little 85 for victory, wasn't it? And they lost Barker early. He was very well stumped off a wide down the leg side by Ali Raza off Akrami. Cope kind of laboured for 19. Not that he batted badly, but he just didn't quite have it. Same with Shiv Curran Gill. But I've got to say that Vij came and made a difference once again. And I think the wicket fell at a good time when Cope went. I remember saying at the time, will it help them or hurt them, or will it be a bit of a non-issue? I think it helped him, because Martin came in, absolutely spanked them. He finished with 18 off 6 with 2 Maximos and 4. And he finished with a huge 6 to put Belgium to bed for the night. 2 for 23, Akrami gets the figures, but he was a little bit expensive. Got to say, Ahmedzai was pretty good. Only conceded 7 off his over. Also fires 1 for 9. And Marty, he tried hard as well, but it was just a bridge too far for Belgium. And they end the day with a little bit of a surprise loss to Luxembourg. We will see Belgium again tomorrow. Don't forget about that. And yeah, both these teams, that will be the end of their day one. Luxembourg, they play Malta and France tomorrow. Belgium play Scotland 11 and Malta. So really no easy games. That's what we're learning so far in Group C.
Yeah, no easy games. And there's one thing, I don't think there's any easy games full stop. I don't think we just started this group, Group B, Group A was exactly the same. And this one, you know, we were thinking right at the beginning that maybe the 2 teams that will be the ones that were being at the top of the table will probably be Scotland, who are coming up next against Malta, and maybe Belgium. Well, Belgium losing that one. It's Luxembourg at the moment that are pulling the early surprises, similarly to what Finland did last week.
Yeah, well, it's all to play for. You see, the timer is up. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to take you into match 5. It'll be Scotland 11 versus Malta. Malta batting first after being sent in. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full as well with you for ECN. Hope you're enjoying your day wherever you're watching from around the world. We're going into the dark next with Scotland versus Malta. You are watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
and welcome back to the Cartama Oval. I'm out here in the middle. It's been a really exciting opening day here in Group C, and it will turn into opening night because we will flick the switch a little bit later and the artificial lighting will take effect. This is the night game. It's match 5. It's going to be Scotland 11 versus Malta to finish out the day. Let's see what happens over there with the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with the 2 captains.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Okay, it's your call. Okay. Tails. Tails is scored. It is heads. Oh, we'll ball. Scotland will ball.
So it is Scotland 11 that win the toss and they elect to bowl first. So they're going to chase again. They almost made a meal of a chase in the 90s, a little bit earlier in the day against France, who are also newcomers to ECC cricket. But I've got to say that Liam Naylor really got them out of jail. He smashed a half century very, very quickly and they did get across the line. Looking forward to seeing them at night, of course. But let's not count out this Malta side who kind of blew a 147-run first innings to lose to Luxembourg. Luxembourg did bat very well, take nothing away from them. But I also think Malta just missed their spots. Can Malta's batters do it against the slightly different bowling attack that they'll face in the Scottish lineup? So I'm looking forward to seeing these 2 teams going at it in match 5. Let's go up to the commentary dream box where Rico Full is up there. I can tell you that the Scots, they want to chase, they won the toss, they're bowling first. Over to you. Let's start the final match of day 1 of Group C.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu there, giving us a little bit of an insight to this match. I'm certainly looking forward to this one. Scotland, well, they played their first match in the European Cricket Championship and it was a good start from them. They got a victory against France, chasing 91. They got it with 4 balls to go, so timed it to perfection. Liam Naylor was the man who got the Player of the Match award, 52 of 24 balls. And he was the difference between the 2 sides there. But Malta, well, Malta will be disappointed that they did not register a win. They put 147 on the board, playing against Luxembourg, a team that we just saw victorious against Belgium. But Luxembourg chased them down with 2 balls to go. We have a look at the fantasy dashboard of the 2 teams. And well, how about this? Well, that's a bit of a golden ball feel to this. The bat versus ball wall is saying 92 to 92. Bring it on. And that's what I say. And maybe we will get a first ever European Cricket Championship golden ball. Have not had one in this championship at all. Didn't have one last year, and so far this year haven't had one. I think we've gone now into the hundreds, 102 matches, I believe that might be now, without a golden ball. Well, the computer there believes that this could be the one. Well, it certainly will be an interesting match. I think Scotland, we've only seen them with 1 outing at the moment, and though they were pretty solid in at the field, and you'd expect them to be, they really were in the top draw. But with the bat, a little bit shaky, just the one man, Naylor, that made a difference when they got that victory earlier against France. So they're looking to put a better display with the bat, but opting to have a field first. And obviously they've seen what Malta can do if they click. But, well, obviously they believe that they're able to restrict the big guns of Malta. Speaking of big guns, we know who's out there. We're going to face the first ball. It's going to be Darshit Patanka. Well, he certainly got big guns because we call him the tank. He certainly is a big lad. He can hit the ball pretty well. Well, if he's the tank, and if he's a big lad, well, what do you call Adrian Lell? Because he's even taller, even bigger. Here he comes. It's a skyscraper against the tank. Good delivery. First up, right on the money. And, well, the tank, yeah, he's pretty powerful, but he's not the quickest, is he? And you can see just a cheeky little shy at the stumps there to make him run a little bit quicker, but he does get back. So first run's on the board. So the tank is off the mark. He's doing a double roll, really, isn't he? He's Darshit Patanka, because he also is the coach for Malta, acting as the coach and a player, and Varun Prasath also a player, but the player manager. So this has gone a long way up in the air, but it hasn't got the distance to go anywhere, and there's the catch taken. And the big and the hard-hitting Basil George, well, he will go for a first ball golden duck. That is not what they wanted. That's a big victory for the for the Scottish. Basil George is a powerful player, and we know what he did in that match. 147, he scored 67 of 24, and going for the big one, just hits it aerial, and a good catch taken. Goes a long way up in the air. It had to be taken, and it was taken. So just like that, Scotland get the breakthrough straight away, and it's Nel once more. Adrian Nel doing the same thing that he did in the first match against France, getting a wicket in the very first over. Basil George is the player that has to go. It's going to be pretty disappointing. And one thing he doesn't do is he doesn't waste too many deliveries. Well, we know that with Basil George, he's not going to waste too many. And a very good catch there from Lewis O'Donnell. We'll see O'Donnell in action later as well with the ball. Maybe he's going to bowl the next one. Another thing to look out for with Ireland is if in this time around we do see any spin from them. We didn't see any spinners used in that first match they played against France. It was all seam, and it worked pretty well. And one thing they were prepared to do was bang the ball in. They were certainly attacking the batters with the short stuff. Big smile on the face of the big man. So in comes the skyscraper once more. Adrian Nel. Right on the money. Just defended away by Samuel Stanislaus. So sticking with the same batting order. Now once more. Oh, he doesn't feel right here. That's a big U-turn. Goes to the wrong side of the dual carriageway as he goes back. Not wasting any time. Back again. And this time it's a good clean shot from Stanislaus. He sees that the man at mid-on inside the 30-yard circle. So safe shot to play if you get it right. Well, we saw Basil George getting it wrong. He went a long way up in the air and allowed the catch to be taken by O'Donnell, but this is a much better shot. Look at that. Loving the pose, holding the pose for Diane Horace, the ECM photographer, to take a nice photo there. This one not pitched up, a little bit shorter into the body. Very correct is Samuel Stanislaus. Plays that pretty well. Plays out the dot ball. And, well, got one big man in action. And we go to another big man coming into the dream box. Vinny Sandu, well, what do you think about the size of this man then?
He's a large human being. I thought that when I ran into him in the hotel last night. He didn't even feel me run into him. Anyway, here's Neil. But he does this occasionally. I mean, that's so high. So we saw one earlier that went miles over everyone. Luckily, it's not so quick that goes over the keeper, but just on the screen, that one.
Yeah, he did that in the first match as well. And nobody's in danger there apart from some of these low-flying seagulls.
He's a loper. He just lopes.
And this one could be another wicket. Paddling as a fielder and puts it down. Oh, well, this is one that you'd expect them to take. And that is Jasper Davidson. He's in the action for the first time, wearing the Scottish colours, and you can see he's got some thinking to do. He does everything right here. I mean, it's a game for the shot to get it over him. Back paddles, gets himself in perfect position, and at the last moment, his hands let him down. So a drop catch, and how important could that be? Because that's a Stanislaus that goes, or gets to life, I should say. Yes, and he's a dangerous batter.
Into the first over. It does end with a chance that is spilled. 7 for 1 after 1. Just a reminder, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket, and if you'd like to send me a message, maybe I'll check them this innings for some of our viewers that can't get in the ECN comment section. Just send it to me on Instagram at Mr. Maximo, or even Twitter or Facebook. I'll try and cast my eye over those. It's the last game of the day, so we often like to do random questions in the last game of the day. As we start the second over, Lewis O'Donnell bowled very well earlier, 3 wickets for him. Starts by getting dabbed away for a single. Yeah, so any random questions you've got, if it's to do with cricket, if it's not, it doesn't matter.
Just stay ready.
Just please put them in the comment section, or you can give them to me on my social media at Mr. Maximo. It's a bit of interactivity for sticking with us into the 5th game of the day. Here's Lewis.
It's a good delivery, but a nice shot. I mean, it's pretty full. I'm looking at the shot. I suppose he slightly strays on to the legs of Patanka, but he plays this really well. It's a good shot to play. He doesn't get excited, doesn't get carried away. You see a lot of batters sometimes get this wrong and probably just to pat it back onto the stumps or something. But he gets into perfect position. That's what it's all about. And just a little nurdle around the corner and gets himself 4 runs using the pace of Lewis O'Donnell. Wasn't his best delivery, and I think O'Donnell knows that, and he'll want to come back better. Gets this one in the right area. You can see a big conscious effort from O'Donnell to get this one outside the off stump. Dot ball, no run this time.
Yeah, so Malta, they certainly didn't have too many problems with the bat last time, cracking 147. Their real problems came with the ball. I wouldn't say that Scotland had problems with the bat, but they kind of really relied on one batter. It was Liam Naylor to get them out of jail with a very lightning half century.
Taking on the fielder, and well, where's this? Or does he? I think this hits the bat. Luckily, because this quite easily could have caught him on the hand or the glove, and that certainly would have hurt.
You hope that hits the bat. Yeah, the tank didn't fire in the first game. Patanka. See, where does this get him? Well, more arm than bat, I think.
Not the bat, you know.
He's got that tank armour. He's all right. Doesn't even rub it. I like that from Darship Patanka. So what do you think about Basil George getting out? Do you think he just couldn't cope with the extra bounce of Neil? Try to go downtown?
Yeah, I think it's just extra bounce. He goes a long way up in the air, but doesn't get it right. They're going to obviously back it so well in the first match, 64 he scored, so somebody else has got to take his spot. But one thing we know, and we've seen this with the likes of Basil George and also, Patanka here as well, they will play their shots, and sometimes it's productive, sometimes not, but they do complement each other pretty well. So if one misfires, you normally find that the other one does get runs, and but he hasn't used up too many deliveries, and that we know is very important.
Trying to close out this over. It's been a good one, just 7 off it so far.
By the way, chase on from the fielders, and oh, he gets unlucky here. Gets an unfortunate bounce just at the last minute, and well, I'm not sure that I'm liking that post too much there, but I think he just saying, hang on a minute, that's a bit unfortunate. That's Alex Hinkley. Just have a look at this ball here. Just gets to see that.
Is it a mini Tortuga? I don't know. I mean, it's an unpredictable bounce. Anyway, he was in the, I think that's called the shame position. He was there for a long time, but it will be a boundary to relieve the pressure, and Malta are 18 for 1 after 2 overs. Just speaking to some of the Scottish players, I mean, don't think they've played under lights before. Too many, if any, of the guys. Probably same with Malta, so a bit of adjustment, maybe. Start of a new over. This is up in the air, and it will go all the way, I think. Maximo! What a good way to start the third. And Malta swing away. Still this last over of the power play. That takes him into the 20s.
Yeah, nice shot from Stanislaus. Now, he did get away with one when he tried to do the same thing earlier, didn't he? Got one wrong, and gets another right. So he has had a life. He was dropped and fall by Davidson, remember?
Long on goes back now.
Shot. This is classy. I'm liking this. And well, I'll tell you what, who else likes it? And that is Patanka. He runs over to him and says, give me 5. This is the cracking shot. Well, now he bangs this in. But what a shot. What a classy cut shot that is. 4 runs.
Yeah, I like that. Building a partnership, trying to get a bit of energy going. I like that. Run to your partner. Congratulate them. Just trying to get in a good place here, Malta.
And that's clever. So after playing a couple of boundaries, quite happy just to punch this out onto the offside, takes a single, rotates the strike.
Naylor's a bit frightened there because Neil was going to field that, and he just, I think he heard the footsteps coming, fee, fi, fo, fum. So anyway, ends up just preserving himself. Yeah, I think that's a good length, though, in all seriousness, from Neil, because he's going to get more bounce off that kind of a length. It's not so easy to drive him on the up.
Ball called. Bit of missed opportunity, I think, for the batter here. I mean, this was cuttable. Misses out on it. But, not so happy about the call of the wide here, but I think it's
wide. I think he's even saying, did he step across? Well, the short answer is no. And any movement has to be kind of prior to the ball being bowled. I think after that you can move, still retain that wide line.
Going to be another wide this time down the leg side. Just needs a little touch on this, but misses out on it.
See the lift he gets, though. It's still going up when it reaches the keeper, Angus Guy. So, certainly a bit of a handful for everybody concerned, but I'm loving the bowling of Neil in this tournament. I think he's going to be a handful.
Well, this is an opportunity. Go straight up in the air. Wicketkeeper will take it. And, well, quick steps to get there first. And then does it easily, does the captain, Angus Guy. So that is the end of another batter. That's quite a soft dismissal. I'm not sure what's going on here. There's a bit of talk happening. Not sure what this is all about. But,
yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure I can hear anything down there, but I think maybe there were words said in the over. In the end, it is Neil that has the last word. You can see the tank. He was annoyed with himself straight away. I think he was yelling at anyone. He was yelling at himself. That was a funny one because the keeper had to navigate around the stumps. I think he was quite sure where they were. Again, if that ball had come down on the stumps, it would have been bowled. The keeper gets there first and makes sure of it. So the tank fires a bit more, but not quite as much as he would have liked to. He goes for 10. Moulton out, 31 for 2.
yeah, I mean, it's it'd be disappointed. I mean, that's two wickets that have gone disappointingly. When you have a look at this again, he totally loses his shape. I mean, just have a look at the head of the tank. One thing that he does do when he gets out is he does bring Varun Prasad in. But yeah, look at the head here. Look, it's all over the place, up in the air. Head goes up, ball goes up. It's a comfortable catch taken by Guy.
It's the extra bounce. I mean, once again, it's the extra bounce. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, okay, he wasn't in a perfect position to play that shot. But, yeah, that's why it goes straight up in the air. With a bit more luck on another day, that probably goes for a top edge for 4 or 6. Anyway, here's Prasad.
Trying to tuck him up. But, well, he's a big man, but he's pretty agile as well. But, gets the slide in, stops the ball, and shy at the stumps where he would be. Somebody else is there to back it up. So nicely done.
Yeah, so Prasad off the mark. Let's see how he deals with it. So Prasad really slammed him earlier. I liked it that he wasn't getting too leg side conscious, which I think is a bit of a trap for him when he gets up and going. We've seen that Prasad, he can get out early, but if he does get in and stay in, he can be so destructive if he bats through the innings. His last ball, the power play.
Again, does really well here, does Neil. We keep saying he's a big man, and when he's got to get down, he's got to get a long way down. But he just shows, once again, that he's quite prepared to do it. Gets there, stops a single. So Stanislaus not able to add any more to that total. It will stay at 32 at the end of the power play, and they have lost 2 wickets though.
Well, the Luxembourgers, they're going home pretty happy. I think they're on the way back to the Sunset Beach Club right now after going 2 for 2 on opening day. And depending on what happens this game, they could finish the day at the top of the table. But they know you don't win tournaments on day 1. But still, they'll be very happy with their start. Scotland with a win. Belgium with a win over France. So the teams so far wouldn't be particularly happy. Probably France, one of them, with 2 losses. Anyway, here we go with over number 4. And it's going to be Jack Jarvis to bowl.
Jarvis to
Back it.
Prasad, who gets off the mark straight away. Varun, remember he played a very good innings as well. He made it 49. He was not out batter, stranded at the non-strikers end.
What I love about this is, okay, a lot of people seeing these teams for the first time. Already some people are predicting their finishing order, which is pretty tough because we're basically 4 games in and 3 overs. Shaqat Ali's gone Luxembourg, Scotland, Belgium, Malta, France. Early call. Well bowled by Jarvis. But I mean, it is early. I mean, you should know by now if you have been watching ECN, or I'll tell you if you haven't been watching before, things will twist and turn. Teams will go up, teams will go down. They'll have good days, bad days. The luck will be with them, the luck will be against them. That is why ECN cricket, it's cricket on steroids, Rico. It's cricket unlike any cricket that we've ever seen before.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Jack Jarvis. Stanislaus looking to make a big score this time. Looks to attack this, doesn't get this right. He sort of drills this to the leg side. Needs to be hitting straight. He's played that shot straight a few times, but this time we're going for the extra power.
I wouldn't say Varun Prasad is a huge fan of running fast, but I do think he'll realise at this level, and of course he's played a lot of T20 international cricket, but you got to hustle between the wickets. On a ground like this, can't even take it for granted you can walk a single to the outfield. He's facing up now, Prasad.
Oh, well, he gets tucked up here. Well, that's not good running from Stanislas, because you can see that Varun Prasad has been really tucked up by this delivery. He's on the back foot. He's all over the place. He's got his back to Stanislas.
That's
Look
why
here.
he didn't run
And
fast.
Stanislas is running, and Varun saying, "Hang on a minute, give me a chance. Can the minute ball lagi to a minute yanda." And fortunately, he was able to get back.
Hit him in a sensitive region. In theory, it was good running from Stanislas because it was his call and he knew where the ball was. Unfortunately, Varun was still trying to count his and he wasn't going anywhere.
Well, this one will go somewhere. It will go all the way. Ball. Well, he says, you may hit me, you may hurt me, but I'm going to hit you back. And that 6 runs, the second 6 of the innings. Stanislas has got 2 4s and 1 6 to his name. And now Varun Prasad, he hits his first boundary, and it's a Maximo.
Yeah, he just uses the pace of the bowler, doesn't he? That one's slightly into the wind, which is more or less behind the batter, hitting straight. He'll take the runs. A few people, I mean, in the chat, a lot of people saying, what do I think about Scotland? They're trying to compare them to the Netherlands, 11 to England 11, Ireland 11 even. I'll tell you my thoughts in a second. Off this ball, which is a big filthy swing and a miss from Prasad. End of the over, Jarvis goes for 8. It is 40 for 2 after 4. I will say, I'm not judging Scotland 11 just yet. I mean, they've got time to work their way into this tournament.
Yep.
I think you already saw a sign of it. Again, we haven't really seen their batting click yet. When you see how low Naylor was batting, actually, and the way that he hit the ball so well, maybe they just need to find out exactly what their best order, their best combination is in this form of the game, but I certainly am not going to write them off. And don't forget, they're undefeated. They're 1 for 1.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think, remember we were having exactly the same sort of conversation in Group 8 with Ireland. You know, the first few games, they didn't really click with the bat, and we were thinking, maybe. And then all of a sudden, they started to click, didn't they? I mean, Burton, he was sensational, and Seamus as well. So we know what happened there, and the same could happen here. I think Scotland, they'll take maybe a bit of time to adjust, maybe adjust to the artificial surface a bit, but I think they will come good. And I think you made a good point there. That, you know, the batter who did perform and score runs for them, he did it coming in pretty late, no down the order did Naylor. So I think there's plenty of batting there, just a matter of time.
One thing for me, though, is spin options for Scotland.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a sameness to the attack. Something a little bit different. This is a proper bouncer, which whistles past the nose of Samuel Stanislas.
Yeah, good delivery. It's the first time we're seeing Jasper Davidson into the action. Had an opportunity, didn't he, take a catch, or Stanislas dropped him on 4. So he's trying to get the man that he dropped here. Gets him with a spicy bouncer. So have a sniff of this. Well, he can't bowl any more short stuff. And this one has been hit big. Well, he said, well, okay, I was sniffing the one before. Well, now you're fetching this one. This has gone a long way. Boom. Shakalagia. This is a big shot from Stanislas right out of the middle of the bat. A bit of rasmalai.
Yeah, so follows up the bouncer with the slower ball. I think the batter was almost waiting for it, and you can see that's let's just say Jasper's getting a quick introduction to what ECN cricket's all about. One moment you're up, one moment you're down. What does he come back with now? Halfway through this over.
Well, he goes for now. This has to be called a no ball. Yeah, they're spot on. He's already bowled the one. He was told that was the one for the over, and then he goes for another one. So no ball, free hit coming up.
No doubt about it either. They're both clearly over the shoulder. So free hit coming up. So I suppose it's also, obviously he wants to bowl a short ball there, but doesn't want it so short it's above the shoulders, which is a legitimate tactic. But it's risky because this pitch is new to him. Again, it's rolling the dice in a way that could be costly here because there's a free hit coming up now.
Yeah, good work from the umpires, working well together. Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel.
Real bag of all sorts from Davidson so far in this over.
Free hit stays in place.
Seems stubborn with the shortish stuff. Let's see how stubborn. I would be thinking, I'd even be maybe going a bit of backwards tap here. I think he's going to give you some length to work with.
I'd like to see him come out of his crease and trying to hit straight. Well, he doesn't. He stays in the crease and tries to hit big, but he gets an edge. It goes flying towards third man, bounces just before the boundary rope. That's 4 runs.
Well, that's one way to do it. Yeah, I just don't think he's going to be that easy to drive because he keeps doubling down on pitching short, doesn't he? So this one, Bit of luck, but you make your own luck, don't you? He had the immunity cloak on because it was still a free hit. And so Malta climb to the 50 now. They're 52 for 2.
Yeah, applying a little bit of pressure here on Jasper Davidson.
I'll
Two
say,
batters.
quick hello to Jeff Maguire, who's in the chat, watching from Northern Ireland, I think. Hope you're well. Also, say hello to Maya from Germany, who'll be here next week.
Yeah, hello to Maya, hello to Jeff as well. And of course, missing your presence there, Jeff, but I'm pretty sure that you'll be back.
Two sides of the coin here. We're talking a lot about Scotland 11, and that's kind of to be expected because they're like new faces on ECN. But, I mean, Malta, they couldn't defend 147 earlier. They've got their own issues with the ball. I think they need to get it right, especially with Scotland 11. They'll be very keen to show their batting's up to the mark and that they have their approach right for this form of the game. Last ball of the over for Davidson.
This is being picked up beautifully. Adios, Pelota. This one goes a long way. That's a shot that Varun Prasad has made his own. He makes it look so easy when he plays this. Lovely hit, straight down the ground. And that's 6 more. So these Maltese batters, we know they're dangerous. And look at that, it's a great shot. How many times have we seen him play that at the Marsa International Cricket Ground? And now he's doing it here where it matters, at the Cartama Oval.
Yeah, so 59 for 2 after 5. Well, if that one was an old-time movie, it would have been Gone with the Wind, because the higher you hit that, the further it goes with the wind carrying in that direction. Nice shot from Prasad to finish the over. We are in Spain. We are at the Cartama Oval for 5 weeks. In fact, this is our 3rd week starting right now. We have cricket 7 days a week here, Monday to Friday, for the international cricket here in the ECC. We also have fan code ECT10, the domestic tournament going on Saturdays and Sundays here. But then the ECS will continue, the fan code European Cricket Series, starting with a tournament in Zagreb, Croatia from the 17th of October. Then 2 weeks in Malta. We'll show the team you're watching right now. And then we have 5 weeks in Spain, once again in Barcelona. So yeah, the Malta tournament, 24th of October. It'll be great to be back there once again. And all these guys, they play for their local clubs. Same exciting format, same drama, I suppose. A few interesting things we saw in Malta late last year. Varun Prasad hit a 6 when he was trying to get out of the way of the ball on a beamer. That's the one that springs to mind right now.
And this one, well, you mentioned 6, this will be 6. It's a short delivery from Kes Sajjad, and it gets mullered away. Lovely jubbly out of the middle of the bat. Thank you very much. And you can bowl them again. Now, we saw Kes Sajjad when he bowled earlier. I mean, he's got an array of quick deliveries and slower ones. I wonder if he's going to fire the slow delivery in here.
I think it's a definite tactic to bang it in here. Works sometimes.
Yeah, well, this one's up in the air, should be taken, and it is taken. So it is 6 and out for Stanislaus, and he'll be a little bit disappointed really with that. He doesn't want to have a better look at Kes Sajjad, so he fires the short ball away over the boundary, and then Kes gets it outside the off, going for the shot over the in circle, but gets too much height on it, not enough distance, and he has to go. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of it.
I don't know about charging this, because I felt like Sajjad didn't really want to give him something drivable. So maybe he's turning it into something drivable in his mind, but I probably would have stayed back on that. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. Stanislaus, he knew he was a dead duck as soon as he hit it, but it does contribute a very useful 36 off 20 balls, 3 maximos, 3 fours in there, but Sajjad has his wicket, 65 for 3.
Yeah, gets a nice round of applause. I think you're absolutely right. He gives them, you know, when the early wicket of Basil went, he needed to just regroup a little, get something going, and he does that. A nice catch taken there by Naylor.
I'm going to say quick hello, like I said, to a few people in the comment section. I know that Maya is excited because she's coming to support the German team next week, and she's just received her German flag to wave around at the ground. So
lovely.
I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, Maya, looking forward to seeing you, and I'm sure that you're going to have an array of outfits as well. Always look dashing. And, well, looking forward to seeing you again, Maya. To the action here, new batter comes in. It's going to be Bikram Arora, the captain.
First chance to get a look at Bikram. He's a very capable player. Had a very good time recently in T20 international cricket as well.
Yep.
Arora and Prasad put on a record-breaking partnership. It's nice to see the T20 international status being given to all ICC affiliated countries now. So certainly give these guys something to work towards. It creates a structure with which they can move, although a lot of it is self-funded still, and a lot of the burden comes down to the federations. But I gotta say, Malta having a good time, and having a good time here as well as he waits on this Prasath. Gets a little bit improvisational, but it'll work. There's no third man, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, I'm liking this. It's a lovely shot. He just he waits on it. He knows that the length and the width is right for this shot. So just wait and says, there we go. I'll do a little bit of this. Well, when you get it right and you get it the placement perfect, it looks pretty good. I've seen a few times when the same shot has been played straight into the hands of the fielder. So you've got to execute it well, and he does.
This is the thing with Prasath. Sometimes he overdoes that step away, doesn't he?
Yep.
He tries to clear that front leg, and it makes a ball like this pretty, say, unreachable, or difficult to catch up with. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, it does this time. But it's a good delivery though from Kes Sajad. It's just a little bit shorter, gets more bounce on it. And this has been smashed. No ball has been called, and I think this has been. Is this for a field infringement? And
yeah,
so
it is. It's the fielder at cover wasn't inside the circle, and that's why the umpire is level with the circle. He'll always be checking.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that he was right out on the boundary. The fact is he just wasn't quite in the circle. I think it's Uzair Shah is the offending man there. So where did that ball go? I was too busy looking at the umpire.
Well, that ball goes into Killer Python zone.
Well, that's a 7.
Yeah. So
And well, the bowler, Sajad, let's say, is nonplussed about that because he'll have to cop it, and he has to bowl a free hit now to Prasath, who will be swinging away. Don't you worry about that.
Well, unfortunately for Prasath, he hits this one straight to the fielder, and he'll be disappointed with that. Jasper Davison doing the fielding. End of the over. And it's another good one for Malta. They're ticking along nicely here. Move to 71 here.
Here's something I'm watching. Got 12 minutes to bowl 3 overs. You should do that, but if you fall behind, you don't have time to catch it up at this point. So it's got 11. Again, because they're fairly inexperienced in this format of the game, they will understand pretty quickly that the timing is the timing. It's brutal. And if that clock runs out before the end of the 9th over, they're going to cop 5 penalty runs. Hopefully it doesn't come to that. This is also the thing with them not having an out-and-out spinner, right? They're bowling 10 overs apace.
Yeah.
All right, here we go with over number 7.
Oh, this is big. What a beauty. Out of the middle. That is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more. Que grande. Boom blastic as this sails over the boundary. Nice to see Vikram Arora saying to him there, hey, bud, you're batting well, but don't throw your wicket away. Nice shot. Big hit.
These are the two. They love batting together, don't they? Left-hand, right-hand combination. That was just too close to Prasath. That is his wheelhouse. That's his wheelhouse.
Yeah. I mean, what are you thinking here as Lewis O'Donnell comes in again? And he goes for the same area again. It's up, 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 and away. A great effort from the fielder. Trying to keep this in the field of play. A tremendous effort. Great energy. That was a dynamic bit of work in the field, but unfortunately not able to match the shot. It's 2 sixes on the spin. Look at that. Great. I mean, look. Absolutely brilliant effort there. But the shot from Varun was even better. 6 more. He's taking on Lewis O'Donnell here. This time he cuts it and he's going to get 4 more, is it? No, there is a fielder that comes across.
Was that your blind spot, was it?
Oh,
So that was straight to Mahim Majid. There you go. He's there now, the 3rd man. I like the excitement though.
I'm loving this. This is yeah, I was just going to ask you a question. I reckon here, I think if Malta get to this sort of 120 score, I think they're going to be up for this, you know. Bearing in mind that Scotland, they did struggle hitting the 100 themselves, didn't they? I mean, they got that chase on against France, but they only got to the 91 with 4 balls to go. So, Malta, okay, this is a good start for them at the moment. Just nudges this away. That's Vikram Arora, so he's quite happy. Just give the strike back to Varun.
Yeah, this is pretty much 140 pace a second ago. 138 pace here. Just keep an eye on the clock as well. I think we could run into clock trouble here because, again, they're not. If they take a wicket, they're not going to get an allowance here until the 6th wicket falls.
This is out this time too. Kes Sajad.
Shout out to our official timekeepers, Frederic Costa. Swiss team will be here in Group D next week. It'll be great to see them for the first time in this European Cricket Championship. It'll be the final debut team to hit the park. As O'Donnell, last ball of his spell.
And this is whipped away, and this one will be 4. And it's a little bit short. And what a nice, classy shot this is from Bikram Aurora. And this is what he does. I mean, for me, he's a batter that can bat in a number of places. But Vinny, for me, he's still your ideal opener. I know they're probably going for aggression in the front.
Yeah.
But I think he's the sort of batter that's got a bit of everything.
He's got gears, doesn't he,
Yeah.
Bikram? He can hold it together or he can out and out attack. That's not a bad time for him to come in either. So I suppose he's versatile, and that's a benefit. Just a reminder that we'll have more Group C action tomorrow. Luxembourg-Malta, well, that'll be a good rematch because we saw 299 runs scored in that game at over 15 and over. They'll be up first thing. Let Scotland 11 take on Belgium. That'll be a good one. They'll also play France in the last game. Scotland get another night game. But as far as Malta, they'll play Belgium later in the day as well. 9:30 AM GMT, 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 PM in India. Join us for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
See a conscious effort here being made here to get the ball in the slot there to Varun, where he's not able to play any width outside the off or anything short. So they've tucked him up a little bit, but now it is Bikram Aurora that's starting to get going.
You can see the urgency now from Davidson, who wants to get through this over. They have 8 minutes to bowl these 2 overs. And so you can see this is where Aurora having a look around the field and he's saying, well, I'm ready to bowl. So that's something you have to take into account as well. Should be a good contest.
Bit of a groan there from Aurora.
He groaned like he cut his finger off. It was more out of frustration. Aurora knew that if he gets any kind of bat on that, it was asking to be hit to the boundary. There's a big gap there. There was a 45 and fine leg just inside the circle, but no one around him. Gets himself in a muddle, just gets one.
Just for Davidson now to Varun, and he misses out on another one. So
I certainly think they don't believe that some of these continental players can handle the short ball that well or consistently well. It does seem to be a tactic seen employed, particularly by Davidson.
Varun Prasad will go after this. And he tries, he almost dislocates his shoulder, but that's the area where he's missing out on.
Yeah.
They're looking to try and get the uppercut going. The only one he's got right is one that he waited on and just guided the ball, sort of paddled it in the gap. But when he's trying for the power, he's not getting it. He's getting frustrated here.
Beaten for bounce there, really.
This time he does get it right, and well, a little bit of a Tortuga bounce there for the fielder to have to deal with. Can't deal with it, Majid. So Varun Prasad, after playing and missing a few, gets this one right. Gets a bit fortunate with the bounce as well. The fielder a little bit unfortunate, so getting another boundary. Just watch the bounce here. That really takes off. Gets fingers to it.
It's a tough one.
Not able to stop it.
You probably have to anticipate a slightly unusual bounce there. You don't know how much it's going to bounce, and pretty much tipped over the bar by Majid. Last ball of the over.
Short. Doesn't quite get it where he wants it. Just, I think, a little bit quicker than he expected. As the throw comes in. That is the end of another over. So the 100 did come up with that boundary.
Got it, coach.
The 104
Lefty.
now. The 8 overs going. Hey, Vinny, got to say, have a look at the sky. I mean, this is the part of these matches that I love. You know, the sun's going down here. They've got that orange glow in the sky. The floodlights are now starting to take over. It's going to be another sensational, picturesque moment here. This is why we call this the Dream Box.
Sure will. It is the field of dreams as well for a lot of these players.
Yeah.
The diverse backgrounds, these players in European cricket. Now we'll go to the last. I want to say a quick hello, though, to Mike and Lauren from Cohen. And they're tuning in. It's just down the road. Wow, this one might end up down the road because that is absolutely hammered. And I don't know if you can hit it. Cricket ball. It's put our camera out of focus. That's Prasad's 50. And what a way to bring it up with a huge Maximal 51 of 20 balls. He brings it up with his 6th 6, and that was the biggest of the lot. What a shot.
That is humongous. That was mammoth. That was a Bizaway supersonic 6. Well batted ball, but Varun Prasad, nobody 50 million. Hey, listen, that's 100 not out, you know. That's 100 not out. 49 in the first match, 51 in this, 100 not out in the day. That's not bad going.
That's very good going. Prasad can be a little bit, I suppose, inconsistent is the word I would use. But when he's in, he just seems like an unstoppable force.
That was huge.
That
That's
was-
the biggest one. I mean, that's a 6 on any ground anywhere in the world. I don't care what you say.
Absolutely nailed it, didn't he? Still got time to play with. You see, they seem to be sneaking in for time here as well. Scotland.
Where's this one going to be? Well, it's okay. And, it's that area
Yeah.
that they've managed to bog Varun down on. And this is something that some of the other teams will be watching as well. Look,
Probably just okay.
just okay.
If 1% of that ball hits the blue line when it passes the crease, then it's going to be a wide, but probably for me is all right. It's where you got to bowl to Prasath. Can he dial it up again?
Up in the air, and it's an opportunity. Good catch. Nicely done. It's that moment of the day as well. It's the light starts to fade, the floodlights are on. So you got to find it first, and then you got to take a nice clean catch. So gets into good position, holds the catch. Nicely done. That is the end of Varun, but not before he scores 50, 51 off 22 deliveries. Well batted, but also well bowled by Kesajat. He does get the wicket of the man that, well, he stumped him for a few big boundaries, but this is payback time. He hangs up there for a long way, but what a good catch that is. Good technique. Had to make a little adjustment right there towards the end. So Alex Hinkley, he's not had it all his way out there, but he does take the catch when he needs
Yeah, it's
to.
a really good catch because it's easy to get stuck underneath that one. The wind's actually taking it slightly back towards him, but he holds on. But Prasath, got to say, that was an innings-defining knock from him. He ends up getting to the 50 in the end. 51 off 22. He departs with Malta in reasonably good shape. It's 111 for 4.
Yeah, so I was mentioning them getting that the 120. I mean, that's what they will have their eye on. And then they've got to bowl pretty tightly. I mean, that was where they let themselves down against Luxembourg. But they've still got plenty of opportunity to get some quick runs here.
Swing and a half, wasn't it? And look at it is. It's Bilal who's come out there. He can hit a long ball as well. We've seen that in Malta before. Probably more a bowler who bats, but still didn't pick that one from Sajjad.
Do you think, I mean, there's still, I mean, he's come in here with what, I mean, now there's what, 8 balls to go. There's, I don't know if, I mean, if it was 2 balls to go like last time or 1 ball to go, I get it. I think they've got other capable batters that could probably be coming in here now. That's a wide, taking on. This is very good running from Big Bro.
very good.
He is Speedy Gonzalez when he's out there. And as soon as he gets the opportunity, he goes on the Iba, meep, meep, and he gets down to the other end pretty quickly.
He does. And Aurora, he was super quick there. Roadrunner stuff. Just think of spin options. Maybe Jack Hogarth with his leg spin could come into the side just to mix up their attack a little bit. Scotland.
Oh, well, this has gone like a bullet from the bat of Bikram Aurora. Well, he wants to get to the other end, but he's looking to hit this straight down the ground, gets a bit of edge on this, and it absolutely flies past Angus Guy. Have a look how quick this goes.
Yeah, he just didn't react straight away, and really...
Did he? That's got like a bullet, though.
Yeah, that's true. I just think if he stays lower longer, he might be able to kind of jump at that. But Angus Guy was just caught a little bit off balance. They'll take the runs, Malta.
That's that slower delivery. They think about the single, but sort of Bilal goes and stops. And that means that he's going to start the final over on strike. The score, though, it's pretty healthy, 117. 4 wickets down, so 6 balls to come. The 120 should come up, but maybe with a couple of big hits, they'll be eyeing up 130. That'll be a healthy score on the board. But hey, we're talking about a team that put 147 on the board, and they ended up losing against Luxembourg. Luxembourg getting the runs and getting them with with 4 balls. Is it 4 balls? No, 2 balls to go. 152 for 3. So it's the bowling that was the issue in that one.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Hang on a minute here. I just saw the umpires having a chat with the captain. I mean, we're going to have to look into this. Was there? I didn't spot a signal.
I think they beat the clock last I saw it. Come back to that in a second.
I'm going to have a look. There definitely was a conversation.
I think that to me, it looked like they snuck in because from where they were.
Maybe there was a question.
Even with the wicket falling, I feel like they had enough time to play with. I don't see any mention of penalty runs.
No, maybe it was just a question from the captain. Say, hey, are we all right? And Stephen Goose just saying, yeah, you're good. Chance, same fielder again. He's taken one before and he's going to take another one. Well, he's not the same fielder. They do have a bit of a change. it's nicely taken anyway. No problems there at all.
It's Naylor, I think, that takes the catch and without too much of a fuss. I was just thinking, imagine if you got penalty runs because you were good for time, but you went over time by asking the umpire, are you good for time? But anyway, I think it's a clever little variation from Jack Jarvis. I think he's picked up the game pretty quickly here, and he realises that you do need to kind of mix up your game a little bit, but still not lose your accuracy. So he picks up the wicket, and Malta just losing their way slightly after Prasath has gone. And now they've lost Aurora for 7. It's 118 for 5, 4 balls remaining.
Yeah, 4 balls to go. Newbatter comes in, and Lyle having a nice chat there. So we see the captain for Malta, Bikram Aurora, made 11 of 7. And he goes. He knows that his team is in a pretty good position. He gets a nice warm round of applause from his boys. 118 on the board, 4 balls to go. Matthew is the man who's out there now. And I think the key thing is not to swing and miss, contact and run. Can't be dot balls. And that's the worry, you see. Sometimes when you're going out there with the mindset to say you're going to swing and you're going to smash the ball to the boundary, well, even if he swings and misses all of this and gets 1 boundary, for me, that's not good enough. I think you've got to be thinking smart. And the smart play is to say, well, okay, if it's not in the slot, then get back onto it, take the single, because you don't want to be stranded on a score. Well, they don't want dot balls here. You need something from everything.
Yeah, depends on your strategy. I think they're going to go all in on the big hit here.
Better, they've got to go, and they do. So they get the single. Kes Sajad takes the stop.
Bilal is known as a late innings finisher. Certainly we've seen him playing, historically playing for Southern Crusaders in Malta. Last year, that was when I noticed he would come in a 9th, 10th over, and he could win games off his own bat. See if he can do it here to Jarvis, who's got 2 to spend. 119 on the board for Malta.
Oh, well.
Run.
They're going to run hard. They do run hard. But, well, it's a good job that this doesn't hit the non-striker. A few will go back and strike. Hello to Indica Pereira and also to Johnny G in Malta, who are looking in. Well, let us know what you think of this score so far. Do you think it's going to be enough? And, of course, to all of our other friends who are in Malta that are tuning in.
I want to say hello to Andy Nowdy. He's already sent me a message as well, saying he's tuning in from Malta. Anyway, here we go. 120 plus this is Matthew.
Oh, it goes through. Nutmegs the wicketkeeper. They're going to run hard. They've got to come back. So the 120, 122 it will be, courtesy of those 2 buys. So just lets himself down right there towards the end. Angus Sky, the wicketkeeper captain of Scotland. And so Malta do get to and pass that 120 mark. I was saying that if they get to the 120 and they bowl well, they'll hope to contain Scottish side, that even though they've got a victory under their belt, and that was against France, but they were made to work hard to get to the 91 they needed. They did it with 4 balls to go.
Yeah, well, what I will say is lights are on, and we are right at home here at the Cartama Oval. It's the early wicket of Basil George, first ball, far cry from what he produced earlier in the day. And we saw the tank fire a couple of times with a couple of boundaries, but this was a chance, wasn't it? Stanislaus would end up going on to make 36 off 20 balls with 3 4s and 3 6s. And just looking at this innings, the splits, well, 59 in the first half and then 63 in the second half. So more or less consistent, but I think they built this off 3 overs really, 5, 6 and 7. They all went for 19, so not quite magical, but good enough. I think it sets a pretty decent target for Scots, who are going to be tested under lights.
Yeah, I think they are going to be tested, but I think that the other test is going to be with Malta. Malta will know whether some of the things that they did wrong. They just bowled the wrong length a lot of the times. They allowed their opponents in that last match to defeat. They had Luxembourg to get underneath a lot of the balls. They needed to be a bit fuller, and I think they'll be hopefully better for that. But again, yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to adjust to the lights, and we know that it does take a bit of an adjustment. Let's see how they do about it. Of course, the question also is, how many times have they played under lights?
Yeah, not many, if any.
Yeah.
But what I will say, Prasath, well, he's really exciting play. He's dynamic. I mean, it's probably got a few little blind spots in his technique, but when he's on, he is on. And he really did turn it on here. And the shot that brought up his 50 was absolutely huge. Scotland trying everything to keep the ball in play. But this nice little partnership with Aurora just kept them moving in the right direction, didn't it? A bit of a Tortuga bounce for Majid. That one went to the boundary. And, well, eventually He did get to the 50, was out soon after. And that just kind of sparked a little bit of a mini comeback, I think, for the Scots later on. This one did get to the boundary, but there weren't too many others. The last over only went for 5, and that included 2 byes. That was a really good finish from Jack Jarvis. That could be important later in the night.
Yeah, certainly could be. And the catching was pretty good as well. I mean, they were, once again, as you'd expect them to be, pretty good in the field. They backed each other up pretty well, backed the bowlers up quite well as well. But I think Malta, they could be pretty pleased with their efforts as well. They know it wasn't going to be easy taking on a Scottish side here, but you look at that scorecard, I think there were good contributions there. I mean, Basil George going early, that can always be a shock in the system, but once again, he doesn't chew up too many balls. Stanislaus, I think the way he responded was good. He just he realised that he had to up the tempo. He played some really nice shots. Got lucky himself. Remember, he was dropped on 4 by Davidson, but a good all-round contribution there. But once again, Varun Prasad, 51 of 22, a fantastic performance from him. Have a look at the bowlers there, Vinny, and there's some impressive figures, I think, but also expensive. Kesadard just pick up 2 wickets, but he goes for 32.
Yeah, Jarvis for me, look, head and shoulders kind of above the rest as far as how effective he was then, because he went for just 11 off his 2 overs. Yeah, Neil, 2 wickets and 2 for Sajan as well. But I think they need to try and get a spinner in there just to break it up a little bit. So Malta make 122. Last innings of opening day here, which is now opening night in Group C, is on the other side of this break. Can the Scots make it 2 for 2? Oh, well, Malta registered their first win of Group C. Join us after the break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full with me. Back shortly with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back. Bienvenido. Pues de final de partido de hoy. Es un partido en la noche con las luces. Yes, and welcome. We have the night match here now. And, well, not only does it get dark when the umpires are probably feeling a bit of a chill as well, the men in black. Wearing the jacket there, Nilkesh Patel. And I think this is going to be a great match. 102 matches without a golden ball. What is that, a golden ball score? 122? You never know. Malta, they've had a bat and put the runs on the board. So it's the pressure off the chase here for Scotland. Well, last time round they had to chase, but not so many. Last time France put 90 on the board and Scotland got there with 4 balls to go. This time is 100 plus, 122. How will they go? And in that match, that win, it was Liam Naylor that was the hero, the player of the match, 52-24. Will he be able to perform again? Bilal Khan to bowl the first. And, well, early movement from the batter. Takes a big step outside the off stump. Looks to play the little ramp shot here. It ends up going more to that man behind square. So that's something that Malta might need to have a look at. Interesting that they've got a slip in play here. It's like a bit of a fly slip maybe. Seems to be a little bit further back than where you'd have the normal slip, but that's where Amar Sharma is standing at the moment to Bilal. English off the mark straight away. Now to Jarvis. And he beats him with good pace, good carry through from Bilal Khan, and that going past the outside edge of the bat brings the voice of the Maltese alive as they support the bowler, getting that one through and getting a dot ball in. Bilal gets back to his mark. Up in the air, but I think this might have enough to go over the infield. It does, and now the chase is on. And well, hang about this. What's happening? Oh well, this one does go over the boundary. I thought for a moment he bangs this into the ground and the fielder was going to be able to grab it before it goes over the boundary rope, but it's not to be. I mean, it's a good effort. One hand come, look, what does he do? I think he bangs it against his thigh, and that's why the ball goes over the boundary. It's a good effort. Kafi कोशिश की पर ball अपने लाते थे मार के चौका लग गया. 4 runs and the first boundary. It's a good time to welcome back Vinny Sandhu. For what promises to be an interesting chase.
Yeah, sure will be.
Swing and a miss.
Bit of the
Hey,
old-
listen,
Yeah, go on.
you weren't in the box. I wanted to tell you this earlier. But, you weren't in the box when the bat versus ball was telling us about this match. You know what they predicted?
Well, tell me what they predicted.
I think it was a 92-92.
Oh, predicted a golden ball.
Mm-hmm.
Controversial. It's one way to... Well, they were a fair way off to 92 in the first innings, just by 30. But obviously think it's going to be a close one. Here's Billy the Kid.
Well, asking the question. There's certainly no bat because you see the pre-signal from the umpire straight away. But I'd like to see this again.
It's just swinging too much and it's going down the leg side. I think he actually gets this one to bend. Just have a look at this on the replay.
Yeah.
Yeah, hits him outside leg anyway, and it's going further down. Yeah, I think that boundary stop, he actually flicks it back, but he actually flicks it all the way over. So actually ended up going over the boundary. So he kind of stayed in contact with the ball too long with his hand on the flick. Last ball the over though from Bilal Khan.
This is better, isn't it? I mean, when you're getting that much swing, start outside off, get the ball to come back in. So difficult to play an aggressive shot to that. And this is what Bilal does. And we did it in the first match. He gets a good, tidy first over in. Just 7 come off that one. So a good start, but the other bowlers have to back it up.
102 matches without a golden ball. We actually had a golden ball. Might have been second last game of last year on ECN. That was in Malta, involving Marsa, who were able to win the golden ball in dramatic circumstances.
That was a very comical lead up to the golden ball, you have to say.
Sure was. And we'll go and check that out if you want to have a look. I've got to say, I'm bowling Bilal out in the third here. I think they didn't do that earlier, and he was expensive in the second over. I think the way to get ahead in this game is you bowl your trump card out in the third over. I think he bowled a pretty good first one. It seems to have a good idea of where it's going at the moment. So we have seen the ball swing a bit under lights. Here's Wasim Abbas to bowl over number 2.
Oh, this is pretty well bowled, but does he get a bit of bat on this?
Must have.
I heard some noise.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's a signal there saying, see the umpire just saying a little bit of a tapping the hand saying there's an inside edge on this.
Yeah,
and
very
lucky there
good.
was, Rico, because if not...
Yeah, very good umpiring there from Stefan Gooch, and I like the way he's indicating it straight away.
Yep.
And he's spot on.
Everyone knows what's going on.
Shot, and this one is adios Balota. It goes into the dark skies beyond the boundary, beyond the lights, and it goes into the abyss as well, the ball boys have to go and find that one. Lovely shot, timed perfectly, and this is just delightful. Top draw.
This is such a good shot. I mean, really. Over the infield, over the outfield, over the camera tower as well. And Jarvis, he looks like a force to be reckoned with. I know he went for just 7 in the previous game, but he bowled very well in this one. Right now, trying to get ahead in this power play.
And now he goes down into the mid-wicket area, and this one may go all the way as well, you know. I think they're going to have to check this, but I suspect it just may have just gone over the boundary rope. It's not that far away, I can tell you that. Let's keep an eye on this.
That was timed so well. It is 4.
Just short. 4
that
runs.
was timed so well. He got the contact point just right. And the reason no one knew if it was 4 or 6, no one could keep up with it at real speed. That was smacked. Now, Abbas has got to work out what he's doing here. He can't just bowl the slot now.
Yeah.
I think that Jarvis has established that he's got that covered. He's either got to try something different or get right up in the block hole.
And, oh, wow. It's shorter. He doesn't go in the block hole. The big swing at this, gets the edge. And, well, Darshit Patanka, the tank. Just have a look at this. It goes quickly, but, I mean, that's one you've got to try. You've got to take these.
Yeah, he's just slow to react. The ball's past him. I mean, that's all you can say. I feel like it was in his range, but yeah, reaction's not quick enough. And so I thought it was going to be a big moment in the game. Maybe it still is a big moment in the game because Jarvis survives and gets 4 more.
And this one, oh, wow. This is another one. Well, it's just a matter of millimeters, but it does catch the hand. It's an opportunity. I think that's the captain, Bikram Arora, who we know he can take some pretty good catches. This one, look, you see, jumping up in the air. I just think this one he's not able to bring it back into his catching zone. So 4 more runs. This is ending up being a very expensive over, almost magical. And a single here will mean it does go magical. 20 off the over. And well, one thing we know that Wasim Abbas can do pretty well is get the Yorker length delivery in, but he doesn't get it there at all in that over, does he?
Yeah, he doesn't. And so 27 without loss after 2. It's the over that gets them back in it. I think it's even more important now to bowl Bilal out. I just think that it's a big over in the context of the game. You can see Luxembourg sitting pretty at the top of the ladder. They'll be back at the Sunset Beach Club, probably watching right now in the, I think it's called the Panorama Bar on level 6. So big hello to you guys that are watching. I know that Belgium a bit disappointed, but that's very Belgium, isn't it? They're hit and miss. They were probably more miss than hit in that last game we saw them playing. See the lights taking hold now as the last of the natural light fades away from the Cartama Oval.
Looks absolutely incredible, doesn't it? It really does. I mean, it just takes your breath away. And to be here, you've got to pinch yourself and see that we're playing. It's almost like we've been here 24 hours. We see the matches start in the sunshine, the heat, the blue skies are now here. Floodlights on. We're in the darkness, and we're seeing international cricket being played at its best. Bit of a misfield there, so Scotland just sneaking in a second one there. It's a little bit of a let-off for them. And they don't go with Bilal to bowl the second. They go with Elhos Matthew.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure. Happy to be proved wrong, though. Here's Matthew. 5 balls to go on the power play.
Bowls well. That's the length you're looking for. It's full. It's right up there. Batters can only play the straight shot. If you can bowl a few of those, and maybe just vary the pace slightly as well, you'd imagine it'd be pretty successful.
What do you think about a man called Michael English playing for Scotland? Probably wouldn't have flown about 1,000 years ago, but times are changing.
Again, nicely bowled, getting the right length. And this is what I think Abbas was trying to do, but wasn't quite able to capture it. So good so far from Matthew.
Yeah, exactly right. I think Abbas has gone the journey because he's just bowled that slot length a bit too much. But sometimes he can get away with it early. He didn't. He went for 20 in the second and went magical. Take that out. It's been a pretty good start for Malta.
This one, he gets it wrong, and that's the danger. You get it wrong, and the ball disappears, and it goes into the night sky. The other side of the sight screen is a lovely shot. He knows he gets it wrong. He's frustrated, but again, take nothing away from this shot from Jarvis. This is just immaculate hitting. Lovely shot.
Misses it by 1 to 1.5 metres, and he pays the penalty, and he pays a pretty big penalty. That was smacked, and that's the margins of error we're talking about at this level of the game. It's the highest level of European cricket that you can play. So Matthew, he's been pretty good through the first part of the over. Just 2-1-1, but then goes for 6. And right now, it looks like they'll get the runs they need off this over.
This one straight down the ground, and it's going to be another boundary, and it's manos arriba from the arbitro, porque eso es 6 más, shaka time here in this night match between Scotland and Malta. Well, it looks like the Scottish boys, well, they like to party in the night.
Yeah, why not? Well, the first time we had a night game in Group A, don't forget, Ireland knocked over the target in 2.1 overs. This one's gone longer at least, but unless they can stop this, might not go the journey.
Hit hard, firmly, flat, goes pretty quick, gets it in between the two fielders. It's going to be 4 more, and it's boundaries galore at the moment, and well, maybe, well, the night sky is producing the fireworks, and the fireworks are coming from the Scottish batters at the moment, particularly Jack Jarvis. He's racing away here at the moment.
End of the power play. 2 magical overs, finish the power play. 47 without loss after 3. I'll go back to what I said. I think you bring back Bill Oldcant to try and get that wicket, to try and get some momentum back, but instead, 2 big towers there. 7, 20, and 20. Well, it's not 20-20 action, but it kind of is if you look at those towers. And the score 47 without loss after 3. I was going to say, though, I mean, the one that turned out to be a full toss was the one he had most difficulty putting away. Even though it did go for 6, it was a slight miss hit. I think if you're going to miss that Yorker, miss it full, don't miss it short. You see what happens if you do. Back to the action here. This is down to long on. Will be a single. So going to Prasath. I don't remember Prasath bowling earlier, Rico.
No, he didn't bowl in the first match, and I think this is all about them just trying the variation of pace and Varun, and it may work for them, and it does. They get the wicket, and it is Bikram Arora that takes the catch, the captain. So making that change with the pace, having Varun Prasath bowling, gets the wicket, gets the breakthrough, and that's exactly what they needed. And I think it is, English. Aim for the shot, but straight to the fielder.
That's Jarvis that goes. So yeah, Jarvis for 42 of 15. He's going to have to depart. And look, it wasn't the left armour that we thought, but it was a left armour that did the trick, wasn't it, Varun Prasath? After knocking up a quick 50, Jarvis almost gets there, but he will have to depart. And the first Scottish wicket is lost. It's 48 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a quick fire, blistering assault, isn't it, from Jarvis? I mean, he bats so well, played the ball really well. Hits this one well as well, but I think just that slight change was just given a bit of width there from Prasath. And though he times it quite well, was not able to get it past the diving figure of Bikram Arora. The captain taking the catch and gets the valuable wicket. Aurora loses this for a moment, but does find it, but only after the players do take the single, and that's, well, Naylor now comes in here, gets off the mark straight away.
Yeah, Naylor certainly nailed a few in the previous game, whacking a 50.
And where's this one? And well, it gets stopped in the deep there, mid-wicket area.
Nice one, Varun boy, nice one.
Loving seeing Malta out there, and Scotland of course, but Malta, we know a lot of their players from ECN cricket, and we haven't seen them play T10 internationals before. Also, I love the matchup against the Scottish team, who obviously got some very good cricketing skills, just trying to adapt them to this form of the game. And this one looks like it's in the gap to me, and it will be 4 runs. So yeah, it's a little bit short from Prasath. That one has to be fetched, and right now, Scotland, they've passed 50 now. They're still looking pretty good in this chase.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that you're noticing here, and Varun, you can see here from that delivery, that the bowlers, they're bowling a couple of good, 2-3 good deliveries per over, but then it's also 2 or 3 loose ones. The consistency isn't there, and it's the loose ones that they're capitalising on. It was better, it was a better length, but anything that's short and leg side has been put away. If it's full and straight, they're just getting the single. So Ronald Prasath, it's not a bad over, I suppose. I mean, even with that boundary going, he goes for 8, but he does pick up the prize wicket of Jack Jarvis. And remember, Jarvis, in that score, he was the man who scored most of the runs. Mike English had only scored at that point just 5 runs, so that was the wicket they needed. And well, you can see that quite clearly as you have a quick look at that scorecard. So Jack Jarvis, 42 of 15. And now Naylor comes out, and we know what he's all about. He showed us that in the last match. So they need to try and get him out pretty quickly as well, do Malta, if they want to win this match.
Now we will see some spin. Ahmed Sharma, this is a filthy delivery first up, and it's going to go. It's going to go quite far. How far? We're about to find out. And so Naylor needs no invitation. I think this one's gone all the way. Check the height first. It's probably just below the waist at the contact point. And this goes all the way, yeah, by a metre. So Maximo time, not the first ball that the bowler was looking for.
Yeah, not a good delivery from Sharma, and that means he puts himself under pressure straight away with the first one being a big 6. And now he bowls a wide, and the batters will be looking to come back for 2 here. They do. It's quick running. In comes the throw, and well, he does get there. Direct hit would have been interesting, but he's pretty quick. He backs himself to do it. That's Liam Naylor.
This one's given wides. It's going to get straight through the legs of the keeper. He got across, couldn't get down there, Patanka. 3 runs.
Better. That's where Sharma has to be. No run there.
Yeah, they're going to have to sort this out quick. Otherwise, they're not going to defend this total. And that'll be 2 120 plus totals they've blown today. Malta, you can't expect to score that all the time either.
Short, but is a fielder out there. Lets the ball come to him. Watches the bounce well.
So they have to get through Naylor here. I think he's been the other danger man that we've seen so far. Not the other Scottish batters aren't capable, but you want to put them out there under pressure, chasing this 10 plus and over. You don't want them coming out there just needing a run a ball or something, just can knock it around for the victory.
Ill-directed, but well done to the fielder, and that Samuel Stanislaus makes a really good, important stop. It wasn't a good delivery, but once again, just highlighting what I'm talking about. There's been a couple of good deliveries, but they always let themselves down with 2 or 3 bad ones, and they're the ones that good batters capitalise on.
Got out of jail there.
Yeah, big time. This is up in the air, could be out. Oh, just gets it over. Once again, Bikram Arora, that probably is backpedaling, trying to get there, but he's got cover behind him. So it does save the boundary.
What a great game this is under lights at the moment. Last ball the over.
Hit hard, chance, and taken. Really, really good catch this is. I mean, he's in the part of the ground where you can see it's hit low, it's hit hard, and that's Bilal Khan. We know he's pumped, isn't he? He's a man who's looking forward to showing the world what he can do at the big stage. And we've already seen him bowl a couple of good overs already in this championship. Yeah. Now he takes a really good catch, dipping low under the lights. Beautifully done. I like the way he gets the balance in with the slide. Well, Sharma, he's appreciating it. But Bilal, he's a fighter. We know that from Malta. And he takes the catch there. And Michael English goes, but they really know the man they need to try and get is Liam Naylor.
Yeah, I think Naylor, the other one's still there. But English, he's tried to take the game on. Can't really criticise that. Didn't get it quite right. It was flat. It kind of stayed on that plane. And Bilal Khan took a very good catch to dismiss him. He goes for 7. The score is 67 for 2 after 5 overs. Here's Prasath now in the 6th.
Yeah, it's hit out in the air. Shouts to catch it. And I think it's a case of trying to stop it first. Bounces. Oh, he's overcommitted. Oh, no.
Oh, no, another one.
Oh, dear. Well, the bowlers can't believe the throw. I mean, if this throw is gathered by Prasath, there's a run out here for sure. It's a real mess up here. Look, Jal Mirabai, they take the first easy, and then look what happens here. Well, he's nowhere. And well, if that was a good throw, he's in trouble.
Then we had another other end. as he just took his eyes off the prize there, Naylor. He took his eyes off his partner. And when you do that, you can run while your partner isn't, and that's going to be a problem. Majid's the new batter.
Massive opportunity that one was from Prasath. It's right up to Majid, the left-hander, plays it down. He will get off the mark. Once again, it's a bit of an erratic, wild throw. I think Malta just need to steady their nerves here a little bit. I think they're getting just a little bit excited. And then you can see the keeper there. Just saying to the guys, hey, come on, calm down. Let's go back to the basics, tidy things up a little here. Prasath. Short, hit up in the air, and where's this one going to finish? And it goes all the way. Manos arriba, porque eso es 6 carreras más. Wasim Abbas there on the boundary. Well, he's right where he needs to be, but there's too much power in this. And a lovely shot once again from a man who's been in such good form, Naylor. And Abbas not able to do anything much about that.
One thing they have done, they've picked up at least one boundary in every over. That's just helping in this chase.
Edge, but good stop. He has to do well. The catch wasn't on, so the next thing he needed to do is make the stop. And Justin Sharju does make that stop, stops the ball going to the boundary.
These are important. These are really important. Could have easily flown away to the boundary. Mohammed Majid now. Faces up, left-hander to left-hander.
Up in the air, that's yours, he says. And he does make the stop. So dot balls are big. Dot balls are gold dust.
That's good. That's good. And you're just hoping you can sneak a few dots on Majid as he's first come in. That was right up in the block hole. Last ball the over for Prasath.
And he doesn't get this out of the middle. It is a chance, and it's going to be taken. And that's another one. And Bilal Khan, well, he takes a catch. And who spoils his celebration? Well, that was Matthew saying, when you take the catch, I'll take it second time round. Just snaps it out of the air before Bilal can get his celebration in. But they won't mind that. It's another wicket. And it's Varun Prasath who is becoming the wicket taker here. Well, he's having a good day at the moment, isn't he? Gets a 50, and now he's picked up his second wicket.
Yeah, so saving himself.
Watch this.
Yeah.
He says mid-ear.
He's saying, hey, was that under control? I think it might be my catch. Probably what Matthew's saying. I was going to say, I thought he maybe was a little bit lucky to get away with that Prasath. He didn't quite hit the block hole, but he was close, wasn't he? And the new batter just not able to time it up. So Majid comes and goes for just one. 76 for 3 after 6 overs.
Yeah, good wicket to get. So Prasath again gets in. So once again, you're seeing here, I mean, all right, it was a good opening assault from Jack Jarvis, but it's Liam Naylor. I mean, he holds the key here. And you just go back to that opportunity with the run out. If it was a better throw, Prasath would have had him at the bowler's end. Credit to Bilal Khan again, taking another catch. Majid, he's the wicket to fall. So new batter comes in, and it's the captain who comes in now, Angus Guy.
Yes, Naylor on strike though. This could be a big, big over here because Naylor's still motoring. He's 22 off 10.
Bit of a full toss. Not able to get this one past. Well, gets it past the infield, but the sweeper is in the right place. Covering the lines is what you say to that.
So we're set for a big finish here.
Just hope that they don't try to leave somebody like Bilal Khan to come back too late. Oh, well, this one. Well, how about this? And
I think this is a no ball.
This is hit the stump. Well, you say that, but it hits the stump.
Nah, it takes something on the way through. It hits either the bat or the pad on the way through. You watch this.
Well, let's have a look at this. I mean, the umpires are coming together. Now, look, at this, we will say this. I mean, the umpires on these no balls will... Now, I don't think that is. He's in the air as well. I think this is okay.
Wow.
When I see this and where it hits the stump, look how it dips.
It's a slow ball. You're exactly right.
It hits the stump halfway. Look at the batter. He's in the air. He's in the air. That, for me, that is not a no ball.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you. Although it does take a bottom edge. I definitely heard it. So what we're seeing at the hip maybe isn't exactly where it would have been. But he is forward of the crease there.
Well, I think he's given out. Yeah, this is for me is. I mean, I'm liking that. When in these night matches, the umpires for something like that can go to the third umpire.
Because the wicket falls, yeah.
The wicket, yeah, the wicket falls, and I think this is good teamwork from the match officials. So Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel, they come together straight away. They get into touch with the third umpire. They have a discussion, and I think they get that perfectly
what
right.
a moment. I mean, I suppose when I saw it straight on, I probably didn't realise he was slightly out of his crease, which became relevant. I do think it does take a little bit of a something which makes it, when it actually passes him, that shot where we see where it passes his actual body, I think it does, has already taken a bit of a deflection, but I do think in the end it looks like the right call. And unfortunately for Angus Guy, he wasn't able to pick that one from Sharju as he departs. The score, 77 for 4. And here is Alex Hinkley in the number 6 position.
Yeah, that's a huge moment, isn't it? Because the captain, he goes without scoring, goes first ball. So Guy goes for a and well, that leaves once again more pressure on somebody like Naylor. He's already wasted 23 of 11. New batter on strike, Hinkley. Feeling the pressure, wants to get down to the other end. He wants to try and give the strike to Naylor, but he needs to work that around a little bit more. I mean, look at the gap there on the leg sides there.
Yeah.
So he's got, he's got plenty of opportunities to just push that ball out either side here and take the single. I'm just wondering here if Malta need to be just a little bit more attacking and not allow him to do that.
I don't know. Could do it that time. Cracking game this, by the way.
Sharju once more. And swinging and a miss. Yeah, me, Vinny, if this is me, I'm saying, right, okay, I want my mid-wicket in to stop the single, because I think that's what's going to be the play here that Scotland are going to try and do.
Now,
put the squeeze on.
Yeah, yes, but also now there's only 2 left
Yeah,
in the over.
now,
So if
okay.
there is a single, then Naylor may be thinking just single back. So it's turned out to be an amazing over. Talk about a game of fine margin. Sharju pretty close to a height no ball. Turns out to be a wicket.
Joining the dots up here. Well, this is wonderful stuff. Well, now this is where somebody like Naylor is probably going to be saying to Hinkley, okay, look, there's one ball to come in the innings. I don't really want to take a single here. I want you to crack it to the boundary, or we take a 2.
This is where the awareness comes in with the running between the wickets and strike manipulation skills you need to know in T10 cricket. Sharju, last ball of the 7th. He's only conceded a single in this over.
Oh, this is so well bowled, and well, in this format, dot balls will have you in all sorts of trouble. Dot balls are gold dust. What an over that is from Justin Sharju, and he picks up 1 wicket, only concedes just the 1 run. That is a super over. That one could change the context of this match.
Yeah, well, we talk about it all the time, how the game can turn on a knife's edge. There's ups, there's downs. There's so many momentum swings for such a short cricket match. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, well, hopefully you can join us again tomorrow, because we have day 2 coming your way. It is Group C, day 2, and it will start with some very interesting matches. And, well, Luxembourg-Malta, I think that'll be a cracker first up. They had 299 runs between them. We've also seen some low-scoring thrillers. Really, I think Group C is going to be a week to remember. So join us 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. No matter where you're watching from around the world, tune in for more ECC action. It's the Euros of cricket right here. And here we go. Who they brought back? Abbas. Well, this is not a good start. This certainly is a no ball.
Yeah, this is not a good one, is it? And it gets this completely wrong. And you don't want to be doing this here now. Look, you put the pressure on Scotland. They're now requiring 15 and over. And, that's a disaster, because that's basically a run from nothing and now a free hit.
Yeah, Abbas has just struggled with his length, hasn't he? Now free hit coming up.
It's it well, but there is a fielder there. They look for 2 if it's not cleanly taken. It has been. And good bit of fielding, good throw.
So now you're Abbas. Your first over went for 20. You've just delivered a beam of first ball.
Yeah.
You just need to realise, okay, you got out of jail there with a free hit. Just need to get out of this over. Even if it's 6 singles or something like that from here, or 5 singles from here, it's not bad. Just want to try and avoid the boundaries. Got to get it right though.
Shouts to catch it. It should be taken, but nothing's easy in these slides when you're not used to it. But he takes the catch to Sharma. No mistakes from him, and it's the big wicket of Naylor. This is the one that they wanted. And will this now mean that Malta could see their way to a victory here? And you can see they're sensing it. They know the wicket they needed. Look, he's tried to get the momentum, tried to get the elevation here, but doesn't quite get it right. And well done to Sharma there, who takes the catch under a bit of pressure himself.
Yeah, so we talk about momentum swings within a game, but what about within your day? Look at Malta. They came out, they banged 147, they were up. Then they lost that game, they were down. And then You can see, even in this innings, they've been up, they've been down. Still plenty of cricket to play, but Naylor, key man, gone for 24. He's the 5th wicket to fall, 80 for 5. And I was talking about Wasim Ubbers just getting out of the over. Well, even better. It's the best case scenario for him now because drew the false shot. And that was a good catch taken out there as well by Sharma.
Yeah,
New batter will face all the time. That's the case. Well, unless it's the end of an over. So new batter is out there now. Suzer Shah.
Hits this firmly, and is he going to beat the fielder? Yes, he is. So the new batter comes out and hits the boundary straight away. Nice shot. So Abbas, though he has picked up a wicket, he's he's also going for a few runs here. It was a nice moment there. I like the way that there's one thing that Bikram Arora does do. He's a great captain in that way. He's always talking to his fielders and to his bowler, and you could see he was really trying to motivate Abbas up there. But well, that one going for the boundary from Shah puts the pressure back on Abbas. Yeah, will be the captain.
Here's the thing, Rico. Whatever happens from here, I think we'll see something historical. Because if Scotland win from here, I reckon that is an amazing chase from where they are right now. 5 wickets down, got 2 batters that aren't set the crease. If Malta win, Malta have just beaten Scotland at cricket.
Yeah. This is a really good shot. Well, this is a thunderous shot, and it flies through the point area, and it goes at some speed as well. And it's time for Hinkley to turn on the style. And unfortunately, well, Abbas, they all seem to like his bowling. That's gone pretty quickly, and it smashes into the boundary boards there.
It's the length. I mean, still a very good shot. Easy put away, but it's a hittable length. Abbas has to make the adjustment. Last ball for him.
Up in the air and trying to get it through the gap, and well, it's been stopped. No, it hasn't. The ball still goes over the boundary, so a desperate effort. It's more runs today. They do pick up the wicket. I mean, it's a big wicket to get, but there's plenty of runs that come off that over as well. There, look, good effort. Tries to get a hand onto it. I thought for a moment he was able to slap the ball inside the field of play. Not able to. Abbas, well, he's 2 overs go for 36.
Yeah, not ideal, but what he does do is he gets rid of Naylor. If you told me, would you trade 16 runs that over for the wicket of Naylor, I'd probably take the deal if I was Malta. I think Naylor is the key man. But, I mean, you can see already, these guys, they're no mugs with the bat at all. No real time problems here for Malta. Still 8.5 minutes to bowl this 9th over.
I mean, Sharju's a good call here, but straight after Sharju's, I think the plan would have to be Bilal to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, well, this is the 9th, right? So Sharju's going to bowl it,
well,
and then you've got Bilal Khan to come back in over number 10.
Yeah, I would bowl Bilal first.
Sharju just bowled a 1 run over, though, so he's hot. So stick with him. It's off the pad, but it's not going to be a wide unless the umpire doesn't know it's off the pad. It's a good appeal, though.
Yeah. And you can see it when he knows it makes a touch. And you can see he just giving a little tap saying good that touch, take the pad. Good
Easy to get
umpiring.
excitable.
Yeah.
Off the trousers or the pad. But he's bowling these back of the hand slow balls and he's having a lot of success with them here, Sharju. I don't think the batters are picking these up very well. Good start to his over.
Sharju, he wants more. Just to place this down to get the single shy, and it's almost like he's thinking, right, Hinkley is the man that maybe has got the big shots in him.
So you need 15 and over. I make it you need 12 runs in boundaries and over, either 2 6s or 3 4s, something like that. So I mean, now is the time. Ones aren't really cutting it for Scotland.
Sharju, he knows a couple of dot balls in here. And that's exactly what he does. And a quick look at the umpire from the batter. But I think this is great bowling.
Yeah, looks inside to me.
Really good bowling.
Can't touch the line at all. Probably fine. Umpire's call.
Yeah.
Certainly live, it looked
I
decent.
think the angle throws us really here, but
Yeah.
the umpire's in the best position to see that. What a spell this is from Sharju so far. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, he's got this. I'm pretty sure he takes this before the ball hits the deck. Well, what a catch that is. And Justin Sharju just pulls off something remarkable. Hickley hits it hard, it's low. He gets down, he takes a catch. It's another jalebi catch. This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
Malta, they're up and about.
I think this sticks, and it's low down. It certainly seemed like it sticks in his fingers. That's why it looks like, you know, it may have touched the ground, but my instinct is this is a clean catch. We're going to look at this one, and Sharju is having an absolute heater here under the lights.
Wow, have a look at this. Jalebi catch coming up just for you. Hi, kinna sona.
Looks clean to
Well,
me.
bolo shaba. This is sensational. What a catch this is. Oh, what a catch. Look at that. Oh, just picked it up with his fingers. He knows he's got his man. And I think the umpire knows as well. He's in the, look at this. Just there.
Yeah.
Excellent.
For me, fingers under it. It seems to stick, and I just honestly don't think there's any ground in this. The thing is, the more replays you look at, you start seeing things.
Yeah, but that is, I mean, the reactions here, I mean, they're having a look.
I think
There's
this is-
nothing to show
me-
that he doesn't.
To me, this is conclusive catch. For me, just my instinct. I've seen a lot of replays in my life, but
Yeah.
I just
Oh,
don't
yeah.
see that hitting the ground. I see it thwacking into his fingers. This will be an interesting decision. It's a big moment in the game, I suppose. But I honestly think this is a clean catch from Sharju. He felt it go in as well. They've said not out, have they?
Oh.
Wow.
Have they said not out
I
yet?
don't know if actually maybe they haven't made a decision yet. I thought I saw a signal there,
Yeah.
but I think this is a clean catch.
I think it's when I see it straight. Yeah.
Yeah, it's out.
Yeah, that's. I saw it live here, and as soon as I see it, you know, sometimes I mean you see it with the runouts, don't you? I mean I see it with some other different things. You just know, and when I see that straight away, I know he's taking that cleanly. You know from the reaction as well from the fielder.
Because the thing is, it actually sticks in his fingers. It
Yeah.
sticks. And the fingers are between the ball and the ground. So it's not an easy one, but I think they get that spot on. I just saw what I thought was a not out signal from Stefan Gooch, but he was just stretching his arms. So that's where that confusion came from.
It's late at night. You're gonna have a stretch. Oh well, he's gonna feel pretty unlucky because he's hit that pretty well. But that is a tremendous catch from Sharju. What about this spell of bowling from Sharju? 2 wickets, 2 runs only, and we see it once again. Next ball, and he's going to get a dot ball in here as well. Oh, this is just tremendous. Well, when you need a match winner, well, this is your match winner here just right now with this bowling. Don't forget, he came on to bowl after Sharma got, plummeted around a bit in the 5th over, and then he came and bowled that over. We just gave 1 run and took a wicket, and now he's come back here, and basically he's putting Malta in a very, very strong position.
Slip sliding away for Scotland. Need a big shot. Don't get one. Now there's confusion, and it's going to be a run out. Well, you can see O'Donnell came in. It was right off the end of the bat. Had no idea where it was. He was looking for a run that wasn't there. Patanka does the rest. He gets mowed down by the tank, and Scotland 11, they are going to go down here almost certainly now. That's the end of the 9th over. O'Donnell goes without scoring. It's 94 for 7.
Yeah, good work there from the tank. With the tank, he sees the opportunity and he fires his gun and he gets it right, knocks him over. Boom, junk the putte style, and there you go. There's no batter in that picture. And they're dancing with joy here in the Cartama Oval, and I'm pretty sure there's quite a few Maltese dancing with joy in that island of Malta. They're watching their team fight back here. They probably thought they had the first win under their belt against Luxembourg when they scored 147. It wasn't to be. There would have been disappointment, but Malta have come back well here. I just always thought that a score of 120 would be enough, but they had to bowl well. I have to say, though, you know, there's been times when they haven't bowled that well. There was always been a couple of loose deliveries per over, but then Justin Sharju has now just bowled an absolute peach and over.
I'm going to call it.
Absolute peach.
Every single game this week will be anyone can win. I mean, maybe there'll be slight favourites based on form and rankings and those kind of things. But you've got Malta beating Scotland here. You've got Luxembourg that beat Malta. You've got Belgium losing to Luxembourg. I don't know what's going on in Group C.
This is, I mean, just, do you hear what you just said there?
Yeah.
Malta beating Scotland.
Yeah.
This is huge.
This is huge.
This is huge.
All they have to do is defend 29. And here's Billy the Kid. And trying something inventive. I don't mind that, but it doesn't work out for Uzair Shah. So, okay, we know, it's a Scotland A side. We know that. So it doesn't take any gloss off the fact that the cricket experiences of these two groups of players is vastly different.
Yeah.
It's one of the beauties of the ECC. They do come together. Scotland 11, they'll be better for the run. They did win earlier against France. Obviously, they're going to go down here. Malta, the opposite. They blew a huge score
against Luxembourg, but they will finish with some points. I just think it's good for the competition. Here's Bilal.
Edge gone, another wicket, and that's beautifully bowled and well taken. Well, the Tank is having a good time, isn't he, behind the stumps? And well, Darshit Patanka, the AKO, the Tank takes another one. And a nice bit of bowling for Bilal as well. I think this one's just a slightly slower ball, you know. I think it was slower.
I think it's the cutter, and it kind of, he rolls his fingers on it. We'll have a look at it on the replay. And takes a big healthy edge. Patanka does the rest.
Yeah, look, there you go. He wraps these fingers right around this. It's a good delivery. I think if he doesn't get contact on it, it's going to rattle the timber anyway. So another one goes on. Malta, they are going to finish on a high. Well, at one point earlier on, we thought that it was the Scottish that were enjoying the night time. Well, they were certainly partying, or they were certainly. Jack Jarvis was. He was hitting the ball all parts of the ground. Well, he went, and Liam Naylor, well, he kept the game for a bit, but when Liam went, well, that was it. They just haven't been able to recover from that. And Malta, well, they knew the big wicket they needed to get that of Naylor. And as soon as they got that wicket, they've just been on top.
Yeah, that's true. It was a huge moment in the game. So Abbas, for all his sins, he did get that key wicket, didn't he? I think it's a good learning curve for Scotland 11 as well. No doubt about that. Bilal's always going to be a handful. There's Davidson, who going to face up for the first time. Neither batter's faced a ball now.
This is way down the leg side. Good stop there from Darshit Patanka. This time the throw goes a bit wrong. You think he's pulled his shoulder out. He's holding his shoulder here, Vinny. Oh no. Well, we might need the magic spray here laid on. He gets this all wrong.
Attacks are built for power, not speed. We know that. And what he does do is he saves the boundary there. The only way back into this game would be a big filthy 5 wides like that. Potentially would have been. But we'll get to see Sajjad face up. Gotta say, it's a big performance from Malta. One thing about this tournament, you have to keep your emotions in check. You can't get too carried away, positively or negatively. I mean, we've seen both these teams contrasting results here on day one.
Back onto ball, they'll take, well, looking to make it 2. And that would take them, no, stay on 1. I mean, it's just pointless running yourself out here. It makes no sense at all. As this match, well, it's done, isn't it? It's done and dusted here now.
And one thing we didn't see from Scotland today is them batting first. They had 2 chases. Yeah, they were successful chasing a score down in the 90s earlier against France. They're not going to do this one, but
oh, absolute beauty. I'm loving this bowling. This is the boogie oogie woogie Kookaburra 5 ball from Bilal Khan. He gets another, and this is juicy. This is bowling at the death at its best, and Bilal Khan, well, he does the job, doesn't he? What a beautiful delivery this is. And here we go. Watch this. Yep, boom, chakade fatte, and well, dande chakade leg stump. Just smashes into it. Great bit of bowling. What a! I mean, remember the first time we saw him in Malta, and we said this young man has talent. And on that, then he was a little bit erratic. He was quick. He was fast. Didn't always get the ball in the right places. In the field, he was something sensational. And look how he's come on here and deservedly playing, like we've seen a lot of players now playing in the national team.
yeah, well, he deserves every bit he gets. Davidson is disappointed. You can understand why. Scotland, of course, we will see them again tomorrow, and I'm sure they'll be hoping to rack up a few more points. Scotland play Belgium in the second match tomorrow. They play France in the night match again tomorrow. So right now, here's the big man. He stumps them like toothpicks next to Adrian Neal. 2 to come.
Big man.
Expect a Yorker from Bilal. There you go. So just 1 ball left, no matter what happens. Gotta say, Malta, they will at least go to bed feeling very, very good about themselves. I often say there's 2 matches in a day here, but I think just as a player, you carry the last result forward as well as how you're feeling.
Yep.
So Malta, well, that blowing the 147 is ancient history at the moment for them.
Yeah, I'm not quite ready here. I mean, this has been a tremendous performance. I mean, they've. I mean, it's not flawless by any means, but well, when it came to the big moments, they got. They did the right things. This one goes out to the fielder. They'll take just the 1. That will be the end of it. And you see there, the second time, Scotland failing to get to the 100 on the board. I mean, they'd made hard work of that chase against France, chasing 91 for victory. They did it with just 4 balls to go. And then you sort of thought then, well, look, it was only one man, Liam Naylor, that did work. So that's why I was thinking that 120 for Malta, if they bowl well, would be enough. And it ended up being more than enough because, well, Scotland, they don't even get to the 100. That's a great result for Malta. Malta beating Scotland, and they are absolutely overjoyed. What a performance as they get their first points on the board in this group.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Malta. 122 for them, 98 for Scotland. So the final margin of victory is 24 runs. Fairly comfortable margin in the end, but it was pretty uncomfortable, I think, along the way for the Maltese bowling and fielding unit, as there were a couple of threats they had to neutralise, but ultimately they would be able to. Oh, look, a couple of things for Scotland. I think they've got to work out exactly what the best order is and where to bat the guys that are batting well. The other thing is I think they desperately need to find a spinner. I think that the all-pace tack not really working for them. But I tell you what, early on, I was loving the batting of Jack Jarvis. The double J, well, he was making the ball fly a long way, mostly off the middle. That one was off the edge, but he was looking dangerous. And while he was there, even though he was living dangerously at times, I think that Scotland were looking on top in this game.
Well, they were on top 47 without loss in the power play. Remember that? And it was all about Jarvis. He was smashing the ball all over the place. And, well, at that point, Michael English, he had the best seat in the house watching it all happen. But that was the moment that was the catch that had to be taken. And it was, it was an unlikely man with the ball, wasn't it? It was Varun Prasad who came in and got the wicket. I mean, he came on a bowler's second. Once again, he got a bit of punishment, but he did take the wicket. And what about the performance from that man also? And Bilal Khan, he took two very good catches. The second one was the better one for me, but then when it mattered, he also came and produced the ball. Well, this one was snatched away from him, but after he had taken it, but, good
the
performance.
Automatic ball return service. That was a weird one, wasn't it? But I think it's right when you see the replay. Angus Guy just didn't pick that up at all. And then Naylor, when he went, it was kind of the only bright spot for Wasim Abbas. He only got taken to the cleaners today, but he did get that big wicket. That was important. Although they fought hard, Scotland, they were never really in the hunt after that. You saw a couple of shots fired here as they tried to keep themselves in the game. But then, wow, this kind of sums it up. This is just a bit of a super glue effort from Justin Sharju. And wasn't his bowling important in the second half?
Oh, it was sensational. It really was. I mean, I mentioned Prasad's 2 wickets, but Justin Sharju was sensational. And, well, that for me, that Gordon bowl, well, maybe that is the play of the day, really. It really was sensational. Came at a very important time as well. But credit to Malta and credit to this man as well, Bilal Khan. I'm just loving the fact that he's out there. He's wearing the Maltese jersey, and he's playing for his country, and he's putting in such a good performance as well. He's a classy player, and there's a number of guys that we saw early on in Malta that were just playing club cricket, and we said these guys have got what it takes to make it into the national team, and it's good to see them there. And Bilal Khan not disappointing us, and well, puts in a good performance here today, and we're going to see a lot more of him.
Here's the concern today. Only those two batters you see there, Jarvis and Naylor, exceed 12 for Scotland. So a lot of single-figure scores. They just weren't really able to kind of get the production out of their whole batting unit. That's something they'll talk about, I'm sure. Sharju, for me, I mean, he's almost the player of the match there. 2 for 2 of 2. I thought he was incredible. 2 for 10. Bilal Khan also didn't let his team down. And another 2 for in there as well. As you saw, that Varun Prasad bowled pretty well. 2 for 17. The other wickets went to Wasim Abbas and Amar Sharma. So that is the end of Day 1. Match 5 finishes with 122-98 victory for Malta over the Scotland 11.
Yeah, Varun Prasad, I would imagine, would pick up the player of the match. And don't forget that half century from him. So class enough. Don't forget, he's finished the day with 100 runs on his nat. He got 49 in the first match.
I mean, I was
51. And then 2 wickets as well. But look, that over from Sharju, those 2 overs, pure class. And the Gordon bowl, sensational.
I agree, yeah. So probably Prasad does get it. I was a bit kind of blindsided by the fact that Sharju was so good late on when the game was on the line. But I think I think that Prasad got important wickets as well. First time we've seen him bowling in this tournament. And I really like that. Sometimes I've seen Varun, his technique can be a little bit lazy and has a bit of a blind spot, especially kind of just outside the leg stump.
Yeah.
But I think his technique seemed a lot more on point today. I like to see him hitting those left-handed shots kind of over cover and straight as well, not always taking the bait to go leg side. So I think he really showed he could mix it. I love Basil George earlier on as well, going boom, boom. Went for a goal in this game. But I think Scotland, they just need to
get some confidence, I suppose, into their batters. And once they do that, I think that they'll be a lot more dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, Malta, one of the things they'll be thinking about themselves is they get 120 plus on the board. That includes Basil George getting a golden duck, and they go on to win a match. I mean, when some of your best batters or best players don't perform and you still win, that is a big plus. They've done marvellously well here. And this is a victory that they will remember for a very long time.
See, would it have to be one of the biggest days in Maltese cricket history? I know they have a long and proud history over there. I'm sure all their supporters in Malta are thrilled with that one. But look, we are going to leave you very shortly. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. But before that, just want to remind you to go to our website, EuropeanCricket.com. You can catch all the fixtures, the stats, the standings, and a few articles there. Some match previews as well for day 2 will be coming up. And don't forget, also our social media is available at European Cricket. I already know what's gone up today. You know what it was? It was Boris Gawley getting bowled by a ball that bounced 3 times. I said that's already gone a little bit viral. Well, Rico, thanks very much to you again for another great day in the box. To Corey as well. He's already back at the hotel. Corey. But he will be joining us once again tomorrow. But for now, from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We hope you can join us once again tomorrow for more action right here in the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.